The Bitcoin Treasuries digital conference is presented by Bitcoin for Corporations. Bitcoin for Corporations is the leading platform helping public companies integrate Bitcoin into their balance sheet and amplify their story to the world. Bitcoin for Corporations connects executive teams with the insights, tools, and community they need to execute a Bitcoin strategy, and then puts a spotlight on those bold enough to act. If you're building on a Bitcoin standard, Bitcoin for Corporations is here to help you go further, faster. Learn more at bitcoinforcorporations.com. Did you know that a fast-growing company with 30% year-over-year growth that is cash flow positive has been stacking Bitcoin since 2021 and has an average Bitcoin purchase price of $67,000. This is Giga Inc. With big news coming soon, they are on the path to the top 5 Bitcoin treasury companies as they build easy and stack hard. Learn more about Giga Inc. at giga.us and follow them on X at GigaBTC. Want to win $1,000 in Bitcoin? Just scan the QR code displayed or sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman to enter. This giveaway is brought to you by Arch Lending, the leading provider for Bitcoin-backed loans. Whether you're borrowing $5,000 as a long-term hodler or $20 million as a public company building a treasury strategy around their Bitcoin, you probably have one thing in common. You don't want to sell your Bitcoin. Arch allows you to access a flexible Bitcoin-backed line of credit with no rehypothecation and insured custody through Anchorage Digital, which is a federally chartered bank. They take every measure to keep your Bitcoin fully secure. Rates start from just 12% for up to 24 months, and setup takes minutes. Whether you're bridging a short-term need or scaling something long-term, Arch gives you the tools to stay on the Bitcoin standard and still move fast. Sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman or scan the QR code to receive an additional 1% off your interest rate. You'll also be entered to win $1,000 in Bitcoin. They want you to sell. Arch wants you to win. The Bitcoin Treasuries digital conference is brought to you by Melius, the pioneering Bitcoin treasury company of Brazil and the largest Bitcoin holder in Latin America. If you've been following the Bitcoin Treasuries podcast for any length of time, you know one thing I can't stress enough is that if you're holding your own keys, that seed phrase backup better be bulletproof. Here's the reality. Paper degrades, ink fades, house fires happen, floods happen. Your handwritten seed phrase on a piece of paper, that's a point of failure just waiting to destroy your financial sovereignty. That's exactly why I've partnered with Stampseed. These guys have figured out the gold standard for seed phrase backup. Permanent titanium plates that you can stamp yourself. We're talking about a metal that can survive temperatures of over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, nearly triple the heat of an average house fire. What I love about Stampseed is they've made this accessible. You get the complete toolkit with everything you need. The titanium plates, the stamps, the jigs to keep everything aligned perfectly. No guesswork, no special skills required, just permanent, indestructible backup of your financial freedom. And if you're running multi-sig, Stampseed scales beautifully. Buy the base kit, then add as many additional plates as your setup requires. It's the most cost-effective way to properly secure a multi-sig configuration that I've found. Here's a nice touch. They'll even customize the back of your plates. Want your company logo or your wallet identifier, some personal reminder system? They've got you covered. Head over to Stampseed and grab your kit and titanium plates. Now 21% off site-wide with code TIM21. This exclusive conference offer ends on July 11th, so don't miss out. Go to stampseed.com, use code TIM21. Next Layer Capital is institutional capital for a Bitcoin-denominated future. Next Layer partners with conviction-led founders, asset allocators, and treasury leaders building on the hardest money in history. Visit them on X at Next Layer Cap. One Big Party is a modern storytelling studio crafting unforgettable moments that make the world a more interesting place. They are passionate about spreading Bitcoin with love and helping companies tell their story. Check them out at www.onebigparty.co. LogScale Investments is a proprietary trading and private equity firm founded in 2024. Their team guides you through integration of secure, compliant solutions tailored to your specific business and financial goals. Visit jamondolaw.com to future-proof your business with Bitcoin. Locate Technologies is an Australian logistics software company helping businesses around the world optimize last-mile delivery. They've recently begun building their Bitcoin treasury, now holding 10 Bitcoin, as they believe all routes ultimately lead to Bitcoin. Find them on X and learn more at Locate Tech HQ. BTC Agenda is pioneering Germany's first publicly listed Bitcoin treasury company and building the region's first dedicated community. Bitcoin Agenda empowers companies to adopt strategic Bitcoin treasury positions with shared knowledge and community. Learn more on X at BTC Agenda. The Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference is presented by Bitcoin for Corporations. Bitcoin for Corporations is the leading platform helping public companies integrate Bitcoin into their balance sheet and amplify their story to the world. Bitcoin for Corporations connects executive teams with the insights, tools, and community they need to execute a Bitcoin strategy, and then puts a spotlight on those bold enough to act. If you're building on a Bitcoin standard, Bitcoin for Corporations is here to help you go further, faster. Learn more at bitcoinforcorporations.com. Good morning, everybody. Looks like the microphone's working. We're live. Welcome to the Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference. I'm Tim Kotzman. Thank you to Bitcoin for Corporations for powering this event today. And not only are we live on X and YouTube, but thanks to our friends over at Bitcoin Magazine, we are also live on the Bitcoin Magazine handles on Rumble, X, YouTube, and Facebook. So big thank you to Bitcoin for Corporations and Bitcoin Magazine. And without further ado, I'd like to welcome to the stage a rising star in the Bitcoin Treasury space. Not only is he the Deputy CEO and Director of Bitcoin Strategy for the Blockchain Group, if Bitcoin yield was a breakfast item, he would eat it every morning. I see him laughing back in the green room. I'm going to bring him to the stage. Alexander Lise, welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Tim. Indeed, I eat BTC yield, I dream BTC yield, I wake up BTC yield, and I'm happy to tell you good morning for BTC yield, Tim. Happy to be here today.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. What's the latest with the Blockchain Group? I see you out there on several podcasts, and yeah, what is BTC yield kind of your North Star, and if so, why? Let's start there.
Yes, I have prepared an updated presentation for the blockchain group that I'd be happy to share with you today. In general, it is true that my full focus and the full focus of the blockchain group is to maximize BTC yield, the increase of Bitcoin per share over time. We believe that you cannot do everything in life, but you can do one thing and do it excellently if you focus all of your time and energy to it. And that's BTC yield for us. And that's the exact same playbook as strategy and Metaplanet. And we've been the first to adopt this playbook over in Europe, and we are accelerating our efforts. So I'd be happy to share that presentation with you if that works, and we can go from there.
Absolutely. Yeah, if you'd like to share your screen.
Yeah, let's go. All right. Let me
1 second. Yep.
Can you see the first page?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I give you an update on the blockchain group and potentially as well, of course, some inspiration for other companies that are exploring Bitcoin as a treasury reserve asset. I would like also to thank you, team, and of course, Bitcoin for Corporations and Strategy for pioneering this movement. So I would like first to start by giving huge thanks to our amazing community. We have a vibrant and engaged community, and we take feedback every day. There is some dashboards already produced by the community with Bitcoin Magazine Pro, Strategy Tracker. You have active X and Discord communities. You have more content. I would like to thank Inea, Be the Moon, and many more for all of their contributions. And soon, where we are working as well very fast to meet the community demands and potentially exceed that over time is, of course, a website, an updated website with analytics. We are also working as soon as possible for extended share access over the world and more communication. So I think today with the Bitcoin Treasuries conference, you will talk a lot about the strategies of Bitcoin Treasury companies and, of course, The transparency and the recurrent activity and communication are key to us, and we want to increase those activities. I want also to emphasize that there is a global context for Bitcoin treasury companies to emerge, and that is that large institutions are adopting Bitcoin at scale. It is the only asset that the United States government does not want to sell and plans to accumulate. And that shows you the massive potential of Bitcoin. It's a multi-hundred trillions dollar market capacity for Bitcoin treasury companies. It's a long-term play. We are not here for a short-term gain. We are here to accumulate the most Bitcoin possible. And so I would emphasize for all new investors to first understand Bitcoin and understand that Bitcoin treasury companies capitalize on a long-term asset that's the best store of value over the long term. So you need patience, you need conviction. And of course, we are here today because the only thing better than Bitcoin is more Bitcoin. And of course, the blockchain group, ALTBG, is focusing on maximizing that Bitcoin per share over time. Since the launch of our strategy back in November 2024, we are up plus 2,000%, even at some points plus 3,000, 4,000%. Effectively, the best performing stock that we've been over in France and in Europe, and the most interesting stock in the forums for traders in France. And we've grown the sats per share, the number of Bitcoin per share, from 41 sats per share to about 600 sats per share. And so year to date, that's 1,300 plus percent BTC yield. And that's how you materialize a full focus into real tangible results on the balance sheet, is by focusing on accumulating as much Bitcoin as possible, as fast as possible, and in the most accretive way as possible. And so the more Bitcoin at the end of the day for shareholders is achieved by increasing BTC yield for shareholders. If we take a step back and analyze the performance compared with the companies that we take inspiration from, Strategy and Metaplanet, that are completely beating the market after 5 years for Strategy, after about 1 year for Metaplanet, 3,000%, 8,000%, you see that we are exactly following the steps of those leading companies and anchoring the blockchain group as Europe's first and largest Bitcoin treasury company, with performances that track very closely the ones of Strategy and Metaplanet at the times, and also benefiting from the fact that the model it's more well known today and benefiting for, of course, a lot of traction over the last year. And so what we have been able to generate is a 16x multiple of growth since the adoption of a Bitcoin standard in sats. So that's the share price measured in sats, which shows you that the share price was 250 sats at the beginning of the strategy, and it's 3,800 plus sats today. So that's, of course, much more interesting to compare the share price evolution in Bitcoin terms rather than fiat, because fiat is going to zero, and you need to denominate all of your models in Bitcoin terms. If not, all your models will be destroyed as devaluation is happening anyway. And so even in fiat, when you look at it, you see that, of course, we are outperforming large asset classes and typical stocks that retail investors look at, either in the US or in France. And this plus 2,000% performance is completely different from what you see in traditional markets. And traditional markets without Bitcoin look like a stable coin going to the ground. So today we have been using equity and BTC convertible bonds plus share subscription warrants, and we have just launched on 9 June an ATM type capital increase that I will mention later on. But all of this growth has been without even starting to use public offerings that we've been authorized to do, but there is a lot of administrative processes. And of course, fiat convertible bonds, even if that's not top priority, given the size of the market caps that you need to have for accretive type of deals with these instruments. And of course, we look at other type of instruments like preferred, like strategy, and of course the equivalence that we could have over in Europe. So the strategy is fully to maximize BTC yield. In over 5 months, we've raised 50 million euros, and then in the next 3 months, we've raised 130 million euros, and we have obtained an increase of the capital raising capacity back in June towards 10 billion euro capacity of raising. We have launched the first worldwide BTC convertible bonds. It's taking the best out of what strategy has been pioneering with the converts notes in the US, but removing any type of credit risk by denominating the convertible bond over 5 years in Bitcoin directly. So it's BTC on one side, BTC on the other side, no credit risk on the operation, and conversion probabilities of 99% if you believe that Bitcoin continues at least in a positive trend over time, over a period of 5 years. And so that's been a way for us to maximize the BTC yield, and we've increased sats per share by 30 to 500 since those announcements. We've done large amounts of those issuances with major investors like Adam Back, Tobam, the 2 billion French asset manager, Fulgo Ventures, UTXO Management, Moonlight Capital, Ludovic Chechin-Laurent, and so on. And so we are scaling that at the same time that we have our first ATM type program in France, inspired largely from what has worked in the US, what has worked in Japan, specifically with Metaplanet, an ATM type offering that is basically a long only type of ATM for Tobam that we are working with, and that is incentivizing to use the program only when the share is in strength. And then, of course, we have used to date about 12 to 15 million euro as of today, again 3 million this morning. And we have remaining capacity for this of about 287 million euros to accelerate our Bitcoin accumulation. And so we have also used private placements in equity to increase that number of sats per share. And so you see that each operation has been designed and financially engineered to increase and maximize the number of Bitcoin per share. And so that's how we have increased our number of Bitcoin on the balance sheet by 47x year to date, going from 40 to 1,904 Bitcoin as of today as we speak. And so we have published our targets for this year of about 1,000 to 3,000 BTC on the balance sheet. We are already at 63% of this FY25 target. And of course, we are working relentlessly to reach that high target of the Bitcoin on the balance sheet and potentially exceed it, of course. The results is that we have gone from a market cap of 15 million to a market cap of 500, 600 million. And that's a 14x increase compared with the Bitcoin, the balance sheet versus the initial market cap. That's a BTC yield of 1,300% year to date. And as of we speak, right now, we just with beginning of July, already 6% more of BTC yield. That's a 4 to 5 months MNAV cover. That means that in about 4 to 5 months, we are able to cover the premium that the investor pays. And after that date, the investor is receiving over time, of course, indirectly, but exposure to more Bitcoin, more BTC yield than it had 4 to 5 months earlier. So if you start with 0.1 Bitcoin per share, for example, that means that over time, over a 3-year, 5-year time horizon, our intention, our focus is to raise that number to 0.3, 0.5, 1, and more sats per share for our investors. And of course, you have to remind that it's an operational company. There is, of course, no guarantee in terms of fiat gains. we are talking about the increase of the net asset value per share on a Bitcoin standard. What you can also see on this chart is a massive increase of the velocity of our corporate action to maximize BTC yield. And that starts, of course, back in November. And you see that it took us 3 months to go from 40 Bitcoin on the balance sheet to 580 BTC on the balance sheet. And what you see is that in one operation, we were able to completely cover the premium back at the end of March. At that time, we had a lot of short selling happening. Today, we see some short selling as well happening, and we are working relentlessly to find investors that potentially, based on a major size of investment, either in BTC convertible notes or private placement in equity, at the same time that we do our regular purchases with the ATM, could enable us to do a similar type of operation in a future. And so that's the Bitcoin accumulation machine that we are building, mixing regular, relentless purchases of Bitcoin through ATM-type programs, together with our nuclear reactor based in Luxembourg on the SPV for the BTC-denominated convertible notes, and together with, of course, private placement, and in future state, potentially new issuance of other financial instruments, and of course, global access of the share. We've been asked a lot, the OTC ticker, for example. And that means that we generate a 1.5% daily BTC yield since the Bitcoin standard, and you see that we are increasing the pace of our Bitcoin acquisitions. To end this presentation, I think we might close to the end. That means also that we are transforming 1.27 premium units per month into BTC net asset value. Thanks for Adam Livingston for this metric of the premium compression velocity. If you look at the line in white, you see that it is again increasing in terms of percent of the net of the MNAV. And so since a few months with the ATM capability that, of course, is just starting, we are in a transition phase where we are now setting up all of the tools to accelerate our regular BTC purchases together with potential major Bitcoin acquisitions in the future. And so if we look at where we are standing from our plan published a few months ago, we are already at 63% of the plan for the year 2025. And we ambition to acquire about 1% of the total BTC supply over 8 years. And the ambition is that if Bitcoin reaches 1 to 2 million per Bitcoin over the next 8 to 10 years, we could become Europe's largest publicly traded corporation. Thank you, Tim. Cannot hear you, Tim.
Sometimes it's better that way, right? Thank you so much for the presentation. We have a few minutes if you have any closing thoughts.
Yes.
And where people can find you, and yeah, anything that you'd like to close with.
So what I want to close with is specifically that I see a lot of interactions recently on social media comparing Bitcoin treasury companies, and I would like to emphasize that we are on the same race for Bitcoin. This is a virtuous competition cycle that we are in. We are all racing for Bitcoin. We are in the same team. At the same time, of course, each Bitcoin treasury company is, of course, competing for Bitcoin and competing to be the fastest, most accretive, most velocity, most aggressiveness. And of course, at the blockchain group, we are setting up all of the capabilities to be top-notch on all of those metrics. And we work relentlessly every day for our shareholders. Our full focus is to maximize BTC yield, 121% focus on BTC yield, as you know. And please, if you are interested to join us, reach out. And we are always looking for talent to join the Bitcoin treasury team. And we will be, of course, relentlessly in the market as aggressive as much velocity as possible for Bitcoin. You can reach out to me, tag me on X, on LinkedIn, specifically tag me on X. You can also write messages on LinkedIn. My chief of staff will relay the messages to me. Thank you so much, team, and looking forward to the next one. Congrats on the conference.
Thank you so much, Alex. Great to have you.
All right. Thank you, team. Take care.
The Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference is presented by Bitcoin for Corporations. Bitcoin for Corporations is the leading platform helping public companies integrate Bitcoin into their balance sheet and amplify their story to the world. Bitcoin for Corporations connects executive teams with the insights, tools, and community they need to execute a Bitcoin strategy, and then puts a spotlight on those bold enough to act. If you're building on a Bitcoin standard, Bitcoin for Corporations is here to help you go further, faster. Learn more at bitcoinforcorporations.com. Did you know that a fast-growing company with 30% year-over-year growth that is cash flow positive has been stacking Bitcoin since 2021 and has an average Bitcoin purchase price of $67,000. This is Giga Inc. With big news coming soon, they are on the path to the top 5 Bitcoin treasury companies as they build easy and stack hard. Learn more about Giga Inc. at giga.us and follow them on X at GigaBTC. Want to win $1,000 in Bitcoin? Just scan the QR code displayed or sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman to enter. This giveaway is brought to you by Arch Lending, the leading provider for Bitcoin-backed loans. Whether you're borrowing $5,000 as a long-term hodler or $20 million as a public company building a treasury strategy around their Bitcoin, you probably have one thing in common. You don't want to sell your Bitcoin. Arch allows you to access a flexible Bitcoin-backed line of credit with no rehypothecation and insured custody through Anchorage Digital, which is a federally chartered bank. They take every measure to keep your Bitcoin fully secure. Rates start from just 12% for up to 24 months, and setup takes minutes. Whether you're bridging a short-term need or scaling something long-term, Arch gives you the tools to stay on the Bitcoin standard and still move fast. Sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman or scan the QR code to receive an additional 1% off your interest rate. You'll also be entered to win $1,000 in Bitcoin. They want you to sell. Arch wants you to win. The Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference is brought to you by Melius, the pioneering Bitcoin treasury company of Brazil and the largest Bitcoin holder in Latin America. If you've been following the Bitcoin Treasuries podcast for any length of time, you know one thing I can't stress enough is that if you're holding your own keys, that seed phrase backup better be bulletproof. Here's the reality. Paper degrades, ink fades, house fires happen, floods happen. Your handwritten seed phrase on a piece of paper, that's a point of failure just waiting to destroy your financial sovereignty. That's exactly why I've partnered with Stampseed. These guys have figured out the gold standard for seed phrase backup. Permanent titanium plates that you can stamp yourself. We're talking about a metal that can survive temperatures of over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, nearly triple the heat of an average house fire. What I love about Stampseed is they've made this accessible. You get the complete toolkit with everything you need. The titanium plates, the stamps, the jigs to keep everything aligned perfectly. No guesswork, no special skills required, just permanent, indestructible backup of your financial freedom. And if you're running multi-sig, Stampseed scales beautifully. Buy the base kit, then add as many additional plates as your setup requires. It's the most cost-effective way to properly secure a multi-sig configuration that I've found. Here's a nice touch. They'll even customize the back of your plates. Want your company logo or your wallet identifier, some personal reminder system? They've got you covered. Head over to Stampseed and grab your kit and titanium plates. Now 21% off site-wide with code TIM21. This exclusive conference offer ends on July 11th, so don't miss out. Go to stampseed.com, use code 21. Next Layer Capital is institutional capital for a Bitcoin-denominated future. Next Layer partners with conviction-led founders, asset allocators, and treasury leaders building on the hardest money in history. Visit them on X at Next Layer Cap. One Big Party is a modern storytelling studio crafting unforgettable moments that make the world a more interesting place. They are passionate about spreading Bitcoin with love and helping companies tell their story. Check them out at www.onebigparty.co. LogScale Investments is a proprietary trading and private equity firm founded in 2024. Learn more on X at LogScale Invest. Is your business ready to harness the power of Bitcoin? Jamondo Law specializes in designing custom Bitcoin treasury strategies for independent businesses. Their team guides you through integration of secure, compliant solutions tailored to your specific business and financial goals. Visit jamondolaw.com to future-proof your business with Bitcoin. Locate Technologies is an Australian logistics software company helping businesses around the world optimize last-mile delivery. They've recently begun building their Bitcoin treasury, now holding 10 Bitcoin, as they believe all routes ultimately lead to Bitcoin. Find them on X and learn more at Locate Tech HQ. BTC Agenda is pioneering Germany's first publicly listed Bitcoin treasury company and building the region's first dedicated community. Bitcoin Agenda empowers companies to adopt strategic Bitcoin treasury positions with shared knowledge and community. Learn more on X at BTC Agenda. Welcome back. I'd like to welcome to the stage Steve Orenstein, the founder and CEO of Locate Technologies. Steve, nice to meet you. How are you?
Good, Tim. Very well. And yourself?
I'm doing well. It looks like it's either early or late wherever you are.
It's late here in Sydney, Australia. It's about 10 p.m. at night. And yeah, so great to be here.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. Can you tell us a little bit about your background, your journey to Bitcoin and to Bitcoin treasury strategy?
Yeah, sure. So I've been running a number of different technology companies for about the last 25 years. I started my first technology business when I was about 19. Mostly my time and background has been in software. I had a company called Connector Field, which was a job management and scheduling application. Actually got acquired by a US company called Fleetmatics in about 2013, which is now owned by Verizon. So I spent a lot of time in sort of building systems and processes for businesses. 2014, I started another business called Zoom to You, which was a Uber for delivery, essentially. So a delivery marketplace running here in the Australian market. And as that business evolved, we started building a SaaS product called Locate to You. Locate to You is basically a technology platform that's designed for companies that manage their own fleet of drivers. And it does things like route optimization and provides that live tracking experience. So when you're getting that delivery, particularly those larger, bulky deliveries, you can see the live location of that driver arriving. So in September 21, we listed on the Australian Stock Exchange. And that was the start of our life in public company land. And just recently, we started building a Bitcoin treasury inside of our business, and we now hold 10 Bitcoin on our balance sheet.
Boop, boop. Awesome. How are you thinking about engaging with the capital markets? Is it more of out of cash flow for now? Or are you thinking the strategy playbook or maybe something else?
Yeah, so we see obviously building a large Bitcoin reserve is a really important part of our business into the future. Over the last sort of year, our business has been moving closer and closer towards cash flow positive. And as we started seeing that was starting to happen at a board level, I started speaking to the board about, okay, what are we going to start to do when we do hit this cash flow positive point? And that's about a year ago, I started speaking to the board around Bitcoin and sort of, very quickly started to go through that process of educating the board on what actually is Bitcoin and going back to the basics of like what is money and sort of really going back to the basics there. And so through that journey, sort of they started to understand what that was and came on board with, being able to build a treasury inside of our business of Bitcoin. And so to date, we've raised capital and we've deployed some of that capital into Bitcoin. We also have an ATM facility similar to the ATM facilities in the US, slightly different in terms of how they operate in the Australian market. And then in the coming weeks, we'll start to talk sort of more publicly about sort of what are the other things that we will start to deploy in capital markets here to be able to raise additional capital. In the Australian market, we have superannuation, which is like your 401k in the US. However, the superannuation is compulsory. So every single company for every employee has to pay superannuation. It's just recently increased from about 11% now to 12%. And so the superannuation total value in the Australian market is now about $4 trillion. So a very large pool of capitals there, and thinking about sort of how best can we tap that pool of capital. That capital is typically not looking for volatile assets. They're all measured and benchmarked very closely. And so thinking about what are the types of financial products that can be made available to superannuation funds so that, give them some Bitcoin exposure, but remove the volatility from having that Bitcoin exposure inside of their fund. So I think there's a number of things that we, we'll look at and explore and see what makes sense for our business.
What was the process like with your board around Bitcoin? We've heard some strong statements in the community about if there's one board member that's not on board, it's time for them to kind of leave. What's been your experience and around education and maybe objections? Yeah.
Yeah, look, I found our board was very curious and no one was sitting there going, no, we should not be doing this. They were sort of very open to sort of learning and understanding more. I'd say there was like one or two people that knew some information, but mostly, they were very open to sort of learning and trying to understand. Our businesses, always evolved and always doing different and new things. And so this was just another thing that I was bringing to the board to say, hey, let's consider this. And I think, reading sort of a number of different books on Bitcoin and being a Bitcoin holder myself for a number of years sort of really helped in sort of saying, well, what is money? And always starting at that principle is like, we believe this thing of money is this dollar note that we carry in our pocket, but that's because we've been programmed to believe that for all of our lifetime. And suddenly when you start to question, is that actually money and what's the value of that money and how is that money being depreciated by the work that governments are doing across the world? And then you start to think about, other countries where currencies have been completely devalued in history. And I think living in the US or living in Australia, we've been very fortunate where we haven't had that occur to the degree of, some of these other countries that have happened. And so my principle is always, in speaking to investors, is going back to thinking about that principle of what is money, and then talking about, okay, well, what are the advantages of something like Bitcoin? The world's evolved into this digital world. You think back, even 20 years ago, we all didn't walk around with an iPhone in our pocket, and now we do. And now instantly you can stream all these things on your phone and watch TV programs, and the world's changed very quickly. And now this change is starting to happen to money, which is, I think very exciting, and why I think there's a big future in Bitcoin.
How do you think about building out a Bitcoin team potentially, or just more broadly the communication and messaging? Some folks are pounding the table on you need to have a director of Bitcoin strategy for every company. Other companies are taking the approach of more of an entire team where everyone that's public facing that's on the Bitcoin team is obviously a Bitcoiner and very very passionate, very involved, very connected to the community. And I will note, when I posted about your firm on X, it seemed to have more engagement than some of my other posts. And so I'm just curious, have you been engaging with the community for some time? Because I thought, you know, I just couldn't figure it out. I'm like, people really like this guy, and I'm sure he's a nice guy. I haven't met him yet, but I was like, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, look, it's been somewhat like quite amazing. It's sort of how the community has built just in a matter of weeks and how quickly that's actually occurred. And the research that, you know, a number of these people in the community have been able to do into the company. You know, speaking to one investor, and he's like, I've read through every single one of your announcements. I've read the annual report, and they've just gone through everything and really understood the company. And so, yeah, I think, you know, what's really great is that you do have this community, and I think that's just a Bitcoin thing in general. Is the Bitcoin community really wants to help? They really want to see Bitcoin be successful, and that's a really great thing. And you know, Alexandra sort of mentioned, you know, all us BTC companies that are building this treasury, we're all on the same team. We're all trying to build and acquire Bitcoin, and some of us will do it faster than others, and others will have different types of ways of doing it. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we're all wanting to acquire Bitcoin. In terms of what we will do, in terms of the people, I think what's really valuable in our business is, you know, myself being the founder and the largest shareholder of the business, having a really deep understanding of Bitcoin. You know, having some people around me is going to be really important, but I think I've got a really clear understanding of what we need to do and how we need to execute. Been watching, obviously, what strategy has been doing for some time now, being a strategy shareholder for some time. I was at the conference there in May this year, and you know, saw you talk only, you know, a number of months ago, and you know, it was there's a lot of learning that's been occurring over the last you know, the last few years, and I think making sure that in our team, either that team is getting educated and up to speed on what's happening, or, you know, bringing in those right resources as the business starts to evolve and grow. I imagine over time, as we start to develop our offerings, then definitely that team is going to need to evolve, and different people will be, you know, required to help and assist with what we're doing. But in terms of, you know, our communication, it's been as transparent as we possibly can, getting into a bit of a rhythm of how best we're going to be doing that. In our business, we have to update the market every quarter, but we're wanting to be able to keep the market, you know, definitely more up to date than on a quarterly basis. But always owning that communication internally, and being able to make sure that we get that real message out there. We had some feedback recently through the community, sort of not quite understanding how our ATM facility worked. And so, you know, this most recent update that we did to the market, we updated that. And so we made it really clear as to how we were raising the money and the price that we were actually raising the money, so that it was really transparent to all our shareholders.
Can you actually dive a little deeper on how the ATM facility works in Australia? You said maybe it's similar to the US, but I think people would really appreciate a little bit of color around that.
Yeah. So in the Australian market and the Corporations Act, what it doesn't allow a company to do is basically be selling their own stock. And so that doesn't exist in the same way that you can in the US. And so in the US, from what I understand, is that a company can be issuing stock and just be selling it as the market's actually going up. In our model, we have to have a third party. Third party is a broker. We basically provide that third party with a notice to say, hey, you can sell X number of shares, and the minimum price that you can sell these shares is at this particular price point. Now, the broker has complete discretion to choose it how and when they wish to sell those shares. And then once they have sold those shares, they provide us with a notice, and essentially then the funds are then transferred to us at a point in time. In this instance, we're using a company called Novus Capital. Novus does all the dealing of those shares and selling those shares into the market. When we set up the original facility, we provided them with a set of collateralized shares, so the initial shares that were on loan essentially to them. And that's the shares that they're actually selling on market. And as they sell those shares down, then we issue them with new shares to be able to keep on selling those shares in the market. So the company definitely has some control elements around making sure that the price, you know, is not drifting, is not forcing the price down, and making sure that, you know, we're in control of trying to maximize the amount of capital that we can raise for all of our investors.
Got it. And if there's anything else that you think is important to share, if you have any closing thoughts, and certainly if you can outline where people can find you, whether it's on X, on a website, on LinkedIn, etc.
Yeah, sure. I think we're in a really exciting time around the world. I mean, you can obviously see these Bitcoin treasury companies, growing and new ones popping up every single day. So I think it's a really exciting time to be here, and we're excited to see what we're doing in the Australian market. And there's a huge pool of capital that we can get access to here. So we're very excited about the coming months and years ahead in building out our business here. To reach out to me, I'm on X, S Orenstein. You'll find me. Also, Locate Tech HQ is our company one. But also you can search for me on LinkedIn, just searching by my name, Steve Orenstein. And if anyone wants to email me, steve@locate.tech, TECH, and you can contact me.
Awesome. Steve, thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Tim, and thanks for putting this on. It's been really, really great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference is presented by Bitcoin for Corporations. Bitcoin for Corporations is the leading platform helping public companies integrate Bitcoin into their balance sheet and amplify their story to the world. Bitcoin for Corporations connects executive teams with the insights, tools, and community they need to execute a Bitcoin strategy, and then puts a spotlight on those bold enough to act. If you're building on a Bitcoin standard, Bitcoin for Corporations is here to help you go further, faster. Learn more at bitcoinforcorporations.com. Did you know that a fast-growing company with 30% year-over-year growth that is cash flow positive has been stacking Bitcoin since 2021 and has an average Bitcoin purchase price of $67,000. This is Giga Inc. With big news coming soon, they are on the path to the top 5 Bitcoin treasury companies as they build easy and stack hard. Learn more about Giga Inc. at giga.us and follow them on X at GigaBTC. Want to win $1,000 in Bitcoin? Just scan the QR code displayed or sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman to enter. This giveaway is brought to you by Arch Lending, the leading provider for Bitcoin-backed loans. Whether you're borrowing $5,000 as a long-term hodler or $20 million as a public company building a treasury strategy around their Bitcoin, you probably have one thing in common. You don't want to sell your Bitcoin. Arch allows you to access a flexible Bitcoin-backed line of credit with no rehypothecation and insured custody through Anchorage Digital, which is a federally chartered bank. They take every measure to keep your Bitcoin fully secure. Rates start from just 12% for up to 24 months, and setup takes minutes. Whether you're bridging a short-term need or scaling something long-term, Arch gives you the tools to stay on the Bitcoin standard and still move fast. Sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman or scan the QR code to receive an additional 1% off your interest rate. You'll also be entered to win $1,000 in Bitcoin. They want you to sell. Arch wants you to win. The Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference is brought to you by Melius, the pioneering Bitcoin treasury company of Brazil and the largest Bitcoin holder in Latin America. If you've been following the Bitcoin Treasuries podcast for any length of time, you know one thing I can't stress enough is that if you're holding your own keys, that seed phrase backup better be bulletproof. Here's the reality. Paper degrades, ink fades, house fires happen, floods happen. Your handwritten seed phrase on a piece of paper, that's a point of failure just waiting to destroy your financial sovereignty. That's exactly why I've partnered with Stampseed. These guys have figured out the gold standard for seed phrase backup. Permanent titanium plates that you can stamp yourself. We're talking about a metal that can survive temperatures of over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, nearly triple the heat of an average house fire. What I love about Stampseed is they've made this accessible. You get the complete toolkit with everything you need. The titanium plates, the stamps, the jigs to keep everything aligned perfectly. No guesswork, no special skills required, just permanent, indestructible backup of your financial freedom. And if you're running multi-sig, Stampseed scales beautifully. Buy the base kit, Then add as many additional plates as your setup requires. It's the most cost-effective way to properly secure a multi-sig configuration that I've found. Here's a nice touch. They'll even customize the back of your plates. Want your company logo or your wallet identifier, some personal reminder system? They've got you covered. Head over to Stampseed and grab your kit and titanium plates. Now 21% off site-wide with code TIM21. This exclusive conference offer ends on July 11th, so don't miss out. Go to stampseed.com, use code TIM21. Next Layer Capital is institutional capital for a Bitcoin-denominated future. Next Layer partners with conviction-led founders, asset allocators, and treasury leaders building on the hardest money in history. Visit them on X at Next Layer Cap. One Big Party is a modern storytelling studio crafting unforgettable moments that make the world a more interesting place. They are passionate about spreading Bitcoin with love and helping companies tell their story. Check them out at www.onebigparty.co. LogScale Investments is a proprietary trading and private equity firm founded in 2024. Learn more on X at LogScale Invest. Is your business ready to harness the power of Bitcoin? Jamondo Law specializes in designing custom Bitcoin treasury strategies for independent businesses. Their team guides you through integration of secure, compliant solutions tailored to your specific business and financial goals. Visit jamondolaw.com to future-proof your business with Bitcoin. Locate Technologies is an Australian logistics software company helping businesses around the world optimize last-mile delivery. They've recently begun building their Bitcoin treasury, now holding 10 Bitcoin, as they believe all routes ultimately lead to Bitcoin. Find them on X and learn more at Locate Tech HQ. BTC Agenda is pioneering Germany's first publicly listed Bitcoin treasury company and building the region's first dedicated community. Bitcoin Agenda empowers companies to adopt strategic Bitcoin treasury positions with shared knowledge and community. Learn more on X at BTC Agenda. Welcome back to the Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference, powered by Bitcoin for Corporations. I'm excited to introduce Sander Anderson, co-founder and CEO of H100 Group. Sander, welcome. How are you?
Hi, team. Good to see you. I'm all good. What about you?
I'm doing well. It was awesome to meet you in person in Prague at the conference. That was
so much fun.
Yeah,
Prague was so much fun.
Yeah, that was a really cool conference. My first time in Prague, so we had a great. I think everybody had a great time. Everybody seemed to be having fun. For those that are not familiar, can you kind of start at the beginning? Tell us a little bit about your background, your journey to Bitcoin, and to the strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. So my background is entrepreneurship. I've been a founder since I was 17, always in the digital space. Started as a venture-backed founder. Then I moved to Switzerland in Lugano, started a family office community investing into borderless strategies that ended up being a community only investing into Bitcoin strategies. And that's when basically H100, the idea of H100 was born. And most of my previous companies has been within health. And we now see a huge trend of preventive health and taking care of your health, which is one of the most scarce assets. And we see a lot of overlap between Bitcoin and longevity. And that's what we are building in H100.
Awesome. And can you tell us a little bit about some updates, the OTC listing status update?
Yeah, I think if we go a little bit back, we started our Bitcoin treasury strategy in 22nd of May, and we bought our 4.39 Bitcoin. And since then, we have added 247.5 Bitcoin to our balance sheet. And of course, after we did that, we have seen a lot of interest from all around the world. We are currently listed on a small exchange in Sweden called Nordic Growth Market. And naturally, since the Bitcoin industry is so global, people want access. And this access has been a bit hard. We have seen that OTC listing, both in US and another one in Europe, is necessary for us to give people access. And we also have a tokenized bond that we can come back to that will also open up access. But we hope that our OTC will be live in a couple of weeks, so more people can get access.
And to be clear, that OTC listing would be in the US or somewhere else?
So both in Europe and the US is what we aim for.
Okay.
And that's I think what's also requested from the community on X.
Got it. Do you want to dive into the tokenized convertible loan?
Yeah,
details?
I think over the last few weeks, it's been a lot of questions about like access and the value of Bitcoiners. Like, how do you provide these financial instruments like the convertible notes to more people? And we have always had that in mind. And 3 weeks ago, we entered a partnership with Stocker, which is basically primary issuer of security token on the Liquid network. And what we want to do there is actually give people access in a Bitcoin native way through our convertible nodes. And we believe that this is one way out of many that we can give more people access also to the instruments and not only directly accessing the stock.
Got it. And I usually save this for the end, but can you outline where people can reach out to you, whether it's on X, LinkedIn, the website, or just all those different places that people can reach out?
Yeah, I mean, 800 is on LinkedIn and X on the name 800 Group. And me personally, I'm Sandro Anderson on most social medias, including X and LinkedIn. So yeah.
And can you talk a little bit about what it's been like interacting with the community and around how you think about messaging and communicating? And we seem to see this this theme of transparency and communication that's more than once a quarter, to put it lightly, right?
Yeah, I think both the management teams and the regulators needs to adapt to this new communication style. I think what Bitcoin treasury companies are doing is basically having a transparency that we haven't seen in the public market before. We have all the questions around proof of reserve. Metaplant has one approach, strategy has another. Another one is how active the CEO is actually in the conversations. And what I personally appreciate is that you can be so close to the community and the community can always reach out to me. That could be on hard topics and also good topics. We have seen some pretty rough discussions on X the last week or two, where I think it's actually quite good for the industry because you have so direct communication and it's actually directly improved the leadership. And at least I can only talk for me, but it reflects, it allow me to reflect on very, very specific tasks on a daily basis, which I wouldn't do if I didn't get that direct feedback. But what I also want to share, at least for those that follow, is that we, those and the owners of these companies, we talk a lot with each other. It's actually one of the few industries where the CEOs actually works together. I regularly speak with the other CEOs on all the different topics like communication, but also fundraising strategies. Because as Alexander said, we are in it together, even if we try to grow as fast as we can. But it's no reason to actually fight. The tactics should be around internal execution on the strategy, not on trying to fight, because we don't have any call it a plot that we need to conquer because we will have the nicest building there. We don't need that, because we are buying Bitcoin, we are holding it in our balance sheet, and we are building on top products on top, products and services on top of our Bitcoin treasury. So yeah, I think we should. I think the community should know that we talk a lot with each other. I mean, we have people like you in the industry that basically let all people come together and share their story, which in traditional finance will be on huge paywalls and not as open as sharing this directly on X. So first of all, thank you so much, Tim, for doing stuff like this, because it's super important for our industry.
Absolutely. I'm very, very excited to do it. Has there been anything over the past few months that's stood out to you as surprising, or just like, what have your biggest learnings been over the past few weeks or few months?
So I think trust is something you need to build in the market. It's something you need to build within investors. And in a fast growing industry like ours, where things go so fast, it's you often come in situations that surprise you a little bit. And I think the value of stopping and breathing and trying to like connect your mind to remember to do everything at the right time, even when things goes very, very quickly. Like for ourselves, we went from 4 Bitcoin to 247 Bitcoin with another $14 million in the bank that we are actively deploying. These are progress that at least I haven't experienced before. And being humble, listen to the community, listen to the investors to ensure that you have trust and do the right thing is maybe, for me at least, it's actually harder than when things goes really, really bad, because then you only have one option. But when things goes very well, listen to the community, ensure that you have the trust in the market and communicate the right thing and execute on what you truly believe in, because it will be so many people that have an opinion of what you do and how you are going to execute going forward.
Can you speak a little bit to the market that you're currently in, and how you kind of view that capital market in relation to the global stage that we're all on, and what nuances there might be from a regulatory standpoint, or just anything that you think would be important from all of the regulatory and market sort of aspect?
Yeah, so the Nordics in general is a region that has a lot of experience in commodities in general. Oil and gas is one, but you also have a huge industry for shipping. We are lagging a little bit on the Bitcoin part, but I think this is a very natural industry for the Nordics to adapt. So, and on top of that, when you go on the regulatory side, things are quite clear now with MiCA in Europe, and in general in these countries, the law and the rules are very, very transparent.
Can you speak a little bit more to anything you'd like to share around how you're thinking about engaging with the capital markets? What on a high level might work in the markets or market that you're in right now, and how, Steve was talking about how the ATM facility in Australia is different from the US. Are there any nuances like that, maybe on a broader, more macro level, that would just be good education for all of us to kind of learn?
Yeah, we have primarily used two different fundraising tactics now. We have had these tranches with rights in the next tranche and the next tranche, which basically incentivize everyone in the round to join. And that has been our most successful fundraising strategy until now. And then we have mixed those tranche-based convertible loans, where for each tranche that are executed, the investor has the right to participate in the next one. We think this is a very good instrument both for our company but also the investors. We have on top of that private placement, where we have used a lot of the family office network we have built up over the years. Currently, our volume is on the lower end, I would say, for a very efficient ATM, especially if you compare it to MetaPlanet. But we are definitely looking into that. But more importantly, I think our focus will be more on how we can adapt these products and instruments in a Bitcoin native way, like what we do with Stocker. I think creating instruments where you can invest with Bitcoin and get a Bitcoin related yield related to investing into Bitcoin treasury companies in a Bitcoin native way is where we spend most of our creativity and execution on how to innovate in the market for the Bitcoiners, because I think those that win the Bitcoiners will also eventually win the Bitcoin treasury strategy. That being said, Bitcoin treasury companies will not be the same in the future. I think we are now in a fundraising phase, and it will be plenty of ways to manage the balance sheet to create alpha on top. But the most important thing is that we ride the beta, because it's very hard to compete against Bitcoin. But from here, like I wrote on X today, I expect multiple Bitcoin treasury companies to have different approaches, financial industry approaches, or like you see in some markets, a tax reason for doing so. And so I expect everyone now over the next 18 months to be in a fundraising race. And in the next bear market is when we see the companies being highly efficient, where business skills is important to create alpha and more importantly, profit with the balance sheet we hold.
Got it. Can you talk a little bit more about Stoker and about the tokenized convertible loan? Is that then global? And if so, is it available to everybody, retail, for example, or is it only to accredited investors, qualified purchasers? How does all of that work?
Yeah, so you have a little bit different rules compared to where you're based. Actually, the US guys has some limitations for now, but it's what we in Europe call self-claimed professional investors, where you have to prove that you have some experience with the capital market and some minimum wealth, which is phase one. We see these kind of products go from qualified professional investors, which opens up for more investors than the Wall Street guys and the professionals that do this for a living today, all the way down to retail going forward. But it's retail also has some regulatory hurdles that you need to overcome, but that's eventually the goal, giving people access globally.
And have you seen any themes or what are the most commonly asked questions from investors over the past few weeks?
Yeah, I think since we are dealing with a lot of traditional investors, I mean, we have a wonderful lead investor in Adam Back, but we deal a lot with the traditional investors and arguing with them why you're investing into Bitcoin treasury companies compared to just holding Bitcoin. It's where we spend a lot of time, and that's why I'm also so focused on all the Bitcoin treasury companies are a team that works towards the same goal, is to educate the traditional investors that manage all these trillions of dollars to be allocated to Bitcoin related investment strategies. And that takes time. It takes time to understand why the MNAV is higher than one. But it's not, like, you see the same in shipping and you see the same in industrial assets. Some trades below NAV, some trades above, and that has a lot to do with management team and how they're able to basically increase the main KPI. And I think the main KPI for Bitcoin treasury companies is Bitcoin per share over time. That will happen with fundraising, but also operational profit at the end of the day.
Can you walk us through your mindset and how you kind of frame and view when a company's trading above one, at one, and below one? Just in general, how do you think about that? And how could each one maybe be actually an advantage?
No, I think my personal view on business is you need to have a good network and you have to have different personalities working to solve the problem. We have decided to associate ourselves and invite in a lot of the OG Bitcoiners and those that are way more experienced than us to basically be there to advise us to how we can build in a Bitcoin native way going forward. And I think that we do that with a good network and a network that can basically add knowledge and value into the team that the management doesn't necessarily have, or the management have different types of skills.
And how are you thinking about the Bitcoin team at this point? You know, getting to communication and transparency, but I think I was asking Steve as well. You know, some people are saying you need to have a director of Bitcoin strategy. Other companies are taking the view of it's, you know, founder led and the communication is coming straight from the founder or CEO or both. Others are kind of like building out this team where it's not just one person or two people, but a team that's really working together to communicate the strategy.
So I think I'm with those that believe that every Bitcoin treasury company needs a director of the Bitcoin treasury strategy. And we have publicly asked for tips about who that should be. And I can say that we have some very, very great candidates that we are at closing stage and hopefully can share soon. That will be our new director of the Bitcoin treasury strategy and be the communicator. And I think that is important since my background as an entrepreneur, I've done a lot of fundraising. I like the fundraising part. I'm not necessarily the best marketing guy in the world, and that's what we are looking for. My COO is a lawyer by background in the M&A space that are highly efficient to close the deals. But again, I think that missing piece we have in the team right now is this marketing and communication guy, and we have some great candidates to join us very soon.
Well, that is super exciting. That's really awesome. I guess I'll throw it over to you for closing thoughts, what you want to leave everyone with, how, you know, the interesting thing with public companies now stacking Bitcoin is, you know, nobody can make forward-looking statements, but in general, how you see the future I'll throw it over to you.
Yeah, I think how I see the future for us right now, it's the speed to 1,000 Bitcoin, which is our first like internal goal in terms of speed. We try to aggregate as much Bitcoin as we can in the most efficient way, back to the community and back to understanding why Bitcoin is so highly successful. And that's because of the people. Bitcoin is nothing without Bitcoiners, and I think Bitcoin treasury companies are nothing without Bitcoin treasury company investors, which I think has a huge overlap with the Bitcoin community in general. So I want to see the more of the direct feedback. I'm welcoming all the direct feedback into my DMs. But at the end of the day, we have to understand that we do this together. And I think we are all here to grow the industry and show how much of the financial industry Bitcoin can eat over the next couple of years.
Awesome. And can you just share one more time where people can reach you on X, LinkedIn, and everywhere on the World Wide Web?
Yeah, absolutely. So Sander Anderson on X and LinkedIn. Be aware of all these fake accounts now. Our account is verified. A lot of scam accounts popping up. And for H100, it's also a lot of scam accounts, but our original is H100 group on X and LinkedIn.
Awesome. Sander, thank you so much for your time today, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much, Tim.
The Bitcoin Treasuries digital conference is presented by Bitcoin for Corporations. Bitcoin for Corporations is the leading platform helping public companies integrate Bitcoin into their balance sheet and amplify their story to the world. Bitcoin for Corporations connects executive teams with the insights, tools, and community they need to execute a Bitcoin strategy, and then puts a spotlight on those bold enough to act. If you're building on a Bitcoin standard, Bitcoin for Corporations is here to help you go further, faster. Learn more at bitcoinforcorporations.com. Did you know that a fast-growing company with 30% year-over-year growth that is cash flow positive has been stacking Bitcoin since 2021 and has an average Bitcoin purchase price of $67,000. This is Giga Inc. With big news coming soon, they are on the path to the top 5 Bitcoin treasury companies as they build easy and stack hard. Learn more about Giga Inc. at giga.us and follow them on X at GigaBTC. Want to win $1,000 in Bitcoin? Just scan the QR code displayed or sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman to enter. This giveaway is brought to you by Arch Lending, the leading provider for Bitcoin-backed loans. Whether you're borrowing $5,000 as a long-term hodler or $20 million as a public company building a treasury strategy around their Bitcoin, you probably have one thing in common. You don't want to sell your Bitcoin. Arch allows you to access a flexible Bitcoin-backed line of credit with no rehypothecation and insured custody through Anchorage Digital, which is a federally chartered bank. They take every measure to keep your Bitcoin fully secure. Rates start from just 12% for up to 24 months, and setup takes minutes. Whether you're bridging a short-term need or scaling something long-term, Arch gives you the tools to stay on the Bitcoin standard and still move fast. Sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman or scan the QR code to receive an additional 1% off your interest rate. You'll also be entered to win $1,000 in Bitcoin. They want you to sell. Arch wants you to win. The Bitcoin Treasuries digital conference is brought to you by Melius, the pioneering Bitcoin treasury company of Brazil and the largest Bitcoin holder in Latin America. If you've been following the Bitcoin Treasuries podcast for any length of time, you know one thing I can't stress enough is that if you're holding your own keys, that seed phrase backup better be bulletproof. Here's the reality. Paper degrades, ink fades, house fires happen, floods happen. Your handwritten seed phrase on a piece of paper, that's a point of failure just waiting to destroy your financial sovereignty. That's exactly why I've partnered with Stampseed. These guys have figured out the gold standard for seed phrase backup. Permanent titanium plates that you can stamp yourself. We're talking about a metal that can survive temperatures of over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, nearly triple the heat of an average house fire. What I love about Stampseed is they've made this accessible. You get the complete toolkit with everything you need. The titanium plates, the stamps, the jigs to keep everything aligned perfectly. No guesswork, no special skills required, just permanent, indestructible backup of your financial freedom. And if you're running multi-sig, Stampseed scales beautifully. Buy the base kit, then add as many additional plates as your setup requires. It's the most cost-effective way to properly secure a multi-sig configuration that I've found. Here's a nice touch. They'll even customize the back of your plates. Want your company logo or your wallet identifier, some personal reminder system? They've got you covered. Head over to Stampseed and grab your kit and titanium plates. Now 21% off site-wide with code TIM21. This exclusive conference offer ends on July 11th, so don't miss out. Go to stampseed.com, use code TIM21. Next Layer Capital is institutional capital for a Bitcoin-denominated future. Next Layer partners with conviction-led founders, asset allocators, and treasury leaders building on the hardest money in history. Visit them on X at NextLayerCap. One Big Party is a modern storytelling studio crafting unforgettable moments that make the world a more interesting place. They are passionate about spreading Bitcoin with love and helping companies tell their story. Check them out at www.onebigparty.co. LogScale Investments is a proprietary trading and private equity firm founded in 2024. Learn more on X at LogScale Invest. Is your business ready to harness the power of Bitcoin? Jamondo Law specializes in designing custom Bitcoin treasury strategies for independent businesses. Their team guides you through integration of secure, compliant solutions tailored to your specific business and financial goals. Visit jamondolaw.com to future-proof your business with Bitcoin. Locate Technologies is an Australian logistics software company helping businesses around the world optimize last-mile delivery. They've recently begun building their Bitcoin treasury, now holding 10 Bitcoin, as they believe all routes ultimately lead to Bitcoin. Find them on X and learn more at Locate Tech HQ. BTC Agenda is pioneering Germany's first publicly listed Bitcoin treasury company and building the region's first dedicated community. Bitcoin Agenda empowers companies to adopt strategic Bitcoin treasury positions with shared knowledge and community. Learn more on X at BTC Agenda.
Hi, Tim. I can't hear you at the moment.
That's okay. Nobody can. I was on mute the entire time. We'll do that again. Welcome back to the Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference, powered by Bitcoin for Corporations. I'm happy to bring to the stage the CEO of Venans and the London Bitcoin Company, Huey Retree. Huey?
Hi, Tim.
Welcome.
Hi, Tim. How
are
you
you? I'm
good,
doing
thank
well.
you. How are you?
I'm very well. This is the beauty of being live, right? You have to have a little bit of a sense of humor because, I'm clicking buttons and things are happening. So thanks for joining us today. Really appreciate your time.
No worries. Thank you for having me.
Can you walk us through a little bit of your background, your journey to Bitcoin, your journey to where you are now with the London Bitcoin Company? And interestingly, the London Bitcoin Company. I just want to make a note. Great name. I couldn't say enough things about that name. And so let you give a little bit about your background for folks that might not be familiar.
Yeah, so I first got into the crypto space way back in 2013 when I was studying at university. I was majoring in CS, and one of our tutors was really into it when it kind of first began to get some public attention. And we kind of obsessively studied it across a couple of lectures, and we started buying it up and we started playing with it and we started doing a bit of mining way back then. And then, I graduated from university, went into the finance industry for a couple of years, and then was kind of sucked back into crypto as a lot of people who knew about it back then were. Then over the course of kind of 2015, 2016, 2017, really rode that wave with the miners and some of the kind of alternative blockchain enterprise strategies. Post that, moved out to Singapore, ran a venture capital firm in the space for a few years, came back to the UK at the end of 2023, and kind of helped the guys at the London Bitcoin Company with their strategy, and then kind of migrated to become CEO. And yeah, here I am now.
Awesome. How are you thinking about interacting with the capital markets? Are you guys kind of following the strategy playbook? Are you buying out of cash flow? Are you how do you frame all of that for the London Bitcoin Company?
So for us, our underlying business and how we got approval for the London Stock Exchange is Bitcoin mining. So we have a very natural kind of core business that feeds Bitcoin into our treasury anyway. So kind of that's the first bolt on. But apart from that, I think what's important to remember about us and why we're unique is that we're the only one on the main board of the London Stock Exchange. So we have this huge pool of capital that's accessible to us, and we have this huge bond market that's accessible for us. There's something in London called the professional securities market, and on an annual basis, there's about $1 trillion of debt issued on that market. So just behind America, we're probably the second biggest here. And there's all these manner of different structured products that people can issue on there, and people can leverage up, and people can do secured and unsecured notes, etc. So we have that kind of unique listing in that there's no other competition there with us. In 3 months' time, we should hopefully be listed on the NASDAQ. And then I think, subject to nothing else changing, we'll be the only treasury company with 2 tier 1 stock exchange listings globally. So yeah, there's a lot unique about us that perhaps some of our peers don't necessarily have. But as I think we should all be doing in this market, I'm very behind every company that's buying Bitcoin, very behind every company that's stacking it on their balance sheet. And I am competitive in the way that I know this is a race to some extent, and it's whoever can accumulate the most possible. What I can say is, aggression is definitely on the agenda, and it's definitely how we want to act. And I want to leverage us up. I want to be selling puts and buying covered calls. I want to do Bitcoin backed notes. I want to do Bitcoin secured bonds and stuff like that. But essentially, if you're a perma bull on Bitcoin and you agree that it's only going one way, you're happy to kind of give your investors a taste of a little bit of leverage, along with being responsible there too.
How has it been so far interacting with the community, where it's not once a quarter anymore, it's like daily, if not hourly? How has that experience been?
What the most entertaining part is when we're speaking to brokers and banks and we're discussing fundraisers. You have to kind of articulate the message to them that this is probably the only industry in the capital markets where the investors are begging for dilution, right? Like, that's all they want, and all they want is funds raised, and all they want is Bitcoin bought, and all they want is stacking quicker. And it takes a little bit of time to kind of get your counterparties used to that fact that they can go out and raise money and earn fees on a weekly basis, and they have to kind of reach further down into their black books to kind of get that capital. So yeah, we've been kind of educating some of the institutions in London, explaining this strategy to them. And the feedback is definitely very good from them. And I think for us, we're yet to find a long-term partner, or a sugar daddy, as some people call it in the industry. But yeah, I think we're very close to that point, and we're very close to finding a long-term strategic partner when it comes to capital.
Have there been any conversations, without getting into details, that are very kind of funny to you? If it's someone in what we would call TradFi, that maybe they're not a Bitcoiner and they're just like, what is going on here? Like, is it hard for them to kind of frame it up in their minds, and they're just like, I'm out, like I don't get it? Or is Bitcoin kind of actually in TradFi now, where they're like, okay, I understand it as an asset, whether I agree with it or not? Or like any color on those conversations from a education or just humor standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, I think the opportunity in London and in the UK is not dissimilar to that in Japan. It's very difficult for us to buy Bitcoin here. We have a hostile regulator here. We have some not so favorable tax treatments here as well when it comes to digital assets. So when you present an opportunity on the stock exchange, where you're effectively going to track Bitcoin or do much better, hopefully in our case, the TradFi, you don't necessarily have to sell them on the asset. You need to sell them on the opportunity and why there's an arbitrage between now and at some point when there's kind of institutional adoption in this country, right? So, for example, right now, in terms of institutions in London who can only invest on the LSE, of which there's like $1 trillion of capital, right? They don't have any way to get any sort of tracking exposure to Bitcoin, any sort of exposure, full stop, right? So when we walk into these places and we talk to these people, we don't need to sell them on the fact that Bitcoin's going to 250, maybe more over the next 24 months and 5 years. We need to sell them on the fact that we are a vehicle providing exposure to an asset. And that's where the kind of light bulb switches on for them, and they kind of understand what we're pitching.
Got it. And do you want to talk for a minute about BTC.L? I mean, having BTC as your ticker has got to be a competitive advantage, to put it lightly? I mean, how did all of that come to be? Is there any story behind it, or it was just born that way?
Yeah, so we were listed last year. Before we uplisted to the London Stock Exchange, we were listed on a stock exchange called Aquis, which is kind of not dissimilar to OTC in the States, which I think most people will understand. And we had the ticker BTC there. And when we were going for our LSE IPO at the end of last year, we wanted to transfer over the ticker. And the FCA and the LSE said to us, oh, actually, someone's reserved the ticker. And we said, no. We've got it on the junior market here, so we need it on the senior market here. And we didn't really expect much to come from that, but they ended up saying yes. And it's a good thing and a bad thing. The reason it's been a bit troublesome at times is because when people search for our kind of cash tag on X, it's quite difficult to find posts about us and distinguish them from posts just generally about Bitcoin. But ultimately, having the ticker BTC on the London Stock Exchange, I see as such a high value thing in years to come as adoption grows, right? So we never want to let go of that. And we actually, there was a couple of months ago, bear in mind, we were even smaller cap at the time. We got an email out of the blue from a chap called Matthew McDermott, who's the head of global digital assets at Goldman Sachs. And he was saying, can you guys come into the office in London and have a meeting with us? And we were like, wow, this is, pretty unique. One of these bulge bracket banks wanting to meet with what we were at the time, which was a 30 million pound company. And as soon as we walked in the door, he said, I just had to meet the guys who had the ticker BTC on the London Stock Exchange. So I think, long term, it's going to provide, a lot of favors to us, I think.
Awesome. How do you think about potentially building a Bitcoin team? You have some people saying every company needs a director of Bitcoin strategy. Others are communicating from the founder or the CEO or another executive. Some have, one or two or three executives, and some of it's iterative, right? For a while it was Michael Saylor, now it's Michael Saylor and Fong Li, and certainly others on that team. And some companies have, an entire team where it's kind of blended. You have 3, 4, 5, 6 people kind of working as a team to communicate the message, I guess, either individually for the London Bitcoin Company, or more just generally. How do you think about that? What do you think would be the most effective?
So I think, to be completely honest, I think investors are looking for Bitcoin strategists as someone who lends credibility to a company, right? Someone who's willing to put their name against something and say, you can trust these guys as a treasury company. And, I don't want to take anything away from what some Bitcoin strategists might do at some companies, but at the end of the day, we're not sitting on our cash and trying to find a good entry. We're smash buying as soon as we raise money. As soon as that money settles, we're immediately buying the asset. What I am trying to recruit at the moment, and I think there's a lot of people watching this, so I can kind of make a recruitment call. I want someone who has experience in structured products and is native to the Bitcoin space too. Someone who can help us to articulate and create new instruments to allow us to capital raise without dilution, to allow us to do Bitcoin-backed bond issuances, to allow us to do Bitcoin denominated bonds. There's a lot of different structures. Saylor innovated in a whole bunch of different ways with the various products that he's released. And I think there's so much scope for so much more innovation. I'm working on option strategies at the moment, and I'm lucky that I've had experience in the options market. So, I can kind of understand covered calls and selling puts and stuff like that. And, I can understand how you can effectively give yourself a hedge without costing yourself too much money. Not that I want to hedge us in a huge way against Bitcoin going downwards, because I only believe it's going one way. But there's definitely some interesting things you can do to differentiate yourself from the rest of the market. But in terms of hiring someone to tell me when's a good time to enter Bitcoin, I would never employ that person, because I think it's always a good time to enter Bitcoin.
And maybe now's an opportune time to let people know how to reach you as far as connecting are you looking for one person for that one position that you outlined, or are there, kind of potential for other roles, or just want to be very specific so people are not reaching out? Let me put it in the positive, so they know exactly what you're kind of looking for and how to reach you.
Yeah. So I'm looking for a young team of fresh faces, really. I'm looking for content creators. I'm looking for, native Bitcoiners and people who can help with strategy and people who can help with promotion and marketing. I think it's so important, to build a group that is marketable to the market. And I think the most important thing when it comes to that is having a deep knowledge of the space, and also, having, the way you portray yourself and it being very appealing for investors. At the end of the day, we're all in competition, but we're all supporting each other at the same time. But I want to have the best presentation, and I want to have the best team, and I want to have ultimately the best people that we can hire in these available positions. In terms of reaching out to me, I think, like most people, I live on Twitter or X. My username there is @HueyBTC, HEWIE And yeah, fire me a DM, and then we can get started on doing something.
Awesome. What have been the biggest challenges? I know you mentioned some of the conversations. What have been the biggest challenges to date and the biggest takeaways, just maybe even over the past couple of weeks? Anything that surprised you at all?
I think trying to justify to TradFi people the metrics in which we measure ourselves, months to cover, days to cover, MNAV, it's trying to eliminate that talk of, oh, you're in a bubble. Like, there's no way you can trade at 5-6 times your Bitcoin value, right? But once if you get to sit down with these guys and you give them, and you kind of articulate the reason for the next 10 to 15 minutes, they begin to understand why it makes sense. And we're lucky that we had such great pioneers in Simon and Michael Saylor and Simon with Metaplanet that have effectively justified the strategy and the metrics by scaling themselves up so quickly. So yeah, I mean, that's probably the premier, especially in London where there isn't so much active deal flow in the space. You guys are lucky in the States because you have half a dozen SPACs. You probably got another half a dozen coming, so you've got established deal makers on the finance side. In London, this is all very new to people, and I've been working to kind of onboard the capital markets in London, to Bitcoin really since 2015, when we were launching funds and launching miners back then. And, it's still the same conversation. There's still a lack of understanding and a lack of education in the UK. And, I think, between us and between us and Smart Web Company and Coincilium and a few of the other decent treasury players in the space, I think we're educating the city of London bit by bit.
Awesome. We have about 10 minutes. So what I would love is, can you walk us through the metrics, the Bitcoin Treasury Company native metrics, how you think about them, and let's just pretend that we're in one of these meetings with the bankers and we need to communicate this message to them, because I think with this platform, right, we can use the reach to really communicate this. Yeah, I'm sure someone in London is going to be watching this. So
yeah,
to the extent that it's helpful, can you kind of walk us through that for the next 5 to 10 minutes?
Yeah. So, the primary one, I think that, hopefully most people here will know, is modified net asset value, right? So that's your Bitcoin plus, potentially your cash, depending on how you look at it, divided by your market cap, and that equals your premium essentially. So, that's the first kind of isolated point that you point out to these guys. And then you obviously get the follow-up question, why such a premium? Like, why do you deserve this? It feels like a bubble. It feels like tulip mania. And I think then you follow that up very clearly with your days or months to cover, right? The portion of capital you raise on a weekly basis or a monthly basis or a daily basis, if you leveled it out, and then how quickly could you essentially backfill your premium? And the quicker you can do it and the more you can justify that to these people, then the more it seems like the market rewards you with a bigger premium, because you're a proven deal maker, you're a proven cap raiser, and you can essentially keep scaling the business in the way it demands. Now, the other metric that isn't so popularized yet in the space, but I really want to bring to the attention of people, because now we're seeing treasury companies pop up all over the world, right? And we're seeing them pop up on, junior markets, sometimes the liquid markets, sometimes, stock markets with not a huge pool of capital available. Is, I really want to identify, where you're listed, the amount of available capital, the AUM of the cities you're listed in, which is super important, because at the end of the day, your local investors are going to be your biggest investors. New York and London have, the number 1 and number 2 biggest AUM in the world in terms of money collectively spread around funds and institutions in those areas. And I think as we grow as an industry and as it gets a bit more mature, I think that will start to stick out as a metric of valuation for these companies, and that's not disrespecting anything that's launching in, a kind of smaller economy in the world. I think there's definitely scope everywhere in the world for them, but what I really want to highlight is the advantages companies have, when they're on the American markets or the Japanese markets or the London markets, and how the future looks for them being natively on these tier 1 exchanges.
I saw a clip of someone kind of walking through how it could actually be beneficial, could actually be advantageous in each one of the 3 scenarios of trading above MNAV, at 1 MNAV, and below. Would you agree with that, or how do you think through all 3 of those kind of potentialities through the market cycle through time?
Yeah, I think I think we're all here for a long time, right? We're all here for a good time and a long time, and I think people need to remember that. Like, whilst everyone's scratching around trying to get capital at the moment and trying to be as fast as possible, and I don't want to say the the analogy that this is a marathon, not a sprint, but you have to look at it logically. And if you're picking a long-term play, you have to look at the various aspects of it. I think overall, I probably have the most part of my portfolio without my shares and options in my own company in MicroStrategy. And that's because I feel like it's the safest bet in the space for sure. And I like Michael Saylor personally, and I like his execution, right? And I think, even though he sits at whatever the MNAV is right now, I haven't looked at his dashboard for a little while, but somewhere around 1.7 to 2 or something like that. I still think there's a great investment case, because that represents very good fundamental value. And then there's a great investment case because I think that he can expand that, in time. Like, I think he's working on more leveraged products. Ultimately he's going to do, a lot of structured Bitcoin products. And, I think he can scale that back up, and he'll be thinking, and, he'll be sitting awake every night thinking of ways that he can generate more for his shareholders. And that's ultimately the point. When something's at a huge premium, and we've traded, I think, up as high as 20-25 MNAV, I think investors have to be aware, but also they have to understand that the market's giving them that premium for a reason, and perhaps they deserve it. When they're trading at the kind of mid-level, I think probably globally that's somewhere between 4, 6, 7 or something like that. Then that's probably your sweet spot. That's probably a company that's earned that premium to some extent and is justified that premium and is raising capital at a good rate. But yeah, I would urge investors to look also at the pool of capital and the exchanges these companies are listed on, and how far they can scale beyond a certain point where they are.
Awesome. I'll throw it over to you if you have any closing thoughts, and if you can remind people where to reach you. Really appreciate your time today, Huey.
No worries. Yeah, no, I just want to kind of reiterate what Saylor says so much, right? Over the next 6 months, I want to raise tens of millions of dollars of equity. I want to raise hundreds of millions of dollars of debt over the next year or two. And I really want to scale this up to be the premier treasury company in London.
Exciting times. Huey Retree, the London Bitcoin Company. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Tim, for having me.
Cheers. Welcome back to the Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference. I'm Tim Kotzman, and I'm excited to bring up Israel Salman, the Executive Chairman of Melius. Israel, welcome. How are you?
I'm good, Tim. Thanks for the opportunity. Such a large audience here. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks a lot.
Yes, and thank you to Bitcoin for Corporations for powering the conference. Thanks to our friends at Bitcoin Magazine for carrying the conference. Definitely helps for us to reach a broader audience. And yeah, can you tell us about the firm's story and a little bit of your background and your journey to Bitcoin and how we ended up here today?
Great, Tim. I founded the company in 2011. So I was basically an entrepreneur since I was 15 years old, developing websites and digital companies. And then I studied economics in Brazil. And I founded the company in Brazil in 2011, Melius, because I was not satisfied with loyalty programs in Brazil, and I wanted to create something better. So we basically brought to Brazil the concept of cashback. So Melius is a company that I created in 2011. I took it public in 2020, and recently we became a Bitcoin treasury company. But we have an operating business. We basically, for those that are from the US, you probably know Rakuten.com. So we are Rakuten.com for Brazil. We connect 40 million users to merchants and to brands. And every time they make a purchase, we get paid a commission and they get paid cash back. So we have an operating business. We also offer financial services to those users. Credit card, digital account. They can buy Bitcoin using our app. So we have this whole ecosystem, and the company is growing. It's growing fast. We basically had the best quarter ever. So the first quarter was the best quarter ever of the company. We, on the past 12 months, we have like around $12 million in EBITDA margin. And we are going to use this cash to buy more Bitcoin, but not just that, we are also leveraging capital markets to buy more Bitcoin. So we recently raised $32 million to buy more Bitcoin. Before that, we had already stacked some sats. Nowadays, we own 600 Bitcoin. We are the biggest Bitcoin holder, not just in Brazil, but also in Latin, right? In Latin America. We just surpassed Mercado Libre, which is a player that we really admired, but now we own more Bitcoin than they do. And this is just the beginning, I imagine, because we just started. We did our first purchase in March, the second largest purchase last month, and we are on track and evaluating other equity and debt issuances, but also we are evaluating OTC listing in the US because nowadays, basically just Brazilian investors can have access to our stock. So I'm very excited with it. We have like 200 people operating the cashback business, the profitable cashback business. And basically Diego Colling that you met and I running the Bitcoin treasury. Right nowadays, I'm the executive chairman here, and we have a CEO running the legacy operation, the legacy business, totally focused on that. So I think we have like a good mix of people looking to the Bitcoin treasury strategy, but also to the legacy operation. And imagine, team, that we have like 40 million users. We sign up 50,000 new users every day in Brazil to our app. And we already offer financial services. So I believe we are not just like building a Bitcoin treasury strategy. We are building something that can connect to the legacy operation moving forward. And we can leverage this amount of Bitcoin that we're going to hold on the balance sheet to offer Bitcoin native financial products to the user base. So we could probably become like one of the first and only players to offer those kinds of services in Brazil to more than 200 million people, right, in Brazil that really need that kind of solution. So we are very excited, and it's very good to be here.
That is very exciting. I think the ratio is always very interesting, right? 200 people on the operating business, 2 people on the Bitcoin treasury business, right? It sounds like you're by and large following the strategy playbook. I'd be interested to hear if you agree with that. And what have been the themes that you've been seeing, any challenges, and what has the communication been like with the community so far?
Yeah, so yes, we're following strategy. So, but basically, Brazil has its difference. It's a different market, but it's a large market. It has lots of different instruments that we can use. It doesn't have like a proper ATM, but has similar instruments, and we are leveraging and studying all of them. The idea is to keep issuing more equity, more debt, as I mentioned. And yes, we are following the playbook and adapting to the Brazilian reality and to the Brazilian markets. And it was funny because I went to the last roadshow because we announced this follow-on round to raise more equity, right? And it was funny because we spoke to a lot of Brazilian investors, and it was basically an education conversation because they basically had no idea what was going on. And I also spoke to a lot of U.S. investors. Different conversations. They knew what was going on, so we had like easier conversations with them. But in the end of the day, more than 50% of those who bought the follow-on of $32 million were from Brazil. So their first experience, maybe buying Bitcoin, but definitely the first experience buying a Bitcoin treasury company. So it's good to be like educating the market as we go. And I think it was like an amazing start. I can't wait to the next equity raises and debt raises.
When you say that some people weren't really familiar with what's going on, can you break that down a little bit? Do you mean you had to educate them on Bitcoin, the asset, and or Bitcoin treasury companies, and or something else?
Yeah, more the Bitcoin treasury company strategy. A lot of them skeptical on Bitcoin also. So we're talking to the main financial market in Brazil, the main funds. So not all of them believe on Bitcoin and trust Bitcoin. So we had that kind of conversation as well. But especially on the Bitcoin treasury play, they had no idea. They didn't know like Bitcoin yield or any other like metric that we are working on it right now. And we had like to explain everything, to send documents to them to help them educate themselves. Yesterday we announced Chris Millas as one of the advisors on the Bitcoin strategy, and the reason we did that was that because we used a lot of his work to educate the investors in Brazil, and it was like very, very important. So we are doing this. We are educating, but we are also talking to people that are Bitcoin related funds and Bitcoin related guys that are supporting the strategy. So we're seeing both going on.
I'm intrigued as to, can you talk a little bit about Chris's work? Are we talking about like pie charts, graphs, like a certain explanation? And is there a certain metric that you kind of always come back to, like Bitcoin yield or MNAV or some of these things? What was kind of the core of those education discussions?
Okay, so he has like a main document explaining strategy. That was the document that I used to educate myself on the thesis, one of the documents. And then I also used that document to educate my board. And then I used the document to educate a lot of investors. So it's a very complete document that he keeps updating it as his strategy keeps reinventing itself. So it was very helpful. And Chris is just like one of the guys that we want to have on our team. Right now, we are also discussing a role for a director of the Bitcoin strategy, and we are looking to US to hire this person. We already have Diego calling in Brazil doing this, but we also want somebody from the US because we're listing in the OTC in the US soon, and this is going to be very helpful to get to know the community better. So bringing someone from the community in the US, I believe, can help us a lot, spread the word, talk about values, talk about the opportunity in Brazil. So we are very excited, not just with Chris, but also with future hirings.
This might be a great time to let people know how they can reach out. Should they reach out to you or to Diego or to Chris? And maybe just if you can restate like what specific role or roles you're looking for right now so that people can reach out and have that conversation.
Great. We are looking for both a director of Bitcoin strategy for the US markets, but also for advisors like Chris that can join our board of advisors and help us build and shape this strategy in Brazil. You guys can reach me at Israel Salman at X, and also you can look for Diego calling. You can find him on my profile, but also for sure reach Chris Melas, which is a guy that I really admire, that has been done a great job, and that's it. I'm excited to speak to all of you.
Awesome. Well, I really appreciate your time today. I'll throw it over to you if you have closing thoughts, and whatever you'd like to share to wrap it up.
Yeah, just want to say again that I'm very proud to be the first one to do that in Brazil. We have like a beautiful country, a beautiful stock exchange, and now we're seeing like beautiful Bitcoin related companies listed here. So it's a real pleasure to be on that position, and I hope we can build an amazing company together. So thanks a lot.
Thank you. Israel, founder and executive chairman, thank you so much for joining us today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye, guys.
The Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference is presented by Bitcoin for Corporations. Bitcoin for Corporations is the leading platform helping public companies integrate Bitcoin into their balance sheet and amplify their story to the world. Bitcoin for Corporations connects executive teams with the insights, tools, and community they need to execute a Bitcoin strategy, and then puts a spotlight on those bold enough to act. If you're building on a Bitcoin standard, Bitcoin for Corporations is here to help you go further, faster. Learn more at bitcoinforcorporations.com. Did you know that a fast-growing company with 30% year-over-year growth that is cash flow positive has been stacking Bitcoin since 2021 and has an average Bitcoin purchase price of $67,000. This is Giga Inc. With big news coming soon, they are on the path to the top 5 Bitcoin treasury companies as they build easy and stack hard. Learn more about Giga Inc. at giga.us and follow them on X at GigaBTC. Want to win $1,000 in Bitcoin? Just scan the QR code displayed or sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman to enter. This giveaway is brought to you by Arch Lending, the leading provider for Bitcoin-backed loans. Whether you're borrowing $5,000 as a long-term hodler or $20 million as a public company building a treasury strategy around their Bitcoin, you probably have one thing in common. You don't want to sell your Bitcoin. Arch allows you to access a flexible Bitcoin-backed line of credit with no rehypothecation and insured custody through Anchorage Digital, which is a federally chartered bank. They take every measure to keep your Bitcoin fully secure. Rates start from just 12% for up to 24 months, and setup takes minutes. Whether you're bridging a short-term need or scaling something long-term, Arch gives you the tools to stay on the Bitcoin standard and still move fast. Sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman or scan the QR code to receive an additional 1% off your interest rate. You'll also be entered to win $1,000 in Bitcoin. They want you to sell. Arch wants you to win. The Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference is brought to you by Melius, the pioneering Bitcoin treasury company of Brazil and the largest Bitcoin holder in Latin America. If you've been following the Bitcoin Treasuries podcast for any length of time, you know one thing I can't stress enough is that if you're holding your own keys, that seed phrase backup better be bulletproof. Here's the reality. Paper degrades, ink fades, house fires happen, floods happen. Your handwritten seed phrase on a piece of paper, that's a point of failure just waiting to destroy your financial sovereignty. That's exactly why I've partnered with Stampseed. These guys have figured out the gold standard for seed phrase backup. Permanent titanium plates that you can stamp yourself. We're talking about a metal that can survive temperatures of over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, nearly triple the heat of an average house fire. What I love about Stampseed is they've made this accessible. You get the complete toolkit with everything you need. The titanium plates, the stamps, the jigs to keep everything aligned perfectly. No guesswork, no special skills required, just permanent, indestructible backup of your financial freedom. And if you're running multi-sig, Stampseed scales beautifully. Buy the base kit, then add as many additional plates as your setup requires. It's the most cost-effective way to properly secure a multi-sig configuration that I've found. Here's a nice touch. They'll even customize the back of your plates. Want your company logo or your wallet identifier, some personal reminder system? They've got you covered. Head over to Stampseed and grab your kit and titanium plates. Now 21% off site-wide with code TIM21. This exclusive conference offer ends on July 11th, so don't miss out. Go to stampseed.com, use code TIM21. Next Layer Capital is institutional capital for a Bitcoin-denominated future. Next Layer partners with conviction-led founders, asset allocators, and treasury leaders building on the hardest money in history. Visit them on X at Next Layer Cap. One Big Party is a modern storytelling studio crafting unforgettable moments that make the world a more interesting place. They are passionate about spreading Bitcoin with love and helping companies tell their story. Check them out at www.onebigparty.co. LogScale Investments is a proprietary trading and private equity firm founded in 2024. Learn more on X at LogScale Invest. Is your business ready to harness the power of Bitcoin? Jamondo Law specializes in designing custom Bitcoin treasury strategies for independent businesses. Their team guides you through integration of secure, compliant solutions tailored to your specific business and financial goals. Visit jamondolaw.com to future-proof your business with Bitcoin. Locate Technologies is an Australian logistics software company helping businesses around the world optimize last-mile delivery. They've recently begun building their Bitcoin treasury, now holding 10 Bitcoin, as they believe all routes ultimately lead to Bitcoin. Find them on X and learn more at Locate Tech HQ. BTC Agenda is pioneering Germany's first publicly listed Bitcoin treasury company and building the region's first dedicated community. Bitcoin Agenda empowers companies to adopt strategic Bitcoin treasury positions with shared knowledge and community. Learn more on X at BTC Agenda. Welcome back to the Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference, powered by Bitcoin for Corporations. Thanks again to our friends over at Bitcoin Magazine for carrying the stream. And I'd love to introduce the founder and president of OneBigParty.co, Adrien Puit. Adrien, welcome.
Tim, thank you so much. This is thrilling.
Could you I think we have a little bit of feedback. Could you tell us about your Bitcoin story?
Absolutely. I mean, is that better? Can you hear me okay now? All right. Good. I mean, for me, my Bitcoin story really started at the beginning, I think, of my journey with money, and that started at a really young age. I had a small family, and my dad was actually in medical school when I was born, and we moved to the South. My dad working in like little regional hospitals and things like that, and we found ourselves in South Florida and in the Florida Keys, and life seemed to be pretty good. We had a house and a new car, and everything was kind of clicking along, and then all of a sudden, bam! We got hit with a real kind of financial catastrophe. We had a bankruptcy, and it caused a real shattering of the family and a real splintering, and it was a very difficult time. And some of the years after that were increasingly challenging financially for us, and I think that left me with like a lingering feeling about money. That money maybe inherently was sort of a negative force, and it really kind of shaped my view about money, that I was always kind of afraid of it. I just wanted to like always make sure I had enough to get by, never not enough, that life was hard. It was kind of a binary view about these things. I decided when I was a teenager that I wanted to make movies, and this was not really received well in my family. I think nobody knew anyone who had ever worked in film or television, had even lived in California, and I just decided I was going to go do it. So I said, this is something important to me. I'm going to go on this journey, figure it out. And I went to film school, and I showed up in Hollywood, and it was way harder than I even imagined. I mean, for about 4 years, I had to just do whatever it took. It was mopping floors and sleeping on couches, sleeping on dog beds. In my buddy's dog bed for a while became available, so I took that. If I had to sleep in my friend's car, I did that. Wherever I had to go and be in order to just kind of do the work and show up and get the gig, I did it. And it was really tough. It was really, really challenging, but it was also really rewarding. I loved what I did. I loved the life of being a creative professional, and things started to like get traction. And after 4 or 5 years, all of a sudden the phone starts ringing, and I'm getting opportunities. I'm growing. I'm traveling. I'm doing all these kind of really interesting jobs all over the place. And I can remember my first directing opportunity actually came on a show with the actor William Shatner, and I don't know why I got the job. I was like 27 years old, and they're like, "You're gonna light and design this entire set for William Shatner. It's a show just about him with one other guest." And so, he's the star. It's just two people you're looking at. You're going to design this whole crazy space for him to talk in. And the first day, the first time it was going to be seen by him, I had spent 14 hours setting it all up with this crew of people. And I mean, man, I'm just trying to figure it out. We're 15 minutes away from shooting, and Shatner still hasn't come out to see it. Like, I still don't have the green light that this is going to work. I don't have a plan B. We're just completely built in. And 10 minutes before we roll, he comes out of his dressing room. He walks to the monitor. He looks at it, looks around the set, looks at the producers, looks at me, looks back and goes, "I want it to look more like a cockpit," and then just turns and walks back into his dressing room. So, all the blood left my face. The producers, of course, are mortified. Everyone just starts like freaking out because we have about 7 minutes to turn the set into a cockpit, and I had a little moment of inspiration, and I just realized, hey, look, let's take all the lights around him and drop them by 50%. Let's just like bring everything down around him, keep him bright, and we did it. He walked back out, walked to the monitor, looked around, gave his thumbs up, sat down, and we started shooting. And that was like a really important lesson for me. There's always like the note inside the note, and you really have to listen for that. That was something that I learned really early on. But I had a lot of failures, a lot of failures, and then a lot of successes. And I think there was kind of this inherent promise in Hollywood that if you really, really worked hard and you sacrificed everything, you gave up everything you had, delayed starting a family, don't really buy a home, just always be available for the job, you'll be rewarded. There will come a day where you own a piece of your work and you're creating residual income. You have a passive income stream off of your creative labors. And so that was the sort of road I was on. And, it can be very dangerous work. I've almost died probably more times than I care to admit. The most spectacular almost death I had was with Gordon Ramsay, believe it or not. We actually almost died in a helicopter together. We got caught in a roto-wash of another helicopter as we were landing in the middle of the night in a parking lot with like 100 spectators, over 1,000 pounds of pyrotechnics. So you can imagine that would have been a spectacular ending to my story, but didn't go down like that, thank goodness. And these kind of things happen all the time. You always find yourself just on the edge, but it's worth it. You love the work. You love the stories, you love participating, you love crafting things. And then COVID happened, and COVID was a real aha moment, obviously for all of us in different ways. But for me personally, it was a moment in time in which I realized I didn't understand money. I didn't have a relationship with money at all. I had a relationship with my career, my passion, my love for stories, but I didn't understand money. And that led me down the road of researching that, and I learned about Bitcoin and got completely orange pilled because of Michael Saylor, and I'm so glad I did. I'm so grateful that I was able to kind of find this place and this community and this knowledge and this sense of security. I worked on over 100 television shows and movies and commercials and everything else in between. But I never owned anything I never felt like I really owned anything until I owned Bitcoin for the first time, and that became a very profound feeling for me. So, I think that, the Bitcoin journey has to do with the money journey, and they're inextricably linked together. And it's something that, I'm very grateful for. And I think inevitably, the next question I had, the next sort of like phase for me after really discovering Bitcoin and the upheaval in Hollywood was like, what's next? Where can I be of service? What's this journey look like for me moving forward? And I think that's kind of what brought me here.
Wow. First of all, how can Hollywood help Bitcoin, and Bitcoin treasury companies?
This is, I wrote this like totally being cheeky. I mean, it's obviously the other way around, as we know. But if we were to sort of entertain that idea for a little bit, how could Hollywood help Bitcoin? And I think what we're living through, I believe profoundly that we are living through the most important financial story of the decade, probably of the century. That starts to sound maybe a little bit hyperbolic until, I was reading Titan recently about Rockefeller and hearing about the insane volatility of the early days of the oil industry in the United States and Western Pennsylvania and Southern Ohio, and just, everything that happened through that period. And there are some similarities. You start to realize, like, this is obviously a watershed moment. And I think that there is a real opportunity and a real need to help educate people. You know, I empathize, I think, with a lot of the people out there who don't really understand Bitcoin. They don't really understand money. They don't really understand technology and these forces and everything else that's happening. And I think that we have an incredible opportunity to help educate them. I think that there's a real need for high quality materials, entertaining materials, the kind of things that we recognize as being like, Netflix quality storytelling or Apple quality storytelling, that deal with these subjects and help bring people, into the fold and help destigmatize them a little bit. I think more specifically, there's also, I think everybody needs help crystallizing their story. Every founder needs help telling their story. Every company needs help, navigating their narrative, balancing like what the community's building and what's happening in the community about, what's happening at the corporate level. And that's something that I think we can really help with, and we're excited to help with. We're also wanting to be a witness of this moment and a record keeper. And so I can't talk too much about it, but we have been in production on a feature documentary about the rise of the Bitcoin Treasury company through the lens of retail investors and then also through the lens of the corporate, the corporate experience. And it's something that we definitely plan on shooting for the foreseeable future, and hopefully will become kind of like a seminal story, something seen from the inside out, and a very, very unique perspective. We were lucky enough to be able to film at Strategy's Bitcoin for Corporations conference, and it was so remarkable. It was just incredible to see the relationship between retail investors and the corporate. It's clear that there's been a flag that's been planted, and maybe it's like the ethos of Bitcoin emanating outward, this idea of transparency, authenticity, but it's a beautiful thing, and there's a lot of investor education that needs to happen. There's stories that need to be told, whether these like founders videos or mini documentaries, but there's thought leadership, there's branding, there's all sorts of things that really need to happen. And I think our background of 2 decades of high level storytelling, some near-death experiences, aside, I think that we can really be of service and really help companies and individuals, and hopefully the whole community and network itself.
And I think you have a special announcement to share.
The special announcement. Yes. We have formed a strategic relationship here with the Bitcoin Treasuries podcast and yourself, Tim Kotzman, and we just couldn't be more thrilled to be aligned with the hardest working man in crypto Twitter, for sure. Just deeply honored and proud to be able to support you and your mission and what you're doing. I don't know what you would want to say about it, but I think we see a real blue ocean opportunity here to kind of grow this space and grow the media side of things.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, absolutely.
Where can people reach you to learn more?
Yes, we have a website. It's onebigparty.co. You can also reach me on Twitter my handle is Los Angeles Huddle, and we're excited to keep building relationships and keep proving ourselves and educating people and entertaining them, and we're going to be around for the foreseeable future for sure.
Adrien, thanks for your time and sharing your story today.
Tim,
really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
The Bitcoin Treasuries digital conference is presented by Bitcoin for Corporations. Bitcoin for Corporations is the leading platform helping public companies integrate Bitcoin into their balance sheet and amplify their story to the world. Bitcoin for Corporations connects executive teams with the insights, tools, and community they need to execute a Bitcoin strategy, and then puts a spotlight on those bold enough to act. If you're building on a Bitcoin standard, Bitcoin for Corporations is here to help you go further, faster. Learn more at bitcoinforcorporations.com. Did you know that a fast-growing company with 30% year-over-year growth that is cash flow positive has been stacking Bitcoin since 2021 and has an average Bitcoin purchase price of $67,000. This is Giga Inc. With big news coming soon, they are on the path to the top 5 Bitcoin treasury companies as they build easy and stack hard. Learn more about Giga Inc. at giga.us and follow them on X at GigaBTC. Want to win $1,000 in Bitcoin? Just scan the QR code displayed or sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman to enter. This giveaway is brought to you by Arch Lending, the leading provider for Bitcoin-backed loans. Whether you're borrowing $5,000 as a long-term hodler or $20 million as a public company building a treasury strategy around their Bitcoin, you probably have one thing in common. You don't want to sell your Bitcoin. Arch allows you to access a flexible Bitcoin-backed line of credit with no rehypothecation and insured custody through Anchorage Digital, which is a federally chartered bank. They take every measure to keep your Bitcoin fully secure. Rates start from just 12% for up to 24 months, and setup takes minutes. Whether you're bridging a short-term need or scaling something long-term, Arch gives you the tools to stay on the Bitcoin standard and still move fast. Sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman or scan the QR code to receive an additional 1% off your interest rate. You'll also be entered to win $1,000 in Bitcoin. They want you to sell. Arch wants you to win. The Bitcoin Treasuries digital conference is brought to you by Melius, the pioneering Bitcoin treasury company of Brazil and the largest Bitcoin holder in Latin America. If you've been following the Bitcoin Treasuries podcast for any length of time, you know one thing I can't stress enough is that if you're holding your own keys, that seed phrase backup better be bulletproof. Here's the reality. Paper degrades, ink fades, house fires happen, floods happen. Your handwritten seed phrase on a piece of paper, that's a point of failure just waiting to destroy your financial sovereignty. That's exactly why I've partnered with Stampseed. These guys have figured out the gold standard for seed phrase backup. Permanent titanium plates that you can stamp yourself. We're talking about a metal that can survive temperatures of over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, nearly triple the heat of an average house fire. What I love about Stampseed is they've made this accessible. You get the complete toolkit with everything you need. The titanium plates, the stamps, the jigs to keep everything aligned perfectly. No guesswork, no special skills required, just permanent, indestructible backup of your financial freedom. And if you're running multi-sig, Stampseed scales beautifully. Buy the base kit, then add as many additional plates as your setup requires. It's the most cost-effective way to properly secure a multi-sig configuration that I've found. Here's a nice touch. They'll even customize the back of your plates. Want your company logo or your wallet identifier, some personal reminder system? They've got you covered. Head over to Stampseed and grab your kit and titanium plates. Now 21% off site-wide with code TIM21. This exclusive conference offer ends on July 11th, so don't miss out. Go to stampseed.com, use code TIM21. Next Layer Capital is institutional capital for a Bitcoin-denominated future. Next Layer partners with conviction-led founders, asset allocators, and treasury leaders building on the hardest money in history. Visit them on X at Next Layer Cap. One Big Party is a modern storytelling studio crafting unforgettable moments that make the world a more interesting place. They are passionate about spreading Bitcoin with love and helping companies tell their story. Check them out at www.onebigparty.co. LogScale Investments is a proprietary trading and private equity firm founded in 2024. Learn more on X at LogScale Invest. Is your business ready to harness the power of Bitcoin? Jamondo Law specializes in designing custom Bitcoin treasury strategies for independent businesses. Their team guides you through integration of secure, compliant solutions tailored to your specific business and financial goals. Visit jamondolaw.com to future-proof your business with Bitcoin. Locate Technologies is an Australian logistics software company helping businesses around the world optimize last-mile delivery. They've recently begun building their Bitcoin treasury, now holding 10 Bitcoin, as they believe all routes ultimately lead to Bitcoin. Find them on X and learn more at Locate Tech HQ. BTC Agenda is pioneering Germany's first publicly listed Bitcoin treasury company and building the region's first dedicated community. Bitcoin Agenda empowers companies to adopt strategic Bitcoin treasury positions with shared knowledge and community. Learn more on X at BTC Agenda.
Hello. I can't hear a thing. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I was on mute. I was on mute.
No worries, no worries. How are you, Tim?
I'm happy to welcome you, Mr. Jensen, CEO of K33. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, and thanks for having me.
For those that are not familiar, could you tell us a little bit about your background, your journey to Bitcoin, and all the way to where we are now with K33?
Absolutely. So I consider myself a long-term Bitcoiner. I stumbled upon Bitcoin back in 2013, ended up doing my master thesis on Bitcoin as an economist, and that really made me fall in love with the concept of neutral, borderless, programmable, censorship-resistant money. Fast forward to 2018, I joined forces with some Norwegian investors and built a company called Arcane Crypto. We took that public through a reverse takeover. It was an investment firm kind of investing in the financial service space around Bitcoin and digital assets. Through the years, we've been in a lot of different businesses, but we realized that it's really kind of the on-ramping that is key to bring people from their bank accounts into Bitcoin. That's the main hurdle. So we doubled down on our brokerage business and launched K33, which is a research-led brokerage doing custody, working with high net worth individuals, family offices on the kind of private side, and I'm working with corporates, financial institutions on the other side. So we are actually both a Bitcoin treasury company. We are stacking sats ourselves, and we're a company enabling others to do the same, working with some of the guests you have here today.
Awesome. Would you say that you're pursuing a playbook similar to strategy, or what? Can you walk us through kind of what you've done to date and how you kind of think about interacting with the capital markets?
Absolutely. So we're not pursuing the same playbook as strategy, because strategy is in many ways pursuing a very pure play Bitcoin treasury strategy, using the full toolbox of all the different kind of structures you can raise through. For us, the Bitcoin treasury initiative comes because it can truly deliver operational alpha. We can put those Bitcoin to work in our core business. We can use it to extend our liquidity provision, do matched principal trading, and help facilitate Bitcoin collateralized lending. So from us, it's real about that operational synergy. That said, we have now the first milestone, or like the first goal of acquiring 1,000 Bitcoin, and we're doing that through raising capital. But in our capital raising efforts, to me, it's really key to find investors who want to be a part of K33 long term. I'm not looking for someone to just arb the liquidity in the market to come in with a discount or a conversion and short the share and kind of piggyback on retail activity. I want someone who comes in because they believe in what we're building. And I think that is absolutely crucial for K33 to succeed long term and deliver a great kind of long-term journey for our shareholders. So to kick it off, I aligned with our 3 largest shareholders. I raised $6 million from them. That I did in a combination of a convertible structure and equity. I know that these shareholders really have our long-term interest in mind. One of them is also a kind of board member, so I know that he's not selling, because if he's selling, he has to notify the market. In the second round we did it at market, a private placement, an overnighter. And that is the structure I anticipate that we will continue to do in the future. Very fair, very square. It means that we might potentially not be the fastest out there, because it's much faster to take some death spiral loan structure or do a Bitcoin denominated convertible, basically giving a free option to that investor. I don't see that as kind of value creating for us. For us, it's much better to find the right investor who's in it for the long run, who realizes that in finance, it's all about having the biggest balance sheet. And in the future of finance, that balance sheet will be built on Bitcoin. And also for a Bitcoin treasury company to survive and thrive long term, to justify MNAV multiple, it's not enough to just hold the Bitcoin. I mean, Bitcoin is the new hurdle rate, and you cannot beat something by just holding it. You have to find a way to put those Bitcoins to work. And in K33, we have all the tools to do that without putting the Bitcoins at risk.
Which metrics do you find yourself talking about the most with investors and focusing on yourself? And how do you think through one of the most popular topics, which is MNAV? Like, how do you think about if it's going from 1 to 3 to 10 to some of these companies maybe peak out at 20, 25 plus, and right, it's up, it's down, it's very volatile. What's contributing to that? And how do you think through if a company's trading above, at, or below MNAV, could that potentially actually be beneficial? Or what's your framework mentally around all of that?
Yeah, so I think to be able to justify trading above MNAV long term, you really have to have a business plan, not just an acquisition plan and a funding plan. And I think a lot of the Bitcoin treasury companies will pivot. They right now kind of have a laser sharp focus on just acquisition. And some will do that very successfully. Some will struggle, and those who will struggle to kind of turn around and figure out how to deliver alpha from those Bitcoins, they will see their premiums collapse and probably even below 1, because there's some kind of tax risks, there's some operational overhead, etc. In those scenarios, that will be a very interesting acquisition target for companies that do have a plan for how to put their balance sheet to work, that can justify an MNAV multiple that is substantially above 1, because they actually can deliver something extra. And when discussing with investors, they are both focused on, call it our Bitcoin per share, MNAV, kind of how much we're raising relative to kind of the value of the company. But they're equally focused on the fact that we grew 200% year over year in Q1. We grew 20% compared to Q4, despite the general market seeing a drop of activity of 10%. Because the investors that I'm seeking are those that truly understand the explosive kind of multiplicative dynamic between having a strong balance sheet and knowing how to put it to work. It's also investors who question me very clearly, like, okay, so why don't I just buy the ETF? If I want to maximize my Bitcoin per dollar, I don't care about Bitcoin yield, because yes, of course, you'll have a positive Bitcoin yield if you're trading above 1-to-1 to the underlying. So basically have an NAV above 1. That's kind of by definition. But as a shareholder and investor, you would maximize your personal Bitcoin yield if you took the same money and bought Bitcoin. So why should you buy Bitcoin in the company? Well, then the company must have a plan for doing something with those Bitcoins that you cannot easily do yourself. Leverage can be one such thing. Of course, most people can get leverage on their own Bitcoin themselves, and then they would have the full upside. But the risk management around that can justify certain structures for a company to kind of offer that. Another is what we are doing in the kind of non-risk-taking ways, using the Bitcoins as collateral. So as collateral, you can use in finance in two ways. You can use it to take risk, what you do when you do derivatives trading, writing options, etc. Or you can use collateral to equalize control. So when you have relation, like as in governance, basically what kind of some blockchains are doing with staking is like you're putting something at stake to ensure that you behave when kind of your judiciary kind of constraints limits your ability to, for instance, enforce. That is what we are doing. So we're not taking risk. So the investors I'm speaking to, they really like that part of the business. It also means that I've turned down some kind of larger funds, etc., that's come with structures that are basically guaranteeing them a profit, basically arbing the liquidity of the share. In the good old days, it was called death spiral loans. Now they're sometimes called ATM-like structures, because there's a very big difference between a true ATM and something that's very close to an ATM and something that is kind of purely set up for someone to arb your share, because that arb is going to cost your retail investors a lot. And I'm not here to screw retail to the benefit of new investors.
Can you talk about the operating side of the business a bit and how that works with the Bitcoin treasury strategy?
Absolutely. So internationally, we're mostly known for our research. And I think to propel Bitcoin forward, and especially to get traditional finance into Bitcoin, you have to start with knowledge. So we provide both kind of deep understanding material, educational material, but also kind of weekly market reports, kind of institutional grade reports that we distribute kind of through Bloomberg, through Refinitiv, and we see kind of traditional financial institutions on the subscription list as the readers of those reports. That's kind of the first step. The second step is to actually partner. And in our discussions with traditional brokers, wealth managers, and banks, there are a few different models that we are exploring. One is to offer kind of trading capabilities, most likely in a closed loop environment, and then kind of basically doing the matched principal trading where an asset manager or wealth manager would offer their clients the ability to get exposure, and then they would do the offsetting trades with us under the hood. The other, which I think will become really, really big and will be a key product to bring banks into Bitcoin, is Bitcoin collateralized lending. So what a lot of European banks are really struggling with is that to touch Bitcoin, they have to do kind of the source of funds checks. They have to do the on-chain analysis, and they don't want to do that. And secondly, from a capital requirements perspective under Basel, if they put Bitcoin on their balance sheet, they actually are forced to put up twice the amount of capital, which makes it very expensive, despite the fact that economically, Bitcoin is the best collateral you can have. There's like nothing with that type of liquidity 24/7. So the solution we are working on at K33 and discussing with several banks is one of a three-way structure where we as a well-capitalized company are using our balance sheet to write a guarantee to the bank. The bank will issue the loan to the client. It'll be distributed kind of by us, and we'll have kind of the license to kind of distribute the loan, but it's the bank that's doing the banking of issuing the loans. And then the last part is that the client would hold collateral with K33. That collateral will be the funds of the client. That will be the client's Bitcoin. So we cannot put those Bitcoin on our balance sheet unless the margin becomes too low and we are having the right to liquidate. But what we can do is that we can get the confidence that we are not taking risk when we are writing that guarantee. So we can write the guarantee based on the audited financials, on the strong equity of the company. We are going to hold that equity in Bitcoin because that's where we expect kind of the best return over time. That's what we want to align our business with, that we see Bitcoin as the kind of the future bedrock of global finance. But it's the balance sheet we're leveraging in this structure. And this is very appealing to banks because most banks are in the business of making money on interest spreads. And most of their skepticism to Bitcoin hasn't come from like the fear of competition, it's come from the lack of seeing a way to monetize. But as we've seen with BlackRock and the ETFs, the second they realize there's money to be made, banks are very pragmatic. And the same goes for Bitcoin collateralized lending. The last component is liquidity provision, or basically facilitating and allowing for post-trade settlement. So as a broker, we are ourselves sourcing liquidity from several other massive liquidity providers and exchanges. But when we trade with them and build up an exposure, they want to see some type of collateral that ensures that we are actually going to make up, like that we're going to settle with them. So we're offering a trade to our client. We see the funds of our client, and then we're doing the same trade on exchange or with a liquidity provider. And then after the trade has happened, say end of day, end of week, depending, then the kind of funds trickle through the system. But to be able to facilitate that without taking client money and holding on exchange, which will be illegal in Europe now under the MiCA regulation, we have to have those funds ourselves. And working with naturally liquidity providers in the crypto space, exchanges in the crypto space, you have to hold either stable coins or Bitcoin. And when choosing between Bitcoin and stable coins, we will hold Bitcoin.
Got it. Really appreciate that explanation. How are you thinking through the communication aspect of building a Bitcoin team, the conversation around a director of Bitcoin strategy, or having multiple people for some of these companies kind of communicating the message, and for others having the executive, the CEO, really doing that messaging? How are you thinking about that right now and into the future?
So K33 has a director, and it is me as a CEO. We are a Bitcoin company. We've been in the space since 2013. We invest in Bitcoin privately. We advise kind of the family offices, the high net worth on our platform to do the same. We have a research team that is globally recognized for their market insights on Bitcoin. We are running custody for other Bitcoin treasury companies. We know all we need to know about multi-sig setups, disaster recovery, insurance. This is what we do. So we don't need a special team for it. When it comes to capital markets expertise, we partnered with a tier one Nordic investment bank in Pareto to make sure that we have the rails, the infrastructure and capacity to work with kind of professional funds, long-term investors, and have the infrastructure for our kind of follow-up rounds. We now also had our EGM giving the board the full mandate to properly scale our raising efforts. Same for our board. The board is fully aligned. The same, like large shareholders, the largest shareholders were the ones who kind of seeded the initiative back at the end of May. So I have kind of the full alignment. Of course, as we grow and scale the business, kind of generally, it'll be natural to kind of expand the team further. We are a very lean team. I believe in having few and high-powered people. So, but we don't see kind of an urgent need for hiring specialists for our treasury initiative. But we will, of course, draw on partners. I mean, there's a lot of questions about setting up a dashboard. That's most likely something we'll do kind of with a partner, etc.
Got it. Really appreciate all the color, the explanations, the insight. Where can people find you and K33 if they'd like to reach out and have a conversation with you, ask questions?
Yeah, I mean, k33.com is our homepage, so that's an easy place to start. You'll find the contact email, or you can open your own account yourself. Then, of course, X is still very important for us. K33HQ is the handle for the company. You can find me by Googling my name. Just make sure that you pick the one with the blue tick mark and kind of look at how long it's been on X to make sure you get the right account, because there's a lot of impersonation these days. We're also, as we are catering to traditional finance, we're working with partners from traditional finance. fairly active on LinkedIn. I'm terrible at answering messages on LinkedIn. I see it. There's just so much incoming, but you can follow us there as well. But yeah, X would be the best place to follow myself and the company, apart from our homepage.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time. Thanks for joining us today. And we look forward to following along with you.
Thanks for having me.
We'll be back with Chris Jamondo in just a minute. Welcome back to the Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference, powered by Bitcoin for Corporations. I'm happy to bring to the stage the founder of Jamondo Law, Chris Jamondo. Chris?
Tim, how are you?
Thanks for joining us. I'm doing well. This is quite the fun day, and it's not even 10:30 on the East Coast. So, yeah, it's I appreciate all the comments on X, right, about talking to some of our friends in Australia and over in Europe. You know, we're 3 hours into a live stream, and some people are just waking up. So, yeah, it's quite the fun day. How are you, Chris?
Doing great. Staying busy, but not as busy as you, Tim.
Can you tell us a little bit about your background, your journey to Bitcoin, and then maybe go into what businesses your firm is focused on working with right now?
Yeah, so we have been operating in the private equity space, mostly representing management for quite some time. We do a lot with real estate and the energy space. As far as our fastest growing area of practice, it's Bitcoin treasuries. Certainly, right now, we those two things can dovetail and work alongside each other. But I've been involved in the Bitcoin space personally now for 5 years, and it's always exciting, always a journey, always changing, and just really excited to be getting into it more from a professional and law firm standpoint.
What services does your firm provide to Bitcoin treasury companies? What are some of those conversations like? Are there themes as far as questions, needs?
Yeah. So we really like to help companies customize their treasury management policies, and that's based on really the factual circumstances of their individual business. So we take a hard look at some of their liquidity needs and operations. We also look at their goals, okay, in terms of what they want to achieve. And it matters. It matters what they do. It matters whether they're a cyclical business. It matters what type of staff they have. Retirement plans. All these things play a role. And I think the better that we understand the individual business, the better that policy ends up being.
Is it fair to say that you're focused on what people term SMBs? And if so, like, what is an SMB? a small medium business, I believe. Can you walk us through that a little bit?
Yeah, that's right. So SMB, definitions can certainly vary. If you look at the Small Business Administration, they, change them by business sector. But broadly speaking, a small business is considered to be anything under 100 employees and up to $50 million of revenue cap. When you're talking about a medium-sized business, that can go anywhere from 50 million annual revenue up to $1 billion. And those are usually between 100 and 1,000 employees.
And can you give us an idea of what are some of the common questions when someone has an initial call, an initial consultation with yourself?
Yeah, so they're asking me, what are our options to invest in? Okay. As far as we have traditional assets on the balance sheet right now, a lot of times it's really cash and cash equivalents, depending on the size of the business. That's where they come in at a starting point. But in terms of getting exposure to Bitcoin, what buckets are available to us? Native Bitcoin. Many of these businesses have an understanding of the ETF environment and how that's evolved, and that's an easier way for them to get exposure without any sort of internal expertise or dealing with sort of the technicalities of it. And then the treasury companies are another bucket, and that's probably what I see the least familiarity when I'm talking to people. They have, they understand Bitcoin. That's how they arrive at, on a phone call with me. ETF familiarity. Treasury companies still kind of an area where they're not as familiar. They can't quite size it up just yet.
And I guess, what are some of the most common initial hurdles for companies to even get to where they can employ a Bitcoin treasury strategy?
As far as hurdles, really what we see is usually there is maybe one person internally that needs to say yes to this idea, and they are either uncertain or just unfamiliar. And that's where we need to sometimes employ some strategic education. And that can be within a small partnership, a controlling partner, or it doesn't even need to be a controlling partner, just wanting to keep the group cohesion with a minority partner as well. That translates to larger businesses with board of directors, where important people who need to sign off on this idea sometimes need a little bit of data-driven approach, and sometimes it's best to come from an outsider. Yeah.
Got it. And this question, in part, is born out of some conversations I've heard that were kind of spurred on by, I believe, part of Saylor's speech in Prague around individuals and companies. So, do you have companies approaching you saying, can I sell equity and debt in my company, just like Saylor? And I guess, especially from the SMB, call it private company, not public company perspective, what is the answer? And can you walk us through some of the legal nuances that people should at least be aware of from an educational point of view?
Sure. So that is something that, people have started to really understand Michael Saylor's playbook and how he's creating the flywheel now. But yeah, I'm getting some people that are more risk tolerant in their business, and they're more bullish, because it's a spectrum of what we get. We see people that want to allocate 5%. We see people that want to allocate 50% upfront. But in terms of selling equity and debt, of course, private companies are not fully able to do things exactly the same way as public companies. And without going too deeply into Regulation D, there are options available to private companies to raise equity, raise capital through equity or debt, but that comes with compliance. It comes with added compliance, and you also have to really pay attention to, those are restricted securities that you would be selling at that point, and the liquidity for those look very much different than a public company that you have deep liquid markets, and you can exit your position.
Would you say that any business can engage in some of these capitalization strategies, like issuing equity and debt? Because I think maybe someone that has an operating business in any different sector, maybe they're just wondering, like, does this apply to me? What's the catch? How would you kind of answer that or approach that?
Yeah, I mean, you can take it from the smallest of small, a solo business that simply wants to get some liquidity and sell a piece of their business, and that's really not what we're talking about when we talk about unregistered securities. And they can capitalize that way. But in terms of moving up the scale, as you do that and you go outside of your very close circle, and you start to promote or solicit for investors, and then you get into the Howey test of basically people making money off of an investment and not through any of their own work. Okay, that's where it becomes something that you're then getting into security land. And that's where you have to either register as a public company, or you have to seek an exemption from registration, which is what we're talking about under Regulation D. So yeah, these questions are cropping up, but they're certainly cropping up in context of the more bullish and risk tolerant people. And that's not everything that we're seeing. We're seeing some very conservative people getting into this slowly, and that's just fine. All shapes and sizes, Tim.
Got it. I guess I'll throw it over to you for closing thoughts. Where can people find you on social media, website? If you're on LinkedIn, I don't know if anyone's on LinkedIn anymore, or we can't keep up with the messages on LinkedIn apparently. But yeah, how can people reach you, and any closing thoughts?
Sure. So the first place to find us is jamondolaw.com. That gives a list, an explanation of all the services we're providing here under Treasury Strategy. As well, it gets into a little bit of what we do in terms of private fundraising and helping people on the management side, even on the investor side as well. And I'm also on Twitter. I don't have any wild and crazy follower numbers, but I'm there, and I try to pay attention to the Twitterverse and make some contributions where I can.
Awesome. Chris Jamondo, appreciate your time today. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Tim.
And stay tuned. We'll be back in just a minute with Julie Mulard. Welcome back to the Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference, powered by Bitcoin for Corporations. I'm excited to introduce Julie Mulard. Julie, welcome. How are you?
I'm doing great, Tim. How
I'm
are
doing
you?
well.
You're doing a great
Oh.
job. Good, good. This is so excited to be here and so impressed with all what you've done pulling this conference together. So exciting.
Thank you very much. Can you tell us a little bit about your background and how a marketing professor found herself in the Bitcoin world?
Yeah, well, I'm an associate professor of marketing at Louisiana Tech in Ruston, Louisiana. I've been there for going on 14 years now. And my PhD is from Texas A&M Mays Business School. And I teach at the undergraduate, MBA, at the doctoral level. We have a doctoral program, PhD program at Louisiana Tech. Teach mostly services marketing, international marketing. And I'm also really very much involved in this organization, the Academy of Marketing Science. It is a scholarly organization for marketing academics, professors and doctoral students. We hold 2 conferences a year, and we also one international and one in North America. And then we also publish 2 journals. One is the Academy of Marketing Science Review, and then the Journal of the Academy of Marketing Science, which is a Financial Times Top 50 business journal. So I'm past president, and I currently serve on the board of governors. And before all that, I put the conferences on for 4 years. So I did all my dirty work to get to become president. So I can very much I know what you're going through with putting on a conference, even a digital one. And so, yeah, so in terms of how did I get into Bitcoin, this was, I'm pretty recent. So it was January last year when I found Bitcoin and just dove right in. I was really interested. I got interested in gold. Probably about 3 years ago. I was worried about the national debt. I was worried about banking crises, and I thought, well, I should maybe get some gold. But then I heard about Bitcoin, but I really didn't understand what it was backed by. I thought, oh man, if we could just have a cryptocurrency backed by gold. And then I somehow ran across a podcast, not a Bitcoin podcast, but one of the podcasts I listened to had a Bitcoiner on there, and that's when it totally clicked. I understood that it's backed by energy and by actual physical infrastructure of networks of mining computers and node runners, and it totally clicked. I did not spend any time, thankfully, going down the altcoin, whatever that, that mess. I didn't have to worry about going through any of that. So I'm thankful that I missed that.
Can you elaborate on your X profile mentions that you're a top 3 brand authenticity scholar? Brand authenticity scholar. What is that? And can you elaborate on it, please?
Yes. So this is based on a paper that was published last year. It looked at the past 21 years of research. Kind of interesting. It's 21 years, but I guess that's when the first brand authenticity paper was published. So it looked through all that research, and part of it identified who were the top scholars in terms of the number of publications in that area, and as well as the citations in that area, and how many citations that authors has received. And so I was named as one of the top 3. So that's how that came about. So so my main area is brand authenticity, and that's looking at conventional brands, but also I'm really interested in human brands and their authenticity. And so I've done research on celebrity authenticity, artist authenticity, social media influencer authenticity. That's probably that is my number one cited paper. And then more recently, it's not human influencers, it's actually virtual influencers. So these are basically people with, or not people, they are digital characters with a social media account. And many brands are, they could be a cartoon or they could be a human-like character. Sometimes you know they're human, and or sometimes you know they're virtual. It's disclosed. Sometimes people are surprised. Oh, I thought that was a human, but it's actually a virtual influencer. So, so I have some research in that area that just came out last year. So that's my authenticity background, and that's mainly what my main focus has been over the last 10 or so years.
Got it. And so why have you, it kind of seems like you've pivoted to corporate Bitcoin adoption with what you're focused on at the moment. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, well, I decided, well, if I'm going to be interested in, I'm so interested in Bitcoin, I might as well do some research on it. And initially I was looking at, individual adoption and of Bitcoin and consequences of that. So basically, marketers, marketing research often focuses on consumers. And so consumer adoption of Bitcoin. And I have a paper that with one of our doctoral students, her name's Daria Coxel, and she was interested in minimalism. And I thought, oh, well, Bitcoiners they realize, well, I should, instead of waste my money on, stupid products and stupid goods, or, maybe not everything stupid, but I'm going to, focus, instead of spending my money on that, I'm going to invest it in Bitcoin. And they end up, having a more minimalist lifestyle, less consumerism. And so I pitched that to her, orange pilled her. And so we have a paper that we are presenting, or actually she's going to be presenting it at the American Marketing Association conference, educators conference this summer. And so, we went through, we're still interested in, publishing a paper in an academic journal on that. But we've pivoted toward corporate Bitcoin adoption because I recognize that this is exploding. So many, every week I can't keep up with all the new companies talking about their Bitcoin treasury strategy, or that they're adopting Bitcoin for their treasury. And then, the Bitcoin treasury companies have, their performance is incredible, So, one thing that we're supposed to do as a marketing or as academics when you're publishing in a journal is that you're supposed to be offering not only, how do you contribute to the literature theoretically, but also, what are your managerial implications? What advice are you going to give managers? And so you're supposed to have, managerially relevant topics and research. That is, I guess you could say that is theoretically you are supposed to. But, a lot of people in academics in marketing are, well, we aren't publishing enough that is relevant. We're rigorous, but we're not relevant. So, there's a big problem with that, is that, well, nobody's listening to us. We're just talking to each other, and that we need to have more relevant research. In fact, the Academy of Marketing Science just the past few years decided to come up with a research grant program called Building a Bridge, in which these grants are intended to go to projects, research proposals that are focused on, that have strong managerial relevance. And so when I think about what is the most important topic that I could be researching, and, that could offer businesses some guidance on, what they should do, it is adopting Bitcoin as part of your treasury. That is like, it doesn't really matter, if you're large or small, public or private, even industry, it's, that piece of advice is, to me, probably the most important, most managerially relevant guidance that you could give. I think it's going to become more apparent over the next few years that this is something companies should do. And I think it's going to be moving into, well, how, once that is recognized, how should that be done? And so that's why I've pivoted toward focusing on Bitcoin treasury strategy companies. Is just because it's going to be so important.
How do you think about authenticity coming together with Bitcoin treasury companies? Is there like a checklist of like length of time that someone's been in the market, or that an individual or a firm has been in the market, or, how passionate they are talking about Bitcoin? Like, how do you think through authenticity? Because I think, speaking for myself, it's kind of you understand. I feel like I understand what authenticity is. It's being real and honest and transparent. But how does that actually find itself in a marketplace, especially with publicly traded companies? I mean, it's just like authenticity with publicly traded companies and regulation and capital markets. It's pretty intriguing. How do you think about all that?
Yeah, well, the paper that I'm most proud of, that I spent the most work on, is it proposes 3 general types of authenticity, and then it applies it to brands, and that each of these 3 types can play out in different ways. And there's actually lots of research on brand authenticity, and many different, and that's a big issue, is that it can be defined so many different ways, and it's kind of gets really confusing. And so that's what our research, we're, yet another paper that just comes up with, different types of authenticity. But ours is different because it is a conceptual paper, which are really hard to get published. And you have to have a very low time preference if you want to publish a conceptual paper. And the difference between ours, in addition to that, is we also look at, well, what are the drivers of each of these 3 types? We basically suggest that these 3 types of authenticity are very distinct, and they each have their own drivers or antecedents, as well as consequences. So as I was trying to decide what I wanted to research in terms of Bitcoin, I recognized, and it's kind of weird, I didn't realize this initially, I realized that Strategy may be the most authentic company I've ever considered, ever looked at. And so it hits it out of the park on all 3 of these different authenticity types. So the first one is what's called, we call it true. Well, the 3 are true to fact, true to self, and true to ideal. So true to fact is just about this being honest. Now, I also should point out that these are perceptions, so consumer perceptions. You can't actually be authentic, but we have to assume that these are perceptions. So true to fact is the company being transparent and honest. And so, Strategy hits it out of the park for that one because, it's open sourced the Bitcoin Treasury playbook. They've got their landing page on their website, has all their key performance indicators that are refreshed every 10 or 15 seconds. Michael Saylor's out there, communicating on X directly almost daily, so there's this high degree of transparency. Now, we could argue about whether or not the proof of reserves, that would also fall under that transparency bucket. But still, the fact that they open sourced the playbook, that I think is highly transparent, because he could have kept that hidden. He could have, just not gone on all these podcasts. So the second type is true to self. So true to self is about being intrinsically motivated rather than extrinsically motivated. So your behavior is based on what you're passionate about. You're passionate and convicted about whatever it is you do. And you're not doing this just to follow along with the crowd or please someone or, avoid negative consequences. So it is about it's really about passion and conviction. Now, how do you know someone's passionate and convicted? It's you really can't know that for certain because that's inside their head, that somebody could say that they're passionate. But how do you know? Well, you have to use cues. And one cue is being stable. So this is about being, internally consistent, being focused. So Saylor and strategy has been laser focused on Bitcoin, only Bitcoin. Because if you're dabbling on this and that, then, how do you know you really love that if you're dabbling all over? So being focused suggests that you care about that. And then doing it for a long time. So back to what you were talking about, how long someone's done something. So the past 5 years, they've done this. They bought at the top, they bought at the bottom, doesn't matter. They're focused and consistently, focused for a long time. So that's stability. And then rarity is the other type, or the other cue. And so, do you go against, if someone goes against the grain, they are diverging from the norm. That is going to suggest that they care about it. Because, when you go against the norm, then you are going to be, maybe ostracized, criticized. And so it's very difficult, takes courage. And so, that is going, if you're willing to stick your neck out, you probably care about it and believe in it and are passionate about it. So that's true to self. And then the last one is true to ideal. And this one plays out in many ways with brands, but one is at the product category level. And so so basically is a company, do they match an ideal? So with the product category, you could say, well, let's look at wine, for instance. So real wine, authentic wine comes in a bottle with a cork, and maybe is made in France. If it comes in a box and it's, made in Omaha, Nebraska, well, that's not real wine. Okay. So there's this template, a template for what is ideal in that product category. And so if the company is consistent with the template, then they'll be perceived as authentic. But it may be that, so how do we determine that? It could be that a company sets the standard for the template, like Coke. Coke is the template for the cola category. And so with Bitcoin treasury companies, strategy is the template. They've come up with a playbook. They've got the Bitcoin standard. They are the standard in the product category. So they are actually the ideal. Everyone else behind them, they are not going to be as authentic as strategy, but if these other companies follow that playbook, they're more likely to be perceived as real, authentic Bitcoin treasury companies. So there'll be copycats. Strategy, I think, I'm guessing over time, will likely be perceived as the most true to ideal. But these other companies that follow them, if they follow that playbook, then they'll likely be also perceived as true to ideal, authentic. Now, one thing else, though, is that an ideal may be your identity, your previous identity. So if a company comes up with a particular identity, in order to continue to be perceived as authentic, their authentic self, in terms of ideal, then they need to follow that, and they can't be changing all the time. And so this might be an issue with companies that decide to take a Bitcoin treasury strategy, because they're going to change from what they had been doing. They're changing their identity. So, oh, well, that was, when strategy rebranded, there may have been, customers that thought, well, what are they doing here? This is not the strategy I know. Why are they into Bitcoin? So there's that at play as well. But in terms of the product category level, strategy hits it out of the park for true to ideal.
Is there any way that the community can help in regard to the research that you're doing, or in any other way?
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, so I didn't really go into, we are thinking that our research is going to, this whole authenticity thing is going to be playing a big role in, in Bitcoin treasuries. But we're going to be focused on the branding and the communication of these companies, and we're looking at how it's very community driven. That there is a huge role of the retail shareholders the retail community as opposed to institutional investors. And, maybe the term investor relations really is a branding. Are you branding to your retail consumers? Are you branding to your communications to your institutional investors? So we are looking through. We're doing some transcripts of many interviews that have been done, including yours, and I'm going to be analyzing those qualitatively. But it would be great, if anyone is interested in. We might need to follow up with some interviews ourselves. We might eventually do some surveys. So we would be would be great if anyone would be interested in engaging in that way. And then, it may be that at some point I teach a class on Bitcoin. I haven't brought this up to my dean, but I'm going to be likely introducing some, and I already have been touching on Bitcoin in my classes, especially in international marketing. So I'm looking for guest speakers if anyone is interested down the line. So, and if I could help anyone in any way, please reach out. Would love to help. And this is such an exciting community to be a part of.
Absolutely. We have less than a minute left. Where can people find you online to reach out and continue this conversation?
Okay, so I'm on X at Julie_Mulard. I'm also on LinkedIn. And you can also reach out to me by email. My email address is jmulard@latech.edu, or you can find me on the College of Business website, Louisiana Tech College of Business website. You can find me there as well. And thanks so much, Tim. I really appreciate you letting me have a voice and participate in this absolutely exciting time.
Absolutely. Thanks for your time. Thanks for joining us, and we'll talk to you later.
All right. Thank
Thank
you.
you. All right. I'd like to welcome British Huddle. British, how are you?
Excellent. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Perfect.
We just have a few minutes. What are your latest takeaways on the Bitcoin treasury space? I don't know about everybody else. I'm very intrigued to hear your latest thoughts. I know it's been a while since we've last talked.
Yeah, look, firstly, congratulations on this digital conference. I think it's I've been watching the live stream and it's going very well. So congratulations to you and the team for putting it together. Look, I think as an investor, I'm not working in the Bitcoin treasury space. I'm an investor. I'm not an employee. I'm not someone who is promoting or trying to help build a Bitcoin strategy for any of these companies. So I kind of look at things strictly from an investment eye. And what and then obviously having a public persona has allowed me to get access to certain deals and things like that before they've gone out to the public, which is great. But the one thing that I will take away for the average person here is this is incredibly bullish for Bitcoin. And it's the first time in history that you have the ability, and we have the ability as investors, to sit here and let the big boys duke it out and just own the underlying thing. It would be like watching Microsoft and Apple and IBM and everyone duke it out for tech, and just being able to own a piece of tech, and that piece of tech actually be limited to 21 million, right? 21 million little pieces. This is the first time that's happened. It's like AI. Who's going to win in AI? Is Apple going to win? Is NVIDIA going to win? Who knows, right? I don't know. So imagine if I could just own the underlying piece of AI and it was actually scarce. That's what you have with Bitcoin. You know that right now, all of these guys are coming in, right? You saw my friends, Jason Williams and Anthony Pompliano come in and just literally just out of nowhere raise $1 billion and start buying Bitcoin ahead of other ones that are still locked up in merger talks, right? So this is exciting. You've got big boys coming in here. You got Cantor Fitzgerald. You've got BlackRock on the MSTR side. You got Michael Saylor. You got all of them fighting for this asset. And for the first time, you can just own the underlying asset.
That's, yeah, very well said. I think part of what's important to me is with all these different media platforms, podcasts, is when the people involved make a point to say, we own Bitcoin, and then you can continue the conversation from there. Do you have any closing thoughts around that or otherwise to wrap this up? And I really appreciate your time today, British.
Yeah, look, I think if you're sitting there going, do I need exposure to this industry? I think a lot of people are looking at this going, oh, this is a bubble, this is going to die. That's sort of how our brains as investors and normal people sort of go into this. The one thing I will tell you is all of these treasury companies are built on the nuclear reactor of growth known as Bitcoin. So this can last a lot longer than what people think. There's also strategic advantages for investing in these things. So for example, very quickly, with MetaPlanet in Japan, you cannot buy Bitcoin in a retirement account. You can, and if you buy Bitcoin, you go liable to a 55% tax on profits. You can just circumvent all of that and just buy MetaPlanet in a retirement account. You got no taxes, and you can put it in your retirement account, and it's on a platform like a brokerage account, and there's no ETFs in Japan. So I would kind of want to price that and wonder, like, okay, well, what is the market going to bid this to bring the CAGR down to a reasonable amount of, say, 15 to 20% to match the NASDAQ in the US? And I think it's a hell of a lot higher than here. And then, of course, the underlying assets keep going up. So you got to keep bidding that stock. So that's the way I think a lot of smart investors are looking at this, kind of like, like a commercial real estate deal or a bond product before it's even a bond product, because they're completely happy with a 15 to 20% return, and they can price this at an 8x MNAV forever as long as they get a 15% return, and they've got a tax advantage in their retirement account. So look, this can go on a lot longer than what people think. It's the first time in history that you've got the ability to own the underlying asset and let these people fight over the underlying asset. And at the same time, if you've got locked capital sitting in a retirement account, I think all of these treasury companies are valuable things to look at, because that capital is locked up. You're not doing anything. You're getting 8, 6, 7, 8, 9% a year doing nothing. And that's in the best cases, right? So I think if you've got locked capital sitting around in the world and you've got the ability to access some of these treasury companies, I think you'd be stupid not to look at them. And then, of course, on the underlying side of it, for that non-locked capital, you're going to let them fight over your Bitcoin. And that's the most exciting part about this whole thing.
Is there anything in particular that you are focused on right now that you would like people to reach out to you regarding? And where can people find you?
Yeah, no, so people can find me on X as British Huddle and YouTube. There's a couple things that are in the works, but it's not something that I need people to reach out to me on. At the right time, you'll hear about it. But look, this is an exciting moment. This is the first time Bitcoin is basically not even Trojan horsing, right? Everyone likes to say Bitcoin is Trojan horsing its way into the financial industry has basically said, open arms, we need this growth, we need this nuclear reactor. We're going to set up hundreds of billions of dollars of potential inroads into this asset, because we need what this asset provides, and that is growth. It's been the NASDAQ for such a long time, and now it's going to be Bitcoin and these Bitcoin treasury companies. We need growth. We need volatility. We need these things. And that's why these Bitcoin treasury companies are becoming the new darlings. And these can last a lot longer than anything else. And the best bit about it is it looks like it sucked away a lot of capital from the alts. And alt season is now Bitcoin treasury company season, which as a Bitcoin maxi, I'm obviously very happy about.
Absolutely. British, thank you so much for your time today. Really appreciate it.
Pleasure, sir. Best of luck with everything.
Thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of Semler Scientific, Eric Semler. Eric, how are you?
Hey, good. How you doing, Tim?
I'm so good. It's 11:05.
I can't believe what you put together here. This is incredible. Way to go.
Thank you.
What a feat.
Thank you. I'm excited. Can you walk us through where Semler is right now? Maybe hit on adding Natalie and Joe and kind of where Semler is in this place and time, and what it's looking like moving forward with some of the milestones that you've set out.
Sure. So the best story for us is that we own $500 million of Bitcoin, and we've done it with operating cash flow, and we've done it with an ATM, and we've done it with convertible debt. And we're a year in or so to this. Our stock's up 75%. S&P's up 9% over this period. Our Bitcoin yield is close to 300% since we started. It's about 30% this year. And we are thrilled to have Natalie on our board. We needed to add to our board, and we felt it was important to have someone from the Bitcoin perspective on our board besides me. And she's been great. She's been an incredible contributor, very just super helpful and adding a ton of value. And then after that, we added Joe Burnett as our director of Bitcoin strategy. Joe's amazing, just so into it and so helpful, comes up with tons of ideas and thoughts about how we should proceed, going forward. And it's just great to have that kind of brain trust in the company and having that, really great connection to the Bitcoin community. And so thrilled about that. Our medical business is showing, green shoots. We're really working hard on that side of the business to generate new contracts, to deal with RFPs, potentially, doing trials for the FDA product. And so there's just a lot happening in the company, and we are seeing a lot of interest just in our stock. Today we got a buy rating from Benchmark, $101 price target. Love that. And so I think that we're seeing real strategic value in what we've created. And so we're very excited about it.
That's all very exciting. Can you break down the operating business side a little bit more with some of the recent announcements? I think there's so much going on in the market that you have the Bitcoin treasury side, you have the operating side, but you kind of have like two operating sides now. Is that a fair way to say it? Or
yeah, it is. Well, we kind of think of it all. It's under the kind of the medical umbrella. But yeah, we decided to kind of take our future business revenue segments in that area and put them under a new subsidiary called Cardiovanta, which we own 100% of. We would consider selling a piece of that to help fund some of our potential investments there, which are small, minimal. It's not a capital intensive business, but the idea is to kind of create this separate entity that will store the the future businesses, which are basically a product that we're waiting for FDA approval for, called for heart failure, and using our QuantaFlo device to detect early detection of heart failure, and also for cardiac arrhythmia monitoring, is in that group. What we didn't put in there was our current business for PAD, peripheral artery disease. QuantaFlo does early detection of PAD. It saved hundreds of thousands of lives. It's still doing that and generating revenue and cash flow, but we decided to kind of keep that existing business separate from the new businesses. But things are we're really working on. We have 80 employees in that area. They're constantly in contact with customers and looking to sign new contracts and pushing things through the FDA as much as possible. So we feel pretty good about that, and I think it's just part of our kind of this duality that we want to create, this dual prong strategy where we have a core operating business that can contribute to our Bitcoin purchases and provide a buffer, perhaps, in the future.
awesome. Is there anything that would be helpful for people to reach out to you and the team regarding, meaning you have a director of Bitcoin strategy now? Are you having other conversations about the Bitcoin team, the operating team? Is there anything that would be helpful that people could reach out to you regarding, as far as just general conversations on the Bitcoin or the operating side?
Sure, anytime. feel comfortable, feel free to reach out to us. Joe's probably the right person to reach out to about that because he's heading up our Bitcoin strategy. But in general, I'm more than open to speaking to people about both sides of our business. One thing I should also mention is that we put out our proxy statement, and it includes this authorization for 42 million shares, blank check preferred shares. So that is also something that we're proposing in our at our annual meeting in September.
Okay, and could you break that down a little bit? Is that a proposal for authorization or a proposal for actually issuing? Because sometimes the market gets
for authorization.
Yeah. Okay.
So right now we're not authorized to do a preferred offering under our charter, so we need to amend our certificate so that we can have the authorization to do potentially a blank check preferred offering.
And would it be fair to summarize your capital markets activity as somewhat or primarily following the strategy playbook, or how would you frame that?
It definitely has been to date, right? I think we followed that pretty closely, and thankfully for Michael Saylor's been able to lay that out for us. But I do think that we will obviously try to, take advantage of a lot of the new markets that Michael has opened up for companies like ours. But I do think that we have, we have to have our own playbook. We have to have our own strategy. We have to have, a way to differentiate ourselves from all of these new Bitcoin treasury companies that have been created. And I personally feel like that's where I can flourish the most, where I can add the most value. That's kind of how I've been able to find success in my career, is kind of through this idea of creating value where others don't see it. And I really like the position we're in. I feel like this is kind of a critical moment where we can really, really differentiate ourselves from the pack. And so we are spending a lot of time creatively, strategizing about ways to buy more Bitcoin, to accumulate Bitcoin in ways that people haven't really seen. And so we're working hard on that. We have a lot of Post-its on the wall.
Awesome. Can you spend a minute or two, for those not familiar, talking about your past investing experience? I think it could be really helpful for people to understand this is what you've done in the past, and now when you apply it to a Bitcoin treasury strategy, just how powerful that might be from a creativity and an experience and track record standpoint.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I've been investing in technology and media and communications for about 25 years. I ran a hedge fund called TCS Capital that was one of the largest independent hedge funds. We ran about $4 billion in over 15, 16 years. And then I became a family office about 7 or 8 years ago. So I still spend a lot of time investing and following the markets and trends. And so I've had my greatest success investing in things that were very contrarian or not well followed. And so that I think this is kind of one of those moments where you have to find value under under rocks that other people aren't looking under, just to differentiate. I think is just super important. But also, I think there's so many levers you can pull. I think people are thinking about it maybe too narrowly about use the ATM or do a preferred or do a convertible. I think there's much more to it than that. I think there's a whole range of ways to create value for a Bitcoin treasury company that we haven't seen. And that's where we're kind of trying to think about this in a much more dimensional way.
Thank you. That's super helpful.
Sure.
I'll send it over to you if you have any closing thoughts, what you want to leave people with, and how you see the next little bit playing out, or goals, right, from a broad perspective, and also where can people reach out to you directly?
Well, you can find me on Twitter at Semler Eric, and you can also reach out to our investor relations department, Semler Scientific. I think what's important to keep in mind is that being a public company is not cheap. It has costs, and that that we having this core business that covers the costs and hopefully adds more cash flow in the future is a really important factor when people think about Bitcoin treasury companies. And I also think that it's a lot of work to get to $500 million in Bitcoin, and so I think that we're kind of well positioned, and I think that it's a scale game. I think over time, there's real value in in getting to scale, because there's going to be a huge amount of opportunity with the more Bitcoin that you own. I think we can talk about digital banks and ways to leverage your Bitcoin to create more value, and I think that's kind of the path we're on.
Awesome. Eric, thank you so much for your time today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Tim. Good to see you.
Good to see you. We'll be right back in a few minutes. Stay tuned. The Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference is presented by Bitcoin for Corporations. Bitcoin for Corporations is the leading platform helping public companies integrate Bitcoin into their balance sheet and amplify their story to the world. Bitcoin for Corporations connects executive teams with the insights, tools, and community they need to execute a Bitcoin strategy, and then puts a spotlight on those bold enough to act. If you're building on a Bitcoin standard, Bitcoin for Corporations is here to help you go further, faster. Learn more at bitcoinforcorporations.com. All right, welcome back to the Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference. Excited to bring to the stage the CEO of Strive, Matt Cole. Matt, welcome. How you doing?
Good, Tim. How you doing, man?
I'm good. Happy Tuesday. Good to see you.
Same. It's still bright and early for your day today.
Yeah, bright and early. I see some questions here from the post you did. Do you want to start with maybe a little bit of your background, Strive's background, what the team looks like on the operating side and the Bitcoin treasury side, touching on maybe the huge announcement regarding Jeff Walton over the weekend, and then we can dive into maybe some of these questions to round out the session.
Yeah, that sounds great. And so for those that aren't familiar, Strive launched as a company in 2022. We're an asset management company. We have 13 ETFs, over $2 billion of AUM. And just for context on that, as the operating business, that's one of the fastest growing ETF startups in over 20 years. It's growing at the pace of JP Morgan when they entered the ETF space, Cathie Wood's ARK, and another successful ETF shop called Pacer combined. So just massive growth. But as you know, Tim, so Tim and I, we do a weekly podcast called The Hurdle Rate. And the bottom line is that the Bitcoin hurdle rate is really hard to beat. And so even though we were having such success as a business, such growth, two things happened last year. Number one, we actually largely won the core mission that we were fighting against. So we are a pro-capitalism company, unapologetically focused on fiduciary duty, maximizing value. And we initially were fighting against the ESG movement, pushing to come back towards unapologetic American capitalism to maximize value for the shareholders of our ETFs. And late last year, ESG crumbled. And so as it crumbled, the question was, what should we focus on as a business to maximize value for the shareholders of Strive? And I've been a Bitcoiner since late 2016, early 2017. And so my background, I started my career at CalPERS, which is the largest pension fund in the United States. It's about a $500 billion pension fund. And I managed about $70 billion of their assets. It was all fixed income assets, actively managed portfolios, And so I had a lot of success on the active management, outperform my benchmark every single year. But importantly, one of the portfolios I managed was their U.S. Treasury portfolio. And so I was one of the largest buyers of U.S. debt in the United States. And so for many years, I was talking to the Fed, I was talking to the U.S. Treasury about the deficit in the United States, the printing of money by the Fed, and how is this problem going to be fixed as a buyer of U.S. Treasuries on behalf of Californian public servants. And the response was always underwhelming. And so the response was, kick the can down the road. We're going to, sign this, this latest bill that's going to add however many $1 trillion to the deficit. And then right after this bill, we're going to get our act together and we're going to get serious. And you see this, again, to this day with the big, better, beautiful bill, is that the reality is that in Congress, and this is a bipartisan issue, there is not the votes to fix the deficit. And so when I was seeing that while I was still at CalPERS, in the 2010s, it led me to one answer, and it was Bitcoin. And so it was why, even though CalPERS as a pension fund was unwilling to listen to this and buy Bitcoin, I put all my personal money into Bitcoin and have been riding that train and, been on Twitter. It used to be an anonymous account, but obviously now I'm not an anonymous account. And eventually led CalPERS looking into buying Bitcoin themselves. But when I joined Strive, I was a Bitcoiner, pro-capitalism. And so when we beat that ESG mandate, it became very obvious to me, and also the co-founder of Strive, Vivek Ramaswamy, who's a massive Bitcoiner as well now, to turn Strive into a Bitcoin treasury company. And so that led our journey to say, how are we going to do this? What is the best way to do this to set this up for the long run? And so step one of that was we had a lot of conviction that the best way to start a new Bitcoin treasury company was actually to do a reverse merger, that it was substantially superior to a SPAC, but also a harder route to go because you actually had to find a publicly traded company that has a small enough market cap that's not impeded with debt or some crazy liabilities, and then also is willing to be acquired by a company and a management team that actually could execute the strategy. And so we found one in asset entities, and so we did the reverse merger. So what are the biggest benefits of a reverse merger versus the SPAC? Well, the biggest benefit is that if you find a company that has a shelf, that you're eligible day one to issue equity and or fixed income securities through the shelf registration, right? Where a SPACs can be super successful over the long run. They can raise money, but for the first year after a SPAC transaction closes, they're not eligible for a shelf. So if you think about MicroStrategy as an example, they have a shelf to do unlimited issuances of securities. That's what their core shelf is. And then what they then do to take the next step is they partner with investment banks to actually create, as an example, their $42 billion shelf offering that's attached to investment banks for equity and fixed income offerings. And so we'll be able to do that immediately after the close of our transaction. And I think when you just zoom out a little bit, and so there's, what are we going to do for the next month? What are we going to do, once the transaction closes for the next year, that we'll be able to use that shelf. So we'll be able to use, the ATM. We have plans and would like to get preferred equity offerings out there, and we can kind of go into depth on that. And we obviously do on, the hurdle rate pod about those instruments and why they're so attractive, and kind of the cogs that strategies created with STRK and STRF and STRD, right? And the ability to issue securities regardless of their MNAV, regardless of if you're in a bull market and a bear market. And so, we'll be able to get some of that flywheel going much earlier as well. And then lastly, as many of the listeners might know, we raised the largest PIPE transaction for a new Bitcoin treasury company. So $750 million PIPE that will close when our transaction closes for us to buy Bitcoin. And, we turned down convertible debt. And so we became fairly bearish on convertible debt. We didn't like the terms, so we turned it down. And, this is kind of, where you get into some of the, the differences between some of the Bitcoin treasury companies. We laid out alpha strategies that we plan to do to outperform Bitcoin over the long run. And this is not to say that I'm not super bullish on a lot of the competitors in this space, right? That I think when you look at, the top, 10, companies, at least in the US, that are doing levered Bitcoin plays with, really strong teams, I think what we're competing on here is the place that will be in the S&P 500 in the future. It's not like I'm like, Strive's, going to succeed and all these other ones are going to fail. It's more of, we went a certain route because of where we saw our ability to drive, to make an impact and leverage my expertise in the fixed income space, which is why we turned down the convertible notes, raised a ton of equity to drive, our ship forward.
Awesome. Can you walk through the Bitcoin team that you have? I know there's Ethan and Jeff and Logan and Ben and Ben Pham. I mean, there's multiple Bens rolling around there. What can you walk us through that?
Yeah, absolutely. And so Ethan is our director of Bitcoin, and so Ethan Pack. So we brought him on early this year, and we brought him on because he was an expert in driving the discussion for corporate Bitcoin adoption. And so he actually is the person that drove the shareholder proposals at both Microsoft and Meta this year. The Microsoft proposal, if you remember, both of them failed, and we can get into why that doesn't really matter in a second, but he drove shareholder proposals for both Microsoft and Meta to consider putting Bitcoin on the balance sheet. He came on my radar during the Microsoft one when he got this proposal on Microsoft's agenda and kind of had his potential 15 minutes of fame. And what did he do? He actually disregarded the fact that he had the ability to become famous himself. And where did he do? He gave the 3 minutes to Michael Saylor. And I thought that was just extremely impressive for a guy to not only drive the conversation, but also for the benefit of the Bitcoin community, to give those 3 minutes to the best person possible to drive that message. And so, when that happened, he did the podcast tour. I think he did your podcast, right? Is that accurate? But he did Pomps, did a handful, and so I reached out to meet with him and asked him to join the team. So we brought him to the team because part of Strive's core differentiator on the ETF side is actually activism, so driving corporate change. And so we have him now driving corporate change at Strive. The next proposal that came about was Meta. And so at the Bitcoin conference in Vegas this year, live from the Bitcoin conference, and that was just random timing that the Meta annual proposal happened to be during the Bitcoin conference, but called up David Bailey and was like, hey, we're going to be presenting to Zuckerberg. Let's do this live at the Bitcoin conference. So we did it live. It was a lot of fun. We gave the pitch, and again, it didn't succeed. But I told you I was going to get into why that doesn't matter. And so when we were fighting against ESG and DEI, the same thing happened. We would see proposals to have companies reject DEI in favor of meritocracy or whatever with regards to ESG mandates, and they would fail like 99% to 1%. But what they did was they opened the conversation in a meaningful way. And the reality is that corporations don't need a shareholder proposal to pass to put Bitcoin on the balance sheet. They don't need it. But what they need to know is that shareholders care. And if they know that shareholders care, then on their own, they can do it. And so what we're doing is we're driving that shareholders care about this issue. And we're driving the conversation up to the CEO level and the board level by putting these proposals forward. And that's something that uniquely we can do to drive Bitcoin education and adoption. Second, we announced this weekend that we hired Jeff Walton to be our VP of Bitcoin strategy. And so you can think of that as kind of like the Dylan LeClair position, that he's going to be driving the Bitcoin strategy with the small handful of people on the Strive team to make sure that we're maximizing Bitcoin per share in ways that are accretive to the common equity shareholders over the long run, right? That we're really focused on this. And one of the things that I have a lot of conviction on is that a couple things matter in this space. And one of the things that really matter is the team that you're able to put together. And it doesn't need to be a super large team, right? But a small team of finance individuals that are both convicted on Bitcoin, but also have the ability to drive this forward. And so Jeff, I was really impressed with him, just like everyone on our hurdle rate pod, for going all in the Bitcoin space and putting their thoughts out there every single day. Because as you know, and this is where, the critics will come and say, oh, you hired a podcaster. I'm like, absolutely. Why did I hire a podcaster? I hired a podcaster because this podcaster had a super successful career in the finance space, left it to actually lead the conversation in Bitcoin treasuries. One of the founders of MSTR, True North, and they're you guys have been putting your thoughts out there every single day, every single week. So the reality is that what you actually have done as a podcaster in the Bitcoin treasury space is you've developed a track record. And Jeff developed a track record of being smart, being leading traditional financial analyst in the Bitcoin space with pure conviction, and took a lot of risk in that. And that risk was rewarded when we brought him on board the team, similar to why, we brought Ben Workman on our board, why we partnered with you in many different ways, why we do the hurdle rate pod, why we sponsored this, because what you need is shippers. And I think the reality is that there is not enough public talent yet for there to be 50 US levered Bitcoin companies with all-star teams to actually not only succeed in acquiring a bunch of Bitcoin, but to have the conviction to do it, whether you're in a bull market, in a bear market, and to set it up to not blow up. And so there's really a race for talent. And so I couldn't be more happy to bring Jeff Walton on board. Ben Pham is our CFO. Sorry, I'm the CEO. He's our CFO. And Ben is a seasoned finance professional. He comes from the investment banking world. He actually worked with Vivek Ramaswamy at Roivant in a senior executive capacity. He left Roivant with Vivek. And so, that kind of speaks to, I think he was the only person from Roivant that left with Vivek to join him, and was one of the day one team members at Strive. He is extremely strong in the finance space, in equity financing, fixed income financing. And then we have Logan Byrne. He's our chief legal officer. And so he's a successful CEO, had a successful exit from his company. And it's really, the CLO position, the chief legal officer position, it doesn't get a lot of hype. You think of legal as boring and behind the scenes, but for a Bitcoin company, the legal position is actually one of the most important positions, legal and compliance. And it is because you need to have people in the legal and compliance positions that are business builders, not blockers. Because what you'll see is that lawyers are always going to look for a reason to tell you, no, you can't do this, you can't do this. Well, look what strategies they've innovated. So you have Saylor using ChatGPT to create new financial instruments. You can't have people that's mindset is, you can't do this, limit risk. You have to have people in those legal and compliance seats that say, we're going to figure out how to legally and compliantly get to yes. And the people that can actually innovate in the legal and compliance space are going to be some of the future winners in this space. And Logan is an A+ player. I couldn't be more happy to have him in the CLO position. I believe, and then we also have another individual, Chris Nicholson. He's our VP of research. He has a super strong background. He's led our research and our takedowns of ESG. He's a longtime investor in MicroStrategy. He saw it, went before many others do. He's an expert in options. And so we have a very strong team. I think someone might have asked, future team members, you can definitely expect us to hire at a minimum one more independent board member, and probably grow independent board members over time. And so, as a publicly traded company, there's requirements to be listed on NASDAQ and NYSE for independent board members. And so when we brought Jeff on full time and decided to, bring him from, a part-time, very, independent board member in-house full time, we lost an independent board member. So I think that's a huge positive for Strive to bring in the talent of Jeff Walton in full time, but it created an opening for us to bring on another independent board member. And as we grow, we'll likely need additional independent board members. And so those are important positions. So right now we have 2 independent board members. Ben Workman, is on the Hurdle Rate Pod, CIO at Swan, and Ovik Roy, who is an OG Bitcoiner, great guy. And those are important positions, because one of the reasons you see Bitcoin treasury companies either not accelerate as much or companies not buy Bitcoin in the first place is because the boards block it. And so you actually need a board that's designed to accelerate. And so you can definitely expect that we will fill that position with someone that will help us accelerate towards our mission to maximize Bitcoin per share in accretive ways to the common shareholders. And then the last thing I'll say is on future employee hires, TBD, it's opportunistic. We have a lot of people that want to join the company, a lot of potential talent, but we're going to evaluate that. And I view this as building a sports team. If there's someone that comes in that in a position that we think will help us fill a need, we'll do it. I don't think we need to do it to already be one of the absolute top players in the space, but never opposed to bringing on A+ talent when it appears.
Awesome. Appreciate the insight and the color around all of that, because it's a team's a powerful thing. We'll just leave it at that. I'm going to rattle off 2 questions from what you posted on social media, and feel free to address it however is best. How do you plan to challenge the dominance of established Bitcoin treasury giants, specifically with alpha strategies? Acquiring biotech companies is at least a 6-month plus process, fraught with risk and deals imploding. How can you move faster than others using beta strategies? Second question, please elaborate on hedging strategies in a bear market and how you execute these strategies through bull markets.
Absolutely. So first on the biotech side. So the biotech stuff is in addition to the beta strategies that we're going to be going hard into. And so we've already raised $750 million through a pipe for the beta. That money will be going into Bitcoin, right? Like post fees and stuff like that. So that's beta. We will be shelf eligible day one. That's beta. So additional usage of ATM, preferred equity instruments that we potentially get going. That's all beta strategies. And so I think just on the beta side alone, I think we've already differentiated ourselves in a major way by being shelf eligible, having no convertible debt, and looking to lean into the preferred equity offerings, which have massively longer duration than the convertible notes. I think it's one of the reasons why Saylor is so focused on those. And so if you think about just that, forget the alpha just for a second, that there does not exist, even strategy itself, another company that could be just common equity and preferred equity on the beta side. So if and when we do the biotech companies, they can close, they can take 6 months, they could blow up. It doesn't affect our ability to pursue the beta strategies with excellence. Like they would just be additional cash that would come in. Think of it as accretive dilution, right? Like that it's effectively using the ATM, but at 90 cents on the dollar versus 100 cents on the dollar. So it would just throw in additional cash into our ability to buy Bitcoin. Even without that, I would be very bullish on our ability to execute a massive, with massive success on the beta side alone. On the hedging strategies in bear markets. And so specifically what that would mean would be, buying puts opportunistically, deep out of the money puts. And so if you want to dig deeper into this, one way to do it is look at Nassim Taleb's Universa fund. And so that's an institutional strategy. And so what they do for institutions is they buy deep out of the money puts. Well, why do they buy deep out of the money puts? The Black-Scholes model, which I'm guessing there's at least a few people on the call that listen to Black-Scholes. It's talks about all the different ways to price an option, and it assumes a normal distribution. What that means is that it assumes that the tails are very small of returns, but the tails are actually flat. It creates some inefficiencies in option pricing, and those inefficiencies create an opportunity for put buyers. And so some strategies, in the Bitcoin treasury space are actually selling puts with the mindset that they might buy cheap Bitcoin. My belief is that it's better to actually be a deep out of the money put buyer in most instances. Obviously, pricing matters, and then leverage any cash needs just through ATM usage. Actually, I think that's a way more creative and maximizing total return strategy over the long run.
Awesome. Where can people reach out to you online? And I'll throw it over to you for any closing thoughts. Really appreciate your time today, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. So I am on Twitter @ColeMacro. There's many impersonators of me and many others in the space, but ColeMacro. I think there's an impersonator called Cole Macron That is not me, Cole Macro. And I guess just as a closing thought, I touched on this briefly, but it's something that I'm really gaining conviction in, and that is that the true competition amongst the Bitcoin treasury companies that are, many of them that are going to be on your show today, and a lot of us are friends, is actually going to be future rankings in the S&P 500. And AI is going to disrupt companies in a massive way. The internet adoption drove a 50% turnover in the S&P 500 over 30 years. I expect AI will drive a similar level of disruption, 50%, probably in the next 10 to 15 years. And I think that by 2035, you'll see at least 25 to 50 levered Bitcoin companies, the companies that have the strongest teams and are able to execute with success in the S&P 500. And that's ultimately what this competition will be for. And so I think it's very friendly competition and very early still.
Awesome. Matt Cole, CEO of Strive. Thank you so much for your time today. Really appreciate you joining us.
Thanks, Tim. Good luck, man.
Thanks. See ya. All right. Next up, we have Garrett Johnston, the Senior Vice President at Marsh. And the topic we're going to discuss is the mispricing of insurance, where it works for you, where it works against you, and how to manage and control the narrative with underwriters. Garrett? Welcome.
Hey, Tim.
How are you?
Thank you. Good to be here, and great event so far. So I figured I'd probably start out with a quick background on myself and a quick background on what an insurance broker does and what Marsh does, frankly, to give a little context around it. So following Matt and the Strive team is actually is perfect for me because I have very similar backstory to Jeff Walton, with the exception of I've got a few years on him. I started in '99 in the industry, so I'm 25 years in the insurance industry. But very much like him, I came into Bitcoin 2019, 2020, and I ultimately came to very much the same conviction and conclusion. And Jeff and I were talking about this the other day. We both kind of came into that really like hardcore MSTR conviction in about 22. So for me, I was also sitting there with a long career in commercial insurance, very similar to Matt as well, where it's a very conservative from his pension role, very conservative, very risk averse industry, very corporate and buttoned up. And I had that inflection point of like, what do I want to do with my career? Do I want to get out of insurance and be full-time Bitcoin? Do I want to stay in insurance and be an advocate and build for it? And so both options are needed. Both options are important. So Jeff kind of decided to get out of it, go full-time Bitcoin. I made the decision to get to stay within insurance, but I made a company change within the last 6 months too. And ironically, I actually quit my old job the same day Jeff quit his TradFi insurance job. So I quit January 31st of this year as well. And I had decided I needed to go to a different platform if I wanted to be a Bitcoiner that sits within traditional insurance. Most of my personal assets are Bitcoin and Bitcoin treasury companies, MSTR being the big one. So I own most of the companies that I'm allowed to buy on this event. And have very similar MSTR convictions about what they've done, where they're going, why Bitcoin treasuries really matter, and why they matter over the next 5, 10, 15 years. So I joined a company called Marsh, and I joined them really for some fundamental reasons. In this space, I sat and I watched what happened in the ETF space. And for me, the lesson learned from that was Larry Fink did not get his Bitcoin conviction in a vacuum. He had people mid-management within BlackRock that were vocal and were the avenue to orange pill senior leadership, Larry Fink within BlackRock. And once Larry got on board, 6 months later, we get ETF approval after 10 years of banging our head against a brick wall from a regulatory standpoint. So that was very instructive to me of there is power staying within broken fiat systems, and advocating to make change. So why Marsh? When you look at the insurance brokerage space, Marsh is the BlackRock. They're the gorilla. They dominate the space, largest global broker. But then what makes Marsh truly unique that no other broker has is their parent company, Marsh McLennan, also owns Oliver Wyman, which is one of the largest global consulting firms, not insurance, but very similar to a McKinsey. Global consulting, very tied into all levels of government, international, etc. Then you also have Mercer, which is another subsidiary of Marsh McLennan. Within Mercer is the single largest investment consultant globally, 16 trillion under management. They are the ones that typically design and advise the asset allocations to pension funds, sovereigns, and any institutional partner. So within that ecosystem, it was kind of my opportunity, one, to do kind of my day job, which is really helping companies think through their traditional risk insurance placements, whether that's directors and officers, whether that's crime, whether that's dealing with custody issues from their Bitcoin. But I also have this opportunity to work with inside of a firm that is not orange pilled yet, but I get to be a little bit of a Trojan horse or just an advocate within it saying, here's why Bitcoin matters. Here's why Marsh should care about it. So I kind of view myself as having somewhat of a similar role of some of those, managers that are not talked about all that much within BlackRock that ultimately got BlackRock corporately to get on board. And that was good for all of us holding Bitcoin. That was good for all of the treasury companies. It was good for Saylor and Strategy. It opened up liquidity. My conviction is Marsh at some point will get there. And to the extent I can help that journey, that's really why I joined the company. So kind of to the topics at hand, insurance company, I'm going to set a little bit of context of how insurance underwriters think. So in the commercial insurance world, and that's my first 10 years I was an underwriter, you're responsible for meeting companies. You're usually meeting with the GC, CFO, CEO, so C-suite, and you are going to write their risk as a company if they get sued. So if we think of directors and officers liability, that's one that will there's a number of insurance products you can bring in, but we'll kind of stick to that one because that's fairly germane to the Bitcoin treasury discussion. As an underwriter, you are deciding, do I trust this firm? Do I understand this firm? Are they stable? What's their likelihood of a piece of shareholder litigation against the firm? Because ultimately, when you see all these shareholders lawsuits flying around, 9 times out of 10, there's an insurance policy behind it that's paying all of the defense costs and often the settlement within those securities class action lawsuits. So that's the world that underwriters live in. So naturally, they're very risk averse. They also have very long memories and histories. So for myself, I started in the business in '99. So my first big kind of shock event was the .com bubble burst, right? And I think one thing that is always difficult for any industry that is disruptive and displacing traditional industries, which Bitcoin treasuries is absolutely that, is this, there's a lot of senior managers within these insurance companies that are signing off on the risk at the end of the day that all are, call them in their 50s, early 60s, but they're all guys that have very painful scars from the .com boom. And one of the things they remember clearly is the .com guys saying, we're on the internet, we're .com, therefore, if the rules don't apply, we're different. So from a insurance framework standpoint, I think a lot of what I see Bitcoin treasury companies, there's massive amounts of opportunity as they slowly displace just our capital system. Everything in my mind does better financially on a Bitcoin standard. But the transition path is the devil's in the details on how you get that transition path through. So where does insurance work for you as a Bitcoin treasury company? And I'm going to put this in the context of a little bit US focused, knowing there's a lot of international companies on the panel today, but also knowing that a lot of those international companies are talking about dual listing. Okay, so when you look at liability from a D&O perspective, jurisdiction is very important. So the general rule is, the liability landscape in the U.S. Is factors more litigious, more difficult, more expensive than outside the U.S. So to my international kind of counterparts, if you're looking at tapping into the U.S. capital markets, which is a good thing from a capital access perspective, bear in mind you're also tapping into and exposing yourself to the U.S. litigation system. Not good, not bad, just it is what it is. So how do you manage that risk? As soon as you are public on a U.S. exchange, usually you have a target on your back from the plaintiff's firm. And where I think the Bitcoin narrative gets very difficult or challenging at the moment is most people in traditional finance don't understand Bitcoin. They do not understand, like, why is MicroStrategy successful? Very few people outside of, say, Bitcoin Twitter can really articulate and understand, well, why is MicroStrategy even successful? Why would companies want to follow them in their footsteps, et cetera? So, what I found over 25 years, litigation, shareholder litigation often is just a function of perceived reality versus actual reality, right? And whenever you have disruptive technologies, shareholders who do not appreciate, if they're going to be looking at the income statement, which most stock analysts look at from an earnings per share standpoint, the Bitcoin treasury play is really a balance sheet arbitrage and not an income statement arbitrage, right? And so it has, it's not necessarily conducive to quarterly earnings calls, right? Which is inherently a high time preference ecosystem that public companies are required regulatorily to exist in, but we're building low time preference businesses, right? So it's messy, it's confusing, and in that confusion, risk advice, transferring that risk, mitigating that risk is a really important part of the risk dynamic. Couple of just going off of, I'll play a little bit off of some of the comments that Matt mentioned on the prior session of where else does insurance really play a role? Insurance can have a lot of synergies and advantages in M&A activity. So there are, in the purchase sale agreement, there's all these risk factors, disclosures. When those things get wrong, or you get sued of you disclosed X, but you did Y, that usually is a chance for litigation. There's ways to reduce your typical purchase sale escrow. 10% is usually held on escrow. There's a way to wrap an insurance product around that to do that more economically. And as kind of a Bitcoiner and somebody who really wants this space to succeed, I'm always thinking at it from a Bitcoiner's lens of, there's an element of insurance as a necessary evil. Some of it you are required to have. Some of it you should have, and some of it you may not want to buy. But where's that intersection in that total cost of risk? Because I tell a lot of clients, risk does not care whether you insure it or not. It's out there and it's coming for you either way. You just have to decide, are you going to transfer it to a third party for a premium? And if you do transfer it, are you actually getting the cover you think you're purchasing? Right? Because that's, in my job, the devil's in the details. Oftentimes what you think you are buying for insurance, when a claim comes, it's not necessarily exactly. There's always a frustration at the client level of, why is this excluded? Why is this not covered? I thought I had insurance. Very common piece there. Where insurance works against you, again, it's in that information asymmetry and arbitrage. It's why the Bitcoin treasuries, I'm so bullish on them, because they will overtake a lot of TradFi, and it'll just be this continual bleed in over the next decade. But with that, there's a lot of confusion on, well, how does this work? What is a perpetual preferred? Why would you be taking on debt? Why would you be diluting your shareholders? Those are typically bad actions that create liability and therefore lawsuits if you don't understand the Bitcoin treasury play. So that's I play in that gray space in between, and that's a lot of where my passion lines of, where can I take my 25 years of TradFi finance, knowing how they think, knowing what their pain points are, be that guide for these Bitcoin treasury companies that are rapidly expanding. And as you expand, you're a victim of your own success. You have greater exposures and you have a greater target on your back. And in some ways, you are an easier target because of the misunderstanding between your debt heavy, et cetera, like, you know, you're supposed to be having earnings. Why are you taking on debt? Why did you dilute your shareholders? We will get there over time. Like I'm a firm believer in that. Whether that's 6 months or 6 or 10 years, it will be an arc. And that, again, that's why I'm here to build and to really bring that kind of overview, understanding the industry, understanding the why Bitcoin treasury, why put it on the balance sheet, and also understanding what all of the carriers, litigators, et cetera, focus on when stuff goes bad.
Got it. I think.
Yep. It's insurance is one of those spaces that, unless you're in it every day, it is very opaque, very dysfunctional, and the reality is it's like most things. It is if you don't understand it. So the importance of having a good advisor in that space, no different than how important it is to have a good lawyer that understands why Bitcoin treasury. Same with your accounting firm. You need a good risk advisor on how you manage that process over time.
What's the spectrum of Marsh's clients? Like, what's too small? I imagine there's no such thing as too big. Just to frame it before I ask you where people can find you online.
Yeah. It's kind of it's the whole gamut. So yeah, Marsh is the biggest in the world. So literally, you know, if you're big, Marsh has a relationship in one of the silos. Maybe it's not the insurance, but the consulting. Maybe it's not the consulting. Maybe it's the asset management piece. Every level globally. So 90,000 employees, 130 different countries. They're everywhere. Too small, there's not really anything too small. Marsh has kind of a bifurcated approach where the kind of corporate Marsh that I sit in, for the most part, you know, we are dealing with companies that spend, like, on the small side, you know, 250,000 in USD premium is about where that kind of the corporate Marsh comes in. We have a subsidiary that is essentially a Marsh branded conglomerate of smaller brokers. So we can go down to the startups. But typically, like in my world, I'm dealing with companies that spend, I literally have companies that spend $5 billion on their auto insurance. It's wild. So I'd say from a Bitcoin treasury standpoint, you know, if you're publicly traded, you're going to be spending more than $250,000 on your D&O insurance alone, for example. If you are, you know, there's a growing dynamic of, okay, you've got Bitcoin on your balance sheet. Are you doing that self-custody? Are you using a qualified custodian third party? Which, again, the answer is usually the latter. And then the answer is usually, we don't even think about insurance. It's with XYZ. They have insurance. It's covered. The answer is, it's never that black and white. You would be shocked of some of the name brand custodians that when you actually review what's covered, the things that are you would expect covered that are just not. So there needs to be a risk spectrum of how much can you offload to third parties, whether it's like a third party custodian, but how much insurance do you want to wrap around if there's a custodian breakdown 1/1, or if you have a systemic issue, like if Coinbase blows up overnight, not that it would, but if it did, like that would have similar counterparty risks, just like when we had AIG blow up on the credit default swaps, right? Like it had this contagion effect to it. I think there are similar risk dynamics out there in the custody space. Yet there are a ton of insurance partners that are curious and interested in building more in the custodian space, both for the large custodians, but also wraparound products for the Bitcoin treasury companies themselves. So it's a quickly evolving space. It's very much, as the regulatory environment gets a little more solidified, more capital from an insurance standpoint comes into the mix, because insurance markets want regulatory stability, which we did not have in the prior administration. And once they have that, plus some track record within that industry, then capital opens up.
Got it. That's helpful. Where can people reach you? Like, where's the best place maybe to reach you?
Yeah, I think easiest way to reach me is on X. So the handle is at Garrett OJ. You can also reach me on LinkedIn. I think it's Garrett O. Johnston or Garrett Johnston on LinkedIn. Those are the two best ways. And then the last thing I would say too is this is an ask of the community too, is don't forget that the insurance community needs Bitcoin. They don't realize it yet, right? So there are, I want to certainly be your partner and your advocate, and I will probably be reaching out to many of you over the months and years of, there's orange pilling opportunities of like why Bitcoin, of why insurance companies should have Bitcoin in their balance sheet, which again, there's some steps to get there, but that is part of my mission as well, is using the Bitcoin community to create the why Bitcoin within the insurance industry itself over the next several years.
Awesome. Garrett, thank you very much for your time today and for joining us.
Thanks, Tim.
Stay tuned. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back to the Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference, powered by Bitcoin for Corporations. I'm pleased to welcome the Managing Director of Bitcoin for Corporations, George McCale. George, how are you?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm good. What a great day. I mean, we're just cooking.
Yeah, dude, you're doing a whole marathon. I love it.
Yeah. So Bitcoin for Corporations, first of all, thank you for powering this conference. What is Bitcoin for Corporations? What are you guys doing? What's really important for people to understand?
Yeah, definitely. And we're happy to sponsor this. Thank you for the work that you're doing. Bitcoin for Corporations is a network of Bitcoin treasury companies. So we noticed a trend, obviously, with people following in Saylor's footsteps. So a year ago in Nashville at the Bitcoin conference, we announced a partnership with Strategy to launch Bitcoin for Corporations. And so ever since then, we've onboarded 25 different member companies. And by being a part of the network, it's basically just signaling that you're committed to this Bitcoin treasury play. And so we help these companies kind of get the word out, tell their story, share who they are, what they're doing in the market, getting them in front of the right people, getting them in front of investors, hosting events, all sorts of things. So think of it as a network that has basically compounding effects the more companies join. And so, our next event is going to be held in Bitcoin Asia. We'll do a Bitcoin for Corporations symposium, similar to what we did in Vegas, which was a huge success. And so yeah, it's been very exciting. We're coming up on a year since launch, and it's really cool to see kind of the product market fit.
What have been the themes that have emerged, especially over the past couple of weeks and months as things seem to be accelerating? Are there themes of challenges that the companies are voicing to you, or anything else that you can share that might be really, really helpful for the conversation?
Yeah, definitely. I think one theme that's recently emerging is more non-endemic companies to the space getting involved. We just announced yesterday Murano, which is a hotel company in Mexico. So, billion-dollar hotel real estate development company coming online as a Bitcoin treasury company, I think is going to start signaling to the market that it's more than just kind of these penny stocks, so-called zombie companies, SPACs, reverse mergers. We're going to have sort of legitimate businesses with significant operating companies join the fray and do it in a big way. They're onboarding as our first Chairman Circle member, which is our new highest tier. And so they're making a significant investment in taking this seriously and bursting onto the scene. So really excited to see that trend. I think we're going to see more of that. I think we're going to see more companies, with actual revenue that has nothing to do with Bitcoin and with businesses that they can do other things with, like, Murano's talking about implementing Bitcoin payments on site and allowing people to pay for their rooms, things like that. So that's exciting. I'd love to see that. I think we kind of started to see some of the non-endemic plays with Rumble and with GameStop. But, I think there's going to be a lot more momentum on that side of the house.
And can you kind of break down yourself, Alan Helm, anyone else who's kind of either public facing or behind the scenes that people are interacting with? I know you guys are like just running from country to country, helping out. I'm sure hopefully some of the meetings are virtual, but I think the last time we spoke, you were on a plane to somewhere. So yeah, can you kind of round out the Bitcoin for Corporations team, at least yourself and Alan, and how all that works together?
Yeah, definitely. So I'm the managing director. I kind of run the product. Alan is on the business development side of the house. Him and I are probably the most public facing. So we try to provide, thought leadership where we can, organize these events, and are kind of more engaged with our clients. We also have Nick Ward, who does a lot of our content. So he runs the Twitter account, puts out incredible content that's been super popular, well received. Peter Boards, who runs our sales, and he's talking to a lot of the inbound clients and getting them onboarded. And then we just hired Alex Walls, who's going to be client facing and helping sort of from a concierge perspective. We want to make sure that our members are getting in the right meetings, getting the right dinners, getting the speaking opportunities. And so she'll be a big help on that front. So yeah, our team is definitely growing. And the more companies that we onboard, the more we're going to have to continue to scale up. And so, you can meet us at any one of our events. We're planning symposiums for the rest of the year. There should be 3 for sure. One in Asia, as I mentioned, Hong Kong. It's going to be the end of August. Amsterdam in November, and then Abu Dhabi in December. So, come meet us at any one of those. We're also hoping to do one more in the mix that'll be kind of separate from, the Bitcoin conference and sort of an independent Bitcoin for Corporations event. So stay tuned for that being confirmed.
Awesome. And where can people reach you or Alan or Bitcoin for Corporations online? Where's the best channel maybe?
So we're very active on Twitter at Bitcoin for Corps. Our website's bitcoinforcorporations.com or b.tc/corporations. You can find me on Twitter as well at G McCale. Yeah, we would love to chat and find out more about what you're up to.
Awesome. Well, George, thanks for your time. Thanks for your sponsorship and partnership, and really enjoying working with everyone. And we're just kind of glued to our phones watching announcement after announcement. So thank you for all the great work you're doing.
Yeah, likewise. Thanks for having me on, Tim. Talk soon.
Talk soon.
Yep.
All right. I am very excited to bring to the stage Mr. Sakal, the chairman, CEO, and founder of Murano Global Investments. Mr. Sakal, how are you today?
Hi, Tim. Very nice to meet you. Thank you for the space.
Absolutely, absolutely. Can you tell us a little bit about your background, your firm, and your journey to where you are now in the Bitcoin treasury space?
Yes, definitely. First of all, I apologize. Our CEO couldn't make the call, but I'll speak on his behalf. My name is Marco Sakal. I'm CEO of Murano Global Investments PLC. We are a Nasdaq listed UK company. Just going a little bit back and tell you more about our story. We're a company. We started as a real estate company. We've been on the market for plus 30 years. We've developed basically across every single destination of Mexico, from residential to commercial to hospitality. We've developed over $2-3 billion of real estate assets over the last 30 years. And how we go into this space is we see Bitcoin as the digital asset, the new digital asset. And we as last year when we became a public company listed in Nasdaq, we have been exploring ways of how to innovate and basically disrupt the real estate industry. And we do believe that by creating not only a Bitcoin strategy and a treasury, but also how we get to that point, which I'll get into more detail now on what we feel is the future for our company and for real estate worldwide. We took that pivot into our company and trying to get to this new strategy that we've announced yesterday morning.
There have been certainly many entrants into the big treasury space recently. How do you see Murano standing apart, and why do investors pay attention to what your strategy is going to be?
Yeah, definitely. I do believe that our story is quite different. We've seen a lot of shell companies trying to, a $5-10 million company trying to now raise $1 billion to buy Bitcoin, which is mainly a shell. How we differentiate ourselves is we are a real company with real assets. We have a valuation of our assets of around $1 billion. We've been in the market for over 30 years, and we have a really smart and plan to get to our expectation of increasing our treasury in Bitcoin, not only by raising money, diluting the shareholders and raising and buying Bitcoin, but also different ways to monetize our assets, monetize our development pipeline in order to basically not only the cash flow that we generate from the company investing in Bitcoin that we see as the new digital asset, but also by monetizing our assets. So if you see part of our disclosures yesterday, we're still sticking to our core, what we do best, which is developing real estate, creating value to our shareholders by developing real estate. But now, as you know, typical real estate, you develop, you buy the land, you develop the land, you create value, you either sell it, you keep it. So we do a lot of residential where we develop an asset and we sell and we create a profit. So basically the strategy is initially we have around $1 billion in assets, which we intend to monetize in different forms. That $1 billion in assets, it's, let's say, step number one of how we build the first $1 billion in assets, in Bitcoin treasury by monetizing our assets, existing assets in the company. Second of all, we announced yesterday a SEPA, which we intend to raise up to $500 million in equity to buy a majority in Bitcoin and also increase our Bitcoin treasury. And third of all, continue developing our land that we own, which is a really important pieces of land, which we, again, intend to develop, do what we do best, stick to our strategy, and the profit and everything that we generate through there can become additional Bitcoin in our treasury. So just by these three strategies, we expect to have over $2 billion in Bitcoin in the next 36 to 48 months by doing this strategy. And not only that, we do believe that many companies, many family-oriented companies similar as us can join basically this same strategy and grow together with us. One important aspect, just to briefly say, our assets are now focused a lot in hospitality. Very flagship assets, important assets. For example, a couple of hotels in Mexico City in very trendy areas. Likewise in Cancun, big resorts, 1,000+ room keys resorts, which we not only intend to build the Bitcoin strategy and differentiate ourselves on how we get to increase the size of that treasury, but also focus on how we integrate Bitcoin into the day-to-day operation of our company. No, either through getting rewards by staying in our properties, or from accepting Bitcoin as a payment method, or using in our economics in our day-to-day by purchasing equipment for the hotel in Bitcoin, or getting, let's say, points by staying in our properties. We were looking at doing, for example, Bitcoin events in our properties, Bitcoin conferences on our properties. So we're really embracing the Bitcoin not only in our treasury, but also in the day-to-day of our business.
George mentioned during the last session, you may be integrating Bitcoin into your hotel operations as far as payment. Is that something that you're looking at as well?
Yes, certainly. By paying and getting rewarded by staying in our hotels and earning Bitcoin. So we really want to, our hotels, we believe that they're really focused on this community of Bitcoiners. So we intend, we have a plan in place where initially we're going to do some things, and then eventually we plan to become really a hub for Bitcoin travelers, Bitcoin community, Bitcoin learning, Bitcoin socially. So we do expect that the type of our properties, and we invite everybody here to visit our properties and learn from our properties. And as soon as we announce events, we'll be happy to be here again with you, Tim, and explain what we plan to do. But yes, we expect to accept Bitcoin payment. We do believe that the future of Bitcoin is not only in increasing and holding it, but also using it in the day-to-day. We've seen that now you can buy a house, you can buy a property, you can basically do many things. So we do believe that it's the future. Bitcoin is the future, not only in the US, as you've seen, and it's starting to integrate, but also in these emerging markets, where we do believe that it can become not only a payment method. No, there's many aspects like to accept it once we have guests staying in the hotel, or paying during construction processes, that we do accepting Bitcoin. Around 50% of our things that we import for the construction are dollarized. So we do believe that now the inflation and the payment methods with dollar, in time it has become more complicated, and we believe that the new process of integrating Bitcoin into the day-to-day payments, it's where the tendency should be moving towards to, and we want to take that step forward and be pioneers in that aspect.
When you think about buying Bitcoin for your corporate treasury, how do you think through ensuring that you buy Bitcoin at the right time and the right price, or how do you think through that?
Yeah, we know where we're strong, and we know where we need the support of people who are very familiarized. So we're assembling a very strong committee, which is going to be consistently and in the market, that has been over many years in this market. And we're going to have all the processes in place, best practices, in order to make those appropriate decisions at the right time. Also, we're not looking to speculate. It's not our plan. We're looking to basically buy and hold, because we do believe that the micro strategy and Meta and all of these companies that are there, we believe in that. We believe that Bitcoin is going to become better returns than in the actual real estate. It's the digital real estate now. So we do believe that our returns are going to be increasing there. We're not looking to speculate. So we're looking to increase our treasury in Bitcoin and hold it for the long run. That's our main aspect. But in any way, we're going to have the appropriate team. We're assembling that team to be really, really focused on making the right decisions at the right time.
I guess on the topic of the team, do you plan to expand the team with like a specific Bitcoin treasury point person, or how are you thinking through that?
Yes, certainly. Yes. As you know, we're familiar with the industry. we believe in the industry, and we trust that this is a big community that is increasingly growing, and we're like at the beginning of this. We believe that there's still a lot of road to come, but we're assembling a team that it's not only recognized in the market but also understands this space very well. We all of our, let's say, our story has been always assembling ourselves with the best in class in each specific part. No, we don't want to do everything ourselves. We believe that we need to partner up with the right people, and in this is the case as well. No, that's how we've grown over the past 30 years. That's how we've made our business. That's how we've grown, and we do believe that how we've gotten to this point, a Mexican company getting to $1 billion in assets, listed in Nasdaq, which we're basically the only Nasdaq listed company with Mexican real estate. We do believe that getting from 0 to 1 billion in a Nasdaq listed company, surrounding ourselves by the right people, we do believe that we can get to achieve our goals by surrounding again with the right people in this space.
How do you think through the spectrum of risks in Bitcoin, specifically the Bitcoin treasury strategy? Because certainly we all understand and appreciate Bitcoin, but as it's very volatile, are there a couple of themes or key risks that you are considering, or that have been constant themes and conversations with partners, investors, shareholders, executives, and the team?
Yeah, look, this is a decision that we've analyzed a lot, taking into account the risk that this considers. And of course, we understand risk. We know, and obviously we compare it to a real estate, no? And you see the type of risks as you have once you develop, once you stabilize, and once you sell an asset, and you create that profit. And we compare Bitcoin to basically the story, what has happened over the past. We want to see it the last 5 years, no? Specifically. We compared with inflation, we compared with different commodities, we compared with different currencies. And here the important thing is, and that we like, is that this is not dependent on a political decision. This is not dependent on a government. We believe that this is becoming a new commodity. We believe that this is becoming something that is here to stay. And really, other cryptos, we don't really see them. We focus on Bitcoin 100%, and we do believe that that's going to become the go-to. Not only a coin, no, we see that many people are still getting adapted to Bitcoin and seeing a lot of risk into it, but I think now it's here to stay. Close to 100 million people will own somehow Bitcoin, so we believe this is a commodity that is going to become a commodity. It's here to stay. So we are really focused on. We understand the risks, we understand that, but we're looking at this at the long run, no, and we are not seeing like, if it goes up 5%, goes down 5%, that's not where we are. We're not here to speculate. We're looking at it as you compare it to the dollar, you compare it to many different things. And for example, in our case, where we are dollarized revenue, our existing business, but we are really on that volatility of the dollar, no, and that has affected us so far. So we do believe that by integrating Bitcoin into our strategy, we can have a coin that is not dependent on a political or external macroeconomic decision that would affect the day-to-day of our company. So again, we understand the risks, but we know and we are willing to take that because we see this as the new real estate digital asset for the future.
An important question to many Bitcoiners is, do you plan on adding any other digital assets to your corporate treasury?
No, currently now 100% focused on Bitcoin, and we are not even seeing other crypto in the market. We focus 100% on Bitcoin.
Got it. I'll send it over to you if you have any closing thoughts, and if you can please share the best place for people to reach out to you and the firm online.
Yeah, definitely. Our ticker in Nasdaq is MRNO. You can read basically all of us. Our Twitter account is Murano MRNO. Our hotels will be described in our website, so please welcome everybody here, you, Tim, to our properties to really understand where we're moving this towards. And thank you for the time, and we hope we see you again and keep this going and have great news for the market consistently.
Absolutely. We look forward to following. Thank you very much for your time today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Tim.
All right. The Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference. We're going to keep this conference going. I'd like to welcome to the stage the CEO of DDC Enterprises, Norma Chu. Norma, how are you? 1 second. Technology's great when it works.
There we go.
Hi, Norma. How are you?
Hey, Tim. I'm doing well. How are you doing?
I'm good. What area of the world are you in today? You seem to be traveling quite a bit.
Yeah, today I am in France. I'm in Europe.
Sounds like a nice place to be.
Not bad.
Not bad. So you founded Day Cook as a content platform, and you grew it into a multi-platform consumer brand with millions of fans across Asia. For those that might be less familiar with your story, can you walk us through DDC's journey from the cooking content to now a listed company that's innovating in the Bitcoin treasury strategy?
Absolutely. But before I start, I want to say thanks, Tim. You're on this marathon run with this amazing conference. Thanks for doing this. I know it's been a few hours for you already, so really appreciate you taking the time and doing this for all of us. Yeah, so a little about my background. I grew up in Hong Kong, but I moved to Seattle when I was 12. I started my career in finance, really dealing in equity capital markets. I was an equity research analyst. I was really enjoying what I was doing because I had a passion for the stock market really early on. So after a few years, I became one of the youngest person to head up the equity research desk at HSBC Private Bank, based out of Hong Kong. And during that time when I was in finance, my other passion was actually cooking. And so on the weekend, I would create cooking content, write recipes out of my very small 300 square feet apartment. Really sharing the joy of cooking with the world. So that's how DDC started, 13 years ago in a tiny kitchen on a kitchen table with what I still remember, a white color Olympus camera. I mean, now everybody create content on their cell phones. At the peak, DDC had about 80 million active followers and viewers every month. So our brand really became like a household name for many families in Hong Kong. It's also a lot of overseas Asian communities. So I would say, our roots are really in content creation, and we learned to build a strong community around it. And then over the next 10 plus years, we grew from a digital content company and then we ventured into content commerce and eventually listing the company on the New York Stock Exchange in 2023. The listing in the US was a pivotal moment for myself and for the company. It really placed us into a very select group of both Asian founded and female-led companies with access to the world's largest, deepest capital markets. And so, when I look back, really achieving listing status in the US is truly a gift and a very special opportunity for any company. It just opens up so many possibilities. I'm grateful that now we have the opportunity to not only just grow our underlying food business, but also execute on our Bitcoin accumulation strategy. So, it's been an amazing journey, a decade-long journey so far, from food to Bitcoin. And, everyone in the Bitcoin community has been very welcoming. And there's so much knowledge here and experts that have really connected and reached out to me, offer me advice, and also want to be part of this journey. So I'm just really excited to share what we have planned with everyone. And once again, thanks for having me here today.
Absolutely. Pleasure to have you. Appreciate your time. So DDC certainly isn't a Bitcoin company in the traditional sense, but you're leaning into Bitcoin at the balance sheet level. What initially sparked that conviction for you, and how is it going to reflect on the company's go forward strategy and the company's values?
Fast forward 18 months or 19 months since our IPO now, we are one of the top 50 companies in the world executing on this Bitcoin treasury strategy, which is truly incredible. And I really have two persons to thank for this opportunity. The first one, of course, is Michael Saylor. Without him and without him paving the way for all of us to adopt and show us how we can create long-term value for our investors with Bitcoin, none of us will be here. This conference won't be here today. And second would be, one of my very early investors that pointed me down to this path, this beautiful orange path. Growing through acquisition has always been a strategy for DDC prior to and after our IPO on the New York Stock Exchange. And I remember having this conversation with this long-term investor friend of mine. He's been supporting me for about 10 years now, and he's very deep into Bitcoin. And what I love every time we have these conversations, he always pushes me to think outside of my comfort zone. And it was last September, and we were sitting in the Blue Bottle coffee shop. And I was telling him excited about all these new M&A opportunities that we see as a listed company in the food business, in the food category. But then he was like, Norma, you should think outside the box, and rather than just acquiring traditional businesses and traditional assets, why not acquire digital assets, in particular Bitcoin, right? And so he really pointed me down to that path of studying Strategies playbook and really understanding the accumulation model. So I'm grateful that I have a finance background and also my personal journey. I first bought Bitcoin back in 2021 during that year when a lot of Bitcoin capital and Bitcoin talents came from mainland China to Hong Kong. So it quickly became clear to me it is the best way to build long-term shareholder value for a listed company or any company for that matter. Once again, as an ex-equity research analyst, I like to simplify things and highlight, why I like a certain investment asset or investment or a stock. For me, Bitcoin is three things, right? And I don't need to elaborate here. I'm definitely preaching to the choir. But scarcity, consistency, consistent performance, and I like things that have staying power, that can ride different cycles and continue to grow. So having that longevity are really characteristics that gives me that confidence and conviction to bring the accumulation strategy to DDC. And if you think about it, as the founders and CEO for a company, right, it is our role and responsibility to always think of ways to protect and grow shareholder value. And we think about innovation and products, how we can have better margins and generate more profits. But innovation isn't just limited to our product innovation or our business model, and it really includes our financial strategy. And so that's why we now embrace Bitcoin, not just as a something that's cool at the moment, but it's something that we believe is a long-term strategic pillar that makes DDC more resilient and gives us that staying power that we like in Bitcoin itself and for us as a company. So we want to ensure that DDC is not just relevant today, but we're building something that can lead the way for other companies in or outside the food category for the next decade and much longer than that. So in terms of how Bitcoin is going to shape our strategy going forward, simply put, I think Bitcoin is inevitable. And once again, thanks for MicroStrategy, who have paved the way for all of us. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for CEOs, I think both private and public, to protect and enhance our shareholder value. And finally, I think as a female founder, I also see DDC and my platform as a gateway to kind of inspire others, especially women who might be curious about Bitcoin that haven't really taken the leap yet.
Awesome. So DDC recently closed a transaction, closed a $528 million capital raise. I think it's safe to say that's a significant milestone. How are you able to raise that amount of money on a fairly small market cap, and how do you plan to strategically deploy that capital?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a very defining moment for myself and for the company for sure. And I think we're grateful to have investors that share this excitement and believe in our vision for the company. Right? What we're trying to do is combine high growth consumer platform, consumer business with the Bitcoin treasury strategy, right? And I think many of these investors knew, of course they're new, but then also some of the investors have been my shareholder for many years. So I'm also, really grateful that they've seen what I've built in the past 10 years. They're excited to be also part of what we're about to build with the Bitcoin accumulation strategy incorporated going forward. Yesterday we announced that we bought another 230 Bitcoin. This means that now we have a total of 368 Bitcoin in our treasury in the last 45 days. This puts us in the top 1% of all global, on all corporates owning Bitcoin globally, and number 46 in terms of Bitcoin treasury companies. So, we have been strategic in how we want to deploy the capital. It includes buying in the open market. We also have been in discussion with strategic partners. Some of them will be announcing very soon, and also doing private transactions. So our goal is to be aggressive, but at the same time being disciplined in our Bitcoin accumulation.
So certainly there's a growing number of companies holding Bitcoin on their balance sheet. What, in your view, makes DDC fundamentally different from the typical Bitcoin treasury company?
I love that. I love that question. It keeps me thinking, like, what are typical Bitcoin treasury companies? I think we are all unique. We are very unique. But I think it's great to see more companies holding Bitcoin on their balance sheets. This helps raise awareness for the importance of Bitcoin, and definitely is a great thing to see for the industry. In terms of how we are different, I would really highlight three things. First is really having the Asia-US access. It's great to be able to straddle, two of the world's most dynamic regions. Asia leads in crypto adoption, right? Vietnam, Philippines, India are the top three global markets for digital assets ownership. But in the US, it offers the deepest capital markets and also the best regulatory clarity for companies like us to really grow and I would say really grow and expand the strategy beyond just an idea. So DDC is fortunate to have this place where we access both regions. Second, I think coming back to our roots, consumer focus, and we have the community building experience. With the past 10 years of building DDC as a content business to start, and then creating a community, and then building a business around it, I think we can definitely apply similar approach to building a new Bitcoin community, while also appreciating the uniqueness of Bitcoin culture. And also, spoiler alert, we are cooking up some very fun content ideas for this community. So really excited about that. Finally, I think it's really TradFi and crypto team expertise, right? In the past few months, when I think about what is the best go-to-market strategy in terms of launching this to the world, how best to acquire Bitcoin, the core is really to build a team that have both TradFi and crypto background. I think in order to execute this strategy successfully, we need to have really good sense of traditional capital markets, where we are actively raising capital. We have to have a good understanding of how balance sheets work, how to optimize debt and equity, right? Manage our cash flow, manage risks, and not just macro risks, but business risks in general. So having best-in-class security and governance talents and the core management team to keep our Bitcoin treasury safe and sound is probably one of the most important thing in this business. At the same time, you also need good people that have a strong understanding of Bitcoin. And so, currently my team's expertise comes from, large top-tier asset management firms and also crypto firms. But at the same time, we are surrounding ourselves and actively building out a network, an ecosystem of Bitcoin native partners. I think that's how we're trying to find that balance. So I think those three things are, what's separating us, having the Asian US access, consumer-facing nature, and community building ability, and finally just having this team that carries both TradFi and crypto expertise.
Got it. I'd like to switch gears a little bit to the operating side of your business. You've built a powerful lifestyle and content brand in Asia, and you've also expanded into Europe and the United States. How does being consumer first give you an advantage when integrating Bitcoin into your business strategy?
Yeah, once again, I think having a successful Bitcoin accumulation strategy goes beyond having the strong capability of managing and growing the treasury. It encompasses both how we acquire Bitcoin, how we fund these purchases, right, generate yield and so on. But equally important is how we engage with our Bitcoin community so that they also understand and share our long-term vision and support us along the way. That's why one of the first steps, if you look at our go-to-market, one of the first things that I did was releasing my DDC Bitcoin, really laying out to the world like why I'm doing this, what was the thought process behind it, and why I would encourage others to follow the same path. So being able to bring both things or both of these worlds together are important to our success going forward. So once again, coming back to the community building and being engaged and having that transparency with our follower is important. For example, we are actively reading all of the comments and also listening to our community. Just giving an example, based on feedback that we have, right, we are building now a analytics dashboard, which we have planned already, but maybe a couple months later, but we're definitely moving it to the top priority now. Hopefully we can be able to launch it really soon. It's an analytics dashboard that gives the investor community and also our community real-time transparency to the key metrics that we monitor on a real-time basis. So, once again, coming back to what is going to be our Bitcoin and business strategy going forward, I like to summarize it in, calling it our SAT strategy. S is for social, where we, I know we hate SATs, but I like it. So social, building and engaging with our DDC community, with our followers. A is always be buying. We just announced a big purchase yesterday. We are going to show and demonstrate with our followers that we're going to consistently buy Bitcoin. And finally, is just having transparency in our plans and what we're doing. Once again, very much back to the analytics dashboard example. When we're building the community, we are actively listening to our followers and as best we can, adopt their suggestions and advice to create a much better platform going forward.
So you touched on this a little bit, but with you attracting this new cohort of digital native retail investors, can you dive in a little bit more into like how are they responding to your Bitcoin strategy, and what are other things that you might be doing to kind of deepen that engagement? How do you think about all of that?
Well, we have been very fortunate that, since we announced the Bitcoin accumulation strategy not so long ago, we are able to attract both, digital native and retail investors. And so our stock is up 6x since April. I think that's a reflection on our fundamentals and also excitement around this Bitcoin vision. We engage daily with our community through social media and, frequent updates and support our Bitcoin holdings. Building credibility and also trust is important with our new and also long-term investors. And so, I would say we're seeing new investors join us, not just for our growth story, but I think they feel they share the same excitement and they like to be part of this journey, and we welcome them to be a part of this journey because they believe our vision in integrating digital assets into a food business is new and it's exciting. And once again, I think going forward, we'll continue to work on diversifying our shareholder base and continue to bring fresh perspective into our investment community.
Got it. Are there any ways that you see Bitcoin being kind of embedded over time into your operating business, your product or user experience that's kind of beyond the balance sheet? Like, could it play a role in loyalty or payments or rewards or something else there?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, most of the focus right now in terms of fund flows, investor focus on Bitcoin treasury companies has been on Bitcoin accumulation, which is rightfully so given the current market at this point in time. However, very early on, I've been thinking about like how do we integrate both, right? Having a massive Bitcoin treasury on the balance sheet, and how does it benefit the underlying business? And so we definitely, early on, we don't see the strategy as just a buy and accumulating Bitcoin only, but we very much want to look at how we can integrate it into part of the business. And we are having ideas at a very early stage. We haven't been sharing a lot about this because not a lot of people are paying attention to it at this moment. However, since you mentioned it, we do think Bitcoin can be embedded into consumer businesses, and it covers a few things, right? From loyalty program, we are seeing some early adoption in terms of offering Bitcoin rewards for credit cards. So imagine earning Bitcoin rewards for every purchases or every interactions that our consumer have with EDC. Not only are they just buying our products in the grocery store, but they can also share the experience and interact with us on social and earn Bitcoin rewards. I think that's going to be exciting. Secondly, of course, exploring Bitcoin payment options, tapping into this global trend. Right now, there's already 15,000 businesses accepting Bitcoin globally. And finally, we are looking to build alliances with other consumer brands that they may not have the ability to launch their own Bitcoin strategy. But once again, we can come together as a group, as a cohort, and offer joint promotions and also educate and bring in more consumers that can benefit from these kind of rewards program. So, these are the type of ideas that we are definitely contemplating about. I think as regulations become friendlier towards Bitcoin adoption, we will see a lot more developments in Bitcoin being integrated into payment systems and a general wave of understanding and more mass adoption and acceptance of Bitcoin. So once again, if I look at DDC, and what makes us also unique is that we do have millions of consumers in the market, and most of our consumers are young and minded, and so we think for them to accept Bitcoin concept over time will be very easy.
Got it. As we all know, Bitcoin cycles can be volatile and unforgiving, especially for companies that aren't prepared. How are you positioning DDC to weather a bear market, and what gives you confidence that your strategy is built to last?
Yeah, I mean, volatility is the reality, and internally, we run risk scenarios that can manage, our leverage prudently. We also look across a number of different metrics, including debt to NAV ratios. We run stress tests, in terms of how we plan. We will manage our balance sheets under distressed Bitcoin prices. Our aim is to hold on to our Bitcoin forever, and not to chase any short-term gains, and also definitely not to be put in a position where we're forced to sell in a downturn. So we want to make sure that we have ample cash, where we can even take advantage of buying a lot more Bitcoin if Bitcoin ever gets to deeply discounted levels. So, the way we look at it is not just how we can ride out the next bear market, but we want to be proactive and turn that potential obstacle into our advantage, how we can come out on the other side stronger. So I think having that risk framework on a daily basis and have it built into our DNA is really important.
Got it. Maybe to wrap everything up, what should investors expect in the near term, the medium term, the long term, and how do those milestones tie back to your ultimate vision for DDC as you execute on this next phase of growth?
Sure. Near term, expect us to be announcing continued purchases of Bitcoin. We want to, and we will be aggressive and disciplined in our Bitcoin accumulation going forward. expects us to announce, exciting partnerships in the ecosystem going forward. And we want to be consistent, transparent, and stay focused on our Bitcoin strategy execution. Medium term, our goal is to be a top 10 global Bitcoin treasury company within a very near term period, and to be top 3 by the end of 2027. And long term, we're all dead, but but long term, really building a future proof business with Bitcoin integrated, and continue to innovate and have fun in terms of what we're doing and building at DDC every day.
What's the best place for people to reach you online?
Sure. Well, the stock ticker on New York Stock Exchange is DDC. You can follow me on X. My X handle is DDC Norma.
Awesome. Norma, thank you very much for your time and for joining the conference today.
Thank you so much. See you soon.
Stay hydrated. Thanks, Norma.
Yeah.
All right. Stay tuned. In 9 minutes, we have Dylan LeClair. The Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference is presented by Bitcoin for Corporations. Bitcoin for Corporations is the leading platform helping public companies integrate Bitcoin into their balance sheet and amplify their story to the world. Bitcoin for Corporations connects executive teams with the insights, tools, and community they need to execute a Bitcoin strategy, and then puts a spotlight on those bold enough to act. If you're building on a Bitcoin standard, Bitcoin for Corporations is here to help you go further, faster. Learn more at bitcoinforcorporations.com. Did you know that a fast-growing company with 30% year-over-year growth that is cash flow positive has been stacking Bitcoin since 2021 and has an average Bitcoin purchase price of $67,000. This is Giga Inc. With big news coming soon, they are on the path to the top 5 Bitcoin treasury companies as they build easy and stack hard. Learn more about Giga Inc. at giga.us and follow them on X at GigaBTC. Want to win $1,000 in Bitcoin? Just scan the QR code displayed or sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman to enter. This giveaway is brought to you by Arch Lending, the leading provider for Bitcoin-backed loans. Whether you're borrowing $5,000 as a long-term hodler or $20 million as a public company building a treasury strategy around their Bitcoin, you probably have one thing in common. You don't want to sell your Bitcoin. Arch allows you to access a flexible Bitcoin-backed line of credit with no rehypothecation and insured custody through Anchorage Digital, which is a federally chartered bank. They take every measure to keep your Bitcoin fully secure. Rates start from just 12% for up to 24 months, and setup takes minutes. Whether you're bridging a short-term need or scaling something long-term, Arch gives you the tools to stay on the Bitcoin standard and still move fast. Sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman or scan the QR code to receive an additional 1% off your interest rate. You'll also be entered to win $1,000 in Bitcoin. They want you to sell. Arch wants you to win. The Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference is brought to you by Melius, the pioneering Bitcoin treasury company of Brazil and the largest Bitcoin holder in Latin America. If you've been following the Bitcoin Treasuries podcast for any length of time, you know one thing I can't stress enough is that if you're holding your own keys, that seed phrase backup better be bulletproof.
Here's the reality. Paper degrades, ink fades, house fires happen, floods happen. Your handwritten seed phrase on a piece of paper, that's a point of failure just waiting to destroy your financial sovereignty. That's exactly why I've partnered with StampSeed. These guys have figured out the gold standard for seed phrase backup. Permanent titanium plates that you can stamp yourself. We're talking about a metal that can survive temperatures of over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, nearly triple the heat of an average house fire. What I love about StampSeed is they've made this accessible. You get the complete toolkit with everything you need. The titanium plates, the stamps, the jigs to keep everything aligned perfectly. No guesswork, no special skills required, just permanent, indestructible backup of your financial freedom. And if you're running multi-sig, StampSeed scales beautifully. Buy the base kit, then add as many additional plates as your setup requires. It's the most cost-effective way to properly secure a multi-sig configuration that I've found. Here's a nice touch. They'll even customize the back of your plates. Want your company logo or your wallet identifier, some personal reminder system? They've got you covered. Head over to StampSeed and grab your kit and titanium plates. Now 21% off site-wide with code TIM21. This exclusive conference offer ends on July 11th, so don't miss out. Go to stampseed.com, use code TIM21. Next Layer Capital is institutional capital for a Bitcoin-denominated future. Next Layer partners with conviction-led founders, asset allocators, and treasury leaders building on the hardest money in history. Visit them on X at Next Layer Cap. One Big Party is a modern storytelling studio crafting unforgettable moments that make the world a more interesting place. They are passionate about spreading Bitcoin with love and helping companies tell their story. Check them out at www.onebigparty.co. LogScale Investments is a proprietary trading and private equity firm founded in 2024. Learn more on X at LogScale Invest. Is your business ready to harness the power of Bitcoin? Jamondo Law specializes in designing custom Bitcoin treasury strategies for independent businesses. Their team guides you through integration of secure, compliant solutions tailored to your specific business and financial goals. Visit jamondolaw.com to future-proof your business with Bitcoin. Locate Technologies is an Australian logistics software company helping businesses around the world optimize last-mile delivery. They've recently begun building their Bitcoin treasury, now holding 10 Bitcoin, as they believe all routes ultimately lead to Bitcoin. Find them on X and learn more at Locate Tech HQ. BTC Agenda is pioneering Germany's first publicly listed Bitcoin treasury company and building the region's first dedicated community. Bitcoin Agenda empowers companies to adopt strategic Bitcoin treasury positions with shared knowledge and community. Learn more on X at BTC Agenda.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference, powered by Bitcoin for Corporations. I am very excited to welcome to the conference the Director of Bitcoin Strategy for Metaplanet, Dylan LeClair. Dylan, how's it going?
Hey, Tim. How's it going?
Oh, pretty well. We're just doing a little conference here and, just another day in the Bitcoin Treasuries life.
Indeed. I'm excited to be here. You've been making quite the name for yourself in the space, so excited to catch up again.
I'm just personally curious, what's going on with all the numerology? Is this a Dylan thing? Is this a Simon thing? Is this a Japanese thing? Can you walk us through? Like, I love it. I think, right? The community loves it. But 555, go, go, go. Like, can you give us any color on that? I mean, it's just awesome.
Yeah, well, I think it started, we just, 21 million, and we kind of wanted to start. So we did a 21 million plan, right? That was before we did a stock split. And then we kind of figured, because the strategy did the 21 billion ATM, it's quoted in currency terms. Our share plans are quoted in deal terms. But, after that, we started to think, hey, let's have a little bit of fun with this. We have a roadmap. We've done all the math. We've kind of game planned out where we want to be. But a round number here or there, it's sort of a fun target, and it's memorable, right? If everybody kind of remembers us hitting 888 Bitcoin and, our ticker symbol 3350, we hit that at the shareholder meeting. So, is it any different from a fundamental perspective from hitting 3349 on the shareholder meeting? No, not really. But I think, what we're trying to do is make a name for ourselves, be memorable, be different. And the numerology is just a little sliver of that fun.
What's the experience been like of the community really coming to life with these podcasts focused on Metaplanet, lots of conversation, really an international conversation? What themes have you seen from interacting with the community? Anything that surprised you? Anything you can share on that front?
The thing that's I think that a lot of people don't grasp, I can't grasp it, is because I don't speak Japanese, is, there's an international community, there's an excited shareholder base, there's a live Discord, but I think us Westerners are missing most of the actual action, engagement, buzz community. On the ground in Japan, it's such an incredible explosion of interest and enthusiasm around Bitcoin. Part of our original thesis and our original game plan when we came together last April, last May, and started to put the blueprint out of what we were going to do and how we were going to do it, was the fact that there was basically no expression or way to express the Bitcoin maximalist ethos from an investor perspective. I think us in the US, we've been in a way spoiled, where even when the path was blocked, from a regulatory perspective, even when there wasn't a spot ETF, prior, there was the GBTC closed-end trust listed on the OTC markets. And then in 2020, this visionary, Michael Saylor, came out and said, hey, we're going to adopt Bitcoin from a corporate lens, and we're going to issue securities, debt, and equity to buy more Bitcoin. So from the US investor lens, if you were that Bitcoin maximalist and in your personal life, in your individual life, we're expressing that view, right? I'm gonna save and going out on the weekend, or I'm not gonna take this vacation and I'm gonna buy more Bitcoin. But from a capital allocation perspective, there was no way to express that view. So our sort of thought was, let's take the Bitcoin maximalist ethos, not Web3, not digital assets. We're not hedging, we're all in Bitcoin and we're levered long Bitcoin. And we wanted to bring that to Japan. And so that was the plan. That's what we did. And as a result, there is, just a tremendous enthusiasm that's hard to quantify. I mean, our shareholders doubled just in Japan, not internationally. Our shareholders doubled from 64,000 to 128,000 quarter over quarter. So that's not including any Interactive Brokers investors or any of the European or American or international investor base. So it's been amazing. I think, again, we're partners with our shareholders. We want to be the most open, transparent, and shareholder-friendly company as possible. And so it's been a really fun journey.
There's all of these Bitcoin native terms, MNAV and days to cover and Bitcoin yield, are there one or two or three of them that you kind of key in on, either individually when you're sitting at your desk, or also in conversations with investors, shareholders, stakeholders? And is there one that, or several that create the conversation that you found is most effective when you're having these conversations day in and day out?
Yeah, I mean, I think BTC yield, or really just like everything we do, is from the perspective of increasing Bitcoin per share. And so when we look at our tools, we're not going to do something that is negative expected value in Bitcoin terms. So when we talk to institutional investors, when we put out our sort of our white paper, if you will, in terms of what are we trying to do last May, we said everything we do, we're going to evaluate in Bitcoin per share terms, right? So we're not thinking about the Bitcoin price. Obviously, we want to buy low, and we're going to be a buyer, high, low, and everywhere in between. We're going to be a constant buyer of Bitcoin with no plans to sell it. But the volatility of Bitcoin doesn't change our business plan. It doesn't. It's actually something we want to harness and leverage. So we tell our investors and sort of the first, I would say 6, 9 months, maybe 12 months really of our journey. I think we're on month 15 now. Was about sort of that education process of like, what are we doing? What's the goal? How do we quantify it? How do we quantify management success? How should you quantify shareholder success? And what we say is evaluate us on Bitcoin per share terms, right? So the last 4 quarters, we've increased our Bitcoin per share 40%, 300%, 95%, and 129%. And now we're at 15% quarter to date, through 8 days of July. So that's an aggressive compounding that does not take into effect the Bitcoin exchange rate. And that's what we're aiming to do. So we know it's going to be a bumpy ride, but what we're really stressing, and what I think a lot of the institutional investors that we speak to, getting them on that page is, look, denominate us and our performance and our balance sheet in BTC terms, because that's how we are making decisions. That's our calculus. So that, yeah, I think, MNAV and BTC yield are sort of those key, core components. And they're very much interrelated, but yeah, it's very much, it seems like complex, right? But if you kind of strip it all away, it's actually a very, very simple model. And it's one that we aim to rinse and repeat on an ongoing basis forever.
Love it. Can you walk us through the Bitcoin focused team at Metaplanet? Obviously, you have Simon Garovich, you have yourself, but and I may have been behind the curve on this one, but at these different conferences in Orlando and Vegas, there's jury, there's a COO, there's a CFO, there's an office manager with an online presence. Can you speak to how it seems like you're working really well as a Bitcoin team to really engage with the community? I can imagine, is it quite the workload with the amount of engagement across social media? And you're like, well, I also need to go do this actual thing that's not on X. Or how does all that work?
Yeah, well, I think when we started our journey, and this is something that obviously, anybody familiar with the space, we know, Saylor's been a vocal proponent, but I sort of, from a professional standpoint, got my start via Twitter, via X, right? I started with Bitcoin Magazine, and then wrote a public-facing newsletter, and did a lot of podcast appearances, and as a market analyst. And so I think, from the start, we wanted to be vocal, transparent, and present, online, right? This sort of the strategy calls it the digital transformation of investor relations, right? So not only are we overly transparent. Some people think it's a bit overboard with how many times we disclose through, the Tokyo Stock Exchange our moves with Bitcoin, right? Sometimes it's 2-3 disclosures a week of we bought more Bitcoin, or we issued another bond, or we, did XYZ, which is a bit unusual from the Japanese perspective, but also the social media presence is definitely a calculated decision. Both English and Japanese, right? So I don't speak Japanese. Everybody on the team, mostly except me, does. Everyone's bilingual. And so, we know that there's, a lot of English investors aren't going to go on Japanese Twitter, financial Twitter, and translate everything. It's just not natural, right? So we want to be, communicating with, all global investors, and it's been a very conscious decision. The Bitcoin team, I mean, we have a lot of work. We're a small team. We work well together. A lot of it is Simon and myself, but we've expanded. Yoshimi, I think, who you met at the conference, our COO, is, she does everything across the org. I don't know when she sleeps. And we also, I think, a recent hire of ours, Shinpei, is our head of capital markets and investor relations in Japan. And so, funny enough, we found the best, Metaplanet, or really public offering analyst in Japan. Had a coffee with him. He was all over X, and everybody raved about his simple and easy to understand analysis. Former investment banker of 20 years. We said, welcome aboard, and we hired him extremely quickly, right? So I think for us, we aim to be nimble. We want to, find and bring aboard top tier international talent, but particularly in Japan. And then everything we do, we're not hiding about it. We want to be public. We want to be transparent, and we want to hear the feedback from our shareholders. So, it's a delicate balance, being a public company and having a social presence. There's obviously a lot of things, I have plans I wish I could share with you, Tim, but I can't, right? So there's that sort of delicate balance as a public company, but it's one that, we want to pioneer as being open and transparent. And the beauty of social media is this gets amplified in a way that, it never would have, prior to the last, say 10 years.
Awesome. For those that maybe don't spend 12 hours a day on social media, can you kind of tell us how many Bitcoin roughly do you have on the balance sheet, and what are the milestones that you've publicly set out for the short and maybe medium term?
Well, I can tell you exactly because it's an easy to remember number. We have 15,555 Bitcoin, 15555. And, we came out in January. We came out with our 2025, 2026 Bitcoin plan. We had 1,700 Bitcoin, and we said, by the end of the year, we want to get to 10,000. By the end of 2026, we want to get to 21,000. Our BTC yield quarterly target is 35% a quarter. Right, so 35% growth compounded quarter over quarter for 4 quarters, which is about, I think it's 230% annualized. And the feedback we received, there was some excitement, but there was a ton of skepticism. People said, that's just crazy. There's no way. You're planning to over 10x your Bitcoin holdings, or 5x by the end of the year. No way, right? And so through 6 months, after that plan, we're now at almost 16,000 Bitcoin, and we've revised our targets upwards. So we hit the BTC yield target, the 35% compounded for 4 quarters. We revised our year-to-date target to 600%. We're at about 415%, I believe, today. And in terms of the Bitcoin targets, and again, I will stress that we set aggregate BTC targets, but we know on a shareholder basis, the aggregate Bitcoin is not what matters. It's your Bitcoin per share, which is what we're optimizing for. The aggregate Bitcoin targets are just milestones on our journey. But ultimately, we do want to own 1% of the Bitcoin supply. We aim to maintain and put a further lead on our leadership position in Japan. As a Bitcoin treasury company. And, by the end of the year, we're aiming for 30,000 Bitcoin, the end of 26, 100,000, and the end of 27, 210,000 Bitcoin. Obviously, the price of Bitcoin is volatile. I think both you and I expect Bitcoin to surge. So, that entails a lot of capital to be raised over the coming years. But we have an open-ended share sale facility with moving strike warrants. We've stated our goals. I think every shareholder that's on the journey with us knows our intentions. And, I think that, sort of set, calling our shots in advance, if you will, is what we aim to achieve. So they're high targets. We're not shying away from it, but we think it's very much achievable. Just the other day, last night, Reuters put out an article, and it was, some market commentary that, Metaplanet in the month of June traded more than Toyota and Sony. Which are, the giants on the prime market in Japan. And we're on the standard market, which is like, I guess you would think of it as the equivalent of like the Russell index versus S&P. It's not a perfect analogy, but sort of similar, right? So, that liquidity, that turnover, that, the velocity of Metaplanet's liquidity is really, really important to our success going forward. And I think that's why we feel really confident in our goals. So yeah, we have high targets. But we're all in. There's no second plan. There's no plan B. There's not something we're attending to on the side. It's 110% Bitcoin.
Can you talk about the U.S. listing and what that's been like, what your view on that has been to date, just as far as any metrics that you think about when you think U.S. listing?
Yeah, so technically, it's MTPLF is not it's not a listing. It's cross traded. It's the same security. It's the Japanese security traded over the counter in the United States. But it's been a tremendous success. We spun this up in December of last year, and for a few months there wasn't really. It was mostly just quotes, a few thousand, 10,000, 20,000 shares traded a day. But since, I'd say the early May period, there's been an explosion of interest, both in the United States and also in Frankfurt. There's DN3, and there's like 7 or 8 exchanges in in Germany that are trading Metaplanet over the counter. And across the US and Germany, it's trading like ballpark $100 million notional a day. And so that's, in terms of just, in a vacuum, Japanese only or an international capital base, obviously we know there's a lot of mandates, and, certain institutional allocators or retail can only access, a NASDAQ or New York Stock Exchange listed company, and OTC is off limits. So we know that there's limitations to OTC, but we think it's been a huge part of the success in recent months, and just, kind of adding more international flexibility and expanding investor access. So yeah, the volume's great. I think it's still very, very small compared to Tokyo, our Tokyo trading volume, but that speaks more to how much we're trading in Japan rather than, it's not a slight at the US volume. I think if you just look at the numbers, we trade more than a lot of stocks on the NASDAQ in the Bitcoin crypto ecosystem. So we feel really strongly about it. We've received a lot of positive feedback, and feedback in general from the U.S. investor base, and we're listening. So we're really pumped that we decided to go through with that, and we're looking forward to expanding investor access as much as we can into the future.
Awesome. What has surprised you the most in the past month or two? Is there anything that's happened that just kind of caught you by surprise, and hopefully in a positive way? But yeah, anything that was at all surprising to you?
I think in terms of in Metaplanet's trajectory, we did plan a lot of this out. The timeline was a bit uncertain, and exactly how it unfolded was a bit uncertain, but with a spreadsheet and a whiteboard, we did kind of lay out a lot of this and sort of, put our trajectory and mapped out how we wanted to navigate this, and, how fast we wanted to execute the plans. And obviously all this is subject to market conditions, but, we sort of did state our intentions out in the open. So, in terms of Metaplanet, I think a lot of it isn't too surprising. I think we're pretty much right on track, but I think in terms of the broader Bitcoin treasury company thesis, and just, the kind of the general Bitcoin thesis of, hey, if this is the best money, then eventually every corporation in the world is going to hold it, right? And not because it's a shiny new toy or it's something that excites investors. I think that we're in that phase now. Eventually, this sort of converges and transitions to, it's the standard. Everybody knows it's the asset you want to hold on your balance sheet, better than dollars and euros and yen and pesos and et cetera. And so I think, the exciting thing here is I think we're sort of in this transition period, how long this window is open, I'm not sure, where it's irregular for a company to hold Bitcoin, right? There's going to be a point in time where it's irregular for a company to not hold Bitcoin at the public company level. So I think there's still a lot of alpha in this transition phase, and there's a way for companies to really leapfrog the position that they might be in otherwise, with an aggressive strategy or just a strategy in general related to Bitcoin. So yeah, I mean, it's really exciting that, there's now 100+ companies on BitcoinTreasuries.net. I remember when it was, it all fit on, one iPhone page, right? So I think that we're still in this kind of explosion phase, and, everything that's good for Bitcoin is good for Metaplanet, is good for strategy, is good for, you go down the list. So we're all winning, and it's really exciting.
Are there any conferences or events or meetups that you want to flag that either you'll be at personally, right, representing MetaPlanet, or that MetaPlanet's planning on attending maybe now through the end of the year. I know Bitcoin Magazine and Bitcoin Conference has, Abu Dhabi and I don't know, 3, 4, 5 other conferences coming up here.
Yeah, there's in the Bitcoin space, Bitcoin Asia, MetaPlanet will have a presence there, and I think the team's going to come out. But I think what we're excited about is the a lot of the TradFi conferences and institutional allocator meetups and sort of mini expos conferences, if you will. The conferences that we weren't invited to or didn't have a spot at 6, 9, 12 months ago, that story has changed. And so it's exciting that a lot of people seemingly, just given the size or the success or the performance or a kind of a combination of all three, maybe their position on Bitcoin has changed slightly. But a lot of those traditional financial conferences and those allocators are coming around to it. So that's exciting. And we're going to be, sort of hopping around the world, attending some of those in the coming quarters.
What have been the top 1 or 2 or 3 questions that you just keep getting day after day after day that maybe we haven't talked about that we can talk about right now in the last couple minutes? That, right, if you're getting it all the time and it's a theme, then we should probably cover it.
Yeah, obviously I think there's the question of MNAV, right? And what justifies the premium, or what's the fair premium? And we think we bring out a very much analytical case as to just showing how equities trade on forward expectations, and showing that the past performance, and showing sort of the delta between the NAV per share or just aggregate NAV outstanding versus the market cap or the share price, right? And so just kind of showing, okay, well, yeah, you think it's the company's overvalued at 4x MNAV, or but look, 6 months ago, it's at 8x MNAV, right? And now the share price, the NAV per share is comfortably above that level, right? So just kind of educating investors on that question. And I think, a lot of it is, as we're speaking specifically to institutional capital, we're telling the Bitcoin story, we're telling the MetaPlanet story, we're explaining our sort of roadmap and how we're navigating things, but we're also kind of showing them and presenting the strategy case study. And so we're saying, here's the kind of the menu items of things you can do: equity issuance, they've done convertible bonds, there's now preferred stock. And a lot of the questions are, well, how are they going to fund the dividends? Where's the cash flow? Look at their negative earnings. And, some of it's like, well, it's actually not negative earnings. It's just a digital asset impairment and, that basic sort of accounting stuff. But sort of explaining that, Saylor's intentions are, a new theory of credit, right? Asset-backed credit. And severely over collateralized asset-backed credit. So just sort of kind of slowly walking investors that are new to this story, and everybody's new to this story. It's a new story altogether. But yeah, just sort of that educational process, right? It's very rarely that it's a one-off sort of, okay, we speak and then we never speak again. Usually it's the people we're speaking to once a month, or once every couple quarters, and kind of touch base then. So yeah, it's been a lot of good education. And I think slowly a lot of the maybe stubborn investors, or, the investors that we went back and forth and intellectually sparred about Bitcoin versus gold, they're starting to come around. And the story is sort of kind of coming into increasing focus and clarity. So yeah, I mean, nothing too persistent in terms of the one question we get. Sometimes it's as simple as, when are you going to sell the Bitcoin? And we tell them never. But, it's really exciting.
Have you ever been on stage with Ben Workman before?
I don't think I have.
Well, there's a first time for everything, right? Ben.
Imagine
Ben
having
Workman.
to follow Dylan LeClair. We were friends once, Tim.
I forgot my tie, guys.
It's okay. Ben, do you have any questions for Dylan?
Dylan's probably one of the busiest guys in the space, only rivaled by yourself here, Tim. But I guess the only thing I'd ask is, I saw the announcement that it sounded like Simon had said you guys might have some plans coming up for some Bitcoin-related businesses. Anything you guys can say on that, or is that still TBD here?
Still TBD. I think the FT interview. Maybe it was over the phone. So some of it might have been lost in transition. But the plan is very much clear. I think it's ultimately, what does the future look like 10 years from now when Bitcoin as a collateral at the base layer is established and very much mainstream. And so then, I think personally, our sort of view and philosophy, I think we would probably share this, is that right now valuations in equity markets and active investing has underperformed passive investing for a very clear reason. It's the money's broken. And so I think once we get to the other side of this event horizon and Bitcoin is a, kind of recognized as an institutional, reserve asset, global reserve asset, active investing, value investing, Benjamin Graham, Warren Buffett style, hold cash and evaluate discounted cash flow models, like that, I think returns to the forefront. But we have this event horizon transition period before then. So I think that was more the comment. Nothing too much to share there.
Yeah, it makes sense. And just one last one from me. How wild of a ride has this been for you personally? Did you ever in a million years think you were going to be sitting in this position you are, with the wild fan base that you have, putting out, animes of Dylan LeClair globally across the world? How strange is this?
It's been a fun ride. The funny thing is my day-to-day life hasn't actually all changed all that much. Spending a lot of time in front of a computer and spending a lot of time, at home base working remote. So yeah, no, it's good. Taking nothing for granted, but staying busy. It feels good to be driven by a mission. It's not just numbers on a screen. I think there's something bigger here, and we all feel it. So yeah, I feel blessed. It's been a fun ride, but more to come.
Absolutely. We're in the early stages here.
Hell yeah, Ben. Looking forward to seeing more from you guys. A lot of exciting news on the horizon.
We're just spinning up.
Awesome. Well, Dylan, really appreciate your time today. Feel free to stick around. I'm just going to be chatting with Ben, but you probably need to sign off here to get back to it. So really appreciate your time today.
Thanks, Tim. It's an honor to be here. Cheers, guys.
Thanks. Cheers. Just kidding. Welcome back, Ben Workman, CIO of Swan, independent board member at Strive, and whatever else you're doing in your free time, Ben. Welcome.
It's been busy. I've been roaming around your city, Tim, spreading the good word about Bitcoin here this week. Thank goodness you had to bring a lot of changes of clothes here. It's humid outside, but I wasn't going to let you be the only one on stream with a tie. I forgot my tie yesterday when we were recording, so I made sure that I righted that wrong here today.
Looks great. Can you give us a little bit of the behind the scenes, whatever you feel comfortable sharing, about just how much on the media side sometimes it can be, especially in a sprint? I found it very intriguing and interesting yesterday when just between print and live and recorded, like from the media side, what has been your experience? And I just think I think people would really, just from an education standpoint, appreciate a little bit of behind the scenes from the media side.
Yeah, this has been a major shift for me. I mean, anyone who knows me knows that I started my recordings out in my dimly lit basement. And so joining the team at Swan, who was a media first company, and having a PR team effectively behind you, pushing you and getting you segments out there where you can go and spread the message that you want to spread, it's completely new. And it's blowing my mind a little bit. This is one of the first sprints that I've been in where you're basically packed back to back throughout the day. Luckily it overlapped with the largest digital Bitcoin conference that the world's ever seen that you're hosting here. So luckily we could make this happen. But it has been a shift. But I think it's really important because we get into these echo chambers with Bitcoin, and particularly out on X, where we're all kind of telling each other the same message, but we're all believers already. And in order to spread this wider and to bring that message that you don't have to sit in despair as your dollars erode away from you, that there is an off-ramp here, that digital capital has arrived, it's truly decentralized. I mean, that's a big message to spread. And there's a lot of people that still need to hear it, because we take for granted that not everybody has the time to go online and interact and start thinking at this deep of a level about the monetary system and how these bills that are coming out of the politicians, how those are going to impact their saving. I mean, there's just not a lot of time for people to dedicate to that. So having people from this community out creating awareness is a huge service to the world, I believe. And obviously Saylor's been a huge part of that. at the corporate level, but also for Bitcoin. But even before him, I mean, when you saw those rooms of Andreas, preaching the good word about Bitcoin here out to an empty room, you realize just how far we've come. But now we're starting to feel the acceleration. People are starting to understand what the problem was and how they need to get out of it. And timing is of the essence, particularly when you see things like the One Big Beautiful bill that got passed. And we're constantly in this optimistic mindset where we believe there's going to be a point where our politicians really take ownership of the spending in our countries, whether it's the US or other countries. But then you start seeing additions to the deficit where all of a sudden you're hearing another $3 trillion, which we're almost numb to those numbers at this point, right? It just sounds so absurd that you can hardly grasp it. But it means that we need to really push the pace here. We need to be out there making sure that the general public is aware of Bitcoin, that they have options now that they didn't have in the past, and that they can really change the trajectory for themselves and their family if they act quick enough. You have to recognize the problem before you're willing to address it. And, Saylor said it several times that people find Bitcoin when they need to, and we're hitting the point where a lot of people need to. So for me, it's been a lot of fun, being out, being able to go on some of these mainstream news networks and talk about what's happening with Bitcoin, talk about what's happening with the Bitcoin treasury companies. But at a personal level, it's something that you do start to feel some responsibility for after a while, where you've spent so much time digging into the content and digging into the implications of making small changes in your own financial life. And getting out there and sharing that, I think, is a great public service, because not everyone has access to that type of education or the time to acquire that type of education. And I always say that Bitcoin is one of those assets that you tell the people you care about. It's not like a lot of these other tokens where people are pumping them and they're trying to get 1,000x overnight, but that you're racing against the VCs who are going to dump first. Bitcoin's something that you tell people about who you're truly trying to help. This is an asset that's for everybody, and it's not a trading asset. I've really spent a lot of time thinking about Bitcoin and people treating this as a trade. And the thing that always gets me is, when is the right time to exit that trade into what, right? What are you exiting to? And for most people, the answer on that is they're going back to the US dollar. And I would look at that as if you got out of the currency in Zimbabwe and bought US dollars with it. When is the right time to take those massive profits back to the currency in Zimbabwe while it's hyperinflating? Well, never was the answer, right? You need to stay out of that currency. It's not a trade. You're shifting the asset that you're holding, and this is now your base. And Bitcoin serves that globally, which is what's so unique. We're in this smaller echo chamber in the US where everything that we talk about and everything that we focus on is dealing with the US markets. But Bitcoin's for everybody, right? It's a global asset. And it's so great to see that all these companies across the globe, Dylan running one of them over there, are really adopting this with no reservations. They're coming out, they're saying what they believe. They're putting out the press releases telling the world that we're making a change to our core treasury. We believe that Bitcoin is the future capital. We believe that we can protect and we can create shareholder value. And as that enters each of the markets, it's going to start creating general awareness at the individual level for Bitcoin. And I'm still a huge believer that we've got a lot of work to do. And it's something that Swan focuses on exclusively here, which is bringing Bitcoin to the individual, helping you be sovereign, helping you protect the assets, whether that means bringing it into self-custody or whether that means you want a partner that's going to hold your hand and walk you through the process so you can take the complexity out of owning your own bearer asset. It's a really important mission. And it's one that I take a lot of responsibility for. So all the chances that I'm getting now to get out in front of the mainstream media and have this conversation with people that are in traditional finance or even people who are just paying attention through those channels, I want to take all those opportunities that I can get.
What themes or takeaways do you have from the last couple of months? You were in Orlando, you were in Vegas. What are the takeaways or themes or both, but also how different and hopefully better is it to go from the digital community on your phone to actually meeting these people?
Oh, it was incredible. I mean, that was really the first time since I'd decided to be public and start covering some of these equities publicly, where I was out interacting with the people that I'd been interacting with for months through X. And it's always a really cool experience when you get to meet a community like that. And for us, I think it was even more unique because we got the opportunity to run our own conference within Strategy World, which was filled with just people who have been following, you know, our commentary and our analysis. And the stories that people come and tell you are really what makes doing all of it worthwhile. You know, you catch a lot of flack when you decide to become a public figure, and particularly when you're doing it through social media channels, right? Like, you always just have to be ready that, you know, this is the land of trolling, right? So those people are going to arrive. But when you get out in person and you start talking to all these people and you start hearing their stories and you start hearing about how they built conviction around Bitcoin and how they've gotten family members to now adopt Bitcoin and start holding it personally, you know, just hearing one or two people say that really throws you back, because you don't feel the impact when you're just sitting in your own world and focusing on what you do day to day. But when you start receiving those messages directly in person, and, you know, people really want to take the time to thank you for, you know, open sourcing research, right? Open sourcing knowledge and helping to move people up that knowledge curve quicker. It's really incredible. And we saw the same thing in Bitcoin Vegas, where now there you had, what, 35,000 people. I mean, it was a huge conference. It was the first Bitcoin conference that I'd been to, and it exceeded every expectation that I had. The interactions there were amazing. The people in the Bitcoin community are high quality people. You know, people always had the view of the, you know, the rebels in the background that were playing with the internet magic money. It's not who it is anymore. These are all sophisticated investors. They're doctors, they're attorneys, they're bankers, they're business owners. Like, the community here is high quality. This is a high quality community that's tracking these. And the acceleration in that message out there in the market and being able to go be a part of that in person was unbelievable. You know, that was the first those were the first two conferences, I guess, where I'd gone and done direct speaking engagements, you know, in front of those people, and the welcome was incredible. You know, I wouldn't trade that for anything. It's a great feeling. I hope everyone gets to feel that at some point in their life. But yeah, I couldn't be more optimistic about what's going to come out of this community, because these are the same people that are going to be building the future, and that future is getting brighter every day.
That's awesome. When you're kind of behind the curtain now, when you're talking to these people in media, like mainstream media, when you're talking to these bankers, when you're talking to these other individuals at traditional finance firms, is it leaning the majority of they actually understand Bitcoin and appreciate it, or 50-50, or is it hard to tell? Because obviously on the media side, it has to be controversial, and they're always interrupting, and they're always asking about XRP or whatever. But like, are there any moments with either the media people or the bankers where they're like, no, we get it, we love Bitcoin, we think this is awesome, or like, how early are we?
What's funny is you get a lot of those conversations when you get pulled to the side, and, you know, these people, whether they're bankers or investors or whatever, they'll pull you to the side and say, you know, like, I've been in Bitcoin for a long time, I'm a real believer here. But, you know, I also see a lot of signals that we're still incredibly early to this, and there's a huge amount of education left to be done. Being behind the curtain's been interesting because you're dealing with a different type of finance, right? It's not the retail investors that are trading derivatives or the equities directly. You're now behind the scenes for a lot of these private investments. And so you're hearing the view that they're taking. And, you know, you get a wider range of responses there. Most of the ones that are participating in these deals, they've turned the corner already. They see the impact that Bitcoin can have on corporate treasuries. They can see the long-term impact that this has for creating value for an investor base. And now they're trying to participate in these as quickly as they can, right? There's a lot of activity out there. I mean, we just announced one this morning that we're an advisor for, which was the Saquon's deal, and they just announced $384 million that's going fully to kicking off their Bitcoin treasury. And, those conversations, both from the executive level at Saquon's to the investors to the bankers, you had a full stream of people that believed in Bitcoin as an asset, that believed in the long-term thesis for the value you can create when you turn the focus of your organization to generating more Bitcoin per share and generating Bitcoin yield using capital markets transactions. So it wasn't quite the sell that I thought it was ultimately going to be. I thought that there was going to be a steeper learning curve. And I was impressed by how up to speed a lot of these individuals were. They'd been doing the back research. They'd been studying MicroStrategy and watching their trajectory. They'd been watching the latest announcements that were coming out. They were reading the books around Bitcoin. They were reading, Broken Money from Lynn Alden. They were reading Jan Pritzker's book. They were reading all these books that were getting them up to speed on Bitcoin itself as an asset. And that was fun because you did have varying degrees of where people were at in their educations, but there was a quick learning curve. These are sharp people. I mean, there's a reason why they've all been successful for a very long time. And that's because they can spot opportunities, they can understand the opportunities in front of them, and then they're willing to size their investments appropriately. So, watching that happen firsthand was a really cool experience. And there's so much more activity out there. I mean, I don't think people can really comprehend the amount of capital that's behind the scenes looking for the right opportunities in this space. It's immense, and the conversations are happening every single day. So getting to peek behind that curtain, after being one of the kid analysts for so long, I guess now I'm in the adult room, I guess. I don't know. But, it's been a great learning experience for me. It comes with a lot of sleepless nights. I mean, when you're in the middle of these transactions, these guys are going and they work hard and they're putting these deals together and getting them closed and then getting ready to be able to deploy. I mean, there's a huge amount of work that goes into this from so many different parties that people don't see. People just see the end results, which is the capital buying Bitcoin, which is the ultimate goal. But when you're doing a lot of these transactions, there's a lot of steps behind the scenes that are never going to be noticed by the general investing public. But from the institutional side, they know what the stakes.
I think it was at the Orlando conference, Bitcoin for Corporations by Strategy, where the phrase was first uttered by either Fong or Saylor of the digital transformation of investor relations. How do you see arguably the digital transformation of everything kind of playing out over the short to medium term? And what advice, not financial advice, what advice though would you give to people that are looking to enter the space from a career perspective? And maybe the obvious thing is put yourself out there, right? On video, through long form, whatever. But based on your experience over the past little bit, what would you now say to those people that are looking to enter the Bitcoin arena?
Yeah, I'll start there actually. Bitcoin is proof of work, and getting jobs in Bitcoin is also proof of work. And the beauty of the access that we have now and the availability to be able to get good thought leadership out there and good information out there is that whether you want to be on camera or not, or you want to be anonymous, good information bubbles to the surface and those people get found. And it's one thing to just go and cold apply, which I think people should be doing as well. If you're really passionate about Bitcoin and this is the industry that you want to work in, you really believe in pushing this mission forward and getting Bitcoin broader adoption, that's the goal, right? But you do have to do a lot of work in this space because this isn't an area where there's a traditional background for it. And you can see that with everyone who's entering. There's the joke going around saying, companies just need to hire podcasters, but that's not really what happened, right? Most of these people had successful careers before for quite a while. They were working in finance and capital markets and consulting and all these different roles. They had professional lives before they decided they were going to double down on Bitcoin. But what they found was there was a void in the market for information distribution. So they started taking the thoughts that they had themselves and sharing those widely. and making sure that they were getting that information out to people, whether it was through written form. You know, in the early days, that was what I used to always do, right? I always had the trigger warning, really long posts, and I was doing long form explanations and trying to make it simple for people to understand so that they could really grasp the transformation that was happening in corporate finance. And that is what helped ultimately propel me to landing a job in the Bitcoin space. And I think that there's so many stories now out there of the success of the people who are willing to take that first uncomfortable step. You know, I never had any intentions of being public around any of this. That was never my goal. I was quite happy there in my basement for a while, but eventually you just realize that there's a bigger mission at play here, and you want to be a part of it. And we're at that phase now where we're going to hit the hyper growth in information. And to be a part of that and to start putting real forward thinking thought into how these companies can operate, into how people can integrate Bitcoin directly or these securities out of these Bitcoin treasury companies. Am I back? There you go. It looks like it just kicked me off, but putting in that work, doing that proof of work is what's going to separate you from anybody else that's looking for a job. So I would tell people, be willing to take that step and put yourself out there. That's incredibly important. The digital transformation of investor relations, I loved hearing that. And I believe it was Fong that said that first, because that was effectively what we were trying to do, right? You become partners with these companies because you're aligned to the mission that they have. And because of that, you're trying to help them by spreading good information about the way that those companies are operating, about the products that they're putting out. You're trying to communicate the value proposition to the investing community. And as a part of doing that, you really do become partners with those companies, right? It's a massive amplifier for them if they can get a really engaged community. And you're seeing those communities build rapidly around each of these new companies that's entering the market. And I love to see that, because every new company is an opportunity for someone else to step into this arena and become an expert in covering that treasury and really start building their knowledge base and their reputation in that area. So, you know, for companies, it's completely worth it to engage with your investing community. They become partners. And doing that in a radically transparent way, which I would say Strategy really pioneered and everyone else is adopting, where you're not holding anything back. You're putting out real-time information. You're making sure your investors are up to date with every move that you make. You're explaining why you're doing it and why this works and who the buyers are for the products. That's a huge service. And the communities that are built up around those and engaging them as if they're a part of your investor relations community is a massive strategic differentiator amongst these companies. And when the time comes where volatility does what volatility does, and it goes down, not up, you're going to want those people in your corner, because they're the ones that offer that conviction as a service in the market. They're going to be the ones that calm everybody's nerves, remind them why you're in this trade, remind them that it's this volatility that makes this strategy work, right? This is what we want. We want volatility. We're harnessing that, and that's creating these opportunities. So having those communities around and that digital transformation of investor relations is a major step. And I think it's going to go broader than just the Bitcoin treasury companies. I think that more traditional companies are going to need to start providing quicker information than just quarterly. They're going to have to start engaging. They're going to have to start explaining their value proposition. And that's going to be a massive, massive shift in equities.
Last question. The preferred products from Strategy, STRF, STRD, STRK. I'm going to make a statement. You can agree or disagree. The other public Bitcoin treasury companies would be best served by having some or arguably all of those preferred products, of their own before the next price drawdown. Agree, disagree? How do you view what Strategy has done, and if that is now kind of the bar to have maximum optionality?
It really is. what a lot of people are overlooking with all these preferred products being in the market is that what Strategy's doing is they're building an incredibly resilient business model. They're providing a lever for themselves that most other companies don't have yet in the Bitcoin treasury space that makes them able to operate and raise capital in any market conditions, because fixed income is always desirable. So going into the preferred market and being able to tailor products that are uniquely universal to huge pools of capital. And Saylor did a really great job in his most recent video where they were announcing the ATM on STRD, where he showed the scale of institutional capital that can only get access to equities and credit products. So I think that by highlighting that and showing that you need to build a well-rounded model, it's not just about equities and bonds now. You can tailor make products, because that's exactly what those preferred products are. Saylor created those products. There was no template for how he was going to do that. And that opens the door for other companies to also think creatively about how to structure preferred products and get them out into the market to make sure that their business model for Bitcoin accumulation is also resilient. So I think before they get to the next bear cycle, I think you're going to see a lot more companies starting to push towards the preferred products. We saw it come out of Semler Scientific that they were putting that on their shareholder meeting to approve preferreds. And I think that's going to be the way you see this move. I think that people realize how accretive preferred products are, even relative to convertible bonds. And because of that, you're probably going to see a lot of companies that skip over that step that was the bonds and move straight into the preferred products and use those for accelerating their Bitcoin yield.
Where can people best find Ben Workman on the internet?
I'm pretty easy to find. It's just at Ben Workman on X, and that's where I do most of my posting these days.
Awesome. Any final thoughts? And thank you so much for your time. You're a busy guy in New York City. Really appreciate it.
I'm not even remotely as busy as you, Tim. Thanks for doing this. This has been a great conference. You're killing it.
Thank you. Talk to you later, Ben. Welcome back to the Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference powered by Bitcoin for Corporations. I'm excited to be joined by the CEO of Acropolis, Chase Palmi. Chase, welcome. How are you?
Hey, Tim. I'm doing great. How are you, man? How's this going so far?
So far, so good. I've got a comfortable chair. It's a black chair. It's an orange light. So I feel like I've got the color scheme down. I got a little fan blowing on me over here because it is summer in New York City. But yeah, how about yourself?
Doing great. Yeah, I have to ask because on one of the lives with Mason Carter, my co-founder, he actually recommended that you do like a 24-hour-long Timathon. I'm curious, were you already going to be doing this, or did that help spark this?
I will say live on the internet that Mason was definitely the inspiration for this. So hats off to Mason. Yeah. And as soon as I posted it, I think he was one of the first comments saying a Timathon. So, we'll crowdsource the great ideas and run with them.
No,
right?
I'm sure he'll be thrilled to hear that. Yeah.
Can you break down what you're doing at Acropolis, what you're hearing right now from the conversations you're having with prospects and clients? What is Acropolis? What are you guys doing? And start there.
Yeah,
maybe.
absolutely. So I'm the CEO at Acropolis, one of the two co-founders, along with Mason, who I just called out. And what Acropolis is really an outsourced Bitcoin treasury team, as well as a custody solution for corporates. So at a very high level, we offer a unique form of custody called multi-institution custody. So typically you have individuals who hold private keys in a multi-sig environment, and then you have corporations who until recently have either tried to hold those private keys themselves, which has actually kept them out of the game because they can't get past compliance and board approval to do something like that, or they end up parking this decentralized bearer asset at a single custodian, like a Coinbase Prime, an Anchorage, a Fidelity. And so that also takes on unnecessary single counterparty risk, single points of failure that those compliance teams kind of see as a deal breaker. And so what we're offering is multi-institution custody, where you have 3 different qualified custodians, institutional grade custodians, each as a guardian of a single key. So no custodian has unilateral access over the assets, and you direct, or the authorized representatives within a company direct through video verification 2 of those 3 institutions to sign on their behalf when they want to move Bitcoin out of this really deep cold storage solution. So that's the base layer. Everything we do in terms of Bitcoin treasury management and our suite of services on top of that is only as good as our ability to help the company hold the Bitcoin for the long term. But then what we do is we offer our CIO, Glenn Cameron, basically becomes your outsourced Bitcoin strategy officer. So he'll help craft the accumulation plan and work with the company kind of on an ongoing iterative basis to make sure that they're maximizing the Bitcoin position in a risk managed way, taking on intelligent leverage where appropriate. And you know, he's really best in class at what he does on that front. Then we also offer investor relations, stakeholder communications, and when necessary, paid PR and media placement. So once you have your custody set up, once you have your strategy in place, it really becomes a game of communicating that to internal and external stakeholders. The internal stakeholders might be employees, board of directors, key vendors, but the external stakeholders, especially if you're a public company, a listed company that's tapping capital markets, it becomes really important to, you know, transparently express the goals of the Bitcoin treasury strategy, key metrics, communicating how you are taking a differentiated approach to the strategy, coming up with that compelling narrative that gets retail involved. And so that's something that we assist to help create, you know, volume around the share price, which then allows those companies to go on and do things like Strategy has and offer fixed income products and vehicles. We also support a little bit on the tax and accounting treatment. So we have folks internally who can liaison with your own internal house, your in-house team of tax and accounting. But it's custody, accumulation strategy, IR comms, and then where appropriate, some tax and accounting support. And that's Acropolis, and it's all priced under a BIPS model. So we charge basis points on the assets that we custody on your behalf and participate in the upside of that growing Bitcoin treasury and Bitcoin's growing price.
Awesome. Where's the best place to reach out to you and the team for people that want to start the conversation?
The best place, I mean, you can of course reach out to me directly, chase@acropolistreasury.com, but the best place if you are really ready to have the discussion is to just go to acropolistreasury.com. In the top right corner or various places on the website, you'll see a place where you can book a free consultation with our team. You can have as many people as you want from your team join that call to listen in, learn about our services. And it's a really great way, you know, Ben, which was on just before me, which thank God, right? Because I'm sure you're at peak audience right now with Ben Workman right before me. So love to be after him. Ben mentioned conviction as a service. We say air cover as a service, but it's really the same thing, right? If you are a CFO and you're trying to convince a board of directors or a CEO to take this strategy seriously, well, there's a lot of career risk to put yourself on the line and say, no, we got to do this, because either they'll laugh you out of the room and not take you seriously because, you know, maybe it's one of your many ideas. You know, it might be a great idea, but maybe it's one of your many ideas. And so they just don't take it that seriously, or they haven't given Bitcoin the thought it deserves. The other alternative is that they do listen to you and Bitcoin has a 30% drawback. And now you're really taking career risk for having stuck your neck out for this strategy. So one thing to think about in terms of Acropolis is you can invite us in as this external third-party team of experts. We can explain to the team that this is actually a risk-off strategy. This is actually the most conservative approach to corporate treasury that exists today. And you can actually de-risk it internally for yourself so that, you know, you're basically just saying, hey, we can get on a free call with the guys at Acropolis. They'll tell us all about how they're working with companies that want to do a Bitcoin treasury strategy, what they're seeing in that space. It's just kind of, and you can kind of pitch it as just a little free learning opportunity within your own organization, and you can kind of take away some of that career risk yourself. So we're happy to provide that air cover, conviction as a service, as well as obviously all the services that I mentioned once you've formally engaged Acropolis.
Awesome. Well, Chase, really appreciate your time today and participating in the conference, and look forward to checking in with you from time to time to see how the conversations
Thank you,
develop.
Tim. Yeah, good luck with the rest of the show. Take care.
Thanks so much. The Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference is presented by Bitcoin for Corporations. Bitcoin for Corporations is the leading platform helping public companies integrate Bitcoin into their balance sheet and amplify their story to the world. Bitcoin for Corporations connects executive teams with the insights, tools, and community they need to execute a Bitcoin strategy, and then puts a spotlight on those bold enough to act. If you're building on a Bitcoin standard, Bitcoin for Corporations is here to help you go further, faster. Learn more at bitcoinforcorporations.com. All right, welcome back to the Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference powered by Bitcoin for Corporations. I'm excited to welcome the CEO of Swan Bitcoin, Corey Klipstein. Corey?
Hey, Tim. How many of these have you done already today? Are you on 7 or 8?
I think we've been going since the 7 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time hour. We have 42 speakers, if you include myself. So we like the number 42, 21 times
Wow.
2, or just, right? Hitchhiker's, guide to everything in the universe. So how about yourself? What's going on over at Swan? What can you share?
I mean, it's been a busy morning, as I'm sure people who are following the space probably know. Sequans, our partner over in France with American Depository Shares on NYSE under SQNS, was able to announce the completion of the funding of their initial Bitcoin strategy tranche. So they took in $384 million. And that funding was completed and got the release out in the pre-market today. So that's been exciting, and just kind of, I think Ben and I have been bouncing back and forth covering all the various publications, and so yeah, it's a good announcement day.
Awesome. What's been your view on how this has all developed to this point? And then what's your maybe short to medium term view into the future? Because I remember you and I had an initial conversation many, many months ago, and you were like, hey, leverage Bitcoin equities. We got to get at least with this, if not ahead of it. And you've really, really kind of sprinted to where you guys are now.
I think that's right. And, like when Bitcoin does the biggest things, it's when it drags people in. Not just people kind of thinking it's cool and kind of tinkering with it. It's like it forces you and it pulls you in. And I think you and I started talking in probably, October, November, December last year, and hanging out in New York and stuff. And, I was always commenting on how it just felt like Wall Street was getting dragged in, and that it wasn't optional, especially for these convert ARB desks, where their AUM was leaving and going across the street if their competitor was in the MicroStrategy trade and they weren't, and just how interesting and different that was. And we both saw it, I think it was probably December, when we just had a little happy hour, kind of like evening hang, and we realized that people were bringing their friends from the desks, and then also telling like an investor, and that guy was showing up with a friend, and it was very different. People had to come learn about it. And what's funny is I didn't realize it had already happened to us at Swan. Like I wasn't quite as conscious that we were all talking about it and that our clients were talking about it, and that's how they were often coming into the space. And that really got going, through the last few years, but it just kind of ramped up a ton in the first half and into Q3, and then exploded in Q4 of last year in 2024. And so, we knew that we would have to start deliberately having conversations with our private clients, our family office clients, the 2,000 businesses that buy through Swan already and manage their Bitcoin allocations through us. They want to talk about it through this lens, and they want to know, if there's 8 prongs to the strategy at MicroStrategy, are there 3 or 4 that are applicable to me, even though I'm private? Or are there 2 or 3 things I should definitely do, even though I'm a microcap stock or something like that, right? Or even I don't want to become a full leveraged Bitcoin equity. I just want to be a Bitcoin treasury company. How should I talk about that to my investors? Like, what are the benefits to just having a good chunk of Bitcoin on the balance sheet, even if my KPI doesn't become Bitcoin per share, and incrementing that, right? So we just all had to get fluent on it. And this was everybody from, Steven, who's now running IR over at Nakamoto, and John Har, who's our MD in New York, who you've met a few times, and, the entire private client services team and all our executives. We all had to get fluent on it. Joao, my chief strategy officer, is as expert on all this stuff as any of you guys podcasting at this point. And then obviously we developed a great relationship with Ben, who I think you just had on, and he became chief investment officer over here in earlier in Q2. So yeah, we're whole hog into it. I think this is, the primary thrust of Swan Institutional now is around Bitcoin treasury companies and the subset of those that are leveraged Bitcoin equities that really go after incrementing Bitcoin per share and are essentially the new Bitcoin accumulation machines. And when you ask me about, where are we in this cycle or in this trend, like, it hasn't even begun, because almost none of these companies have actually made any purchases yet. Some of these stocks have gone up a lot, but the volumes on those are super small. And so they're not having an impact yet. They're not at scale. And, what really matters, like, if you're a Bitcoiner and you're watching this from afar, the reason that only really MicroStrategy, even to this date, like, still really matters with Metaplanet closing and coming on, is because they're the only ones that are really attracting the kind of size that can actually make a difference and really like make number go up. So MicroStrategy's been on the bid, huge, bigger than anybody for a long time. And that makes a huge difference for Bitcoin and Bitcoiners around the world. But, if it's just going to be a popcorn stock and it's going to kind of look like ICO marketing and it's just a pump and it never actually gets there and never actually attracts institutional flows and doesn't, isn't a black hole sucking fixed income into your stock and your preferreds and your converts and all that, then I really don't think these things are impactful. So that's our goal, is to be very large and to attract tens of billions of capital into this.
How do you think about the preferred equities that Strategy has rolled out? How strategic is it? How do they work together? What does it all mean?
Yeah, look, I'll speak a little bit more broadly, because I just think that tapping into fixed income flows is probably the most important, financial innovation that you could achieve here. And I also should just put this in context. Like, there's nothing particularly new or novel about splitting the returns into a conservative tranche and an aggressive tranche. It's just a way to basically trade off on risk reward profiles. And this has already been done in Bitcoin going back a decade. There are structured products that have been sold to high net worth investors and to endowments. They've been really popular in Japan going back to like 2016, 2017. And that could be just a 2 tranche instrument. That's the one I started seeing in 2018. I almost started selling one that we developed. And it was basically just, you take the Bitcoin returns and you take somebody's capital in, and they're getting 12% and they have the preferred returns. And then everything above 12% goes to the equity investor. And that's it. So they're just buying Bitcoin on leverage. And if the thing crashes, you put the Bitcoin essentially to the debt investor. So they have first call on the asset, right? So there's nothing particularly new or novel about that. We've been tranching financial instruments for 50 years or something like that. So just seeing it, but I think the way that Strategy finally talked about it like that, and splitting it up into the highest risk at the top and then down to the conservative, and the way that they laid it out. And I think it wasn't until right before the election, it was from the stage at the Cantor conference down in Florida, where I think Michael really clarified it. And he used the refining capital analogy, which was kind of a reshape of his refining data analogy from 2003 with the original business. But it just struck a nerve with people. It definitely struck a nerve with me. It made it really easy to explain that. You had one slide now that could go into everybody's decks, basically, where you could explain exactly what's going on and why it's not magic and why it's not, it's not a Ponzi. It's literally just providing investors with what they want. It gets you duration, it gets you yield, it gets you all these things. And for anybody that's a Bitcoin believer, that's an easy one to sign up for. And for a lot of people who are not Bitcoin believers, which is what we're seeing a lot more in the market now, they don't actually have a view on Bitcoin, whatever. It's just their math models say this is a good buy.
You've had a unique seat, as we've seen Ben and Jeff and folks, including an individual at your firm, kind of either take a CIO position, director of Bitcoin strategy position. Can you tell us what that experience has been like? How does that inform kind of where we are right now? And obviously hopefully the obvious, yes, this is positive. We're creating Bitcoin jobs. Where do you see this going?
Well, I think I emailed you a couple hours ago reminding you that Bitcoiner Jobs is by far the largest job board in the space that has hired the most Bitcoiners, and standing by for new job posts there. I mean, I think this is there was a fun period of time in like 2020, 21, and we called it the Bitcoiner draft. And it was basically, at the time, everybody was kind of interviewing and getting jobs at either Swan or Unchained or Bitcoin Magazine. And so we were just kind of like joking about it, laughing about it, talking about it on podcasts, kind of talking about the Bitcoiner draft. And this feels like that. This is a time where there's a lot of jobs open, and there's a lot of people that have shown proof of work and been able to deliver value on spec, essentially, without getting paid. And this is the time where you go and you've actually been interviewing for a job this whole time. And it was like that back then as well. So you mentioned Stephen Lubka, Terrence Yang, the entire Anchor Watch team, like so many of these different companies, essentially were meeting each other and auditioning for each other on Clubhouse in late 2020 and the first half of 2021 before Spaces came along and ruined it. And we all met and we got to, I like Stephen Lubka essentially auditioned for 300 plus hours that I hung out talking about Bitcoin with him, listening to him explain things to new people and old people and torpedoing shitcoin narratives and all that. And, so it was kind of like that. And I think that's what you're seeing is people who've put in the work and, put in, a year or more of their time delivering value for free, and learning and, progressing. As I've seen, I'm interested in a particular person to join our team right now who I have watched over the last year go from just a commenter to a repackager, and now leading with new creative thought and kind of like financial engineering type ideas and putting it out in public. And it's like, okay, yeah, you graduated, like you're adding value now. And yes, you should have a job, and pinged him and said he can have a job here. And if he doesn't want to come here, I'll help him get a job somewhere else. But in my own view, there's one data point that he's ready.
That's awesome. What should people know about Swan? Like, they might see Swan all over the place, but they're like, Swan Bitcoin, I guess I can buy Bitcoin. Yeah. What is Swan? And
so we're like a diversified Bitcoin wealth platform. I would think about the array of services and products that we're in, and what our thesis is very similar to what Fidelity did around equities starting 50 years ago. So it's a new asset class. It's Bitcoin. And so, yes, of course, you need brokerage. We need custody in 4 different flavors, depending on your risk profile and kind of what your risk model is. So anything from full third-party custody to full self-sovereignty, collaborative custody, tri-party custody with 3 different institutions. So that's kind of the way we approach that. You need inheritance planning and advice. People need asset-backed loans, so we offer those. Retirement accounts, so IRAs, Roth, and traditional, and we'll have more retirement account types in the next year. Still working on launching a credit card, so Bitcoin Rewards credit card, hopefully in Q4 this year. And just kind of on and on. Asset management products. We own a piece of an RIA, so a bunch of advisors that come into us, they end up going and working at the RIA, and a lot of clients that come in that want a Bitcoin expert as their financial advisor become clients of the RIA, Orange Horizon. So just kind of on, and we'll just keep on building or partnering and distributing, because we have the largest private client services base of Bitcoin investors in the world by far, meaning like high net worth clients. We have 1.2% of all people that have a whole coin are Swan clients, and our goal is to 10x that in the next 3 years. So that's really what we're doing. And then obviously having a large media presence, and we have, more than 10x the YouTube views of any other Bitcoin financial services company on the planet. So you just have like a lot of reach. And I think it just, it lets us get swings at new business units like this one that we've put under Swan Institutional, with me and Ben and Joao and John, going out and doing Bitcoin treasury management. So, yeah, it's exciting.
Awesome. Super appreciate your time today. What's the best place for people to start a conversation with you and with Swan?
Yeah, it's right there at Corey Klipstein on Twitter. We're just Swan on Twitter, SWAN. So just get in touch. My DMs are open, and I read them. And you can probably also just ping Tim or anybody else, Ben, that knows me well, and get in touch by email if you like.
Awesome. Corey, thanks for joining the conference. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Tim, and congrats on this.
Thanks. Stick around. We'll be back in just a minute. Welcome back to the Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference powered by Bitcoin for Corporations. I'm excited to welcome to the conference the chairman of Coincilium and Forza, Malcolm Pally. Malcolm, how are you, sir?
I'm great, Tim. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. When I was putting together this conference, I kind of did it mostly on my own. And so there were a lot of messages back and forth. I literally received messages on X and LinkedIn. And then when I didn't respond fast enough on LinkedIn, people literally straight up cold emailed me and said, we want to see representation from Coincilium and Forza at the conference. So you guys definitely have quite the community out there. So I just wanted to say congratulations on that.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you. It's been a hell of a ride. It's been a roller coaster, and it's been such a short time. If you would have taken a long vacation at the end of May and come back now, you wouldn't recognize what's happened with us, because literally we started then. I think we kind of seeded our Forza with 5 Bitcoin on the 27th of May. And that's not that long ago. And it's been a whiplash. It's been crazy. So I'm really grateful to you for putting this on, and I've been following it most of the day in between things, and I can see it's going really well, and I'm really, really pleased for you. I'm really pleased. Great. And as I'm really grateful that you've had us on your podcast as well. So really, really happy to be here. And if we're getting that many requests, that's amazing. I've been told our community now is up to 1,100, possibly growing. So I'd like to think we're doing something right, but it's so early days. It's something that maybe it's a bit of intrigue, and people are following us and what we're doing. So I'm very happy to bring, to bring everyone up to speed. We do regular X Spaces, and we try to get a lot of the message across then, but it's just so much happening all at the same time.
Absolutely. Can you tell us a little bit about the background, and then also maybe highlight, because I've had Eddie Travia and James Van Straten, right, your CEO and advisor, respectively, on different conversations, different podcasts, and you really seems like a very strong Bitcoin team over there. So whatever you can share on that end, I'm sure for people less familiar, they'd really appreciate it.
Look, I've been in the space for since 2012, when I was a young man at I don't want to say the age now, because I'll tell you how I'm 68 now. I'm the oldest guy in the room. And it's like, I'm keeping up, but I've been in the space since 2012. So Eddie as well, I met because once I found out about Bitcoin back then, we were going to conferences that were empty. There was no one in the room at all. And we saw Andreas Antonopoulos talking to 5 people. Max Kaiser was giving a talk in a church, and with a few other people. Simon Dixon was there. And so it's like watching that from that stage to now. And of course, I met James a couple of years ago. I was introduced to him, and this guy blew me away because of his passion, his understanding. He got it. And all, he's just going against the grain with all his friends, dreaming of buying a property. And he said, no, I'm buying Bitcoin. There's nothing else. And Eddie, likewise, when I came across this space, and I thought, you need things in this space to make it work. You need exchanges, you need wallets, whatever it is. Who's running an incubator? And that was what Eddie was doing in 2013. So we got together then and we formed Coincilium. But it's been a long, long time coming till we got to where we are now. And there's obviously been the meandering into different tokens and different projects. And I think I don't want to go meander too far into altcoins and things, but we focused on the technology all the time. So it was all about sort of what was behind Bitcoin. And I went on an interview on Newsnight, and I was just, with the FT there, I was kind of the sacrificial lamb, because China had just banned Bitcoin. And it was kind of, it was not even worth having the conversation with a lot of people at the time. But fast forward to where we are now, it's just the timing thing. And what we've seen happening in the UK from literally the month previous to when we started, or we were working on this for almost well, certainly since October last year. We managed to get all the regulatory aspects sorted, because the UK is quite challenging from a regulatory point of view. But when we hit the ground, I'd like to say we hit the ground running. We hit the ground flying. And so we literally, since 27th of May, when we seeded off first Bitcoin, we're now sitting, we've made several purchases. We're now sitting at just under 89 Bitcoin, and we've raised in total 11.54 million. That might seem like small numbers, but for us, from a standing start, it's big. And we've done 3 retail offerings, 2 placings, and 1 accelerated book build, which is the mechanisms that you have to use in the UK until more sophisticated methods come in. But we're completely primed to go to the next level, and that really starts on Friday, this Friday, because we kind of have been running every year with a certain amount of headroom to issue new shares. Without preemption rights, which is the fastest way to go. And we haven't exactly blown completely through the headroom, but we realized that if we want to raise larger amounts, then we're going to hit the we're going to hit that headroom, that ceiling. And the first question, we've had a lot of interest from institutions, and the first question they ask you is, what's your headroom? Because if they're interested in a 40, 50, 20 million raise, we've got to be able to have the headroom, not just to do that, but to do follow-ons. So Friday we've got a general meeting, which we've set to give the authority to increase the headroom, and we're increasing this by 600 million to 600 million shares for cash, and 600 million for non-cash, which gives us other optionality. And once we're there, we can then have more meaningful conversations about quantum of what we can raise. And then I'd like to say the fun starts. I'm a little bit trepidatious about it, because we're getting a lot of interest. So it'll be the acid test once we, there's no excuses now once we get that headroom, because, we fully expect some very meaningful conversations after that. And what I love about this space and about where we are now is that we're from nowhere. We're sort of 74th in the top 100 on this table I've got, which for me is nutty anyway. And I love to see more people coming in, as long as they learn how to do it properly. Make sure that you've got a Bitcoin treasury policy, and you know what you're doing, and all the guests that you got in who are actually giving advice. We need more of these people in the space. We just happen to have a lot of the know-how ourselves. But once we get that, we can see some real leaps coming. And I'm our team, you mentioned Eddie and James, we're so psyched. Eddie and I, obviously executive director. James is kind of pushing us on the advisory side, and rightly so, because he can see what's coming down the track, and this is his vision. So we've got a great team. We've got a lot of stuff happening, and we've got a fantastic community of investors who are supporting us all the way. And they're not afraid to give us feedback, and we take it on board, because you have to, and not because we don't want to. It's all well-meaning. It's for the right reasons. So I think it's the closest I'll ever get to being a professional footballer being cheered on.
That's awesome. Really appreciate your time today. Any closing thoughts you have, and where can people best reach out to you and to the company?
Sure. Well, I mean, the closing thoughts are, as everyone has said, all your other guests, this is only just getting started. We're absolutely psyched about where this can go. We're a bit nervous as well, because it's going to take us already out of our comfort zones. But let's go with it, because everything's changing, and Bitcoin is changing everything. So it's been a long time coming. So our website is www.coincilium.com. We've also got a website under construction for Forza, Forza.gi, because it's based in Gibraltar. That's Gibraltar suffix. And you can contact me by email on malcolmpally@coincilium.com. Eddie Travia's on eddietravia@coincilium.com. Our Twitter is Coincilium Group @Coincilium Group, and Forza Bitcoin @Forza Bitcoin. And yeah, so very happy to speak to anyone. I'm a little bit more analog. Eddie does a lot of the X-based stuff, and does the tweets. I'm still happy with a phone call.
Awesome. Malcolm,
Okay.
thank you so much for joining the conference. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Tim. We'll keep in touch. Cheers.
Okay. Cheers.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited to welcome the CEO of the Smarter Web Company, Andrew Webbley. Andrew, how are you today?
I'm doing okay, thanks. How are you?
I am doing okay as well. Can we start with that very phrase? I see on X now that people are saying we're doing okay. That has kind of turned into a meme. Did that originate with something that you said? I've there's so much going on. I can only assume that maybe there was a conversation where you said we're doing okay, and of course, I think you're doing more than okay, because at least one period of time, you're the fastest growing Bitcoin treasury company in the world. So we'll maybe start there.
Yeah, so I'm from the UK, which is where our company's incorporated and listed. I suppose we're sort of relatively understated as a general rule in the UK. And when people ask me how you're doing, it's, I'm very pleased with it. I'm very, very pleased this week, actually. But, I said we're doing okay, and, we'll keep trying to do a bit better every single day. And, kind of stuck, really. So yeah, that's where it came from.
Very cool. Where is Smarter Web Company right now? Are you guys looking for talent? What kind of conversations are you most looking to engage with?
Well, this week's been quite an interesting week, actually. We announced on Monday that we had got to 1,000 Bitcoin. I was pretty pleased with that. And looking at the sort of the ranking tables, I'd say it's the level that we'll start to be taken seriously on a global stage. We've got a tremendous amount of support at the moment, and I'm, so pleased about that. One of the biggest communities in the world, within the Bitcoin treasury space. My eye is very much on the next target that we're looking to cross, and I'm hoping that won't be too long. Obviously, I can't say exactly when, but everyone can see our cash position at the moment. We started announcing the cash position, which goes into Bitcoin very, very quickly within a week or two. Within our Bitcoin buy RNSs, we've also started announcing our yield, which looks quite respectable. And we've also incorporated within our website a new analytics page, so people can see the the MNAV in real time, the market cap, the NAV, the Bitcoin holdings, all these sorts of things, in a couple of charts that are very, very easy to see. That's not all that I've been doing this week, though. We are recruiting. We recently added Jesse to our team. Some of you may know him. He's a really smart guy. Perhaps a smarter guy, no pun intended. And it's a pleasure to work with him. He's actually released our new deck that he and I have been working on for the last couple of weeks, and that's really, really good. So there's a lot of things that we need to do, and some of the things that we've been working on you'll see in the very, very near future. There's some quite exciting things coming out as well, which I'm not allowed to talk about at the moment, but it's pretty good on the whole.
I've seen on X that you have been described as maybe the best, or one of the best tempered, very positive, very thoughtful people representing Bitcoin treasury companies. And I saw the clip where you were on, I believe it was maybe some version of CNBC or something over there. What was that experience like for you? And maybe just a quick thank you for being so even tempered and positive in the face of interviewers that are, doing their thing in mainstream traditional media?
Well, that was a tough one. I think anyone that's seen it would see that it was a bit of a tough interview. I would say in my defense that the first half was tough. He wouldn't actually let me speak, which made it a bit tougher. But the second half, I think I won him round, actually, and I wouldn't be that surprised if he was a shareholder now, So, it was tough. It's difficult, like you and I that have been invested in Bitcoin for a long time. And, I've been investing in Bitcoin treasury companies, obviously strategy initially for, about 5 years now. And, to me, it's the very best sector in the whole wide world. And, you find it. I'm having a lot of conversations with traditional fund managers and they're not getting it, and then they get it, and then they love it. And it's just that journey at the end of the day. We always say that we're still early, and we clearly are still early in a lot of ways. And that gives me enthusiasm, actually, because when you see people that haven't actually worked it out, I to this day, I've not met anyone that has put the effort into learning about Bitcoin that has then not found that it's one of the best things, if not the best thing in a financial sense in the entire world. So I quite like it when I meet people and they haven't sort of had their eyes opened yet. And, I did my best. I think I explained, all the good bits. I think I managed to get the risk warnings in there as well, which, the lawyers would obviously quite like me doing. It was tough, but, that's part of the job at the end of the day. Not everyone that I speak to is going to understand why it's so good to have, in my case, almost everything in Bitcoin treasury companies, but in a lot of people's cases, maybe 10%, 5%, 3%, 20%, whatever is right for them of their portfolio exposed to the sector. But it was a tricky one. It was a very long day as well that day, because I had lots of other meetings planned with some quite interesting people. And then, we had an event in the evening with, a great turnout, probably 200 people, standing room only. So it was a great day. And I must admit, I was very much looking forward to that interview. And, the first couple of minutes weren't quite as positive as I was hoping it would be. But, we got through it, didn't we?
Absolutely. Has there been anything that has surprised you over the last couple of weeks, or any themes that you've picked up on as far as questions from investors, shareholders, stakeholders, that you'd like to kind of go over? Because if it's a theme and you're hearing it all the time, maybe it'd be really helpful for people to hear that.
Yeah, so I still get a bit overwhelmed by the support that we've had. I'm just doing my job. I'm sticking to the same strategy of when we IPO'd. We're one of the only companies in the whole world to IPO with this strategy. We only IPO'd 2 and a bit months ago. So I still get a bit overwhelmed by all the support. And, I have people coming up to me saying, you've changed my life, you've paid off my mortgage, I can afford to go on holiday and all this sort of stuff. And I absolutely love that, but it is very, very humbling. One thing that crops up from time to time is, our cash position, how we manage that. We actually deploy, and I say it a lot, that, we are short the pound, long Bitcoin. That's what our whole treasury strategy is based on. But in the UK, which is where we're based, it takes a couple of days from when you announce the money to when you get the money to when you effectively then deploy the money. And so that one comes up from time to time. But, most people understand the approach that we've had. And I always say to people, judge us by our actions. You can see our history of how frequently and how aggressively we buy Bitcoin within our treasury. So yeah, that comes up a little bit, but I like talking about that one as well. Now the team's starting to get a bit bigger. I think people are seeing, that side of things on how we're growing that. Right from the start, we had the highest levels of corporate governance. We had the highest levels of, all the things that the regulators like. So, all of that sort of stuff was all under control from day one. But it's more like the marketing people, with my time, having more time to, speak to all the wonderful people in the world like you, Tim. So, it's it's just the growing of the business is something that a lot of people are interested in. This week actually it's quite cool. We put our merch on our website. So we had loads of orders in a very short space of time for that. So that's started to go out the door today, and more of it will go out the door tomorrow. My sort of assistant dispatching all of that for us. So yeah, it has been a great ride so far. But as I said, when I met you in Vegas, actually, the title of my presentation, we are only just getting started. This is a multi-year strategy for us. We want to be one of the very biggest companies in the UK. We think that we're on that path. It's just the relentless every single day, every single week. How can we get better? How can we do more? How can we grow our capital base more and more? The thing that's really nice for me now is we get a lot of people coming to us wanting to offer us capital. So of course it's a two-way thing. We're still out canvassing that side of things all the time to see where the right capital can come from. We've never done a raise at a discount, for example. We're very, very focused on that side of things, because clearly capital is quite an important part of the business here. But it's really nice to see some of these really credible names coming to us saying, well, could we do a private placement with yourselves and things like that? So people will see that stuff unfold over the coming weeks and from there, and that's quite exciting for me as well.
Absolutely. Can you give a little more color on Jesse Myers for a moment? Because he's quite the impressive individual. Literally the slide of all the assets in the world that Michael Saylor uses, if you look down in the corner, it says Jesse Myers. So he's done a lot of great work over the years, and I'm sure it's been really cool to get to work with him.
Yeah, for sure. So, he's a really intelligent guy. Not just with Jesse, but with anyone that comes into the business. I'll take my time to make sure it's the right person. Many, many years ago, in one of my former roles, I did a lot of work with Microsoft. And the thing that I learned from them was that, you have to structure things in such a way that you're really putting the business first in terms of people. So what everyone can see about our business is that we put the business, and therefore its shareholders, first. And the people that work within the business, including me, they have to follow and fit in with that. So I spent quite a long time getting to know Jesse. When I first met him, I was impressed. And I put the time and the effort into meeting him on a number of different occasions, just because it's such an important role what he's doing within our business, that I wanted to make sure that I was 100% confident that I had the very best person in the world for that job. And I think I do. He's very good, in terms of all of the research that he's done, all of the writing that he's done. But then he's also excellent in terms of his experience. He founded a really good company. He used to run a Bitcoin. He calls it a holding fund, but some people call it a hedge fund. And so he's incredibly experienced in that. And it's been a real benefit for me to have somebody that thinks in a different way, but also in some of the same ways as me, to bounce ideas off alongside my wider team. So yeah, I'm over the moon that he wanted to join our company. And I think from what people can see that he's done so far, helping with the analytics, creating the deck, engaging with the community, a number of different live streams, a couple of things that no one can see at the moment that he's working on. We're really lucky to have him. At the end of the day, a business is only as good as its people. And he's a really good person.
Absolutely. I'll throw it over to you for any closing thoughts, anything that you want to leave everyone with, and if you could also share the best place for people to reach out to you and the firm online.
Yeah, so what I'd like to point people towards is our website, which is www.smarterwebcompany.co.uk. If you go to the website, click on Investor Relations, you'll see our analytics section. That's something that's really quite good, because you can see where we're at. We're so transparent. We want everyone to be able to see and make their own informed decisions about what they think of the business at any point in time. It wouldn't be a live stream without giving a quick shout out to our community on X. So if you want to find out about more from about us, then go to the community on X. There's loads of information there, and that's a really good place to go. And then, of course, you can follow us. So our company page is Smarter Web UK on X, and my personal page on X is ASJ Webbley. So both those places are a really good place to go. So have a look at the website, see what the community say, and then also, follow us on X.
Awesome. Andrew Webbley, thank you so much for your time today and being a part of this conference. We really appreciate it.
Pleasure to be on. Thank you.
And stick around. In 15 minutes, we have Andrew Kang, the CFO of Strategy. The Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference is presented by Bitcoin for Corporations. Bitcoin for Corporations is the leading platform helping public companies integrate Bitcoin into their balance sheet and amplify their story to the world. Bitcoin for Corporations connects executive teams with the insights, tools, and community they need to execute a Bitcoin strategy, and then puts a spotlight on those bold enough to act. If you're building on a Bitcoin standard, Bitcoin for Corporations is here to help you go further, faster. Learn more at bitcoinforcorporations.com. Did you know that a fast-growing company with 30% year-over-year growth that is cash flow positive has been stacking Bitcoin since 2021 and has an average Bitcoin purchase price of $67,000. This is Giga Inc. With big news coming soon, they are on the path to the top 5 Bitcoin treasury companies as they build easy and stack hard. Learn more about Giga Inc. at giga.us and follow them on X at GigaBTC. Want to win $1,000 in Bitcoin? Just scan the QR code displayed or sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman to enter. This giveaway is brought to you by Arch Lending, the leading provider for Bitcoin-backed loans. Whether you're borrowing $5,000 as a long-term hodler or $20 million as a public company building a treasury strategy around their Bitcoin, you probably have one thing in common. You don't want to sell your Bitcoin. Arch allows you to access a flexible Bitcoin-backed line of credit with no rehypothecation and insured custody through Anchorage Digital, which is a federally chartered bank. They take every measure to keep your Bitcoin fully secure. Rates start from just 12% for up to 24 months, and setup takes minutes. Whether you're bridging a short-term need or scaling something long-term, Arch gives you the tools to stay on the Bitcoin standard and still move fast. Sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman or scan the QR code to receive an additional 1% off your interest rate. You'll also be entered to win $1,000 in Bitcoin. They want you to sell. Arch wants you to win. The Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference is brought to you by Melius, the pioneering Bitcoin treasury company of Brazil and the largest Bitcoin holder in Latin America. If you've been following the Bitcoin Treasuries podcast for any length of time, you know one thing I can't stress enough is that if you're holding your own keys, that seed phrase backup better be bulletproof. Here's the reality. Paper degrades, ink fades, house fires happen, floods happen. Your handwritten seed phrase on a piece of paper, that's a point of failure just waiting to destroy your financial sovereignty. That's exactly why I've partnered with Stampseed. These guys have figured out the gold standard for seed phrase backup. Permanent titanium plates that you can stamp yourself. We're talking about a metal that can survive temperatures of over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, nearly triple the heat of an average house fire. What I love about Stampseed is they've made
this accessible. You get the complete toolkit with everything you need. The titanium plates, the stamps, the jigs to keep everything aligned perfectly. No guesswork, no special skills required, just permanent, indestructible backup of your financial freedom. And if you're running multi-sig, Stampseed scales beautifully. Buy the base kit, then add as many additional plates as your setup requires. It's the most cost-effective way to properly secure a multi-sig configuration that I've found. Here's a nice touch. They'll even customize the back of your plates. Want your company logo or your wallet identifier, some personal reminder system? They've got you covered. Head over to Stampseed and grab your kit and titanium plates. Now 21% off site-wide with code TIM21. This exclusive conference offer ends on July 11th, so don't miss out. Go to stampseed.com, use code TIM21. Next Layer Capital is institutional capital for a Bitcoin-denominated future. Next Layer partners with conviction-led founders, asset allocators, and treasury leaders building on the hardest money in history. Visit them on X at Next Layer Cap. One Big Party is a modern storytelling studio crafting unforgettable moments that make the world a more interesting place. They are passionate about spreading Bitcoin with love and helping companies tell their story. Check them out at www.onebigparty.co. LogScale Investments is a proprietary trading and private equity firm founded in 2024. Learn more on X at LogScale Invest. Is your business ready to harness the power of Bitcoin? Jamondo Law specializes in designing custom Bitcoin treasury strategies for independent businesses. Their team guides you through integration of secure, compliant solutions tailored to your specific business and financial goals. Visit jamondolaw.com to future-proof your business with Bitcoin. Locate Technologies is an Australian logistics software company helping businesses around the world optimize last-mile delivery. They've recently begun building their Bitcoin treasury, now holding 10 Bitcoin, as they believe all routes ultimately lead to Bitcoin. Find them on X and learn more at Locate Tech HQ. BTC Agenda is pioneering Germany's first publicly listed Bitcoin treasury company and building the region's first dedicated community. Bitcoin Agenda empowers companies to adopt strategic Bitcoin treasury positions with shared knowledge and community. Learn more on X at BTC Agenda. The Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference is presented by Bitcoin for Corporations. Bitcoin for Corporations is the leading platform helping public companies integrate Bitcoin into their balance sheet and amplify their story to the world. Bitcoin for Corporations connects executive teams with the insights, tools, and community they need to execute a Bitcoin strategy, and then puts a spotlight on those bold enough to act. If you're building on a Bitcoin standard, Bitcoin for Corporations is here to help you go further, faster. Learn more at bitcoinforcorporations.com. Did you know that a fast-growing company with 30% year-over-year growth that is cash flow positive has been stacking Bitcoin since 2021 and has an average Bitcoin purchase price of $67,000. This is Giga Inc. With big news coming soon, they are on the path to the top 5 Bitcoin treasury companies as they build easy and stack hard. Learn more about Giga Inc. at giga.us and follow them on X at GigaBTC. Want to win $1,000 in Bitcoin? Just scan the QR code displayed or sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman to enter. This giveaway is brought to you by Arch Lending, the leading provider for Bitcoin-backed loans. Whether you're borrowing $5,000 as a long-term hodler or $20 million as a public company building a treasury strategy around their Bitcoin, you probably have one thing in common. You don't want to sell your Bitcoin. Arch allows you to access a flexible Bitcoin-backed line of credit with no rehypothecation and insured custody through Anchorage Digital, which is a federally chartered bank. They take every measure to keep your Bitcoin fully secure. Rates start from just 12% for up to 24 months, and setup takes minutes. Whether you're bridging a short-term need or scaling something long-term, Arch gives you the tools to stay on the Bitcoin standard and still move fast. Sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman or scan the QR code to receive an additional 1% off your interest rate. You'll also be entered to win $1,000 in Bitcoin. They want you to sell. Arch wants you to win. The Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference is brought to you by Melius, the pioneering Bitcoin treasury company of Brazil and the largest Bitcoin holder in Latin America. If you've been following the Bitcoin Treasuries podcast for any length of time, you know one thing I can't stress enough is that if you're holding your own keys, that seed phrase backup better be bulletproof. Here's the reality. Paper degrades, ink fades, house fires happen, floods happen. Your handwritten seed phrase on a piece of paper, that's a point of failure just waiting to destroy your financial sovereignty. That's exactly why I've partnered with StampSeed. These guys have figured out the gold standard for seed phrase backup. Permanent titanium plates that you can stamp yourself. We're talking about a metal that can survive temperatures of over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, nearly triple the heat of an average house fire. What I love about StampSeed is they've made this accessible. You get the complete toolkit with everything you need. The titanium plates, the stamps, the jigs to keep everything aligned perfectly. No guesswork, no special skills required, just permanent, indestructible backup of your financial freedom. And if you're running multi-sig, StampSeed scales beautifully. Buy the base kit, then add as many additional plates as your setup requires. It's the most cost-effective way to properly secure a multi-sig configuration that I've found. Here's a nice touch. They'll even customize the back of your plates. Want your company logo or your wallet identifier, some personal reminder system? They've got you covered. Head over to StampSeed and grab your kit and titanium plates. Now 21% off site-wide with code TIM21. This exclusive conference offer ends on July 11th, so don't miss out. Go to stampseed.com, use code TIM21. Next Layer Capital is institutional capital for a Bitcoin-denominated future. Next Layer partners with conviction-led founders, asset allocators, and treasury leaders building on the hardest money in history. Visit them on X at Next Layer Cap. One Big Party is a modern storytelling studio crafting unforgettable moments that make the world a more interesting place. They are passionate about spreading Bitcoin with love and helping companies tell their story. Check them out at www.onebigparty.co. LogScale Investments is a proprietary trading and private equity firm founded in 2024. Learn more on X at LogScale Invest. Is your business ready to harness the power of Bitcoin? Jamondo Law specializes in designing custom Bitcoin treasury strategies for independent businesses. Their team guides you through integration of secure, compliant solutions tailored to your specific business and financial goals. Visit jamondolaw.com to future-proof your business with Bitcoin. Locate Technologies is an Australian logistics software company helping businesses around the world optimize last-mile delivery. They've recently begun building their Bitcoin treasury, now holding 10 Bitcoin, as they believe all routes ultimately lead to Bitcoin. Find them on X and learn more at Locate Tech HQ. BTC Agenda is pioneering Germany's first publicly listed Bitcoin treasury company and building the region's first dedicated community. Bitcoin Agenda empowers companies to adopt strategic Bitcoin treasury positions with shared knowledge and community. Learn more on X at BTC Agenda.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Treasuries digital conference powered by Bitcoin for Corporations. In just a moment, we're going to welcome to the stage the CFO of Strategy, Andrew Kang. Hi, Andrew.
Hi, Tim. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you today?
Doing great.
I like the Bitcoin artwork in the background.
You know, I like it too. In fact, I love it, and I can't take credit for it. It was gifted to me by our treasurer, Sharish Jajodia. So if you ever are on a web call with him, you'll notice the same Bitcoin in the background. So I've got to give him credit for it.
Very cool. I don't know how many interviews you've done. For those unfamiliar, could you give us a little bit of your background and what this journey has been like from your seat in the CFO position over the last several years?
Absolutely. And first off, Tim, thanks for having me. It's really great to be here with you and all the viewers. To answer your question, I've done a lot of different conference speaking engagements, but I think this is probably my first online interview. So I'll give you that. It's your inaugural conference. It's my inaugural online live webcast. So again, honored to be here and thank you. A bit about my background. I grew up in, I guess the traditional finance world. I've worked in some of the largest global banks in the world. And I had the opportunity to join, at the time, MicroStrategy in early summer of 2022. And speaking of roller coasters, you'll recall what the second half of 2022 was like. And for me, it actually wasn't a detractor. It was actually an opportunity. I've in my career lived through things like the great financial crisis, even on the front lines in the mortgage industry. And so, I feel like living through those types of moments help battle test you. I say often it helps you sort of look around the corners to what you may not see, but what may be coming. And it's really enabled me to sort of become a little bit of not just a finance professional, but I almost consider myself over the years becoming a bit of a risk manager as well. So joined in 2022. As you know, MicroStrategy at the time had really launched the Bitcoin strategy in 2020, late 2020. So the company was well underway of acquiring Bitcoin and growing the balance sheet. But really, I would say it was, a year and a half or so after we had gotten through, that crypto winter that we really started to see, the pace pick up in the adoption, obviously through the beginning of 2024 with the launch of the Bitcoin ETF. So it was a pretty big milestone. And so for me, it was an opportunity to do something different. I had always aligned myself to thinking about innovation and disruption in the traditional finance markets. I had come from a fintech company prior to coming here, and so slowly migrating from that traditional world to more of a technology-oriented finance capacity. And so MicroStrategy at the time was very interesting to me because I could tell that Michael Saylor and Fong Li were really innovating around digital assets, and if you think about where we are today and how people have adopted not just Bitcoin but also the Bitcoin treasury strategy, early leaders and pioneers. And so it's been an amazing roller coaster. The roller coaster coming in 2022, but really seeing the huge upside that we've seen over the last year and a half has been an amazing journey.
I remember we were both at the Bitwise event a few months ago here in New York. What has it been like seeing the community online, but then meeting people, both meetings that you're kind of probably doing for strategy, but then meeting the community at these events? What has that been like?
It has probably been one of the more rewarding aspects. There's many rewarding aspects of being with strategy and being part of the journey that we've taken off on. I would say being part of the community is certainly one of the valuable, tangible outcomes of being part of this organization. And you mentioned the Bitwise conference. If you think about our strategy world and our Bitcoin for Corporations conference, and especially the event that True North put on during that conference, it was eye-opening to see not just sort of like the traditional finance world adopt and embrace Bitcoin, but it was probably one of the first times, not having also been to the Bitcoin conferences as well, but more specifically around what we're doing in the Bitcoin space, really got to see how much energy and enthusiasm there was for Bitcoin and the value and the financial freedom that us and others like us, Bitcoin, corporations that have adopted Bitcoin have really been able to help people, normal people, as well as big institutions and big banks and big financial money managers and things like that. But it really hits home when you meet people that tell you their stories about how investing in MSTR over the years has helped them really find financial freedom. And of course, that performance, that value that we generated was built upon Bitcoin. So for me, it continues to be a great experience, and I love meeting people, and I can't wait to meet more people in our next event and conference as well.
A lot of conversation right now on many podcasts and on many social media posts is around the preferred equity products that Strategy has brought to market over the very, not so long, right? Last couple months, maybe you could say. So people are talking about STRF, STRD, STRK. As the chief financial officer of Strategy, what's your view on what you can share as to how all this came together and what it means and how it, how they probably complement each other. What's your framework around those, and what would you like to convey?
Yeah, it's a very important topic, and it's a very specific strategy that we've obviously embarked on. I would say that it is what we believe to be sort of the foundation being laid for a Bitcoin-based, a Bitcoin standard economy where investors, all investors of any type, really large and small, can really take advantage of instruments that piggyback off of the direction and the trend and the growth and the price appreciation that we all expect and believe in from Bitcoin. So first and foremost, I think of it as taking sort of, finance in the traditional sense, sort of like the journey that I went through, right, personally, and then deploying it within the Bitcoin economy, the crypto economy, finding innovation in ways that can translate and bring forward. We always say that, the old capital markets are, 20th century, finance. This is 21st century finance. And it's really bringing forward those types of investment opportunities and securities that offer value and reward in the digital age, and specifically built on Bitcoin. The one thing that I would say that we've done, and you mentioned, it's been a fairly short timeline, and by short, we launched our first preferred equity offering, STRK, very early this year. Since then, we've launched STRF and STRD. I think what our goal is to create what we call a ladder of investment opportunity, right? So, if I think about STRK, it's an 8% annual cash dividend. As you know, it's really targeted towards growth-oriented income investors that want the benefit of that convertible feature, right? So if our share price goes up to 1,000, then you can convert that to equity, similar to sort of the unlock that we did in the convertible bond asset class in 2024, right? We were the largest issuers of convertible bond debt in 2024. We've sort of translated that into a more broad retail-focused preferred equity offering that gives an investor who wants that type of exposure, similar type of opportunity. Then there's, STRF was the second pref that we put into the market. That's an 8% annual cash dividend as well, and that is a different flavor, right? It's non-convertible, so it's more income focused for investors that are looking for, pristine, premium yield with enhanced payment protection, right? So like all the over collateralization that exists on our balance sheet, it's rock solid. It's the most senior of the prefs, and we're looking for that sort of high grade, investment grade like investment opportunity with outsized returns relative to what else you can get out there in the market. And then the last one was STRD. Again, thinking about a ladder in terms of risk appetite and investment opportunity. It's a 10% annual cash dividend. In fact, it's the third, the most recent of the three. And it's the most successful IPO that we've done in the pref landscape. It was upsized from $250 million to $1 billion. That's a massive upsize. And it was the largest concentration of retail investors in the pref IPOs that we've done. So to me, it was one of those situations where we're innovating, we're providing opportunities built on Bitcoin. But we've done it in a way STRK was sort of like the first offering where we weren't sure how it's going to, we had belief in it, but we weren't sure how the investor community would accept it. STRF came, it grew on the back of STRK, and then we did STRD, which even outperformed the two. Now, that being said, since IPO, they've all performed amazingly, right? STRK and STRF are somewhere between 40 and 50% up in value. And then STRD, I think in a very short 4-week period, is up 12% since IPO. So I think our goal is to get these instruments in the market continue growing the demand, showing investors why this is something they should be interested in, and evaluating the comparable investment opportunities across the landscape. And I think that's what's driving demand, and that's what's driving price performance, and that's what's driving the growth in our preferred. So it is in short, how we think about innovation built on Bitcoin in the financial segment.
How do you kind of think about the changes we've seen in the market as far as Bitcoin adoption over the past year, the evolving market conditions, and certainly and obviously the new Bitcoin treasury company entrance?
Yeah, I would say, going back to what I had mentioned early on, joining in 2022, that era to me was, an era of demonstrating conviction in Bitcoin and what we believed Bitcoin was going to do from an adoption perspective, from a price appreciation perspective. And it was done in somewhat of a vacuum. I remember in late 2022, we had a lot of investors calling us saying, we're not sure what's going to happen. Bitcoin's down to 16,000. We're worried about, where it's going to go from here. Like, help us figure out liability management, take us out of these bonds. Like we're scared, right? But we took all of those conversations, we listened to our investors, and we continued to portray a message of confidence and conviction, and said, we just need to wait through this cycle. We believe that Bitcoin will ultimately appreciate for all the fundamental reasons that everyone listening to your conference is already well informed and educated on. And a lot of that came to fruition. It took a little while, right? And 2023 was a little bit of a transition period from 22 to 24, but really the beginning of 2024 with the launch of the ETFs, right? With some of the most successful launches of ETFs in history having occurred, really accelerated institutional adoption. And then again, of course, in Q4 of 2024 is when we had the administration change in the election. And that really, with the support and the embrace of the digital asset community and the crypto community and Bitcoin specifically, that's really further accelerated it, right? So, in terms of like, how do I, think back on the ups and downs and where the market has moved, in a lot of ways, a lot of what's happened, I think, is what I can't say anyone has a crystal ball, but I would say that, in some regards, Michael Saylor may have the closest thing, because if you go back and listen to his conference speeches and his podcasts in 2023, he basically laid out for all of us like what the milestones were going to be, right? It was going to be the ETFs. It was going to be, an administration change. It was going to be, a rulemaking around, a markets framework around, things like that are happening now, like the Genius Act. Like, all these things are sort of happening that support the ecosystem. And so right now, we're very excited. I'm extremely excited. It's like, it's one of those things where we say you can't put the genie back in the bottle, and we're looking forward to where this is going to go for the next forever.
Can you talk a little bit about how you think about the current capital allocation process and the innovation of the security offerings? I know we touched on the preferreds, but maybe how it all comes together in your view.
Absolutely. So, I think back to, what I learned in school and the textbooks, which, we know are outdated, and we need to sort of advance them to this digital crypto economy we're in today. But, if I go back to basics, any CFO thinks about, just a simple capital allocation strategy, right? And all that means is, if I've got $1 to put to work, what is the best use of that dollar? And I would say unequivocally, in this seat that I've been in for the last 3+ years as a CFO of strategy, there has been no other better use of $1 raised than to convert that to Bitcoin. And as you mentioned, we've got a lot of different ways we've done it, right? We've done it through a common equity ATM. We've done it through convertible debt. We've now done it through preferred offerings that I just mentioned. But even some of the critics that you hear out there, right? They talk about the ATM utilization and the dilution impact. And we've always said that we don't believe it's dilution. It's in a sense accretive no matter what. And the proof is somewhat in the pudding, right? If you think about our capital plan, we've raised just about $24 billion in common stock equity, which one may consider dilutive. That's about 60% of our capital plan that we announced. I would say that we did that, and while we were doing that, MSTR share price year to date has increased 36%. Right, so the people that understand that dollar of use to putting it, on our balance sheet as Bitcoin is transforming a fiat asset that is declining 10 to 15% a year to a digital asset, Bitcoin, that is increasing 50 to 60% a year. So, it's funny, I'll often talk with some of our advisors and they'll say, hey, have you thought about this opportunity? Do you want to go buy this company? My simple answer is show me something that returns more than 50% a year and I'll think about it. In fact, I'll even make it easier for you. Show me something that is going to return more than 30% in the first year and I'll think about it. But I'm telling you, whenever I say that, the conversation goes silent and we all think and we look back to Bitcoin as being the only asset worth putting on your balance sheet.
Got it. Any thoughts that you have maybe in the short to medium term that you'd like to share as far as how you see all of this ecosystem really at this point evolving? Closing thoughts, and super appreciate your time today.
Yeah. Like I said, I would say the tailwinds are strong. As I said, I kind of say you can't put the genie back in the bottle. I think there's more to come. I think there's going to be more support in the legislative process and the regulatory process. I think there's going to be more big bank adoption coming soon in the near term. I think that's going to accelerate more people thinking about Bitcoin, more people wanting to put it on their personal balance sheets, get some sort of exposure to Bitcoin on their personal balance sheets. It's also going to create more momentum for corporations who want to think about putting Bitcoin on their corporate balance sheets. I would, just like I said a moment ago, I would challenge any CFO to think about a simple capital allocation strategy and look at MicroStrategy or strategies, return over the last 5 years, what we call our Bitcoin standard era return. And, I challenge anyone to think about putting capital to work that is better than Bitcoin. So I think there is a lot more to come. I think from strategy, we're not done innovating. I think we're going to keep thinking about how to transform the traditional finance world to the Bitcoin economy going forward. I think we're going to think about other types of investors that we haven't addressed yet. And so, there's going to be more to come. I think it's going to be exciting. And, I've been at the company for 3 years and we've seen, a 10x plus appreciation. I have every intention working with Phong and Michael to do it again in another 3 years or sooner.
Awesome. Andrew Kang, thank you so much for your time today. Appreciate you participating in the conference.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you. And look forward to talking with you again soon.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Stick around. We'll be back in just 1 minute. Welcome back to the Bitcoin Treasury's digital conference powered by Bitcoin for Corporations. I'm pleased to welcome to the conversation both Mehdi Zodi, the founder, president, and CEO of Belgravia Hartford, and Joey Kakuri, director of Bitcoin strategy for Belgravia Hartford. Gentlemen, how are you today? Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Tim. Thanks for having us.
Absolutely.
Doing well, Tim. Yeah, thanks for having us. Congratulations on such a beautiful event.
Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate everybody participating. Appreciate you guys taking the time. Could each of you give a little bit about your background and your journey to Bitcoin and where you are now and how all this came together?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I'll start off. I've been in the capital markets in Canada ever since I was, in my early 20s, even into my teenagers. And, finding the asset class that comes about being in Bitcoin, I like to talk about how it became very organic. It was the natural adoption that everyone talks about. And for us as a micro cap company, understanding to pick the best asset, pick the best investment, the evolution of us owning the Bitcoin treasury model, understanding how we're going to stack up as fast as possible, was half due diligence and half understanding there is no other asset class for us to jump into. So for the past 20 years, I've invested, I've looked in so many sectors, so many opportunities, and nothing like Bitcoin gave me the conviction, and nothing like Bitcoin has given me the results. So, part is conviction, part is results, and those two, when they go hand in hand. I've spent my entire life growing up in Toronto in the micro cap capital space, understanding mining stocks, resources, healthcare. And for the first time ever, I can't look back. I can't look at any other sector. You can't understand valuations. And, it's like all roads led me here. By us adopting this, it opened the doors to talk to a number of financial institutions in the city. It allowed us to attract Joey to come to the table as the head of Bitcoin Treasury, to really elevate us, to really take us from a Canadian micro cap company that's growing to something on a global scale that Joey could talk about. So I'll pass the baton to him right now.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Mehdi. And Tim, I've been following you for a long time at MSTR True North. Really love what you and that whole original group of guys have been able to usher in for Bitcoin. I like to say we owe a debt of gratitude to Michael Saylor for orange pilling the world. I mean, he's the most articulate Bitcoin speaker of all time, in my opinion, and one of the reasons why we're so convicted in following in his path. So with that being said, I'm a Chicago native. My folks raised my four sisters and I in the northern suburbs of Chicago. I was born in December of 1985. And I come from a multi-generational business family, primarily in real estate and banking. We own and operate a bank here in Chicago with 10 branches by the name of Lakeside. And I came to find Bitcoin back in 2016. I was developing a building in Pilsen, which is a kind of a rougher neighborhood in Chicago. It used to be the world's largest macaroni factory. And I was successful in moving in over 300 entrepreneurial spirited businesses into the building. Working for the family, I knew that there was a pretty high barrier to entry for business owners to get office space back then. This is dating back to 2009. So we were able to take this property that my father had bought out of law school in the 80s and convert it from warehouse factory to loft office. And one of the tenants that we moved in is a dear friend of mine now and a colleague of ours at Belgravia Hartford. His name is Matt Ayesh. He was mining Bitcoin on the 5th floor. He started on the 2nd floor and they were generating so much heat, we moved him to the top floor and cut a hole in the ceiling to exhaust all of the hot air. And the first time anybody really showed me how to mine Bitcoin, showed me what Bitcoin was back then in the middle of 2017. And I immediately knew And by the way, I should say I started running a full node that year, and I knew that by running my own node, there was no reason for the bank to exist, really for any bank to exist. So yeah, I hope that that gives a little bit of color to my background. And Mehdi and I met in 2019 through mutual friends, and he had this publicly traded company, and they were always doing really neat stuff. But it wasn't until just December of last year, January of 2025, that he started heavily considering following in the footsteps of MicroStrategy, or formerly known as MicroStrategy. And that's when I joined, and yeah.
Awesome. Super appreciate the background. Can you guys kind of walk through where the company is right now as far as the Bitcoin treasury strategy, and frame out how you think about interacting with cash flow and the capital markets?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's becoming a financial engineering company very rapidly. I mean, where we were a month ago, it's to the power and the sentiment of what Bitcoin really is and the adoption of the community. We're having multiple conversations with very, larger than expected banking groups and private equity firms that are looking at it only because of our market cap. I mean, because our market cap is so low and we're, sub 50 million Canadian, it's allowed us to have conversations as they see the upside. We're looking at various structures. Obviously, dilution is very important to us. So there's opportunities right now for us to really take advantage of the fact that the stock has surged, look into opportunities that allow us to raise as much without diluting to the way we thought. So without getting too far ahead of ourselves, we're looking at a number of opportunities. We're basically assessing each opportunity. And, there's opportunities that we've announced. We're going to pursue those. But rapidly, because of that, other opportunities have come through the door. And opportunities I never even thought about. So that's the beauty of it. I mean, I think when we talk about what avenues open up, a month ago, a lot of these opportunities did not exist, and they do right now. And that's all because of the community. That's all because of our commitment and our dedication to go this one path and one path only, that Joey has been very adamant about, that there is no other path.
Yeah, Mehdi had me laughing yesterday, Tim. He said that he's choking on the orange pill. I've got so many of them.
No, because you got to take. You can't take one or two. I mean, Tim, if you look at our background, in Canada, at times companies fight for liquidity, and at times there's a competition for different asset classes, whatever sector you're in. But we're not fighting, I don't look at it as a race. We're just in line with some of the most innovative people in the world. Whether we're number 250 or 500 or number 5, we're in line and we're benefiting our treasury, our shareholders, and our team. So I don't look at it as a race. I don't look at it as a competition. I look at it as internally, what can we do best? How fast can we grow? And if this takes off the way it should globally, then yeah, who knows where we are? We might be top 5,000. That's great. Let there be 4,999 other conglomerates ahead of us, but we will fulfill our promise to our shareholders. And so far, it's benefited, and I like to believe you've just started, and the best is yet to come.
Awesome. For those not as familiar, can you guys walk through what you've publicly announced so people can kind of put their arms around it?
Sure. So we have a partnership with one of Canada's most prestigious digital asset funds. It's called Round 13. They've opened their they offer us $5 million in a credit facility for us to understand the Bitcoin treasury model. So we've deployed $1.5 million US there. We've bought some from our treasury, our own capital, but we've announced a $10 million private placement at 25 cents Canadian. The stock is now trading into the mid 30s as of today, and there's a 25-cent offering. With that being said, in the last several days, a number of other financing vehicles have showed up, less dilutive, more opportunities. So as a team, with our shareholder base, with our legal team, we're looking at saying the market's given us this opportunity. The market's basically throwing us that, and the stock has reacted. So we have a 25-cent offering that we're pursuing. led by a backstop by one investor. And because of that, it's opened a handful of other avenues. So within now, and I would say the end of the week, we're going to decide on the least dilutive path and the path that allows us to stack the fastest.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that, Tim, that we have a short-term goal of accumulating 1,867 Bitcoin as a homage in honor of the year that Canada was formed. So we have a long-term goal to accumulate 1% of total supply, which I firmly believe that with the team that Betty and I have instrumentally put together, I feel confident that we'll be able to achieve it in time. I just like to say that coming from traditional finance and banking, what MicroStrategy just did this past quarter is just unbelievable, right? I mean, to earn $150 million a day for 90 days in a row in quarter two, over $14 billion profit is just fascinating. And to be eligible now for the S&P 500 is just tremendous. But even with all of that, going through a traditional refinance or any sort of financing in the United States of America, there's 4,000 banks. And if you hold Bitcoin or even treasury Bitcoin companies in your Schwab account, you're not able to borrow against it. They won't collateralize the Bitcoin. There's only one bank out of the 4,000 that'll recognize Bitcoin, and that's JP Morgan, and only if you hold Larry Fink's IBIT ETF. So just imagine how early we are for 50 million Americans to hold Bitcoin today, and not one bank will recognize it. I mean, you guys can call your lender. I mean, I was on the phone with my lender yesterday negotiating a refinance, just a traditional mortgage, and they give no credit for the Bitcoin that's in Coinbase. They give no credit for the Bitcoin treasury companies, including MSTR that are held in the Charles Schwab account. I mean, that is mind-blowing to me. And not to divert too much, but I just wanted to get that out there. And I feel like that we bring a lot to the table. We're very grateful to be part of the Canadian Bitcoin treasury conglomerate, if you will. And just again, I just want to say thank you to all the guys at MSTR True North, MSTR in general, for lighting the path for all of us to follow in. Yeah, and all of those others out there that had helped pave the way, like the Jack Mullers from Chicago. We love Jack. Thank you to Jack for everything he's done in the space. Lynn, Nothing Stops His Train. Alden, I mean, we love Lynn and what she's done for us. The What Bitcoin podcast did, What Bitcoin Did podcast. Sorry. So yeah, I mean, there's so many great people in the space, and we feel really fortunate to be a part of the community.
Absolutely. Can you guys talk a little bit about the operating side of the business for those not familiar?
Yeah. Joe, you want to take that one?
Yeah, sure. We're a purpose-built, if you like, we're purpose-built pure Bitcoin. We don't have any plans to run an operating business. Our plan is to stack Bitcoin as fast and violent as possible, for lack of better words. We really want to hoard Bitcoin, vow to never sell it. And the business plan then becomes, how are you able to add to the bottom line, which is Bitcoin, and not dilute the shareholders? So I think that's the differentiator at this moment. That's clear to me. These operating businesses, they're tough. Anytime there's humans involved, there's going to be error. We've been in business since 1906 in Chicago. It's not easy to be in business, and you don't always make money in business. So we feel like this is a unique opportunity where we can really showcase our business skills by being as prudent and smart as possible, taking the best money in to buy Bitcoin. Now we'll see what happens in the future as the stock price goes up. You never know. And there's also other things that we do want to do in the Bitcoin space. We have some ideas for a BTC BLGV vend machine where Bitcoin would come in, Belgravia Hartford shares would come out at some sort of premium, and some other ways to accrete Bitcoin that are Bitcoin native on the layer 1 network.
Look, and I'll comment on one thing that Joy said earlier about, us moving as fast as we can. As a micro cap company, every dollar we deploy to Bitcoin, the market cap rewards us. And it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You can't say this about biotech or any other sector, healthcare, mining. You could only say it about Bitcoin. So again, it's this organic self-fulfilling prophecy that you have to adopt only when it hits you. It's like that awakening moment in life. And it happened in my career. And I'm encouraging other public companies. I'm encouraging people in Canada that, it's a movement, and you only get it when you get it. So I can't go around forcing it, but when they get it, there is no turning back. So I'm very proud of that. And, when I look at the top of the food chain, I'm forever grateful for the work they've done and for, the punches they took early on, because there was a lot of naysayers. And now the bandwagon and the belief is just growing by the day. And, as Michael Sitter says, the best day to buy is today, right? I mean, so maybe I'm quoting him wrong. Forgive me for that. But yeah, we're just very blessed to be in this opportunity, and we're going to do best for our shareholders, and they're doing best for us. So it's a team effort. I'm very, very grateful for that.
Have there been any themes that you've seen over the past little bit as far as questions from the community, from shareholders, from stakeholders?
Yeah, I think our focus has to be 100%, we are 100% focused and committed to our strategy of Bitcoin and Bitcoin only. And I think as time goes on, as the days and weeks go on, that commitment is solidified. It's been encouraging. It's been positive. I mean, look, it's, as a public company, the support is in your valuation and liquidity. And as a junior micro cap, we've received that validation. So now it's our turn to return it. And by returning it is we have to make the deals that, reward everybody. And we have a very good team. We have an incredible team, really smart people who have put a lot of heart, sweat, and tears into this. And again, it just goes back to our commitment to focusing on the simple strategy that makes sense. Not looking to our left, not looking to our right. There's a lot of great ideas, initiatives, and we applaud people for being innovative, but that's not our mission here. Our mission is one goal and one goal only. As Joy said, violently buy Bitcoin at whatever ways possible.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Where can people reach out to you? Like, where's the best place to connect with you and connect with the firm?
Yeah. So, we have a good Twitter handle, X handle. You can email me, phone call me, but X is our, path that we could go. The company's website, all our information's there.
Right. Belgravia Hartford. We also have blgvbtc.com, and we're OTC now, but in the process of getting uplisted, Tim. Just a testament to Bitcoin. When we adopted the strategy, I don't even know if it was 6 weeks ago, the company had a market cap of less than $5 million US. And today it's north of $25 million US. We're just shy of 16 Bitcoin on the balance sheet. And yeah, we're really excited to announce what's coming with this private placement, and like Mehdi hinted towards some of these other talks with investment banks and some convertible bonds that we're looking at.
Yeah, and I'll leave this with Tim. You've seen the evolution of the industry. You've seen the big players, the small players. We couldn't have these conversations marketing another asset class. First it's a struggle to get in the door. Then, people are inviting us in the door. And, as a public company operator, I mean, those are opportunities that happen once in a lifetime. So, the question is, will you look at other classes, assets? No. Why? I mean, if something's loyal to you, why would you be disloyal to it back? And I urge anyone getting into this that wants to build a treasury business, don't look at your size, don't look at how big or small it is. It's just stick to Bitcoin. The community will be there. People will be there. It's really that simple. I mean, it's kind of bizarre how some companies mess it up. And we're all students of the game, and we just want to stick to, what the greats have done and follow their footsteps.
And Tim, if I can just shout out the Belgravia Hartford Bitcoin Treasury community on X, to all the listeners out there, give us a look, give us a follow. That's a really good place. We host a weekly spaces every Friday. In fact, we'd love to invite you to moderate or host one of these days, Tim. It'd be a great honor to have you. So, yeah. And if anyone wants to communicate with me, you can get a hold of me on X at Joey Cacciatore, JoeyCacciatore.
And I'm available. It's my first name, last name, BLGV, which is the stock symbol on X. And we trade in Canadian Stock Exchange, OTC, as Joey said. We're getting uplisted. We've applied for it. And we trade on the Frankfurt Stock Exchange as well.
Awesome. Joey, Mady, really appreciate you taking the time to participate in the conference.
Likewise.
We look forward to following along on this exciting journey.
Tim, thank you for having us.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
The Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference is presented by Bitcoin for Corporations. Bitcoin for Corporations is the leading platform helping public companies integrate Bitcoin into their balance sheet and amplify their story to the world. Bitcoin for Corporations connects executive teams with the insights, tools, and community they need to execute a Bitcoin strategy, and then puts a spotlight on those bold enough to act. If you're building on a Bitcoin standard, Bitcoin for Corporations is here to help you go further, faster. Learn more at bitcoinforcorporations.com. Did you know that a fast-growing company with 30% year-over-year growth that is cash flow positive has been stacking Bitcoin since 2021 and has an average Bitcoin purchase price of $67,000. This is Giga Inc. With big news coming soon, they are on the path to the top 5 Bitcoin treasury companies as they build easy and stack hard. Learn more about Giga Inc. at giga.us and follow them on X at GigaBTC. Want to win $1,000 in Bitcoin? Just scan the QR code displayed or sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman to enter. This giveaway is brought to you by Arch Lending, the leading provider for Bitcoin-backed loans. Whether you're borrowing $5,000 as a long-term hodler or $20 million as a public company building a treasury strategy around their Bitcoin, you probably have one thing in common. You don't want to sell your Bitcoin. Arch allows you to access a flexible Bitcoin-backed line of credit. With no rehypothecation and insured custody through Anchorage Digital, which is a federally chartered bank, they take every measure to keep your Bitcoin fully secure. Rates start from just 12% for up to 24 months, and setup takes minutes. Whether you're bridging a short-term need or scaling something long-term, Arch gives you the tools to stay on the Bitcoin standard and still move fast. Sign up at archLending.com/Kotzman or scan the QR code to receive an additional 1% off your interest rate. You'll also be entered to win $1,000 in Bitcoin. They want you to sell. Arch wants you to win. The Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference is brought to you by Melius, the pioneering Bitcoin treasury company of Brazil and the largest Bitcoin holder in Latin America. If you've been following the Bitcoin Treasuries podcast for any length of time, you know one thing I can't stress enough is that if you're holding your own keys, that seed phrase backup better be bulletproof. Here's the reality. Paper degrades, ink fades, house fires happen, floods happen. Your handwritten seed phrase on a piece of paper, that's a point of failure just waiting to destroy your financial sovereignty. That's exactly why I've partnered with Stampseed. These guys have figured out the gold standard for seed phrase backup. Permanent titanium plates that you can stamp yourself. We're talking about a metal that can survive temperatures of over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, nearly triple the heat of an average house fire. What I love about Stampseed is they've made this accessible. You get the complete toolkit with everything you need. The titanium plates, the stamps, the jigs to keep everything aligned perfectly. No guesswork, no special skills required, just permanent, indestructible backup of your financial freedom. And if you're running multi-sig, Stampseed scales beautifully. Buy the base kit, then add as many additional plates as your setup requires. It's the most cost-effective way to properly secure a multi-sig configuration that I've found. Here's a nice touch. They'll even customize the back of your plates. Want your company logo or your wallet identifier, some personal reminder system? They've got you covered. Head over to Stampseed and grab your kit and titanium plates. Now 21% off site-wide with code TIM21. This exclusive conference offer ends on July 11th, so don't miss out. Go to stampseed.com, use code TIM21. Next Layer Capital is institutional capital for a Bitcoin-denominated future. Next Layer partners with conviction-led founders, asset allocators, and treasury leaders building on the hardest money in history. Visit them on X at Next Layer Cap. One Big Party is a modern storytelling studio crafting unforgettable moments that make the world a more interesting place. They are passionate about spreading Bitcoin with love and helping companies tell their story. Check them out at www.onebigparty.co. LogScale Investments is a proprietary trading and private equity firm founded in 2024. Learn more on X at LogScale Invest. Is your business ready to harness the power of Bitcoin? Jamondo Law specializes in designing custom Bitcoin treasury strategies for independent businesses. Their team guides you through integration of secure, compliant solutions tailored to your specific business and financial goals. Visit jamondolaw.com to future-proof your business with Bitcoin. Locate Technologies is an Australian logistics software company helping businesses around the world optimize last-mile delivery. They've recently begun building their Bitcoin treasury, now holding 10 Bitcoin, as they believe all routes ultimately lead to Bitcoin. Find them on X and learn more at Locate Tech HQ. BTC Agenda is pioneering Germany's first publicly listed Bitcoin treasury company and building the region's first dedicated community. Bitcoin Agenda empowers companies to adopt strategic Bitcoin treasury positions with shared knowledge and community. Learn more on X at BTC Agenda.
All right, welcome back to the Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference, powered by Bitcoin for Corporations. Speaking of BTC Agenda,
I'd like to welcome the man behind it, Gary Krugoff. Gary, how are you, sir?
Very well. How are you? Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Can hear you now. Very
Fantastic.
good. So we just heard about BTC Agenda. Can you tell us what is BTC Agenda and a little bit about your background as well, if you could?
Sure. Yeah. Let me maybe start with myself, and then I move into what BTC Agenda does.
Sure.
So I'm basically a German entrepreneur. Started as a fixed income portfolio manager for a large Swiss reinsurance company, and then moved into credit derivatives trading, where I really realized that I wouldn't be able to, drive change from within a bank. So I probably have to find a way to leave the traditional banking world, and then drive change from the outside. So that's kind of when I moved into entrepreneurship, having built and sold a number of fintech companies in Germany. I then moved full-time into the blockchain space. I've been involved with many blockchain-related stuff since the early days, like 2015, 16. And then through a good friend and partner of mine, I was actually introduced to Michael Saylor in New York at a dinner. And when we met, we started discussing Germany. Obviously, I was mind blown by not just the successes that he and MicroStrategy or Strategy had, but of course the way he picks his narratives, the way he describes fairly complex concepts in a very easy to understand way to many people, and that obviously not just orange pilled me even more, but kind of convinced me that this is the path that a lot of corporations will take in the coming months and years. So that's when we started thinking about how can we use his playbook and use that inspiration in other markets. And obviously, having been raised and I've lived probably half my life at this point in Germany. Obviously, that was dear to my heart to see, is this the right market for that? BTC Agenda is gonna drive hopefully one part of that disruptive change within the corporate world. But maybe go back one or two steps why we think this is kind of the right market. You have listed companies, listed corporations in Germany that sit on around 300 billion of essentially dead cash, meaning cash and cash equivalents, capital that is really silently shrinking every quarter, of course, because of inflation. And this still outpaces deposit and money markets in terms of how much money they lose. So obviously, Bitcoin on balance sheet playbook would prevent that, and this is where we come in, because there's currently no real domestic blueprint. There's no script in terms of investor relations, how to communicate that, how to deal with your investors. None of the big four have assurance memos that a CFO can drop on the board table to his or her board. So there's this vacuum, and that's why we're engaging now with BTC Agenda, which is kind of really tailor-made for the German-speaking world over here. The mandate is basically convert underutilized cash into sound money, give German treasurers a pathway to hold Bitcoin, raise Bitcoin-backed capital, and communicate it credibly to shareholders, the press, the media, regulators. So that's what we do, and I'm very happy to be part of this. By the way, fantastic job. What are you doing with this conference?
Thank you. So far, so good. What, in your view, makes the German stock market such a good fit for Bitcoin treasury companies?
Yeah, so Germany has fundamentally hundreds structurally mispriced small and mid caps. Those are, disciplined, cash-rich, small, medium-sized public companies. Many of them are called Mittelstand. That's a German word that describes traditionally family-owned businesses, but also publicly owned businesses that have a long tradition, meaning they have a long history of operating. And nevertheless, they usually trade at single-digit multiples. Like when you look at their enterprise value versus their EBIT, and that usually leads to limited analyst coverage. Succession overhangs where it's super difficult to find who's going to succeed you. Once you want to pass on the torch, which I'm happy to expand a bit more. But and I guess domestic liquidity, that's definitely one other issue small caps face here, that they don't really access that liquidity well. So funny enough, most of those companies do maintain a fairly high free float percentage, sometimes north of 50%, and shares here are fairly easily to trade. You have tons of zero commission brokers, unlike in a few other countries. So actually, it's very retail friendly. That makes kind of healthy cash flows, undervalued stock, and easy retail access is, in our opinion, great launchpad for public Bitcoin treasuries. We think also low-cost Bitcoin secured debt is something I'm happy also to expand. Is something that the market strongly has a strong appetite for, and we think that could attract a big new cohort of global investors, shareholders who value kind of those undervalued businesses and essentially Bitcoin treasury companies that have that traditional approach and usually considered low risk, fairly sustainable businesses.
Got it. Can you walk through some of how you think about structuring a Bitcoin corporate treasury company?
Sure. So we spent months exploring really how a corporate strategy could work here. Something that we've spoken to a lot of investors about were ATMs and pipes, of course, and that kind of works. So you can replicate that success. We've seen it already with other players that have done that. The core or the real alpha, let's say, or the real USP here is cheap leverage. So think about a convertible note that can be raised for Euribor plus 400 bips, which is cheaper than almost any other, at least European domestic capital or debt market. And interests are tax deductible. You have an upside also in terms of deferring the tax. And so one of the ways, of course, is to follow the principles, have very transparent reporting, BTC per share dashboards that are regularly updated, super transparent disclosure, like all those other amazing companies are doing. And big shout out to the blockchain group and Smarter Web company. I love what the guys are doing there. And, you can have a big four valid verification team from day one engaged. And that's how you usually would start in a potentially more conservative market like Germany.
Got it. Is there any sort of tax arbitrage or tax asymmetry or other considerations that you've come across that would be advantageous or that you've been thoughtful about?
Yeah. So funny enough, and most people don't know that, Germany has a unique tax regime in regards for Bitcoin. It's very tax friendly. So in terms of retail investors, they still enjoy a 0% capital gains tax once they've been holding on to that Bitcoin for over 12 months. Corporations, though, pay federal and trade taxes that can lead up to 30%. So that asymmetry technically means that equity structures must beat a vanilla HODL strategy, and the go-to weapon, as I mentioned, is low-cost leverage. So, for example, a German Mittelstand, German SME company can float a BTC-secured convertible note. We call them Schuldschein, can kind of almost call them a Bitcoin bond at quite low rates. And that brings the after-tax cost well below Bitcoin's historical compound annual growth. And that way your treasury can outrun passive holders. And I think that's definitely one page out of MicroStrategy's playbook.
Got it. How does all of that stack up against the rest of Europe, maybe?
So in Switzerland, for example, private investors have a zero capital gains tax. They do have a wealth tax. Businesses, though, and professional traders usually pay between, depending on the region, 11 and 21% corporate income tax. France, Netherlands, Italy, Spain, they all have significantly higher taxes. Also in many ways higher than in Germany, specifically for private investors. So that's why you could easily say that Germany remains the only major market, really. I mean, it's one of the biggest capital markets on the planet, where retail tax is essentially 0%, corporate tax around about 30%. So creating huge incentive to put Bitcoin inside an equity-funded strategy with cheap leverage. In Switzerland, the absolute floor exists when we look in comparison to all those European plays. But it's retail. Capital gains tax is already 0, so tax arbitrage is a bit milder. Austria used to have an 1-year exemption similar to Germany, but no more. So, unfortunately, politics got wind of this, and they just changed the law. That's why active lobbying is heavily needed. So we keep that huge advantage, and for now there are no reasons that this will change anytime soon, thankfully. Across the block, basically, Euribor, so the central bank rates have slid now below 3% after the ECB's June cut. So looking at spreads, it creates a multiple-year or multi-year positive carry trade against Bitcoin's historical 50-60% annualized growth. So we think Germany has a massive advantage because of low leverage in Europe for turning that balance sheet cash that I mentioned into hard money Bitcoin. So we're very very keen on seeing those developments.
Got it. What do you think the top couple of reasons are that there isn't already someone executing the strategy in Germany?
Yeah. So and that's something I question myself, and I spoke to a lot of guys, also some of the speakers earlier today, exactly about that. I came to the conclusion that companies have to fulfill a number of criteria. I think everyone knows that. One being having a positive cash balance, so you can kickstart that strategy fairly quickly. But then, of course, the board has to be orange pilled, no question, has to be fully committed. Like what David Bailey said, like if your board doesn't really, or management doesn't believe in Bitcoin hitting $10 million, like you have no business in being in that industry. But another thing is, of course, a board or the management has to be able to tolerate an impairment loss or drawdown of, say, 50% kind of drawdown scenario, and that's where you start seeing a lot of raised eyebrows, where people think, yeah, well, I won't be able to do that. And then one other thing that I also heard actually David Bailey on a Twitter space saying, not many of those companies understand that there are significant synergies. So, for instance, you're a fintech, you do payments, for example. There's a lot of earned media that comes, of course, with as a kind of side product from you running that strategy. So why not harvest kind of those synergies, right? And I haven't seen many CEOs or board members that I've spoken to that kind of had enough creativity in their mind to spin up those synergies. So the ones that have that vision and know how to act on that, I think those will be the next champions in the Bitcoin corporate treasury space. And from what I can say, there are few spinning up also here in Germany and Switzerland and Austria.
For those unfamiliar, can you explain what the DACH region is, and then what are some of maybe the biggest misconceptions about the region?
Yeah, so those letters stand for DACH region. We like weird abbreviations over here. DACH meaning just Germany, Austria, Switzerland. That's kind of one word that to name this German-speaking region of the world. And in terms of misconceptions, you said, I think many people think that, especially in Germany, you need a lot of regulatory clarity. And I usually tell them we already have that. You have IFRS rules that are pretty clear how to treat Bitcoin in your balance sheet. And you do have handbooks by the regulator. You do have companies that hold massive amounts of Bitcoin already on their balance sheets. So that's nothing new to the regulator, really. And another misconception, I believe, is that people think in Europe we already have the ETPs, and perhaps they think that's why Bitcoin treasury companies won't be as successful. But in reality, really, most people who do want to have Bitcoin exposure are not fully aware what an ATP does, where you can get it, and that they're actually available in the first place, because for some reason ETPs haven't been marketed significantly or well enough, in my opinion. So clearly we see with the blockchain group and many other European Bitcoin corporate treasury companies popping up that there's a huge still untapped market for that. So yeah, very happy to be part of that group of people that misprove that thinking.
Absolutely. Can you kind of lay out for us the long-term vision of BTC Agenda?
Yeah, so essentially we're trying to build a treasury policy template and playbook for German-speaking operators, decision makers, be involved in those processes. Specifically, with those listed companies that are called Mittelstand, which are essentially the backbone of the German economy. Specifically, we're super keen to work, with amazing people such as yourself, podcasters, researchers, analysts, to spread this mission. I loved what Matt Cole said earlier today about, hiring a Bitcoin podcaster for Strive. That's a fantastic way to market a treasury company. Many companies in German-speaking regions are family-owned. And another point I think that hopefully we can help with is to tell them how future-proof their company can become, but by merging with Bitcoin. Because what I mentioned earlier, many of them have a huge succession challenge, and I think specifically in Germany, it's one of the economies with the biggest issue in that regard, because you also have massive demographic challenges over here. So many heirs don't really want to run their family businesses any longer. And obviously, Bitcoin Treasury can realign incentives. I think Sarah mentioned it recently that many people he talks to, maybe the older guys, they don't really understand what he's doing, but all the children of those people that he's meeting, I think he mentioned billionaires and a couple of other influential people, they all knew exactly what he's up to and what strategies is doing, and the whole playbook around Bitcoin and Bitcoin treasuries. So I think, and maybe that's a crazy thought, but that's really a way to make your succession problem go away. Once you merge with Bitcoin, you become instantly also more attractive for a new generation of people to run your business, even if you're some older, more traditional, more conservative type of business. There's nothing wrong in adapting to change. That's essentially how you survive. And clearly, merging with Bitcoin is the best strategic decision for the 21st century.
Awesome. This has been super helpful to just kind of get our arms around everything that you're doing. Thank you for everything you're doing. Where can people find you to reach out and continue the conversation?
Yeah, so we're on Twitter at BTC Agenda is the handle. You can also find me under my personal handle, Gary Krug. Feel free to chat with us. Big shout out to our community. I think we started officially the community less than 10 days ago. We just hit our 100th member, soon 121st member. So very excited about that. And please, everyone who's interested in joining forces, be it as an investor, because a lot of corporate treasury companies are starting to think about that, but a handful is seriously considering that. So we're actively working on that and helping with the fundraise, given my experience throughout the last 15 years in that regard, and also on the strategic side, how to implement this and get the right people introduced. So we love connecting people, love bringing people together that maybe otherwise wouldn't. So specifically in Germany, many don't really understand the whole Bitcoin treasury world yet. Also, Twitter is not as big as it is in English-speaking countries. Maybe that's a reason, but nonetheless, we're here to kind of bridge this, help investors, founders, board members, CEOs, any other C-level executives help to go down that path, and explain to them what a Bitcoin strategy is, and then offer them a playbook how to implement that.
Awesome. Gary, thank you so much for your time today and participating in the conference. And we look forward to following along and seeing how all this develops. It's very exciting.
Yeah, same here, Tim. You're doing an amazing job. And thanks to all those amazing speakers.
Thanks. We'll talk to you later.
Bye-bye.
Stick around. We're back in 10 minutes.
The Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference is presented by Bitcoin for Corporations. Bitcoin for Corporations is the leading platform helping public companies integrate Bitcoin into their balance sheet and amplify their story to the world. Bitcoin for Corporations connects executive teams with the insights, tools, and community they need to execute a Bitcoin strategy, and then puts a spotlight on those bold enough to act. If you're building on a Bitcoin standard, Bitcoin for Corporations is here to help you go further, faster. Learn more at bitcoinforcorporations.com. Did you know that a
Hey guys, I actually can't hear you, so it's really weird. I had audio the whole time here.
I did the entire intro on mute, so that's what you get when you're live. I'd like to welcome to the stage Sean Anstie, CEO of LQWD Tech. There we go.
Great, that's perfect. Thanks for having me. It's a scramble to get in here at the last minute. We've been very, very busy on the corporate side here. It's been a very a long 10 days, a long week. We've had great community support, and it's created a lot of interest in what we're doing here. For those of you that don't know what we do, we're a Bitcoin treasury company, but we started off and we've always been a Lightning Network company, and we use our treasury on the Lightning Network to help provide liquidity and drive yield for the Lightning Network, and drive yield in terms of processing forwarding transactions on the Lightning Network. So we're really just huge Lightning Network Bitcoin proponents. And right now our mission is just get as much Bitcoin as we possibly can on our treasury and put it to work. And so we're, everything will go from there. So we have targets in mind, and we've got, and we're working flat out. So it's been very little sleep for the last week. And our stock's been very active on the market. We've broken circuit breakers. We've had an incredible outpouring from the community, which has created its own unique, set of circumstances dealing with the regulators and exchange and setting prices for potential financing. So, and I'll stop there because I'm all jacked up from the day so far.
Hey, that's great. Well, while I was on mute, I was trying to tell everyone I have my orange soda, and we're going to keep this party going. Can you tell us a little bit about the background of the company, which I think you already kind of touched on, and also the advisors that you announced recently, really building out that, wherever you are on the journey of building out.
Yeah, it's so the history of the company. We started in 2019, and I've been in Bitcoin since 2012, and really, heard about 2011 and started to do some stuff with it, but really got into 2012. And so, I'm a quiet OG. We just build and just keep building and doing our thing. We've done a lot of stuff in Canada. We work with a lot of regulators and governments and stuff like that in terms of, getting the messaging and breaking down those barriers. Very thankless work. We spend a lot of time flying all over the world to meet government officials all over. So we spent a lot of time doing that. And we stepped in when there was problems within the Canadian Bitcoin exchange market with some of the key exchanges going under because they were up to no good. And we used our public company, the other previous public company, which is still out and running, doing its thing, to provide legitimacy and bring in clarity and some of the a senior management team that could settle things down. So that's sort of the journey leading up to that, but always kept an eye on Lightning Network. It's, I really like to follow where the top engineers are going, where are the best and brightest. How do you scale Bitcoin? You scale Bitcoin the same way you scale the internet. And you've heard me say this before, Bitcoin is an extension and continuation of the revolution of the internet. And at its core, it's a trust protocol, and money and finance are its first use case. And its value goes beyond. So where we fit in that ecosystem is, we have 20 Lightning nodes all over the world. We have thousands of channels. We connect all kinds of people. We operate the rail lines, and we make sure that Bitcoin transactions on the Lightning Network get to where they have to go.
Got it. And do you want to touch on the advisory team that you?
Yeah, great advisors. So Sam, Jesse, we're certainly happy to get Coin and UTXO have been great supporters from early on, and really have seen the vision that we have here. We have a very well structured public company. We consider it a pink diamond on the TSXV and on the Toronto Venture Exchange, and so I think because one, we have that great structure, we have a great team, we have a team that's hardcore Bitcoiners. We're building out the next part of Bitcoin. We are able to attract talent like Sam and Jesse, and that want to help us, and have already provided great feedback and in terms of how do we grow to the next part here, and that ultimately affects how do we continue to propel forward our Bitcoin strategy of adding as much Bitcoin to the treasury as possible, and ultimately deploying it to the Lightning Network. So very grateful to have them, and we've been in communication since. And that kind of level of depth of knowledge and industry knowledge, and they've been in the industry for a long time, and so they're very sharp. And having hardcore Bitcoiners around you with the same ethos really matters. So now we're on the next steps here of trying to get some inked audit on a few things, get some stuff announced as quick as we can, or just dealing with regulators and exchanges and all the stuff that public companies have to deal with. That always takes longer than you want, but we're hard at work here, and we're feeling pretty confident. So,
can you talk a little bit about the Canadian market and where it sits in this global landscape, and what makes it unique, what makes it attractive?
Sure.
The positives, the challenges.
Yeah. Positive channel. Well, Canada's a unique market in the fact that it's really started off in the resource sector. So you've got gold, and so if you're a gold and silver company over the years, you pretty well had a head office in Vancouver, Toronto. It's the mining capital of the world, and to that end, you have a lot of junior companies. So the risk tolerance for growing companies and junior companies in a space is kind of unique here. And so there's a lot of structure set up for companies that can then, go up the food chain, migrate from, the junior level, 3 to level 1, and hop to the TSX big board. And then there's regulations and agreements in place that make it easier and more streamlined to go from the TSX to the NASDAQ. There's mechanisms already in place. So it's long established and out there, and it gives that's very unique perspective. Plus, we also have a well-respected regulatory front. As strict as it is, it does create, it does create that respect, and we have a respected banking system. Although we know that Bitcoin is going to upend the banking system as it is, and certainly provide it with new rails and better insight and all the things that we can talk about. But so Canada's in a very unique position, and our market's in a very, very unique capital markets, because we have our own kind of little, we have our own exchanges, we have our own volume, we have that stuff, but we're tied into the United States as well. We have our OTCQX listing, so there's a lot of cross-border stuff here. We have our traditional, highly respected markets here that do help us, and I think it's well suited to junior companies that are looking to raise venture capital and move forward.
How do you think about navigating the bull market, the bear market? Yeah. I mean, it's I think I have my mind wrapped around that. These are not short-term financings in debt, equity, preferreds. What Strategy and others have done,
sure,
or probably about to do, but we'll stick with Strategy as the example. But is there more nuance to that, or like? And is that a question? And what other questions are you hearing from shareholders, stakeholders, people that you're having conversations with?
Yeah, that does come up. I think it comes up more from the community. I mean, there's definitely talk. Are we going to see the bear market like we've seen in the past? Will we see the 4-year cycle? I think we'll still see some cycles for sure, because you're going to have the supply shock come when there's a new, when there's a new halving coming up. So there will be changes structurally to what's going into Bitcoin, but you also have a global phenom, and so yeah, there will be ebbs and flows, and I think you're going to see some companies still navigate it fine. We as a company, we went through the last bear market with after FTX and Celsius really, upended things, and now they're in jail, and we're still here. So, we sucked it up, and we were able to, our mission at the time, and it was very difficult for all shareholders, including myself, was to protect our Bitcoin at all costs. Whatever we do, protect our Bitcoin. Do not let that slip out of our treasury, and the growth of Bitcoin will carry us back up. and we'll get through the storm that's out there. So I think companies have to have that mindset there, that they need to protect their treasury because there is volatility, and some companies, depending on where they're at in their growth cycle, they'll take different deals. We've been offered deals that we just simply would never take because it'd be an anchor around your neck, and if there was ever a negative time, you have a problem. So there's a lot of money out there. You want to take it in the right way, and so that I think you're going to see some companies now in the future, they may not take it in the right way. You're seeing the other players show up here very quickly, trying to take anything they can and get on the train of. They're not hardcore Bitcoiners. I don't think they have the ethos. They may or may not be successful. I don't know, but it's not something that interests me in terms of how they operate. And we're just going to stay focused on what we do, keep adding Bitcoin. We have mechanisms in place, and hopefully get some other stuff announced before too long here as we work through the last things, and then just put that to work to grow the Bitcoin ecosystem on the Lightning Network itself. So it's a bit of a long answer, but ultimately, we'll see. But we're going to be prepared. Now, for us as a company, I think you're going to see in other companies too. There'll be if there's an extreme bear market, the irony will be that they'll need some cash, and sometimes the funding windows may close. So if they have a bad capital structure, they're not good supporters. They may not be able to hold on to enough cash to wade through that time, and that's only because we're where we're at in the Bitcoin cycle as Bitcoin continues to take over. And our view on it is, we're looking at stable coins, certainly for Taproot digital assets and Lightning Network, and inevitably to do that, you'll need money on Tether or on USDC or whichever it may be, and so you're going to have some of your treasury put on that as well. So we see that as a potential stabilizing effect for our company going forward here. That will just by default, because we want to operate on those networks once we get clarity on the regulatory front, that will simply have capital tied up into a US dollar stable coin. However, that's a longer term view and longer term stuff that we're working on. Really, our focus is to have as much as we can in Bitcoin, and then manage it effectively and protect it at all costs.
What's been your experience interacting with the community, both on social media and in person, right, when you're at these conferences?
Sure. I mean, the passion's incredible, and we saw it in our stock. Just the amount of outpouring and just the volatility shocked the TSX. They hadn't seen anything like it. We tripped the breaker at least half dozen times. It was just wild, and it still is. And so to that end, that just shows how the demand from the community to want to be part of something special that's growing and be part of a company that's building out on the Bitcoin ecosystem as well. So that, and certainly you get all types. Of course, you get some who may not understand some of the finer points of the mechanics of the traditional financial markets, where there's where it takes time to price something, and then your investment banks go to their book and they have to go out there, and there's a whole step that takes place in there until you get to perhaps an ATM or other things. It's not like I hate to say it, but not like an ICO where it's instant and over the line. The mechanics of the market will change over time, as we know, and they're just going to get more fluid. But certainly as you're tapping traditional Wall Street and other things like that, in the early days before you get your other things like your ATM and things in place that are quicker, there are some steps that have to take place, and that's just the nature of it, right? So but they're learning quickly, and what has amazed me is the outpouring. People are giving us images and spreadsheets and forecasts, and it's really helpful. It's wow, this is really, really good. It's like having extra members on your team who are pulling for you, and it's encouraging, right? So you like it. So we're out there putting our best foot forward. We're slugging it out every day, and we feel very confident. We've been here for a while. We didn't show up 2 weeks ago with a shell and an idea to buy some Bitcoin. We are a Bitcoin company. We're run by Bitcoiners. And so being like that, and being allowed that the community ethos around it, it's very invigorating. So largely it's been great. All suddenly a community for liquid shareholders just pops up online. We had nothing to do with it, and it goes from 7 people to 800 plus people and climbing quickly in short order. That's on the community. That's not on us. We're just building and doing our thing, and we're trying to be supportive. Now there's times where I may not be as active on there as I can, and usually that's because there's things in the works, and I don't want to be posting things well we have to talk to exchanges and regulators. It's not helpful, and we just want to get things done and then get back to communicating with the community. So which I quite enjoy. It's been that part's been a lot of fun.
When you're interacting with the regulators, with the traditional finance folks, do they largely get it, or like how early are we in the process as far as just at least the conversation being there at a base level?
Yeah, I still think there's a lot of disbelief, and they have rules and regulations that have been put in place that will need to be adopted and changed, and and that's starting to happen down in the States. I think in Canada, we did have the first ETF for Bitcoin here in Canada, and that kind of broke the doors down. But that came after a lawsuit by the company against the OSC, and then they won it in court, and they were able to get listed. So but that was a number of years back, and since then there's been an embracement of it. However, let's not the SEC. 80% of the world's money goes to New York. America's a superpower, and so what happens down there affects all the other jurisdictions. They'll look and see what's going on. There's a lot of credibility there. So the fact that there's a lot of forward momentum with the change of administration and all the things that are being proposed and going through, I think you're going to see a lot of that trickle into Canada and happen quite quickly once somebody's already created a path forward that everybody can just simply point to. The SEC did X, and therefore we're comfortable with it. Otherwise, but you get all kinds here. You got some who are, I think they're maybe close to retirement and want, and that's fine. They do, and then they don't perhaps get it or understand what's going on here, but they are supportive and willing to learn, and they're willing to listen to you, and they're willing to talk to you. So you're not getting blown off. They're very professional in their dealings, and even though it's not the answer we want, we understand the answer we get, and other times they're willing to work with us and figure out, how can we, how does this play into the new financial world? Because everybody knows it's here. It's in the news every day. Everybody hears about it. It's not going away, and they are looking to adapt to it.
Awesome. I'll throw it over to you for any closing thoughts, and if you can let people know where they can connect with you and the team and the firm online.
Yeah, closing thoughts. Hold on for dear life. It's we're at a really neat time for Bitcoin, and I've been in it since $10. So we've seen all the stuff, but we're in a very unique time because of where it's at in the cycle, where it's now being embraced. It's institutions, and ultimately governments next. So, the numbers are off the charts in terms of what retail. When I can, $1 trillion seems like a lot of money to me, but in terms of the global scale, perhaps Bitcoin's value should be more like 200 to 500 trillion coming up and beyond. Because it's so, that's where we see the things going here over time here. And I think time is compressed. You're going to see a lot more things happen quicker because there's a demand, and there's a lot of scared people around the world with fiat money that's melting away, and that has to go somewhere. And it's going to go into Bitcoin, gold, silver, real estate, and Bitcoin's the one that is easiest. And things get adopted when they're 10x better than anything else. You also have, that 15-year marker for tech. When a tech's been around for 15 years, it's like it's always been there. Like the iPhone. Imagine that. Can you imagine life without the iPhone or Android? Just can't. Once it hits that 15-year mark, Bitcoin's at that 15-year mark. It's like it's always been there. It's this unique phenomenon that just happens with our psyche when it comes to tech. So we're really at this incredible jumping off point. It's gonna be a wild ride. So you can find us online. We're at lqwdtech.com. Look for me at Sean Anstie on X. We're all over there. Feel free to reach out and please join the community. And yeah, we do look at all the feedback on there, from all perspectives, and we do pay attention to it, and we do our best to adapt to it and listen to our shareholders within the context of what we're able to do as a public company. So a big shout out to the community and to all the support, and to our shareholders and our backers. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're very grateful.
Awesome. Sean, thank you very much for your time today and joining the conference. We appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, Tim. All right, cheers. Bye-bye.
Cheers. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
The Bitcoin Treasuries digital conference is presented by Bitcoin for Corporations. Bitcoin for Corporations is the leading platform helping public companies integrate Bitcoin into their balance sheet and amplify their story to the world. Bitcoin for Corporations connects executive teams with the insights, tools, and community they need to execute a Bitcoin strategy, and then puts a spotlight on those bold enough to act. If you're building on a Bitcoin standard, Bitcoin for Corporations is here to help you go further, faster. Learn more at bitcoinforcorporations.com. Did you know that a fast-growing company with 30% year-over-year growth that is cash flow positive has been stacking Bitcoin since 2021 and has an average Bitcoin purchase price of $67,000. This is Giga Inc. With big news coming soon, they are on the path to the top 5 Bitcoin treasury companies as they build easy and stack hard. Learn more about Giga Inc. at giga.us and follow them on X at GigaBTC. Want to win $1,000 in Bitcoin? Just scan the QR code displayed or sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman to enter. This giveaway is brought to you by Arch Lending, the leading provider for Bitcoin-backed loans. Whether you're borrowing $5,000 as a long-term hodler or $20 million as a public company building a treasury strategy around their Bitcoin, you probably have one thing in common. You don't want to sell your Bitcoin. Arch allows you to access a flexible Bitcoin-backed line of credit with no rehypothecation and insured custody through Anchorage Digital, which is a federally chartered bank. They take every measure to keep your Bitcoin fully secure. Rates start from just 12% for up to 24 months, and setup takes minutes. Whether you're bridging a short-term need or scaling something long-term, Arch gives you the tools to stay on the Bitcoin standard and still move fast. Sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman or scan the QR code to receive an additional 1% off your interest rate. You'll also be entered to win $1,000 in Bitcoin. They want you to sell. Arch wants you to win. The Bitcoin Treasuries digital conference is brought to you by Melius, the pioneering Bitcoin treasury company of Brazil and the largest Bitcoin holder in Latin America. If you've been following the Bitcoin Treasuries podcast for any length of time, you know one thing I can't stress enough is that if you're holding your own keys, that seed phrase backup better be bulletproof. Here's the reality. Paper degrades, ink fades, house fires happen, floods happen. Your handwritten seed phrase on a piece of paper, that's a point of failure just waiting to destroy your financial sovereignty. That's exactly why I've partnered with Stampseed. These guys have figured out the gold standard for seed phrase backup. Permanent titanium plates that you can stamp yourself. We're talking about a metal that can survive temperatures of over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, nearly triple the heat of an average house fire. What I love about Stampseed is they've made this accessible. You get the complete toolkit with everything you need. The titanium plates, the stamps, the jigs to keep everything aligned perfectly. No guesswork, no special skills required, just permanent, indestructible backup of your financial freedom. And if you're running multi-sig, Stampseed scales beautifully. Buy the base kit, then add as many additional plates as your setup requires. It's the most cost-effective way to properly secure a multi-sig configuration that I've found. Here's a nice touch. They'll even customize the back of your plates. Want your company logo or your wallet identifier, some personal reminder system? They've got you covered. Head over to Stampseed and grab your kit and titanium plates. Now 21% off site-wide with code TIM21. This exclusive conference offer ends on July 11th, so don't miss out. Go to stampseed.com, use code TIM21. Next Layer Capital is institutional capital for a Bitcoin-denominated future. Next Layer partners with conviction-led founders, asset allocators, and treasury leaders building on the hardest money in history. Visit them on X at Next Layer Cap. One Big Party is a modern storytelling studio crafting unforgettable moments that make the world a more interesting place. They are passionate about spreading Bitcoin with love and helping companies tell their story. Check them out at www.onebigparty.co. LogScale Investments is a proprietary trading and private equity firm founded in 2024. Learn more on X at LogScale Invest. Is your business ready to harness the power of Bitcoin? Jamondo Law specializes in designing custom Bitcoin treasury strategies for independent businesses. Their team guides you through integration of secure, compliant solutions tailored to your specific business and financial goals. Visit jamondolaw.com to future-proof your business with Bitcoin. Locate Technologies is an Australian logistics software company helping businesses around the world optimize last-mile delivery. They've recently begun building their Bitcoin treasury, now holding 10 Bitcoin, as they believe all routes ultimately lead to Bitcoin. Find them on X and learn more at Locate Tech HQ. BTC Agenda is pioneering Germany's first publicly listed Bitcoin treasury company and building the region's first dedicated community. Bitcoin Agenda empowers companies to adopt strategic Bitcoin treasury positions with shared knowledge and community. Learn more on X at BTC Agenda.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference, powered by Bitcoin for Corporations. I am excited to welcome Antoine Scalia, the founder and CEO of Cryptio, to the conference. Mr. Scalia, welcome. How are you, sir?
Hey, Tim. I'm great. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Do you want to start out with a little bit of background on yourself, how you found Bitcoin, and maybe how we got to today?
Yeah, absolutely. So discovered crypto like 7-8 years ago, 8 or 9 years ago. Discovered Bitcoin first. Like everyone, nothing very unique about the story. Like everyone started trading and investing. But maybe what's unique is that very, very quickly my personal interest in crypto got sort of merged by my professional interest in my professional life, because at that moment I was like very, very early in my career, and I wanted to build my own startup. And so I was like really in this process of, okay, I want to be an entrepreneur. I want to start a business. I'm like just like looking for ideas. And so as I discovered crypto, like very quickly I started to look at, okay, what are big things that we can build in crypto? And so this is how I started crypto, and this is how like very early on my personal interest in crypto got merged with my professional life.
Got it. So what is Cryptio, and how does it help firms in the Bitcoin treasury space?
Sure. So Cryptio is a data platform for accounting, operations, and compliance. What it means is that we work with companies that touch crypto or that have crypto operations, whatever the use case, and we help them automate back office, middle office workflows with a historic and strong focus on accounting. So basically, is like, as a company that is owning crypto, holding crypto for whatever reason, how can we automate the process from collecting all the data on chain or through the custodian, through the exchanges of all the transaction, and how we can process that information and eventually push accounting data to the ERP system of the company. So like the core and initial focus was creating that bridge between the crypto world and the actual system, especially ERP systems that are used by like finance team and accounting team. We've been doing this for like seven years. Been working with like obviously a lot of different companies. Today, our biggest customers include, like are among like the 3 largest like stablecoin issuers, working with all of them, working with large exchanges and a lot of like banks and large players in the crypto space. And we've seen a lot of different use cases, and we're seeing a lot of different use cases. And in the last 18 months, obviously, Bitcoin treasury companies have been something that we've been seeing quite a lot. We're fortunate to be working with some of the big ones, Semler Scientific, MetaPlanet, and so we help these companies do what I mentioned, and do this in the context of these companies, which is a bit specific and different from the other crypto startups, which is more, these companies are obviously usually public, and so they already operate with like the highest standard of financial integrity, and the big thing for them as they're moving to this like Bitcoin treasury strategy is how I can get into this new world while keeping the same level of like, or the same standard when it comes to financial integrity. And crypto comes with a lot of risks when it comes to back office and middle office, and so we're here to work with them and in that journey and make sure that not only obviously they don't take any risk and they implement the right controls so that they can adopt that strategy safely, but also we can unlock some unique features that go with adopting a public a Bitcoin treasury companies, especially around like building transparent reporting and that type of thing.
Got it. Can you kind of walk us through the terms audit readiness and audit confidence and what that means to companies that are maybe pre-IPO and on their journey to going public?
Yeah, sure. So we've been working with a lot of companies that are private, quite a few companies that are on this road of becoming public. One of our biggest customers is Circle, so we've worked very closely with them on these like IPO journey, and also working with public companies. And the whole thing about these companies, when you get into this world of like being a public company or doing this IPO readiness, is around the control that you're building. And when you hold crypto, when you use crypto, there's a lot of risks that come with this activity. Financial audit perspective, there's like cybersecurity risk, but this is kind of out of our scope. But a lot of like finance risks, things around, okay, if you're doing transaction blockchains, how do you collect that information from these blockchains, and how you do make sure that you do not miss any transactions? You have risk around pricing, like the price of Bitcoin obviously is different from one exchange to the other, and so how do you adopt like a good strategy, sort of like this audit compliance strategy around like how do you price these transactions, how do you revalue your Bitcoin holdings and all that stuff. And so being audit ready basically means for us, and what we do for companies, help them adopt these controls and adopt obviously our system. We are like eventually a software company, we're not an accounting firm, and adopt a software so that they can mitigate these risks and they can run these like crypto operations with confidence, and in a way then when like a big four will knock at their door, they will have everything ready so that the auditor can audit the company and then sign the audits with confidence. And obviously the closer you are to the public world, and then when you're public, like you can't fail. Like you have to operate always with like the highest level of integrity. And so this journey of like becoming IPO ready and understanding what are the systems and controls that you need to put in place are very, very important, because after that, you need to operate always with the same standard, the same focus on financial integrity.
Got it. I guess speaking of the big four, how does Cryptio work with the big four and other partners today?
So we work very closely with them. We work with all of them, mostly in like all of the jurisdictions where we operate. But obviously we have like a majority of our businesses in the US. We have a global partnership with KPMG. We're also working very closely with the three others. I would say like the collaboration is, on it's kind of on there's guys that own the theory, and they are and us, we kind of have like more the field experience, I would say. And then it's like how by mixing the two, we can build systems and rules that makes a lot of sense and are very relevant for companies. And so I know, for instance, you have Rob a little bit later in the day from Deloitte. So working with Rob is like a very, 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 very strong tax expert, like the best tax expert around crypto, I think, in the US. And And so working with Rob and his team is about like, okay, these are us. What we bring on the table is these are the type of use cases, edge cases that we're seeing in the space, and potentially by companies that you don't work with because they're smaller companies, and companies like Big Four like usually are not working with like the smaller players. And so how can we bring that knowledge with like their amazing expertise, and how can we always make the rules and the system evolved in a way that is relevant for companies, and in a way that it could be actually like stuff that could be adopted by companies.
Got it. Is there a like a lower threshold that a company would kind of want to be at before they would reach out to you to engage with you? Or, I mean, I would think, it's okay if they're a huge company, but is there a lower limit as far as to engage with you, or how do you guys think about that?
So there's no limit. Historically we've seen that, like, some of our customers that are relatively small, relatively early stage, or relatively early in their like Bitcoin or crypto adoption journey. And so therefore like paying like a small amount of money to us, like it's grown very significantly. And we like to be in the journey with them from beginning to the end. So usually we don't have a limit on the size of how early the company is. That being said, where we are a bit selective is around use cases. In crypto in general, there's like a lot of different companies, a lot of different use cases. And we've seen in the past that if you're spending too much time with the companies that are working on use cases or building applications or using crypto in a way that you think is not sustainable, in a way that you think that this business will not be here in a year and 2 years, it's not worth like spending too much time with them. And so we're not selective on the size of the business, we're selective on the type of companies that we want to work with. And in this context, like these Bitcoin treasury companies, for instance, are like a strong focus of ours, like since the last like 18 months. And so no matter the complexity, no matter the size of the Bitcoin investment, like we want to work with you because we believe that's a very sustainable use case. That's a use case that make a lot of sense, and that we can also add a lot of value as the companies are making these transitions from like being completely foreign to crypto to like adopting these Bitcoin treasury company strategies.
Got it. And what are some of the most common questions that you're getting from new clients, challenges, questions, any themes that would kind of be helpful to just paint a picture for people that are like, I'm the only one with this question? It's like, probably not, right? A lot of people probably have the same question.
I think the main questions that we got from the people that we interact with obviously are more like CFOs and finance teams and people from back office and middle office, like specifically about like these Bitcoin treasury companies. The main questions that we got is like, what are the impacts of these of this new Bitcoin strategy company on my overall like processes when it comes to like month-end close and run audit as a public company. As we said, like the audit is really something that is very, 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 very important. And sometimes, but it's not sometimes, like most often, you need to embark really the auditor also with this strategy. If you're a business that has like a different business, and all of a sudden you move to this Bitcoin treasury strategy, you need to embark that auditor in this journey. And so we have a lot of questions around that.
Got it. Super appreciate your time today. Where can people reach out to you and to the firm? And I'll throw it over to you for any closing thoughts.
You can find us online, cryptio.co, CRYPTIO.co. You can find us on Twitter as well. Final thoughts is, like all the listeners that are working on this transitioning to like Bitcoin treasury companies, there is a lot of things that you might not have thought about when it comes to impact of this on your back office operations, on accounting, on tax, on audit. And if you want to have people that help you think about this, just reach out. We'll be happy to have a call with you. We have accounting experts in the team. And even though if you're not buying the software at the end, we're very, very excited about that use case, and we're very excited about helping these companies transition. And so if you have questions around these topics, just reach out and we'll be happy to help.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for participating in the conference. Thank you for your time. And we look forward to the journey for all of us, right? To be honest, moving forward. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Tim, and great work with the conference.
Thank you. Talk to you later.
Bye.
The Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference is presented by Bitcoin for Corporations. Bitcoin for Corporations is the leading platform helping public companies integrate Bitcoin into their balance sheet and amplify their story to the world. Bitcoin for Corporations connects executive teams with the insights, tools, and community they need to execute a Bitcoin strategy, and then puts a spotlight on those bold enough to act. If you're building on a Bitcoin standard, Bitcoin for Corporations is here to help you go further, faster. Learn more at bitcoinforcorporations.com. Did you know that a fast-growing company with 30% year-over-year growth that is cash flow positive has been stacking Bitcoin since 2021 and has an average Bitcoin purchase price of $67,000. This is Giga Inc. With big news coming soon, they are on the path to the top 5 Bitcoin treasury companies as they build easy and stack hard. Learn more about Giga Inc. at giga.us and follow them on X at GigaBTC. Want to win $1,000 in Bitcoin? Just scan the QR code displayed or sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman to enter. This giveaway is brought to you by Arch Lending, the leading provider for Bitcoin-backed loans. Whether you're borrowing $5,000 as a long-term hodler or $20 million as a public company building a treasury strategy around their Bitcoin, you probably have one thing in common. You don't want to sell your Bitcoin. Arch allows you to access a flexible Bitcoin-backed line of credit with no rehypothecation and insured custody through Anchorage Digital, which is a federally chartered bank. They take every measure to keep your Bitcoin fully secure. Rates start from just 12% for up to 24 months, and setup takes minutes. Whether you're bridging a short-term need or scaling something long-term, Arch gives you the tools to stay on the Bitcoin standard and still move fast. Sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman or scan the QR code to receive an additional 1% off your interest rate. You'll also be entered to win $1,000 in Bitcoin. They want you to sell. Arch wants you to win. The Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference is brought to you by Melius, the pioneering Bitcoin treasury company of Brazil and the largest Bitcoin holder in Latin America. If you've been following the Bitcoin Treasuries podcast for any length of time, you know one thing I can't stress enough is that if you're holding your own keys, that seed phrase backup better be bulletproof. Here's the reality. Paper degrades, ink fades, house fires happen, floods happen. Your handwritten seed phrase on a piece of paper, that's a point of failure just waiting to destroy your financial sovereignty. That's exactly why I've partnered with Stampseed. These guys have figured out the gold standard for seed phrase backup. Permanent titanium plates that you can stamp yourself. We're talking about a metal that can survive temperatures of over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, nearly triple the heat of an average house fire. What I love about Stampseed is they've made this accessible. You get the complete toolkit with everything you need. The titanium plates, the stamps, the jigs to keep everything aligned perfectly. No guesswork, no special skills required, just permanent, indestructible backup of your financial freedom. And if you're running multi-sig, StampSeed scales beautifully. Buy the base kit, then add as many additional plates as your setup requires. It's the most cost-effective way to properly secure a multi-sig configuration that I've found. Here's a nice touch. They'll even customize the back of your plates. Want your company logo or your wallet identifier, some personal reminder system? They've got you covered. Head over to StampSeed and grab your kit and titanium plates. Now 21% off site-wide with code TIM21. This exclusive conference offer ends on July 11th, so don't miss out. Go to stampseed.com, use code TIM21. Next Layer Capital is institutional capital for a Bitcoin-denominated future. Next Layer partners with conviction-led founders, asset allocators, and treasury leaders building on the hardest money in history. Visit them on X at Next Layer Cap. One Big Party is a modern storytelling studio crafting unforgettable moments that make the world a more interesting place. They are passionate about spreading Bitcoin with love and helping companies tell their story. Check them out at www.onebigparty.co. LogScale Investments is a proprietary trading and private equity firm founded in 2024. Learn more on X at LogScale Invest. Is your business ready to harness the power of Bitcoin? Jamondo Law specializes in designing custom Bitcoin treasury strategies for independent businesses. Their team guides you through integration of secure, compliant solutions tailored to your specific business and financial goals. Visit jamondolaw.com to future-proof your business with Bitcoin. Locate Technologies is an Australian logistics software company helping businesses around the world optimize last-mile delivery. They've recently begun building their Bitcoin treasury, now holding 10 Bitcoin, as they believe all routes ultimately lead to Bitcoin. Find them on X and learn more at Locate Tech HQ. BTC Agenda is pioneering Germany's first publicly listed Bitcoin treasury company and building the region's first dedicated community. Bitcoin Agenda empowers companies to adopt strategic Bitcoin treasury positions with shared knowledge and community. Learn more on X at BTC Agenda.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference powered by Bitcoin for Corporations. I'm excited for this next talk. The topic is building a Bitcoin native industrial company with AI, automation, and sound money. Our guest is Roland Talalis, founder and CEO of Giga Inc. This is a really interesting Bitcoin native company. It isn't a miner. It's not a software startup. It's an industrial company that's using AI, automation, and manufacturing to scale and then convert the cash into Bitcoin. They've been stacking Bitcoin since 2021. They now hold over 1,100 Bitcoin with ambitions to become one of the top 5 Bitcoin holders in the world. So this conversation is about Bitcoin as a treasury, AI as a moat, and why real-world execution still matters in a world of infinite software. Roland, welcome to the show.
Tim, what an introduction. Thank you. And good to see you. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you, sir?
You know, I have a friend, he likes to say, it's another day in paradise. So I use that phrase. It's another day in paradise.
I like that. I guess let's start at the beginning. What is Giga and what problem are you solving? And I'll also add in, how did a manufacturing company end up stacking Bitcoin like a hedge fund?
No, it's a really good question, Tim. And maybe I can start a little bit from the personal journey, and then we'll transition maybe into Giga and the company and how the company is stacking. My journey, I think, started like everyone else, being a proud denier. So I was proudly denying that Bitcoin is a money, Bitcoin is a network, Bitcoin is a great asset in 2012. I had a friend of mine, he was an IT guy, and he was mining Bitcoin. Early on, Bitcoin was $100 a coin. And, we'd hang out and talk, and, he was trying, of course, to orange pill us, group of friends. But of course, none of us got orange pilled at that time. So I bought zero Bitcoin in 2012. So I wish I could say I bought a lot of Bitcoin in 2012, but I didn't. So slow learner, but good student. So I kept at it. I was a denier, and I was a skeptic, and using Sailor's journey, and I was not Sailor's journey, but like steps you go through the journey. I was a trader. And then around 2017, I became an investor personally. So I started investing in Bitcoin. And in about 2021, I was fully bought in personally as a Bitcoin max. So personally, I invested a lot of personal assets. And at that time, we started thinking to adapt it as a company. So we, as a company, adapted Bitcoin at the end of 2021. And that was the beginning, and we never looked back. Of course, I watched, Sailor was right. You need at least 100 hours to become orange pilled. I did exactly that. Once you had that number, and once you keep clocking these hours, you become orange pilled. You become double, triple, not quadruple. I didn't sell my kidney, to Sailor's suggestion, and bought more Bitcoin. But I did mortgage my house. I mean, he was, a couple years ago, he was saying, mortgage your house and buy more Bitcoin. I did that, did great returns, obviously looking back for years. So that was a personal journey and the journey as a company. So end of 2021, we started buying Bitcoin as a company. So now going back, who are we as a company? So founded in 2010. So we have been around for 15 years, and we started as a sales company, and we evolved into technology company and manufacturing company. And now we're making, into 2021, made another transition into the Bitcoin-powered, technology-driven, product-founded company. So what do we actually do? We deal with we have a big team, over 600 people currently. We have a big IT team, over 50 people. So we develop technology, develop software, we implement all kind of AI applications and tools. And of course, we fast-growing company with positive cash flows, as you mentioned, and we use it to stack Bitcoin. So since 2021, we stacked 1,129 pieces of Bitcoin.
Got it. I've heard you say that you view Bitcoin as like an operating system. What can you kind of unpack that? And what the audience know what you mean by that?
Yeah, sure. So for us, it's become in 2021 for a foundational model for the business. We became not just P&L driven company, it became balance sheet driven company. Because now, in your normal operations, you have your P&L, you generate revenues, you make profit. That's how you make money. And if you have extra cash, you either distribute via dividends, you invest in T-bills, and which we know, inflation and money destruction is happening way at faster pace than 4 to 3% or 0% in 2020, right? So it's an operation because now we have two powerful reactors. One, if you have fast-growing business, and now when you have a balance sheet, if you just buy and hold, does not require a lot of management. So you buy a Bitcoin, you put on balance sheet, and if you just let it sit to go through that volatility, right? And we had, let's say, we start buying end of 2021. So I think we start buying at like 40,000. So we rode from 40,000 all the way down to 16, and now all the way up to 110. And we kept buying in in all these months and quarters and years. Now, looking back a few years, what happened, of course, our average cost is 67,000, and you can do the math. We have massive gain on our balance sheet. So this is what I mean when we say when we say that.
Got it. And can you just touch for a minute on why Bitcoin is like core to the business? You have what sounds like a very successful operating side of the business. Why is Bitcoin core? It sounds like, just you're buying Bitcoin out of cash flow, but can you kind of frame up for us why it's core and it's not just maybe something that's just going to sit on your balance sheet?
Yeah, no, 100%. So it became core. So when you have like excess cash, you can do a few things. You can distribute, you can pay dividends, you can reinvest in the business, you can buy some type of T-bills, or you can invest in Bitcoin. So the goal was always to grow the business. So, I have big yachts, expensive cars, where we kept investing back in the business. We did it effectively, we did it efficiently. As I mentioned, we're a fast growing company. We grew 30% year over year, and we're dealing with all the challenges associated with that and complexities of running actual operating company. Even if all the investments back into the business, we still had excess cash on our hands, which we had to do something with it, right? To invest in T-bills, or you do something else. So Bitcoin, of course, understanding that Bitcoin, 2021, I was understanding that Bitcoin is hard money. Bitcoin have limited supply. Bitcoin is hedging against inflation. Bitcoin is your saving account. It is a decentralized network, and it is a pristine capital. So once you understand that, once you read enough books, listen to enough podcasts, and listen to enough Michael Saylor's speeches, you understand that if you cannot deploy it back into the business and generate as return on invested capital, beating Bitcoin hurdle rate, that's the next natural thing you want to do, right? You want to invest in the next best thing. Our business actually was going so fast that in some years, actually, we've been outperforming Bitcoin, and we're still actually running head in head with Bitcoin. So we have super fast growing company, and we deploy capital back into the business, but we still have, because we're performing so well, we have excess cash to deploy into Bitcoin, and you accumulate. We're top 30 company. If we stack ourselves against public companies, I think we in top 30 globally. Being private company, of course, we're not public.
Got it. Let's switch gears to the AI side. What are you building that makes this a modern industrial company, if we want to call it that?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we like to call ourselves technology company, Bitcoin powered technology company who makes physical products, because I think the way you call yourself phrase how you think about things and how you execute on things. So I was listening to your interview with Matt Cole from Strive today, and he was mentioning AI and how AI will disrupt everyone, every single company, every single person, every single position, and I truly believe that. So you cannot just hide from AI. Only way is to embrace it. So step one, you have to embrace it. You have to prepare for the age of AI. Step two, how do you create moat for your business, for your operating business, right? If you're a software company, if you, copywriter, if you're someone else, it's very hard, right? For you will be to compete in the age of AI, because it might be two teenage kids with good LLM model just disrupt your business totally and then demonetize it, to zero your business. So we're tackling it in two fronts. One front is actually embracing AI, embracing infrastructure. So as any business, what do you need to do? You need to build, call it digital twin. So you need to rebuild your company in the digital space. What does it mean? You need to your processes, your operations, your business intelligence, your data structure, how clean is your data, your permissions. So you have to be in the cloud, you have to be out there, so then you can apply AI, so then AI can be useful, right? Because AI is an ML model. Like if you put a lot of unstructured data, messy data, you'll get shit in, shit out. Sorry for my language, but that's what you get. So you need to prepare for age of AI. Actually, it's a lot of boring data structuring work and application development and permission settings and logical chains and descriptions. And like I mentioned, we have over 50 strong IT team and be involved in different areas. Some in application development, some in AI, some in process automation, some in AI vision in the factories to increase safety of people to supervise machinery breakage, stuff like that. So we're embracing AI. So in age of AI, I think you have to embrace it. There's no other way to go about it. So we're embracing AI on one hand. On another hand, what creates moat, I think, for our business? Being in this grounded physical product space, right? We have factories, we have people, we have machinery. So you cannot just go to ChatGPT or Grok and say, Grok, build me a factory or build me some machinery. So it's a complex business, hard to pull off. But I think, and we in this physical space. So I think we have, I don't know, 5, 10, 15 years until we start maybe not competing, again, embracing robotics and humanoids in our factory settings. So end of the day, I think we will become way more productive. I think legacy businesses, our competition, will have a lot of struggles if we don't embrace AI and automation, if we're not going to be prepared. And I think, in many cases, we're eating their lunch because our industry is not growing 30% year over year as we are. We've been growing 30% year over year for the last 5 years. So I think that's the few points I want to make.
Got it. You've kind of alluded to this, but you've got scale. Can you break down for us and share what Giga looks like today in terms of growth and size?
100%. So Giga is our mothership corporation. We have multitude of subsidiaries under it. And we're going to do about $120 million in revenue this year. Our EBITDA is in double digits. So we're profitable, we're disciplined. We have 1,129 Bitcoins on our balance sheet. We have over 600 employees. And we have steep goals for operating business. Our goals is to become $1 billion revenue company by 2032. So that's just extending 30% for another 7 or 8 years. That type of growth. We showed we can do it. Of course, if scale becomes harder and harder to execute at that level and that speed. But I think it's doable. By embracing AI and automation, I think we can actually, if you ever read the book, it talks about blue oceans and red oceans. And blue oceans being when you just create a market which did not exist before. So we're working on that thing. And we've been working at for the last couple of years, actually, to disrupt, to create a new market in our industry, using AI, using automation, using robotics, and sustain that 30% growth for next 7 to 8 years to hit $1 billion revenue.
Got it. And anything else as far as the long-term roadmap? How do you kind of frame both the operating and the Bitcoin treasury over the medium to long term?
Yeah, so look, we powered with Bitcoin. So why operations is really just a vehicle to accumulate more Bitcoin. So best capital on possible on the balance sheet. And we're exploring actually different options, including capital markets to accumulate more Bitcoin. We set ourselves as an internal goal, steep goal, to become top 5 in upcoming years. One thing we can do, we can execute. We're good students from MicroStrategy and our strategy, of course, MetaPlanet and Semler and ALTBG out of France and Smarter Web Company out of UK and a multitude of others, of course, who implemented and execute Bitcoin strategies. And I think what makes us somewhat different, we don't have dying business. We have actually fast-growing business that can fuel our Bitcoin strategy at I think tremendous level. Like I said, we still compete on returns on invested capital with Bitcoin. So it's hard to sustain it. At some point, I think we're going to run out of steam and maybe the market share. But until we do, I think we're going to push hard to push both things: accumulate Bitcoin, grow business, generate cash, accumulate more Bitcoin, look in different capital markets, probably raising more money, and hitting the goal, becoming top 5.
Awesome. What has your experience been with the Bitcoin community, both online and in the real world? Right. I know you introduced yourself to me earlier this year at a Bitcoin event. What has that been like, just being around the community, and how is that, maybe safe to say, vastly different from maybe the whole rest of the world?
Oh man, these are the best group of people actually I have met, and I just started going publicly to these events over a year ago. My first big event was Nashville, Bitcoin conference in Nashville, where I met a bunch of people, and then I came to New York, Pumps event, and then I went to Orlando. Anyway, I just started going to, because I just start liking what I'm start seeing. It's hard to find orange-pilled, like-minded people, different kind of professionals from different areas of life and businesses who can talk about Bitcoin, who can talk about Bitcoin as being a great asset, but also just great people, willing to help, willing to talk, willing to share. So I think maybe the community is still small, but it is more like everyone treats each other more like a family-like in a way, right? Because everyone is really willing to help and talk and to support each other. So, and I think that's why I kind of love about the Bitcoin community, and that's why I started just going through all these events.
Absolutely. I guess to close out, in addition to letting people know where they can reach out to you, reach out to the firm, what's your message to the Bitcoiners listening who certainly care about sound money? They appreciate hard work, proof of work, and building things that last. What would be your message?
So I added our website, giga.us, and then on X, we add Giga BTC. Please go in, subscribe, sign up for with email. We will be actually announcing some interesting things in the near future. So if you want to keep up with us, please do so. Again, our goal is to become top 5 Bitcoin holding company by quantity of Bitcoin in the upcoming few years. $1 billion company as an operating company, cash flow positive, fast growing. So if you want to follow our journey, again, giga.us, at GigaBTC. And Tim, I want to just share a small anecdote with everyone who's listening, and we have, I think, a lot of listeners. So Tim I know how working man Tim is. So I'm writing him an email, some admin email, and I know he's in the middle of conference, so I'm not expecting a response. I'm adding in the subject line, not urgent, so Tim just doesn't jump and respond. And of course, Tim does respond and did respond. And anyway, so just want to say kudos to you, writing all the event, amazing endurance, responsiveness, you're just killing it. So just want to say big thank you to you.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Appreciate you participating in the conference and taking your time to really share with the world what you guys are up to. Super exciting. And I look forward to following along and seeing how everything goes from here forward. So really exciting. Roland, thank you so much for joining.
Thank you, Tim. Bye-bye.
Stick around. We'll be right back.
The Bitcoin Treasuries digital conference is presented by Bitcoin for Corporations. Bitcoin for Corporations is the leading platform helping public companies integrate Bitcoin into their balance sheet and amplify their story to the world. Bitcoin for Corporations connects executive teams with the insights, tools, and community they need to execute a Bitcoin strategy, and then puts a spotlight on those bold enough to act. If you're building on a Bitcoin standard, Bitcoin for Corporations is here to help you go further, faster. Learn more at bitcoinforcorporations.com. Did you know that a fast-growing company with 30% year-over-year growth that is cash flow positive has been stacking Bitcoin since 2021 and has an average Bitcoin purchase price of $67,000. This is Giga Inc. With big news coming soon, they are on the path to the top 5 Bitcoin treasury companies as they build easy and stack hard. Learn more about Giga Inc. at giga.us and follow them on X at GigaBTC. Want to win $1,000 in Bitcoin? Just scan the QR code displayed or sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman to enter. This giveaway is brought to you by Arch Lending, the leading provider for Bitcoin-backed loans. Whether you're borrowing $5,000 as a long-term hodler or $20 million as a public company building a treasury strategy around their Bitcoin, you probably have one thing in common. You don't want to sell your Bitcoin. Arch allows you to access a flexible Bitcoin-backed line of credit with no rehypothecation and insured custody through Anchorage Digital, which is a federally chartered bank. They take every measure to keep your Bitcoin fully secure. Rates start from just 12% for up to 24 months, and setup takes minutes. Whether you're bridging a short-term need or scaling something long-term, Arch gives you the tools to stay on the Bitcoin standard and still move fast. Sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman or scan the QR code to receive an additional 1% off your interest rate. You'll also be entered to win $1,000 in Bitcoin. They want you to sell. Arch wants you to win. The Bitcoin Treasuries digital conference is brought to you by Melius, the pioneering Bitcoin treasury company of Brazil and the largest Bitcoin holder in Latin America. If you've been following the Bitcoin Treasuries podcast for any length of time, you know one thing I can't stress enough is that if you're holding your own keys, that seed phrase backup better be bulletproof. Here's the reality. Paper degrades, ink fades, house fires happen, floods happen. Your handwritten seed phrase on a piece of paper, that's a point of failure just waiting to destroy your financial sovereignty. That's exactly why I've partnered with Stampseed. These guys have figured out the gold standard for seed phrase backup. Permanent titanium plates that you can stamp yourself. We're talking about a metal that can survive temperatures of over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, nearly triple the heat of an average house fire. What I love about Stampseed is they've made this accessible. You get the complete toolkit with everything you need. The titanium plates, the stamps, the jigs to keep everything aligned perfectly. No guesswork, no special skills required, just permanent, indestructible backup of your financial freedom. And if you're running multi-sig, Stampseed scales beautifully. Buy the base kit, then add as many additional plates as your setup requires. It's the most cost-effective way to properly secure a multi-sig configuration that I've found. Here's a nice touch. They'll even customize the back of your plates. Want your company logo or your wallet identifier, some personal reminder system? They've got you covered. Head over to Stampseed and grab your kit and titanium plates. Now 21% off site-wide with code TIM21. This exclusive conference offer ends on July 11th, so don't miss out. Go to stampseed.com, use code TIM21. Next Layer Capital is institutional capital for a Bitcoin-denominated future. Next Layer partners with conviction-led founders, asset allocators, and treasury leaders building on the hardest money in history. Visit them on X at Next Layer Cap. One Big Party is a modern storytelling studio crafting unforgettable moments that make the world a more interesting place. They are passionate about spreading Bitcoin with love and helping companies tell their story. Check them out at www.onebigparty.co. LogScale Investments is a proprietary trading and private equity firm founded in 2024. Learn more on X at LogScale Invest. Is your business ready to harness the power of Bitcoin? Jamondo Law specializes in designing custom Bitcoin treasury strategies for independent businesses. Their team guides you through integration of secure, compliant solutions tailored to your specific business and financial goals. Visit jamondolaw.com to future-proof your business with Bitcoin. Locate Technologies is an Australian logistics software company helping businesses around the world optimize last-mile delivery. They've recently begun building their Bitcoin treasury, now holding 10 Bitcoin, as they believe all routes ultimately lead to Bitcoin. Find them on X and learn more at Locate Tech HQ. BTC Agenda is pioneering Germany's first publicly listed Bitcoin treasury company and building the region's first dedicated community. Bitcoin Agenda empowers companies to adopt strategic Bitcoin treasury positions with shared knowledge and community. Learn more on X at BTC Agenda. The Bitcoin Treasuries digital conference is presented by Bitcoin for Corporations. Bitcoin for Corporations is the leading platform helping public companies integrate Bitcoin into their balance sheet and amplify their story to the world. Bitcoin for Corporations connects executive teams with the insights, tools, and community they need to execute a Bitcoin strategy, and then puts a spotlight on those bold enough to act. If you're building on a Bitcoin standard, Bitcoin for Corporations is here to help you go further, faster. Learn more at bitcoinforcorporations.com. Did you know that a fast-growing company with 30% year-over-year growth that is cash flow positive has been stacking Bitcoin since 2021 and has an average Bitcoin purchase price of $67,000. This is Giga Inc. With big news coming soon, they are on the path to the top 5 Bitcoin treasury companies as they build easy and stack hard. Learn more about Giga Inc. at giga.us and follow them on X at GigaBTC. Want to win $1,000 in Bitcoin? Just scan the QR code displayed or sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman to enter. This giveaway is brought to you by Arch Lending, the leading provider for Bitcoin-backed loans. Whether you're borrowing $5,000 as a long-term hodler or $20 million as a public company building a treasury strategy around their Bitcoin, you probably have one thing in common. You don't want to sell your Bitcoin. Arch allows you to access a flexible Bitcoin-backed line of credit with no rehypothecation and insured custody through Anchorage Digital, which is a federally chartered bank. They take every measure to keep your Bitcoin fully secure. Rates start from just 12% for up to 24 months, and setup takes minutes. Whether you're bridging a short-term need or scaling something long-term, Arch gives you the tools to stay on the Bitcoin standard and still move fast. Sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman or scan the QR code to receive an additional 1% off your interest rate. You'll also be entered to win $1,000 in Bitcoin. They want you to sell. Arch wants you to win. The Bitcoin Treasuries digital conference is brought to you by Melius, the pioneering Bitcoin treasury company of Brazil and the largest Bitcoin holder in Latin America. If you've been following the Bitcoin Treasuries podcast for any length of time, you know one thing I can't stress enough is that if you're holding your own keys, that seed phrase backup better be bulletproof. Here's the reality. Paper degrades, ink fades, house fires happen, floods happen. Your handwritten seed phrase on a piece of paper, that's a point of failure just waiting to destroy your financial sovereignty. That's exactly why I've partnered with Stampseed. These guys have figured out the gold standard for seed phrase backup. Permanent titanium plates that you can stamp yourself. We're talking about a metal that can survive temperatures of over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, nearly triple the heat of an average house fire. What I love about Stampseed is they've made this accessible. You get the complete toolkit with everything you need. The titanium plates, the stamps, the jigs to keep everything aligned perfectly. No guesswork, no special skills required, just permanent, indestructible backup of your financial freedom. And if you're running multi-sig, Stampseed scales beautifully. Buy the base kit, then add as many additional plates as your setup requires. It's the most cost-effective way to properly secure a multi-sig configuration that I've found. Here's a nice touch. They'll even customize the back of your plates. Want your company logo or your wallet identifier, some personal reminder system? They've got you covered. Head over to Stampseed and grab your kit and titanium plates. Now 21% off site-wide with code TIM21. This exclusive conference offer ends on July 11th, so don't miss out. Go to stampseed.com, use code TIM21. Next Layer Capital is institutional capital for a Bitcoin-denominated future. Next Layer partners with conviction-led founders, asset allocators, and treasury leaders building on the hardest money in history. Visit them on X at Next Layer Cap. One Big Party is a modern storytelling studio crafting unforgettable moments that make the world a more interesting place. They are passionate about spreading Bitcoin with love and helping companies tell their story. Check them out at www.onebigparty.co. LogScale Investments is a proprietary trading and private equity firm founded in 2024. Learn more on X at LogScale Invest. Is your business ready to harness the power of Bitcoin? Jamondo Law specializes in designing custom Bitcoin treasury strategies for independent businesses. Their team guides you through integration of secure, compliant solutions tailored to your specific business and financial goals. Visit jamondolaw.com to future-proof your business with Bitcoin. Locate Technologies is an Australian logistics software company helping businesses around the world optimize last-mile delivery. They've recently begun building their Bitcoin treasury, now holding 10 Bitcoin, as they believe all routes ultimately lead to Bitcoin. Find them on X and learn more at Locate Tech HQ. BTC Agenda is pioneering Germany's first publicly listed Bitcoin treasury company and building the region's first dedicated community. Bitcoin Agenda empowers companies to adopt strategic Bitcoin treasury positions with shared knowledge and community. Learn more on X at BTC Agenda.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Treasuries digital conference powered by Bitcoin for Corporations. I'm really excited for this conversation. We're about to bring to the stage Rob Massie, partner and global tax leader for blockchain and digital assets at Deloitte, and Connor O'Brien, senior manager and national office tax leader for blockchain and digital assets at Deloitte. The topic of this conversation: the importance of specific ID as a tax accounting method when engaging in Bitcoin-based financial instruments. Gentlemen, welcome. How are you?
Good, thanks. Thanks for having us, Tim. How are you?
Very well. Thanks for taking the time. Can you guys start with a little bit of your background and how we got to where we are today, and then we'll dive into some specifics?
100%. As Tim mentioned, I lead our tax practice for all things blockchain digital assets in Deloitte. We started in this space almost 13 years ago, and really proud of serving all aspects of the ecosystem. A lot of Bitcoin mining companies out there, a lot of Bitcoin treasury companies, but also, broader scale funds investing in enterprise using them. Pretty much all of the ecosystem, a lot of exchanges. So good to be in this space.
Yep. And I sit in our national tax office in DC, although I live in LA. I've actually known Rob since 2006, and he's recruited me twice to Deloitte, more recently in 2018, specifically to work in the digital asset practice here. So it's, 7 going on 8 years of full commitment to Bitcoin and other digital assets and tax matters associated with them.
Great. Can you guys cover some of the key tax considerations for Bitcoin treasury companies?
100%. It's become a big topic and a lot of big companies involved. And so what are they really thinking about? Part of it, and I can just kind of go through them in order, the alternative minimum tax right now does cover, it is inclusive of the gains realized from a GAAP perspective, even though they're not yet realized from a tax perspective, because that runs through earnings, that is included in alternative minimum tax. So there's a lot of companies thinking about this now, and what is the impact? Are those included in AMT, even if you've not realized those as sales for tax purposes? That's a pretty big topic. Another one is cross-border transactions. Remembering that Bitcoin, it's property, and it doesn't move throughout an entity structure. If you're putting it in a separate entity from a treasury perspective, or moving it abroad, using it as collateral in another jurisdiction, you got to be really careful about cross-border and the international, not just the U.S. international tax rules, but also what do the tax treaties discuss there. The biggest one that we're dealing with, as denoted by the topic in the session, is all about financial instruments. A lot of companies out there, they're holding onto their Bitcoin and letting it sit there. Great. Many others, though, using it for collateral. They're looking at lending transactions. They're doing interesting things, and that is really where the meaningful questions kick in. Remembering that Bitcoin is property, and while the economics of some of these older legacy financial products even though the economics look the same, you may get to a different result because you're using Bitcoin versus securities, commodities. And that really lends to why basis tracking is so important. If you are going to be using Bitcoin in financial transactions, you need to be able to choose which one you're using. Is it going to be the stuff you bought, 13 years ago for $100, or the stuff you bought last week for $108,000? So you want to be able to choose which one is the instant to the product, so as to mitigate the risk or choose a different economic outcome. Anything I missed when I went through those?
No, that's great. I mean, I think there's the general theme of, a lot of taxpayers view Bitcoin similar to how they might view securities or other investment type assets. But there are specific exclusions or exemptions for certain activities that taxpayers might take with those true securities that might not be applicable to property like Bitcoin. And I think that's one of the areas where we tend to see some footfalls or potential footfalls, and where we spend a lot of our time working with clients.
Got it. Connor, can you give maybe some more specific examples of where people might want to be cautious regarding taxes, maybe, for example, collateralization? Can you walk us through that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So I think with the topic of collateralization of Bitcoin, the first question that should come to mind from a tax standpoint is, do I have a recognition or a realization event when I send my Bitcoin, to this collateral account, and I might take out a loan against it. And it really stems from the question of whether or not you have, the first question is, did tax ownership of the asset transfer? And if it did, then there's a question of, well, how should this be characterized? Is it a lending transaction that I entered into when I placed my Bitcoin in collateral, or is it something else? And you really do need to analyze that specifically for property like Bitcoin, because although the tax code does have some treatment, some codified treatment for lending transactions of securities, that does not directly port or apply to property like Bitcoin. There might be similar principles, underlying tax principles that could be applicable, but the explicit code section that relates to securities lending does not. So that's really one important place that we kind of spend a lot of time looking at, and we do see a lot of questions and talk about that topic with quite a few folks.
Mm-hmm. And what we find a lot in this space is that there's maybe a lesser level of documentation, even fewer, third-party agreements with signatures on both and agreed terms. And that is one element that makes this a little bit harder. So the more that all of us can do, like documenting contemporaneously, here's the intentions of the parties, or even, analyzing specifically what are the terms, and you got to get behind the legalese. You got to say, what is documented, and then what is the real behavior of these assets, if they're changing hands or with others having access to them. So all this stuff really matters because we moved outside of some of the norms of traditional, sec lending or collateralization. You got to work harder on the documentation piece.
Okay. So it sounds like you just outlined maybe at least one of the practices to mitigate the risks. Are there other practices, and can you speak to the spec ID rules?
Yeah, sure. So, we did get regulations last year, final regulations under Section 1001 and 1012. This was in the big regulation package that addressed information reporting for digital asset brokers. But there were also rules in there for, any taxpayer that holds digital assets, specifically to how to specifically identify digital assets that you're going to use in a transaction, and what happens if you don't specifically identify. And that default treatment is FIFO, or first in, first out. I think a couple of interesting things in that regulation package were they did address self-custody and how one might view their holdings and segregate their different buckets. And they use the terms wallet and account. Account is very, it ports back to traditional securities and, your traditional brokerage account. Wallet is something new. And they had an awkward definition of wallet. I think it was a means of storing private keys. So, anybody familiar with custody of private keys and the different ways that people can custody private keys and segregate keys and break them apart and have multi-signature functions. There are different kind of levels of analysis here, and it really does warrant some thought in terms of how you interpret that definition of wallet and how you're applying it in your specific fact pattern to really get a good understanding and a good view of how you ought to go about tracking and recovering your basis for tax purposes. And I mean, I just, given the volatility in some of these assets and even the relatively short lifespan of Bitcoin to date relative to other assets and the extreme volatility there's a lot on the table and a lot at stake in some of these transactions. Some people might have extremely low basis Bitcoin and Bitcoin that they mined yesterday, and they don't want to needlessly recognize taxable gain when they're entering into a transaction. And, these rules do provide a framework for taxpayers to go about their operations so that they can feel comfortable in terms of what tax lot they're relieving in a given transaction to, really plan into what their approach is.
I mean, there was some pretty unique stuff. I mean, I would say that the regulations, while some would say burdensome, they're pretty clear, and they do address things that are pretty advanced. I mean, the concept of Treasury addressing the concept of self-custody in Spec ID is pretty advanced, and the fact that they said, okay, here's what you do for brokers, stuff held under custody. Here's what you do in self-custody. That's helpful. But they also acknowledge some things that are different and unique. And they said things like, hey, we know that under traditional securities, you have until the time that it settles to identify which asset you've chosen to use or dispose, right? That's what the normal rules of Spec ID of securities allows. And we, Treasury, understand that this stuff settles in near real time. And so because of that, we want to make sure you all understand, if you want to Spec ID a particular asset, if you want to choose Bitcoin A versus Bitcoin B, you need to identify that in using some identifiable information prior to the time of the transaction, rather. And so that's different. And that's new muscle for some, and it does provide, I think it emphasizes some operational, burden, but better to be, acknowledging what these rules are and how, you need to get it right. So building in, policies and procedures, building in a mechanism to capture that contemporaneous documentation, looking at your software providers out there. Do they have this capability? How can they build it in? They talk about things like standing instructions, which is great, and how that works. Again, a little different under self-custody versus using a custodian. And so some might say, oh, God, it's so hard. It's like, well, actually, at least there's a roadmap. Here's how you get it right. And if you care, because to your point, people have basis spread all over the place. And you need it if you're going to identify a particular Bitcoin used in a particular transaction, a particular financial product. You may care if you're going to use or dispose. I know nobody does that on the phone, but some may choose to use or dispose of Bitcoin. You're probably going to care which one that is. And so if FIFO doesn't present a great result, then at least we have the rules to deal with Spec ID.
And Rob, you did, mention the emphasis on books and records, which is always important. But we actually got kind of two different rule sets: one for how you have a good Spec ID with your self-custodied assets, and then a separate one for how you Spec ID digital assets that are held at a broker. And that really requires, confirmation or your instructions to the broker need to be something that they deem specific enough to identify that tax lot that you want to sell. That requirement was set to go into effect 1/1/25. It did get delayed a year, so not until 1/1/26. And who knows if there's further delays or not?
Who knows?
And anything could happen. But it became apparent that not everybody was ready. The infrastructure wasn't necessarily there in place for that to happen at the beginning of this year. So we did get temporary relief there just on the broker side.
Sounds like we need to stay tuned. Yes. You guys mentioned books and records. Are there other items that we can kind of touch on from a broad sort of advice perspective? Wallet structures, documentation, anything else that you guys want to touch on?
Yeah, I mean, I think, especially on the self-custody side, you can enter into these transactions, on your own behalf without involving any third party. And that's the great thing about the technology. One of the great things about the technology, right? But it does raise this question of, well, how do you feel comfortable about your contemporaneous documentation of the specific tax lot that you want to use? And this is where if you're using a third-party software provider that's, helping with the basis tracking and basis recovery modules, it's thinking about, okay, what's their control framework? Do they have auditable reports that I can get that kind of document when I decided to use a specific recovery methodology, or I decided, I want to sell this Bitcoin with this basis on this date? And does it provide that kind of audit trail that would be really good to have in a self-custody construct?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, a lot of flexibility, and we see, operational and investment structures with a wide range of considerations, and everybody's different, right? So they might design wallet structures from a security perspective. They might also design it just to keep things segregated, in different tranches or lots, maybe accessed for different reasons. More and more common for companies to have, Bitcoin held for treasury purposes, but then also used for operational purposes, right? You're using it for vendors, you're giving it to employees for comp, you're giving it to boards of directors, and to think about that carries a lot of different tax considerations. One is just wallet structures. Why would you keep it separate? Probably security, but also importantly, because you might have some Bitcoin held for investment, a capital asset. You might have other Bitcoin used in the business. We might even think that is ordinary property, creating ordinary transactions, and character matters in tax, right? Capital transactions versus ordinary transactions for a host of reasons. There's a dozen reasons why character matters with crypto transactions, that, the rates that are used, if it's in a CFC. What about, gains and losses? Not capital losses not always able to offset ordinary gains. So you really need to look at character. So the concept of wallet structures is helpful, but then analyzing your transaction flows. What are you really doing with it? Do we have character nailed down? Again, another thing to have documented contemporaneously from a documentation perspective. So I think that's the more advanced stage, but people are getting there, right? You have more and more commercial enterprise saying, hey, this is interesting. Are there commercial reasons that we would rather use Bitcoin versus fiat in commercial transactions? And while it's still early days, more and more people are saying maybe. Yeah. And when you go down that road, surprising the amount of operational hygiene that you need to build into an organization, and tax is top of the list. You really got to make sure that's tight.
Yeah. And I think, the fact that this technology can be used for all these things, right? Some might view it as an investment asset. Some might say, no, I actually want to transact in Bitcoin. That unique aspect really raises a lot of really interesting tax questions. I know it keeps a lot of people here in our office thinking very hard. But it, also warranted to call out that a lot of the guidance that we've gotten to date, if not all of it, has really been, kind of geared towards like your average American taxpayer who likely is just holding it as an investment asset. So it really doesn't touch on a lot of these business use scenarios. And that's where I think there's kind of a lot of new that's being noticed.
And relatively unique in an asset class, right? There aren't other asset classes that you see so much focus on as investment and used in the business. This is new muscle that we have that we all need to think about how to deal with that. But again, be intentioned about the way you deal with it. Think about tax, think about documentation. And, in the absence of clear guidance, you still have tax principles, right? A lot of this stuff has been thought about and bantered about. You can read what you want on social media or whichever search you choose to use. But be careful. Be careful about the advice you get. Make sure that you've really been thoughtful about it and you write it down before you take these positions.
What new conversations have you guys been having lately as far as inbound? Is it just like 100% Bitcoin treasury companies, or what are you guys seeing in your conversations?
Yeah, I think Bitcoin treasury is absolutely a component for all the right reasons, but it's usually followed by an and that's why we emphasize the financial products. Having Bitcoin sit there is fine, and that's a popular idea. But the is, should we use it as collateral so we can borrow against it, right? If you're going to put so much of your capital into Bitcoin, but you might need funds to do a transaction or, to manage cash flow. So to use that as collateral is a really, it's a common topic, which just goes back to the emphasis that you placed on make sure that you're buttoned up in the way that you architect your collateralization. I think that's probably the biggest one. Used in the business is pretty interesting. And again, because it's property, it doesn't move as gracefully as fiat through a commercial enterprise. So if you're taking it from customers or paying vendors, but you're a big multinational organization, then your treasury function, looking at moving that between different entities in the structure, has unique considerations.
It might literally move easier, but in the accounting world, it's a lot more difficult, right?
Fair enough. It's an important distinction. Yeah. And because of that, it does seem so easy to move. Let's put it over here, a new wallet. How do you know where it exists? Who controls it? What if I give access to my treasury function that sits in different countries around the world, that sits in different entities? That's different. We don't worry about that as much with fiat, which sits in a bank account owned by an entity. When you're talking about wallets, how do you know who owns it? What are the elements of control? How do you deal with that kind of stuff? So the concept of tax ownership within a large multinational organization has some really unique considerations. That's the kind of inbound we get, Tim, is saying they're taking it to the next level. It's the large commercial enterprise saying, hey, we want to use it for this. We want to move it over here. What do we need to think about? And so you have to pause and remember it's property.
Got it. I'm just giving it. Oh, nope. You guys are just so still. I thought it froze up. Okay, great. All right. We're still live. We're still in business. Okay.
We're here.
I'm going to ask for closing thoughts in a minute. But first of all, is there a best way for people to reach out to you guys directly and have a conversation that's maybe better than just going to Deloitte.com and trying to find somebody?
Yeah, I'm probably easier to find on X than Connor is, but but I think I'm one of the only people in Deloitte with laser eyes. So it's Massie RL on X and LinkedIn. Just search Rob Massie and pretty easy to find there. But we have a big practice. There's over 2,000 people in Deloitte that work on crypto, specifically Bitcoin transactions in different capacities, around the world, and also even outside of tax. So pretty big practice. We're very proud of the way we serve the space. We've done it for a long time. We believe in the future of digital assets, but more importantly, we're watching it impact meaningfully all of our clients in different industries around the world. It's important we lean in and get it right.
And I will say, just spam Rob. Don't reach out to me directly.
Thanks. Thank you.
All right. You heard it here. Connor, Rob, thank you very much for your time. Thanks for participating in the conference. And I'm sure we'll be talking soon with everything that's going on. Lots of activity and lots of excitement.
Thanks for having us, Tim. Thanks for all you're doing in the space.
Yeah. Thank you.
Take care.
Take care. Stay right there. We'll be back in 1 minute. Welcome back to the Bitcoin Treasuries digital conference powered by Bitcoin for Corporations. My next guest is Arman Magurian, founder and CEO of Timestamp. Arman, welcome. How are you, sir?
Hey, Tim. How are you? Thanks for having me here.
Absolutely. Could you kind of give a little background on yourself and Timestamp and what you guys are up to?
Absolutely. So first and foremost, I just want to say thank you for having me here. What you're doing for the space has been incredible, and this particular event has been a marathon. So credit to you for putting this together. I think you're doing a fantastic job. For anyone listening out there, my name is Arman Magurian. I am the founder and CEO of Timestamp Financial. Some of you may know me as Dr. Bitcoin MD on Twitter. I've been around the Bitcoin space for a little over 10 years now. And a few years ago, I decided to build Timestamp, which is now coming to fruition. So Timestamp Financial is an investment platform that allows founders to raise capital and build Bitcoin treasuries. So very much on topic for the subject matter of today, and what feels like the subject matter of this cycle is the ability for private companies to be able to raise capital and build Bitcoin treasuries and really have the Bitcoin treasury playbook available to them much the same way public companies do.
Got it. Can you add a little bit of color around the platforms, kind of the spectrum of clients that should maybe reach out, start a conversation with you? Anything to kind of round out and give people more of an idea of, minimum size, maximum size, all that kind of good stuff?
Of course. So I think the best place to start is capital strategy in general for Bitcoin companies. And there's really two sides of the coin. There's the capital formation side, that's actually raising the capital for your business. And then the capital preservation side, which is the strategy you employ to actually preserve your capital, which nowadays should include a Bitcoin treasury strategy, in my personal opinion. So focusing in on the capital formation side, we're really focused on giving founders all the tools they need to run a successful raise. And our strategy has 5 main pillars. So first and foremost, it is the storytelling aspect of a capital raise. So it is really telling your story to the world and being able to really frame the narrative that separates you from the pack, and that includes your competitors. So first and foremost is getting that story right. Second is the legal process involved in a raise. So we specifically focus on regulation crowdfunding raises, which means that anyone can access these raises, both accredited and non-accredited investors, and founders can also market their raise. So they can really take advantage of the advertising component and the marketing component for visibility, but they can also get their community involved and really have customers and users become investors with skin in the game. So getting that narrative correct and using the marketing and advertising is a huge flywheel effect for these founders. But ultimately at the base is making sure that they get the support from a legal standpoint. So they get a dedicated paralegal and an attorney, and also an accounting standpoint. So they get the dedicated CPA for their CPA reviews or audits for their raise. And then the last component is a structural foundation, which is escrow and securities custody. So fundamentally, we make sure that a founder has everything they need to go from zero to launching a public campaign. And they do it with experts at every step of the way. So every person that a founder is in contact with during the onboarding process has run dozens, if not hundreds, of these types of raises. Now, what's interesting from the other side of the coin, the Bitcoin treasury aspect, we've recently announced a partnership with Acropolis, which means that founders that go through Timestamp can decide to raise a Bitcoin treasury or build a Bitcoin treasury after the fact. And it will be managed with best-in-class custody, and it will have experts along the way that will advise you on your particular business and give you the tools to succeed in the corporate world the way public companies do nowadays, all of that playbook has now been brought to the private companies, thanks to Timestamp and now our partnership with Acropolis.
Awesome. Where can people directly reach out to you and also find the firm online?
People can find us at timestampfinancial.com. So founders, please feel free to check out the page dedicated to founders on there, and feel free to reach out to us about any questions about the process. We really dedicate ourselves to the founders' mission in building their companies and align ourselves to their success. So our fees for these raises are commission based. So we only win if founders win. So we are really tied to founders in terms of their long-term success. And we make sure that they get everything they need to go from zero to launching a campaign. And for investors, please feel free to sign up. It is free to sign up to explore. And then they can do all their due diligence the way a typical investor would, to review all the offerings and make the best decision for them, whatever it may be. And there will be a plethora of offerings available in the next couple of quarters now that Timestamp is live.
Awesome. Appreciate your time today. Appreciate your participation in the conference. I'll throw it over to you if you have any closing thoughts. We have maybe a minute or two left.
All right. So thank you, Tim, for having me on. I'm very excited to be here. I think we're at a pivotal period in Bitcoin adoption, and this cycle seems to be very much focused on the corporate adoption and institutional adoption of Bitcoin. And I think there is a important point in time here where the bridges are being built. They're being built from the Bitcoin side out and from the traditional finance world in. And my hope for the future is that there's quite a few more people like ourselves that are building with a Bitcoin lens in mind and building out to the traditional financial world rather than just the other way in. So I'm very excited to hear all the speakers that you've had on today and that you have on for the rest of the day. Also, the partnerships with people like Acropolis and like-minded people such as yourself in general that really see the world with orange-tinted glasses, because I think that is ultimately what is bringing us towards a more positive future. And right on cue, Tim, I got those orange-colored glasses. Absolutely perfect. Thanks for that. So thank you again for having me on. Really appreciate it. If anyone wants to reach out to me, feel free to DM me on Twitter, Dr. Bitcoin NMD, or go to our website, timestampfinancial.com. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Awesome. Thank you for your time. Shout out to the guys over at BTC Prague. That's where I got the orange glasses. So always a fun time over there. And yeah, this is awesome. Thank you for your time. Thanks for the participation. And we'll catch up with you soon.
Okay. Thanks, Tim.
Thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to keep this conference going. Please welcome the CIO of Stravura Capital, Dan Hillary. Dan, how are you?
Good. How are you, Tim? What's going on?
I'm
been a long day
good.
for you. Yeah.
I'm just sitting here with my water, my Diet Coke, my orange sunglasses. It's a pretty good gig, actually.
This is what, hour 12?
Yeah, it's 11 hours, 11 minutes. And right now, 11 seconds. So he had 11 on the clock.
It's like 444.
Yeah. It was wild. I sent Dylan a screenshot when he was on, because on my counter, which is a lower count than the Bitcoin Magazine channels, it was like 7777 for the viewers when he was on. And I was like, that's just so wild, right? Because I was just asking him about like numerology, right? 555, go. And yeah, that was really very funny. We've got Dan back. Dan, what is Stravura Capital? What do you have cooking these days?
Sure. I'm launching a small private placement hedge fund, and we're going to raise low 8 figures as our first capital raise, and it will be specifically a leveraged Bitcoin strategy, but it'll be more dynamic and more flexible than a leveraged Bitcoin equity because it won't be publicly traded. So we use options, and we'll use different private placement deals and different pre-IPO round investments to attempt to outperform Bitcoin over a long period of time and reduce some of that volatility. So we won't be, a 10x in 5 minutes home run, but
we're just going to wait 1 minute. I'm sure Dan will be right back.
Tim, I'm back.
Dan.
Apologies. Yeah, it was just my connection. I switched it.
No worries.
Where did I leave off?
So it's not going to be a 10x in 5 minutes.
It won't be a 10x in 5 minutes. It'll be a 10x in a little bit longer than that, but we'll reduce some of the downside volatility and actively manage the market, actively manage your options positions for you in a way that, a lot of working professionals and busy people don't want to be looking at the market and managing those positions on a day-to-day basis. So we're essentially filling that gap.
Got it. And I usually ask this at the end, but where can people reach out to you and to the firm to have a conversation?
Sure. Mostly we're raising from people we know that have reached out for interest in the fund. So we're not marketing that hard. But if you're interested, then you're more welcome to DM me and we can have a conversation, potential investment.
Got it. What's your take on the STRD getting this ATM facility, everything that is going on with strategy now having kind of a full arsenal of 3 preferred ATMs?
Yeah, I mean, that was always kind of the unlock, right? I think it's a swap. It's a BTC USD swap effectively. So you're swapping low risk or BTC yield like performance in common equity. So the preferreds again are, selling a low cost of capital relative to the annual growth rate of Bitcoin, which we think to be upwards of 30% right now. And so that's a good trade, whether or not if you're an equity investor, it's a good trade because you're essentially getting cheap debt to buy Bitcoin. If you're a preferred investor, you're getting a low risk because of such a high Bitcoin collateral rating fixed income product. And I think the ATMs are super interesting. And the ATMs say a lot about the different products. The prospectuses say a lot about the products. And I don't think people spend enough time looking at those products in particular and reading the material and understanding them to their full extent. So the strike is the bread and butter. That's the convertible preferred, which is, I believe, to be replacing the convertible notes. So it's in the capital stack. You've got the convertible notes, Strife, the senior fixed coupon, $10 annually, Strike, the convertible, and then Stride. And with Strike, there's a $21 billion ATM on that product, meaning this is the largest product they're going to issue. They're going to try to issue a lot of that. Strife has a $2.1 billion ATM. It's very limited. It's small relative to the entire capital structure, but it means Strife will have an extremely high Bitcoin rating or collateralization factor relative to the other products. It's going to be over collateralized. And Stride only has a $4.2 billion ATM, and it sits below Strike in the capital structure. I thought it would be bigger. I thought it would be 21 billion like Strike, but this may be more of the pools of capital looking to access something like Stride, maybe smaller. And it may be I've talked before about how it could be a good way to buy back shares in a bear if we dip below MNAV. There's a lot of defensive reasons why Stride could be very active. And so Stride, in the way, I think they're going to really want out the door because you participate in the equity upside, which is the whole point of this. We're trying to have high equity performance strategies, trying to have high common equity performance. This isn't about, just securitizing Bitcoin. It's about securitizing Bitcoin for the purpose of yielding Bitcoin for common shareholders.
how would you describe kind of where we are and what you see in the short to medium term around the Bitcoin treasury ecosystem? Think whatever you want to cover, but ETFs, structured products, this parade of Bitcoin treasury companies domestically and globally being announced, seems like maybe weekly, if not daily. How do you think about all of that as an ecosystem, and how do you frame that for yourself?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that a lot. And there's Bitcoin financial service providers, and then there's also Bitcoin treasuries. And I think Bitcoin treasuries will become more and more popular, much like Tesla has. There's no Bitcoin-backed products. There's no real leverage. There's no debt associated for them. There are some companies popping up and doing the leverage Bitcoin equity strategy, and those will become, I don't think there's a lot of room for a lot of them. I think the market only really has attention for a certain number of fixed income issuers, and they will gravitate towards the most secure, most over collateralized products in the market. But that's totally fine. You can still take on debt and buy Bitcoin. That's how strategy got their start. You can still just add Bitcoin to your corporate treasury by sweeping your cash flows into Bitcoin. That's a Bitcoin treasury strategy as well. So I sometimes think about, like, most companies hold US treasuries on their balance sheet, but most companies aren't banks, right? So all of those things being said, strategy seems to be the leader in pioneering these fixed income products. And it looks like Metaplanet will be kind of transitioning into that phase, hopefully in the fall, which would be really exciting, I think. But in terms of trading around these things, I know a lot of people are in here, they've got their fingers dipped in this crazy product, and it's got a infinite Bitcoin yield over the past 7 days. And then you got this product that's yielding like 1,000% in the last 5 minutes. And so there's a lot of, different things going on. But one thing in investing is past performance doesn't indicate future returns. So the expectation of continued exponential Bitcoin yield into the future is not a very forward-looking assumption, in my opinion. So you have to understand, like, there is base effect math, and at some point that exponential increase in Bitcoin per share will taper off. Most, sharp people are already pricing that in. Whatever, everyone gets that. The point I'm seeing, or something I'm seeing that I don't think a lot of people are thinking about, is, okay, you got all these people buying Bitcoin, and then you got all these investors jumping into these Bitcoin acquisition vehicles. What if this all just propels the underlying up? So I think a trade that people aren't paying attention to enough is just being long spot Bitcoin. So I've actually kind of transitioned to being long spot Bitcoin on leverage, instead of being long a lot of LBEs right now, just because I like where Bitcoin's at over the next 5 to 6 months. So I guess I'm kind of a traditionalist in that sense. Along with leverage, I use options and Bitcoin ETFs for those purposes.
Got it. Any thoughts or musings, or can you share your experience a little bit of what your journey over the past year, having a voice on social media, being part of the True North, community and live streams, speaking on stages, and really interacting with the community, becoming more prominent in the community. What has that been like, and what would you share with people that are thinking about kind of taking that first step to either become more public, or they're trying to grapple with how they can find their voice in Bitcoin, and specifically Bitcoin in business or as a career?
Yeah. What was interesting, I think, for you as well, Tim, when we got started, or when we were starting to connect and when we were building out these brands, is it wasn't the popular thing to do. Strategy was, no one cared. It was the summer. Bitcoin had been flat for 6 months as we started spinning up these different channels. And we were doing something that, not that there wasn't a lot of attention on what we were doing at the beginning. And I think that was a great way to start, because as people started flowing into the ecosystem, strategy, Bitcoin treasuries, right? You were the first Bitcoin treasury podcast. People started flowing in, and they gravitated towards the channels and the voices that had been there, and had developed a track record prior to the attention. So I think chasing the shiny object isn't necessarily a winning strategy. It's kind of looking where the puck's headed and building a portfolio of content before the tsunami hits. So I think at True North, we were quite lucky, and Jeff and Ryan were even farther ahead or earlier than I, but we've all been good at positioning before the incoming tide. And I think that's really important when developing like digital brands.
Absolutely. I think a little bit earlier, your connection might have been a little spotty. So can you let people know again how they can reach out to you and connect with you to have a conversation?
Absolutely. I'm at, you can find me on Twitter at Hillary_Dan. I respond to my DMs there as kind of my professional inbox.
Awesome. Dan, thank you for your time. Thanks for participating in the conference, and I'm sure I'll be talking to you soon.
Absolutely. Thanks, Tim.
Stick around. We'll be back in 1 minute. The Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference is presented by Bitcoin for Corporations. Bitcoin for Corporations is the leading platform helping public companies integrate Bitcoin into their balance sheet and amplify their story to the world. Bitcoin for Corporations connects executive teams with the insights, tools, and community they need to execute a Bitcoin strategy, and then puts a spotlight on those bold enough to act. If you're building on a Bitcoin standard, Bitcoin for Corporations is here to help you go further, faster. Learn more at bitcoinforcorporations.com. Did you know that a fast-growing company with 30% year-over-year growth that is cash flow positive has been stacking Bitcoin since 2021 and has an average Bitcoin purchase price of $67,000. This is Giga Inc. With big news coming soon, they are on the path to the top 5 Bitcoin treasury companies as they build easy and stack hard. Learn more about Giga Inc. at giga.us and follow them on X at GigaBTC. Want to win $1,000 in Bitcoin? Just scan the QR code displayed or sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman to enter. This giveaway is brought to you by Arch Lending, the leading provider for Bitcoin-backed loans. Whether you're borrowing $5,000 as a long-term hodler or $20 million as a public company building a treasury strategy around their Bitcoin, you probably have one thing in common. You don't want to sell your Bitcoin. Arch allows you to access a flexible Bitcoin-backed line of credit with no rehypothecation and insured custody through Anchorage Digital, which is a federally chartered bank. They take every measure to keep your Bitcoin fully secure. Rates start from just 12% for up to 24 months,
and setup takes minutes. Whether you're bridging a short-term need or scaling something long-term, Arch gives you the tools to stay on the Bitcoin standard and still move fast. Sign up at archlending.com/Kotzman or scan the QR code to receive an additional 1% off your interest rate. You'll also be entered to win $1,000 in Bitcoin. They want you to sell. Arch wants you to win. The Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference is brought to you by Melius, the pioneering Bitcoin treasury company of Brazil and the largest Bitcoin holder in Latin America. If you've been following the Bitcoin Treasuries podcast for any length of time, you know one thing I can't stress enough is that if you're holding your own keys, that seed phrase backup better be bulletproof. Here's the reality. Paper degrades, ink fades, house fires happen, floods happen. Your handwritten seed phrase on a piece of paper, that's a point of failure just waiting to destroy your financial sovereignty. That's exactly why I've partnered with StampSeed. These guys have figured out the gold standard for seed phrase backup. Permanent titanium plates that you can stamp yourself. We're talking about a metal that can survive temperatures of over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, nearly triple the heat of an average house fire. What I love about StampSeed is they've made this accessible. You get the complete toolkit with everything you need. The titanium plates, the stamps, the jigs to keep everything aligned perfectly. No guesswork, no special skills required, just permanent, indestructible backup of your financial freedom. And if you're running multi-sig, StampSeed scales beautifully. Buy the base kit, then add as many additional plates as your setup requires. It's the most cost-effective way to properly secure a multi-sig configuration that I've found. Here's a nice touch. They'll even customize the back of your plates. Want your company logo or your wallet identifier, some personal reminder system? They've got you covered. Head over to StampSeed and grab your kit and titanium plates. Now 21% off site-wide with code TIM21. This exclusive conference offer ends on July 11th, so don't miss out. Go to stampseed.com, use code TIM21. Next Layer Capital is institutional capital for a Bitcoin-denominated future. Next Layer partners with conviction-led founders, asset allocators, and treasury leaders building on the hardest money in history. Visit them on X at Next Layer Cap. One Big Party is a modern storytelling studio crafting unforgettable moments that make the world a more interesting place. They are passionate about spreading Bitcoin with love and helping companies tell their story. Check them out at www.onebigparty.co. LogScale Investments is a proprietary trading and private equity firm founded in 2024. Learn more on X at LogScale Invest. Is your business ready to harness the power of Bitcoin? Jamondo Law specializes in designing custom Bitcoin treasury strategies for independent businesses. Their team guides you through integration of secure, compliant solutions tailored to your specific business and financial goals. Visit jamondolaw.com to future-proof your business with Bitcoin. Locate Technologies is an Australian logistics software company helping businesses around the world optimize last-mile delivery. They've recently begun building their Bitcoin treasury, now holding 10 Bitcoin, as they believe all routes ultimately lead to Bitcoin. Find them on X and learn more at Locate Tech HQ. BTC Agenda is pioneering Germany's first publicly listed Bitcoin treasury company and building the region's first dedicated community. Bitcoin Agenda empowers companies to adopt strategic Bitcoin treasury positions with shared knowledge and community. Learn more on X at BTC Agenda.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference powered by Bitcoin for Corporations. I'm excited to be joined right now by the CIO of UTXO Management, Tyler Evans. Tyler, how are you?
Good. It's great to see you. Great to be joining here. Been a while since we did a podcast. So
yeah,
what a stacked day of content here.
Yeah, it's nonstop, as they say.
No kidding. Like the pace of new treasury companies right now, nonstop.
Absolutely. So roughly 30 minutes ago, David tweeted out, we funded 15 public treasury companies in 11 unique capital markets. To date, they've bought or are buying 30,000 Bitcoin in aggregate. We have 30 more deals in the pipeline right now. What has all of this been like? What themes are you seeing? What can you tell us from behind the curtain without getting in trouble?
Well, it's been a wild year. When we kind of first saw this theme emerging, particularly on the success of strategy, which became the success of Metaplanet. We thought that more capital markets would wake up to this pretty quickly. Kind of once there was a number two with Metaplanet that showed what the local opportunity was going to be. My bull case was like, by the end of the year, we've had 20 companies doing this worldwide, and we are blowing way past that. I think you look on Bitcoin treasury companies, there's 100 plus that have announced some sort of Bitcoin strategy or started buying Bitcoin. There are many more in the works, in our pipeline, plus what we're seeing from our friends and partners around the world. The mind virus is spreading the speculative attack on especially passive flows. So I think it's very encouraging. And what's I think most unique about this model, which Saylor has been a fantastic champion of, is that it's really not a competitive thing to have a bunch of horses out there. It's really, we're all on Team Bitcoin, and we see kind of a friendly competitive pressure forming for who could buy the most Bitcoin, which is in the interest of every single company. So it's a really unique dynamic. I don't think this same sort of market dynamic exists really in any other asset class, especially not with a finite supply asset like Bitcoin. And so it's been cool to see folks like Saylor and Simon from Metaplanet cheering on the next wave of companies, and these kind of cabals forming in different, the Southeast Asia and in Europe and Latin America, and people kind of borrowing the best ideas from each other. I think we're kind of at stage one of the game, as I see it right now, which is really all about folks kind of capitalizing on this moment in the market, this opportunity, which is a massive one in terms of the attention, the capital flows that these companies are garnering right now, just selling kind of common equity, doing pipe raises, doing de-SPACs, running their ATM programs. I think we're this opportunity is still good, and maybe will be there for a long time, but we're already starting to see folks kind of really focus their energy on what's that next level of the institutional capital market to attack, which is really more on the fixed income side, at least in my mind. And so, Strategies made some serious moves there with the different preferred products that they've issued. You've got a number of the treasury companies who've done convertible debt, convertible bonds in some form or fashion. I think we'll see a lot more fixed income or pref or convert type offerings come to market. That's kind of like the next wave after the equity offerings. I'm expecting to see a lot of that in the second half of the year. And then beyond that, I think there's one more level to the game, which we're seeing some folks start to innovate or really get creative around, which is, the other things you can do with a big Bitcoin balance sheet, whether that's Bitcoin yield, which, sometimes has kind of a dirty connotation in this industry, to Bitcoin native financial services, to other capital pools other than fixed income, to be able to go after everything from insurance and reinsurance capital to municipal bonds to all these massive capital pools that could benefit or would be very interested in a skewed Bitcoin return profile in these kind of yield-starved markets where there's a securitized product that a Bitcoin treasury company could ostensibly underwrite and offer to service those new markets. And that's where there's really green, wide open playing fields as far as I can tell, and big spoils to accrue to the victors there.
What have you seen in the global markets as far as, I mean, even in the US, wasn't really friendly before November of last year. So I can only imagine, right, from all these conversations you hear that other countries are following in the US lead, but, are some of these conversations with regulators or other aspects of this kind of like hitting this cold to lukewarm sort of regulatory environment? And what's the spectrum of that kind of above and beyond just kind of letting the ink dry and pushing the paper through?
The environment has significantly thawed, especially with the U.S. and recent administration's leadership on the issue. There's still a pretty large gamut when we look at a number of these markets. There's a number of countries that have securities legislation that's modeled off the U.S. that are fairly fast followers, and then there's some that have very different market structures, like India or Korea, for example, even Hong Kong, where there's still a very wide range of approaches in terms of how comfortable, how aggressive regulators are kind of viewing and thinking about it. But I think the Bitcoin treasury model is already having an impact, and you can see that I think indirectly in Japan with Metaplanet's success. Now there's discussion at least about changing the tax code to be more advantageous to Bitcoin, to put it on a level playing field with equities. And you can see that in the UK really with the smarter web company's success there. And now the FCA has approved or is planning to approve spot Bitcoin ETFs for retail investors in the UK market. And so really puts these treasury companies in a leadership position. And I think that's a very important thing for the founders, for the CEOs to be mindful of, and can be a heavy yoke to wear sometimes. But, the way this is productive is, as these treasury companies try to put their best foot forward, engage in good faith, and really be buttoned up in terms of all the compliance, reporting, custody, all the best practices to make them like world-class corporate examples, and to drive, volume, liquidity, retail interest into those markets, which is as a thing that's very impactful for a lot of local stock markets that we're seeing around the world, where this treasury model can be an injection of new attention, new energy, new liquidity onto those venues. And so that's very aligned with their goals. But by being best in class in terms of reporting, transparency, insider dealing, and I think that's a very critical thing for our industry to keep in mind as this keeps moving forward, and something that could easily be abused here or how things kind of go off the rails.
Got it. I was going to ask you where people can reach out to you, and the reason I'm kind of bringing this up now and not at the end is what are you guys looking for on your projects, right? Are you looking for talent? Are you looking for other things? And then what is like the ideal conversation for you to be having right now, where someone is cooking something, but it's not too early stage, but they're not trying to like get out the door 30 minutes from now? Like, is there a sweet spot, and what would be like the ideal conversations to add to complement what you guys are doing right now?
What is the sweet spot is a tough answer, and it's kind of been a moving target for us a little bit as investors, just as the volume of the deal flow and the number of companies has drastically increased, faster than our ability to do the due diligence and to do some of the underwriting we need. So I'd say for all of the companies that we're involved with or investing in, there's a huge talent need right now. That's a really big one. So everything from CFOs who understand Bitcoin and the mission and could be in the numbers and reporting to the Bitcoin strategy type role, or marketing, PR, kind of crafting the Bitcoin vision for these companies, to executive leadership opportunities, CEO roles in some cases where a company wants to make a significant pivot here and needs to rebuild their management team with a GC who understands Bitcoin and can interface with the regulators, a CEO in some cases. So we've got a bunch of companies that are hiring for these types of roles, and would love to help put you in touch with companies that are imminently hiring for anyone looking to kind of make the corporate jump into this world. In terms of deal flow, I think, like I said, sweet spot is kind of a moving target today. But there's kind of two approaches we've really taken here to kind of move fast on opportunities. One is, almost more on the later stage when we've got, a very strong team that's assembled, that's kind of got all the right pieces from the team perspective. They've already spent some money and time on lawyers, on investment bankers, on kind of putting together the deal structure, how they're going to solve any regulatory challenges, exactly what the listing approach is going to be, and maybe are working with an investment bank or an advisor on putting together a raise, and those are ones where we're typically seeing the raise sizes be significantly larger today in the $100 million plus territory, but where with the right team and the right setup and the right market, we love to come in and participate, and it's already de-risked from a lot of those execution standpoints in terms of the path to becoming the leading treasury company in their market. The other approach we've taken, which is more of a heavy lift, but it's been a ton of fun, where we've been able to is kind of engaging with teams earlier, deals, entrepreneurs, deals, markets that maybe there is no team operating or even thinking about that market, but where we can find a local partner, a local family office or corporate investor who kind of understands the strategy, and we can hand pick some executives, and we can try to stack the deck in the company's favor early on and work with them, help them through the listing, through the fundraising process, through telling their story. That's been a fantastic model for us, and where I think at UTXO we can add a ton of value, both in terms of telling the story and learning the lessons from seeing many of these companies in many different markets and the approaches that have been most successful.
Awesome. Where can people best reach out to you, and any closing thoughts? Really appreciate your time. We got less than a minute left. I was running on time all day, and things happen.
Things happen, such as conference life.
Yeah.
In terms of getting in touch with us, the easiest way is just on our website, utxo.management. We've got a snapshot of some of our portfolio companies up there, and a forum for getting in touch with our team. So that's the easiest spot to reach out to the UTXO team. And like I said, for folks interested in making a jump to this industry, or folks who are putting together a deal, or who would love advice how to think about it, we'd love to talk as much as calendars and airline schedules and time zones allow right now. So thank you, Tim, for having me on, and what an incredible lineup of CEOs and investors you pulled together today. So just, I think, a testament to how quickly this theme and this industry has gone, and can't wait to see what it looks like 6 months from now.
Absolutely. Tyler Evans, CIO at UTXO Management. Thank you for participating in the conference. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Tim.
Stay right there. We'll be back in 1 minute. Welcome back to the Bitcoin Treasuries Digital Conference, powered by Bitcoin for Corporations. I'm excited to be joined by Hans Thomas, the CEO, and Alex Manji, the Chief Legal Officer at 10x Capital. Our topic is going to be regulatory frameworks and considerations when launching a Bitcoin Treasury company strategy. Alex, Hans, welcome. How are you?
Hey, Tim. Hey, Tim. How are you?
Very, very good. You guys, it looks like you're in New York or some major city.
That's where we're based. We'll give you a little tour, So, that's Midtown there. You got Hudson Yards, Brooklyn and Queens in that direction. So, we're always in the office. This bunch, so.
Very, very cool. Yeah, I'm usually in Midtown East as far as the office and the studio, but I'm actually in a studio in the West Village. I'll leave it at that. So we're not too far from each other right now.
we should have come and seen you in person.
The conversations I've been having recently, I've said, hey, you should talk to the guys at 10x Capital, but I haven't had enough of a conversation with you guys. So this will be a perfect opportunity to kind of wrap my arms around, along with everybody else who's joining, what you guys are up to these days, what kind of projects you're interested in, if I'm barking up the right tree. So yeah, if you could just maybe give a little bit of your backgrounds and what 10x Capital is and what you guys are focusing on right now.
We appreciate that, Tim. So I founded 10x Capital, almost 20 years ago now, and we have been in and around the digital currency space. My career in magical, internet money starts back in 1999. I was on the founding team of a company called Internet Cash, and we developed a cryptographic digital currency before the advent of distributed ledger technology. In fact, just up the street here, across the street from the Federal Reserve, I had a bank vault full of stored value cards stacked to the to the rafters that you could go down to a 7-Eleven or a Walmart and buy. And we sold that business to a guy named Jim Bidzos, who at the time was the CEO of RSA and owned the rights to the SHA algorithm. So Adam Back was joking a couple of months ago, there was a lot of tension between us back then. They didn't want this, Jim didn't want the cypherpunks to use SHA, and so but that's the underpinnings of Bitcoin, obviously. And so we been around it for a long time. We've been investors in a lot of the early Bitcoin companies, and continue to be in companies that are likely sponsors here, like Bitwise, many of the early ones like BitPay, and many that have exited in a variety of different ways, over the last, several years. But really, since the SEC, had kind of clamped down in the last cycle, a lot of these companies were kind of stuck, and we're seeing them all really kind of head to the public markets. And we're seeing some unique, sort of structures, right? Like, we've been heavily involved in this Bitcoin treasury trade, for example. Obviously I'm wearing the Nakamoto t-shirt. I just had Tyler on. We're an advisor on that deal, and helped take that company public, and that resulted in a great outcome. We think $710 million raised to establish that treasury company. And that's been a big area of focus for us. We haven't really done a tremendous number of additional Bitcoin treasury companies here. We've advised a few, but we've really been focused primarily on international markets. So I've got my little broad hat here. We've been doing deals all over the world. And the idea here is that the emerging markets themselves tend to have a significantly greater return for these treasury companies on average. Now, it's not to say that you don't have a handful like the Nakamotos of the world that do incredibly well, but we've seen that on average that these emerging markets Bitcoin treasury companies can be really compelling. So, for example, Abraj is the first Bitcoin treasury company in the Middle East. They are in Bahrain right now, but you'll see some very interesting news. It's a public company, so I have to be careful here. But you'll see some very interesting news over the coming weeks, as to additional markets that they may be entering. And so we're excited to lay down these tent poles in different parts of the world, and then see them expand. We've signed deals in the Middle East, in Europe, in Asia, and Latin America, and many of these are going to begin making a lot of news in the next several months and quarters. But one of the things that we've seen, and I think it's a good structural thing to discuss, is that U.S. investors actually have a really hard time accessing the emerging markets. Most U.S. public equities investors, especially institutional investors, they have a fund, and it's like you buy U.S. equities, right? Like that's the thing that you're allowed to do. Or if they're on the other side and they do converts, like you do convertible arbitrage where there's a U.S. security behind it. You know what I mean? Like there's some sort of a link to a U.S. security. So it's really hard for a lot of these emerging markets treasury companies to raise a lot of money, which is why you see them raise a lot less money in the beginning. And while you do have the Metaplanets of the world that get these escape velocities when they start, thankfully it was in Japan. Simon was in a place that has a big developed capital market. But even there's no, for example, ATMs to harvest volatility. So they had to leverage this moving strike warrant concept, which is, I'll leave the complexities of it out for right now. But basically, you need to come up with really creative solutions to harvest volatility in these emerging markets. And in many markets, it's actually not permitted. For example, in a place like Taiwan, there's no way to really do it. The regulator basically meters every single issuance, and so there's no way to really get out there and just sell stock to investors when you have great news or when Bitcoin goes up or whatever it is that's driving volatility up, right? So, and that's a huge component of what we call that flywheel effect that MicroStrategy, Metaplanet, and all the rest have harnessed so well once they've gotten out there and really raised material capital. The other thing that we recognize is that really the initial investment into a treasury company is the tip of the iceberg. It's the starter, but the real significant capital is raised afterwards, right? I mean, when we look at a MicroStrategy, it was a 600-ish million